baffled with. Let's continue watching. The testing steel will give the most impartial answer, Tatiana said calmly, continuing to observe. In reality, her heart burned with excitement. That slender pair of legs looked like chopsticks, with skin as smooth as jade, her feet accentuating the void. In that moment, she almost wanted to take this person as her disciple. An immortal bone, such a fine seedling couldn't be left for other elders. The second and zinnias beside her tacitly understood and had their own plans. Humph, would you let them snatch away this immortal bone? Such a superior seedling should be pulled under their wing to be cultivated. In the future, it would bring glory and benefits, as well as praise from the Saint Master. Finally, the talent assessment concluded. The testing steel emitted brilliant light, revealing several lines of large text clearly and brightly. Everyone looked up, staring intently, not wanting to miss any detail. Possessing an immortal bone, how many stars would this person score on the testing steel? Constitution, immortal bone. Realm, first heaven of divine platform realm. Comprehensive rating, 9 stars. These 3 pieces of information made everyone tremble. Heavens, it's 9 stars. The higher the rating, the greater the disparity. Don't look at 8 and 9 stars being just one level apart. The difference between them is insurmountable, like a chasm between heaven and earth. With such powerful talent, they will definitely gain favor in the Jade Pond Sacred Land. Many disciples exclaimed in shock, their pupils trembling with astonishment, indescribable. Ordinarily, they never got close to such prodigies, but today they feasted their eyes on one, making this trip worthwhile. The elder responsible for the talent test, standing nearby, was too excited to speak, covering her mouth in sheer delight. Would their Jade Pond Sacred Land finally recruit an unparalleled prodigy? With an immortal bone and a 9-star rating, this was indeed unprecedented and awe-inspiring. They could achieve immortal greatness in the future. In this era of great competition, contending for heavenly mandate wasn't impossible either. Even in those glorious times, the Jade Pond Sacred Land had numerous 6-star and 7-star prodigies, but 8-star prodigies were few. A 9-star prodigy was still extremely rare. If there were a 9-star prodigy, they would cultivate and pour resources into them vigorously. As for 10-star prodigies, there hadn't been many throughout the history of their sacred land. The current Holy Lord Louisa was one of them. What they didn't know was that their hoped-for Emmanuel was just a minor general under Irvin. Far off in space, Irvin stood up, looking at the sky and nodding approvingly. Barely acceptable, doesn't disappoint expectations, but it's a pity it didn't reach 10 stars. Irvin sighed deeply, seeming disappointed, shaking his head. Host, aren't you breaking too many limits? Not everyone can be like you. To reach 9 stars is already an unparalleled prodigy with a supreme constitution. Of course, you're in a different league. If you, host, were to take the test, the talent steel might not withstand it and shatter. The system spoke melodiously. Irvin felt the system was flattering him, but the truth was, the system was simply stating facts. Continue watching. With the golden token, Tinsley has special privileges. It's unclear how the numerous elders of the Jade Pond Sacred Land and Emmanuel will respond. Wanting to snatch the position of personal disciple may not be easy, Irvin said coolly, hands behind his back. At this moment, he seemed like a supreme ruler, overseeing everything from behind the scenes, mastering the universe and understanding past, present, and future. Watching his celestial generals vie for him and strive for the position of personal disciple to serve his celestial court better. During the grand ceremony, Tinsley glared fiercely at Emmanuel, refusing to believe what she saw. Thinking herself an 8-star top-tier prodigy, relying solely on her talent and strength, she thought the position of personal disciple would fall to her. Unimaginably, this Emmanuel with the awakened immortal bone was rated 9 stars. Moreover, while both were in the first heaven of divine platform realm, her awakened platform was yellow, while Emmanuel's was orange. The quality of the divine platform directly determined a prodigy's strength in the realm. From strongest to weakest, the colors were ranked: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Even with heavenly foxblood, Tinsley only awakened a yellow platform. For most young prodigies blessed with supreme constitutions, awakening a yellow platform was already remarkable. Facing Emmanuel in combat, she would likely be crushed. With Emmanuel's talent awakened, Tatiana and the other 2 Jade Pond elders appeared at the ceremony, formally revealing themselves. Otherwise, the testing elder might struggle to make a decision next. Sure enough, Tinsley immediately raised the golden token in her hand. Holding the golden token grants direct eligibility to become the sole personal disciple of the Jade Pond Sacred Land this year. I suppose this position belongs to me, right? Chapter 225, a word game, a contest of Tao Heart. Tinsley raised the golden command in her hand. At this moment, a smirk played on her lips as she looked at Emmanuel, feeling extremely smug. It was as if she were declaring that everything, including the position of a direct disciple, originally belonged to Emmanuel. But now, what did it matter even if she was a 9-star prodigy? She still couldn't outdo Tinsley. With the golden command in her hand, Tinsley had earned the qualification to become the current generation's direct disciple of the Jade Pool Sacred Land. Who else in the world could challenge her? If the Jade Pool Sacred Land chose Emmanuel, who possessed the immortal bone, as a direct disciple, they would be losing credibility before the world. This was an overt strategy laid bare for all to see. Tinsley's arrogance knew no bounds, and she held Emmanuel in utter contempt. Even though you are a 9-star prodigy and have the chance to enter the Jade Pool Sacred Land, you cannot compete with me for the status of a direct disciple. You will only end up as a disciple under some elder. However, with great power in my hands, second only to the Edie, I can find endless ways to torment Emmanuel. At that time, Emmanuel would submit obediently, not daring to oppose me, enduring every torment. Ultimately, the immortal bone would fall into my hands, along with the mysterious fortune, which would belong solely to me, Tinsley. The Fremont of the Jade Pool Sacred Land, Tatiana, glanced at both Tinsley and Emmanuel. The The temperament of a prodigy was clear to discern immediately. A prodigy like Tinsley, if allowed to become a direct disciple, would bring endless future troubles and significant calamity. In contrast, Emmanuel appeared calm and serene, like a clear lake without ripples. However, with the golden command in Tinsley's possession, the Jade Pool's sacred land could not lose face. What should be done now? Here stood a 9-star prodigy, yet forced by the golden command. The chosen one became another 8-star prodigy as the direct disciple. This would indeed disappoint everyone watching, making many female cultivators suspect internal manipulation and bias within the Jade Pool's sacred land, causing wide-ranging repercussions. For a moment, even Fremont Tatiana felt troubled. They shouldn't have issued the golden command earlier. It had led to this trouble. Besides, this was Emmanuel, who possessed the immortal bone, with immense potential and boundless growth. If she fell into another sacred land's hands, they would undoubtedly offer her the treatment of a Edie, showering her with resources. How regretful it would be for the Jade Pool's sacred land to miss such a promising talent. Moreover, the situation was urgent, and the grand ceremony for accepting disciples needed to conclude quickly. They needed to prepare to welcome the son of a Joab, the fiancé of the Edie. Otherwise, if Irvin arrived and saw such chaos at the Jade Pool's sacred land, it would be unbecoming. Unknown to them, their every move was being watched by Irvin. At this point, Zinnia's eyes flickered with inspiration, coming over to whisper something into Tatiana's ear. Tatiana's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, as if she had found a solution. Since that is the case, let the two of you compete for the sole position of direct disciple. Tatiana said this coolly, maintaining her solemn demeanor. Her gaze, bright and resolute, carried an unyielding authority, issuing orders directly. How can this be? With the golden command in my hand, I should automatically become a direct disciple. Tinsley shouted loudly, disbelieving, wondering if she had heard correctly. To hold the golden command and still be asked to compete. How dare you? Tatiana coldly snorted, emanating a formidable aura, but it was only pressure without any true force. Otherwise, that single snort would have been enough to annihilate Tinsley. Nonetheless, everyone felt as if heaven itself was enraged, especially Tinsley, who immediately knelt down, drenched in cold sweat, breathing rapidly. Her anger had clouded her judgment, allowing her to shout at the Fremont of the Jade Pool's sacred land. I, as elder, will handle this. You yourself admitted just now that the golden command merely grants you the qualification to become a direct disciple, not the status outright. Now, there is another qualified 9-star prodigy here. Shouldn't you two contest for the final decision? Or do you, Tinsley, want to defy the Jade Pool's sacred land? This accusation made Tinsley tremble. Not only her but even the eternal royal family backing her, despite their immense ambition, would not dare harbor any thoughts against the Jade Pool's sacred land. She then glared more viciously at Emmanuel, wishing she could devour her flesh and torture her to death. If it weren't for her, she would already have the position and absolute power. Emmanuel remained indifferent, completely disregarding her. She viewed Tinsley as nothing but a clown, since both of you wish to vie for the sole position of direct disciple. However, the Jade Pool's sacred land has explicitly forbidden combat, especially today, with a highly important figure arriving. The top 3 elders would not all come out unless it was significant. Today, there must be no bloodshed. Let the two of you compete in Dao Heart. Zinnia, dressed in blue, spoke with an air of sanctity and purity. She opened her right hand, and 2 purple light spheres appeared on her palm. This is the essence of enigma. Once touched, it forces you to confront your inner demons within a short period. If you can withstand it without being affected, you will succeed. If neither of you succeeds, the longer duration will determine the winner. Zinnia explained the essence of enigma. Emmanuel remained unperturbed because she already knew the answer. Moreover, having merged with the immortal bone and receiving the protection of the Emmanuel, her Dao heart had been purified within the divine light. For her, heart demons no longer existed, thus she feared nothing. Tinsley clenched her fists, harboring a hint of fear. But for the sole position of direct disciple, she could not back down. Even if she had been outmatched by Emmanuel in talent and strength, she attributed it to Emmanuel's fortuitous encounters, believing that she wouldn't have been able to defeat her otherwise. Well, let's begin. Who fears whom? Tinsley glanced aside, confident she wouldn't lose. Elder, I am ready. When shall we begin? Emmanuel bowed respectfully, adhering to basic etiquette. Their contrasting attitudes made even Tatiana frown, realizing how unruly and disrespectful Tinsley was compared to Emmanuel. Chapter 226, Inherited Position, Scared to Lose Control? Since both of you are ready, let's begin. Hernan said as a peculiar aura in his hand cheered and grew rapidly, emitting an eerie purple glow that resembled hellish flowers in full bloom. Instantly, the atmosphere turned horrifying with cold gusts swirling around. Everyone present felt a bone-chilling wind approaching them, causing them to tremble with fear. It seemed none had anticipated such terrifying power from just 2 strands of energy, making them shiver uncontrollably. The mysterious aura is so frightening. It's likely no one here can face their own heart demon, someone murmured. That's true. However, those up there, one is an 8-star genius and another a 9-star elite. Their talents are exceptional and they rank among the top young supreme beings, another added. Especially that Emmanuel with her celestial bone, she has an extraordinary aura, a transcendent presence, and a pure Dao heart that makes her fearless against the heart demon, commented yet another voice. Numerous female cultivators below whispered among themselves, discussing whether these 2 geniuses could confront their inner demons and pass the test successfully. The heart demon, after all, stems from a person's deepest fears. Heart demons accompany one's cultivation journey through life. To advance on the great Dao path, one must face each stage's heart demon, which varies for each individual. For example, when 2 geniuses clash and one utterly overwhelms the other, if the latter feels humiliated, their Dao heart becomes tainted, generating a heart demon. This will affect the defeated genius's future progress on the great Dao path, potentially leading to stagnation or unimaginable harm. Although different, heart demons all represent a cultivator's greatest source of fear, the last thing they want to confront. Emmanuelle closed her gem-like eyes and stood still, waiting for the strange energy to merge within her. Tinsley did likewise, but showed more anxiety compared to Emmanuelle's calmness. Nevertheless, she maintained a composed demeanor, not wanting to be outdone. With a graceful gesture, Hernan infused 2 streams of the mysterious energy into Emmanuelle and Tinsley's foreheads. Far away in the void, Irvin quickly took off his sunglasses and stored them in the system space. He noticed that wearing sunglasses made his cool moments even more stylish. This treasure could be kept for future use. If possible, he would ask the system to enhance them with some special divine eye abilities to create high-end sunglasses capable of piercing the void and containing powerful magic. When the eternal heavenly dynasty grows stronger, he could summon heavenly soldiers who wear sunglasses, bow respectfully, and exclaim, "Pay respects to the Emmanuelle." This would be much more interesting than formal kowtowing. System, show me the heart demon scenes of these 2 geniuses. The system asked curiously, does the host have any special preferences? Why watch others confront their heart demons? Hearing this, Irvin realized the system was overthinking things again. He wasn't that kind of person. He only wanted to observe the spectacle. Haha, system, you misunderstand. I'm just interested in watching. But, since I'm watching, I want it to be interesting. Combine Emmanuelle and Tinsley's heart demon illusions. Without further ado, the system projected a light screen displaying the combined illusion of the 2 geniuses' heart demons. Irvin watched with folded arms like a big boss observing everything. Back at the Jade Pool Sacred Land ceremony, after being touched by the mysterious aura, the 2 geniuses remained still with no initial expression changes. The crowd waited silently. At this moment, there was a shared resonance with no sound. Though unable to see what the geniuses experienced, everyone remained focused, awaiting the results. The personal disciple position would go to one of them. Inside Emmanuelle's heart demon space, she opened her eyes to find herself in an illusory battlefield with flames everywhere and rivers of blood. Countless bones told tales of tragedy. She remained unperturbed, her clear Tao heart having been purified by the celestial bone. Suddenly sensing something, she walked forward with a glint in her eyes. As the illusion shifted, space seemed distorted, merging conflicting spatial runes. She shook her head, dismissing the idea. This was their heart demon illusion, created after the mysterious energy entered their minds. How could spaces connect so easily? Soon, Emmanuelle found something amiss. Where was the heart demon? This vast space was empty. Winked suddenly, her eyes widened, disbelieving. Tinsley. Emmanuelle's voice was low, teeth gritted. Hearing this, Tinsley turned and saw Emmanuelle, recoiling 2 steps in shock. Emmanuelle, why are you here? Tinsley's question was hesitant, filled with panic. After the mysterious energy entered their minds, they sensed intrusion into their mental states. Confronting the heart demon was undoubtedly challenging, but neither expected the other to appear in their heart demon illusions. Could their heart demons be each other? No, impossible. For Emmanuelle, Tinsley wasn't even worthy of being her opponent, let alone a heart demon. Her celestial bone far surpassed Tinsley's fox spirit lineage. Then, Emmanuelle remembered the earlier spatial distortion. Could their mental spaces be connected? Thus, the Tinsley appearing before her was the real Tinsley. But Tinsley thought nothing of it. She just wanted to kill Emmanuelle immediately. She formed seals, and intense spiritual chi condensed into a sword, slashing forward, cleaving the sky with great speed. Emmanuelle's gaze turned cold as she extended her delicate hand. A lotus appeared, twisting space forcefully like a storm, breaking apart the sword formed of spiritual chi. With a gentle flick, her hand emitted a divine force, striking Tinsley like a meteor collision. Tinsley flew backward, spitting blood as if hit by an ancient beast, ribs shattered. Cough cough. How is this possible? I can't withstand a single strike. Tinsley stared at Emmanuelle in disbelief. She couldn't imagine Emmanuelle's current strength, defeating her in a single blow. Facing her, she hadn't lasted a round. Emmanuelle stepped forward with a cold laugh. The celestial bone on her chest gleamed with myriad rays of divine light, forming intricate runes intertwining with spatial laws. Realizing this, Emmanuelle could now control the heart demon illusion using her celestial bone. She intended to make Tinsley experience all her past suffering, unforgettable forever. No, don't come near. Tinsley, terrified, crawled backward repeatedly. The gap between an 8-star and a 9-star genius was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. One move was enough to decide the outcome. And Emmanuelle smiled faintly, but this slight smile seemed like the grimacing laughter of a demon in Tinsley's eyes. Fierce, horrifying, as if straight from hell. Emmanuelle waved her delicate hand, causing space to twist and the scene to shift. Tinsley was nailed to an iron plate, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, while a shadowy figure emerged, enveloped in black mist. Holding a sharp blade, the shadow stabbed directly into her chest. Ah! Tinsley screamed wildly, but received no mercy, only making the shadow more excited and malicious, the blood on the blade dripping down. Then Tinsley widened her eyes, enduring excruciating pain, trying to resist but with no strength left, immobilized. This person intended to gouge out her bones. Emmanuelle appeared beside, seemingly just to witness this moment. Tinsley's frenzied cries, wails, and weeping were filled with unimaginable remorse, but it was too late for any regrets. The shadow thrust down, powered by magic, mercilessly tearing through flesh and bone without a hint of sympathy. Tinsley screamed so loudly that her pupils dilated, eyes rolling back, her mouth wide open in utmost agony, beyond even whimpering. Emmanuelle watched this unfold with a slight curve of her lips. These were all her own experiences. She would make Tinsley relive them again, and also ensure that Rocky would suffer the agony of having his bones gouged out. Outside, Tinsley appeared deranged to everyone present. First came her desperate roars and shrieks, followed by continuous crying and spitting blood. Then she shouted frantically, screaming for help as if driven mad. Elders like Tatiana shook their heads. Clearly, this girl had been tormented into madness by her own heart demon. A sound of glass shattering rang out as Tinsley's Dao heart shattered completely. With one final agonized scream, Tinsley's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. Twitching, people saw unknown fluids leaking out, eliciting a wave of chill. An illustrious 8-star genius had her Dao heart utterly destroyed, and even lost control of her bladder from terror. At this moment, Emmanuelle slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the horrific state of Tinsley, who had gone insane and lost control, Emmanuelle chuckled and shook her head slightly. This was merely the first step of her vengeance against the Wang family. Tatiana announced, "From today onwards, Emmanuelle will be this generation's personal disciple of the Jade Pool Sacred Land, personally tutored by me to guide her on the Great Dao Path. As for Tinsley, please have the testing elders turn her over to the Wang family and send her back home." Meanwhile, atop a mountain within the Jade Pool Sacred Land, Ashley snorted coldly, eyebrows furrowing, her eyes dangerous as she spat silently. Waste. She actually got eliminated like this. But, as a 9-star genius with celestial bone, this girl's talent ranks among the top among today's geniuses, her strength impressive. Leaving her alive could be a future menace. Just then, an ancient flying boat traversed the void, standing high above the sky, crossing the spatial boundaries. Tatiana and other elders immediately recognized the arrival of the Manuel. Above, Irvin observed everything below, reminiscing about the dramatic scenes just witnessed. Looking at the now unconscious Tinsley, a glint flashed in his eyes. Through the system, he reviewed Tinsley's memories and realized something unexpected. The Wang family harbored significant secrets. This continuation adheres to the previous narrative style and plot progression while maintaining character names and pinyin for accuracy. The translation preserves the tone and intensity of the original text. Hashtag Chapter 227. The Jethro arrives, and the Edie welcomes him personally. A flicker of surprise crossed Irvin's eyes. It seemed that the Immortal King clan was in internal turmoil as well, but this had nothing to do with him. A mere Wang family wouldn't even catch his attention if not for its connection to the little brother he had just recruited. Just as Irvin was thinking this, Patricia appeared by his side, gazing down at the Jade Pond Sacred Land. The Jade Pond Sacred Land was a pinnacle immortal force, though it couldn't compare to the myriad ancients Ewing family. Ewing compared to other immortal traditions, it was far superior, on an entirely different level. If any other force dared to dock their divine ship above the Jade Pond Sacred Land, it would undoubtedly be considered a provocation and an insult. Such acts would be swiftly dealt with by the elders of the Sacred Land. The two stood proudly on the deck, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Before anyone could react, the 3 elders, led by Tatiana, abandoned the ongoing disciple recruitment ceremony. In a flash, they appeared in the sky, approaching the ship's cabin. Upon seeing Irvin and Meg, the elders showed no airs of being from the Sacred Land. "We pay our respects to the Jethro," they chorused. Typically, Irvin held a status within the myriad ancients Ewing family equivalent to the family head, and as the only son of their Davis and the future husband of the Edie, he naturally had to be treated with utmost respect and courtesy. Irvin was momentarily dazzled. He had heard that both the elders and ordinary disciples of the Jade Pond Sacred Land were women, and now he saw it was true. He did not act condescendingly but returned their greetings politely. The 3 elders were pleasantly surprised by his courteous demeanor despite him not being part of the Jade Pond Sacred Land. Though they were powerful elders themselves, they were still subordinates of the Davis. They hadn't expected Irvin, the young master of the Ewing family, to be so polite and charming, a far cry from the notorious Eternal Immortal Domain's chief mischief maker. It seemed one couldn't fully trust everything said about the Ewing family. Meg remained hidden in the black mist, her face covered by a veil, her purple eyes like deep violets, exuding a bewitching charm. She exchanged courtesies with the elders perfunctorily. "We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please follow us into the Sacred Land so we can properly entertain you," Tatiana said, embodying the refined etiquette of the Sacred Land. After exchanging pleasantries, Irvin and Meg transformed into divine light and were led into the Jade Pond Sacred Land. As they entered, Irvin wondered if this was really how one entered the Sacred Land, considering its vastness and enormity. Tatiana performed a hand seal, and a bright light rose beneath their feet. Accompanied by a beam of light, they were instantly transported outside the main hall of the Jade Pond Sacred Land. The place was filled with teleportation arrays, known only to the elders, providing considerable convenience. Irvin furrowed his brow. Could the myriad ancients Ewing family have similar arrangements? If so, why did he always ride little dragon Alberta around? He decided to ask an elder when he returned. "Delicacies are prepared. Please come in," the 3rd elder said with a gentle smile, patting Irvin's cheek. This child was too adorable, almost like a tiny cherub, carved from jade, delicate yet containing immense divine power, constantly creating miracles that left everyone amazed. Even the Grand Elder, who had attained the supreme Joab realm, couldn't help but dote on Irvin upon seeing him for the first time. His pure gaze resembled an untarnished gemstone, his flawless skin soft to the touch. Pinching those chubby cheeks must be fun. "Little husband." A melodious voice broke the silence, causing the 3 elders to exchange glances. This person certainly had reliable information sources. Irvin had only just arrived and was already being targeted. Before Irvin could clearly see who approached, he was embraced tightly. Internally speechless, he thought, "Why does this always happen? Just because I'm cute, don't hug me right away." At home, his 2 maids, Marjorie and Una, often did the same thing. A faint milk scent surrounded him, making it hard to breathe. Then, he was picked up to see it was his betrothed Edie. After a long time apart, his fiancée looked even more beautiful and delicate. Dressed in a shimmering ice blue gown, she hid her stunning figure. Her legs were long and fair, her delicate feet gracefully stepping through the air, making one yearn to taste them. Her face was breathtaking, lips like cherry blossoms, skin whiter than snow. Normally cold and distant, today she blushed as if remembering something significant, her eyes sparkling with delight. Little husband, I've missed you so much, Stephanie said joyfully. Since the engagement, they hadn't spent much time together. Though residing in the Jade Pond's sacred land, she had never stopped hearing tales about him from the outside world. Initially, she dismissed these exaggerated stories as rumors. Later, she found out that her little husband was truly exceptional, and as someone with a penchant for beauty, she realized he was growing into a perfect match. Ameg watched silently, feeling a twinge of displeasure as she observed Stephanie and Irvin together. Little husband, come, let me serve you dinner. In the main hall, exquisite dishes were already laid out. Stephanie proved patient and motherly, tenderly feeding Irvin with gentle care, ensuring the hot dishes were cooled before giving them to him. Seeing this scene, the elders smiled approvingly. They hadn't expected the usually aloof Stephanie to be so attentive to Irvin, as if she had become a completely different person. Chapter 228. Held asleep again? Heartfelt emotion. The three elders and Anita exchanged thoughts and experiences. Tatiana and Anita, both at the Joab realm, shared much in terms of cultivation experience. They discussed doctrines together, mutually advancing and benefiting from each other. What intrigued Tatiana was the mysterious nature of Irvin's elder sister, who never removed her disguise, always shrouded in black mist, remaining unfathomable to outsiders. After enjoying a sumptuous feast, as night fell over the land, the three elders exchanged glances, tacitly understanding each other's intentions. Tatiana spoke up, Jethro, I apologize for not informing you earlier, but we have not prepared a palace befitting your status in this region. How could one of your esteemed stature reside in an ordinary palace? So, with the Edie's consent, you will share accommodation with her tonight. With these words, Tatiana extended her delicate hand and led Anita away. Anita, however, felt a pang of displeasure upon hearing Tatiana's words. It felt like her cherished toy had been taken away. She shook her head. What was she thinking? He is her younger brother after all. Having been away for so long in the outer chaos, perhaps she hadn't fully adapted back to the immortal realm yet. She truly needed a good rest. They left the place. Meanwhile, Edie Stephanie, gazing at the little husband in her arms, could no longer contain herself. She leaned down and kissed his rosy cheeks. Irvin felt a mix of emotions. Coming to the sacred Xianxia was like being a piece of tender meat thrown into a pack of wolves, and the biggest wolf was none other than his own fiancée. But wait, wasn't it said that the Edie, his fiancée, was indifferent and looked down on male cultivators? Why was he the exception? Big sister Stephanie, shall we rest for a bit? Irvin originally meant to enjoy some peace as the sky darkened, close his eyes, and rest quietly. But Stephanie misunderstood, her gaze becoming increasingly bold. It was rather unfortunate. He was still just a 6-year-old boy. Yoinked, raising such a young talent wasn't bad at all. With a wave of her hand, light rose from beneath their feet, teleporting them directly to her Edie palace, coincidentally right into the bedroom. Little husband, be a good boy. Come here, let big sister hold you to sleep. Before Irvin could react, he was enveloped in her embrace, feeling the smooth, warm touch akin to fine jade, entrancing and unforgettable. Irvin couldn't recall how many times this had happened. When he was younger, elder sister May would hold him to sleep. Later, Marjorie and Una did the same. And now, even at the sacred Xianxia, it continued. At some point, Stephanie's silky dress had slipped off, revealing soft arms tightly embracing Irvin. Wait, where are my clothes? Realizing his clothes had also been stripped during the teleportation, Irvin inwardly lamented his predicament. It was like a lamb entering the mouth of a wolf. No matter how much he pondered, he couldn't understand why the aloof Stephanie was so affectionate towards him. In truth, Stephanie had harbored special feelings for him since childhood. If not for his use of immortal bones to extract the cold poison from her body, the Edie might have met an unfortunate fate due to the Tuine holy body's toxicity. Moreover, their marriage had been arranged by the holy master of Xianxia. With Irvin's talents and increasing prominence spreading across the eternal immortal realm, he became known as the greatest of all time, even the supreme physical form. Looking at the youthful yet charming face of Irvin, still in the budding stages of manhood, something stirred within Stephanie's heart. Do I have this kind of interest? Stephanie's ears flushed red, recalling the awkwardness when her master arranged the marriage. After all, Irvin was just a young boy. But now, the slight embarrassment had subtly transformed into deeper feelings. The system played no small part either. The attraction mode would intensify as Irvin grew, transitioning from a cute kid to a handsome young man. System, I am powerful, I know. Little husband, with your unmatched physical form, won't you be formidable when you grow up? Smiling, Stephanie asked, her teeth white and lips crimson, eyes sparkling. Irvin almost responded immediately, boasting about his supremacy. Yoinked, seeing Stephanie's gaze, he instantly realized something was amiss. No way, we're not married yet, and you're already starting this? No wonder she asked about his physical form. Choosing silence, Irvin maintained his innocent image, a naive, clueless child. Stephanie pouted and, while Irvin wasn't looking, gave him another kiss. Then, smiling, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Exhausted, Irvin soon followed suit. The next morning, in the sacred Xianxia, a figure moved gracefully among the divine mountains, islands, lakes, and seas, seemingly exploring and inspecting everything. On closer inspection, it was Edie Stephanie carrying her little husband, taking him on a tour. Having made the rare visit to Xianxia, Stephanie wanted to entertain him well, spending joyful moments together and leaving a lasting impression. Otherwise, if the exceptional little husband found another Cecilia later, what would happen to her? If doing it, she would be the biggest wife. Many disciples of the sacred Xianxia noticed Stephanie holding Irvin. That's the Edie's fiancé, isn't it? I envy the Edie having such a cute and outstanding fiancé. Ah, so cute. My heart melts. I wish I could. Irvin enjoyed the many wonders and beauties of the sacred Yaoqi, smiling happily. Back home at the 10,000 ancient Ewing family, only riding his little dragon allowed him such freedom. There were still many constraints, fearing capture by the elders. Here, however, his fiancée had shown great care, pausing her cultivation to accompany him freely. Suddenly, Irvin sensed an extraordinary energy nearby, causing his mind to tremble slightly. Big Sister Stephanie, can we stop here for a moment? Chapter 229. The mystical back mountain of the Jade Pond Holy Palace. Oh, is there something mysterious about this place? Stephanie stopped in her tracks upon hearing Irvin's words, then asked with concern. They now stood on a divine mountain where spiritual energy was thick and flowing like the sea. Majestic and beautiful, the holy mountain towered like an ancient peak, standing eternally at this location. Fairies could be seen frolicking and playing everywhere, chasing each other around. Spirit springs flowed from the mountain interspersed with celestial mist, creating a scene that was both sacred and magnificent, drawing everyone's attention. Irvin looked around from within Stephanie's arms, his eyes shimmering. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt a kind of summoning, a familiar one that made his heart tremble. Why did it suddenly disappear, eluding him no matter how he tried to sense it, even using his trisected eyes? Was it merely an illusion? Everything is fine, Sister Stephanie, Irvin said in a soft, adorable voice. He never imagined he'd ever become so tiny. But being small in front of his fiancée wasn't embarrassing at all. Stephanie smiled, pinching Irvin's little face. Her little husband was truly cute. The more she looked at him, the more refined and captivating he became. Well, let's go play somewhere else, she said after a moment. Holding Irvin in her arms, she continued exploring other areas of the Jade Pond Holy Land. They had come all this way. Naturally, she wanted to leave a good impression. This place is the very center of the Jade Pond Holy Land, known as the Jade Pond Holy Palace. Only the Holy Master can reside here permanently. Any significant matters within the Holy Land must be discussed here with the Holy Master, coordinating together before implementation. As Stephanie held Irvin, they saw a magnificent palace before them. Unlike the other palaces in the Jade Pond Holy Land, this one was incredibly grand, constructed entirely of divine gold, godly iron, and various precious materials. This Jade Pond Holy Palace was situated at the central position of the entire Holy Land, with the best feng shui and ascending rules, emitting primal chaos energy. A massive spirit-gathering array beneath the Holy Palace radiated a faint light, serving as the core to gather the great Daoic power of heaven and earth. Countless strands of primordial energy coiled into a dragon of destiny above the Holy Palace, emitting thousands of beams of divine light, cascading down like waterfalls. Seeing such a majestic spectacle, Irvin was slightly amazed. The Jade Pond Holy Land indeed lived up to its reputation as one of the most prominent immortal forces, its scale unimaginable. This setup was almost comparable to his primordial imperial city. However, only his mother could presumably live in the Jade Pond Holy Palace. Ordinary elders wouldn't dare think of it, and protective barriers prevented others from disturbing. What intrigued Irvin was that despite having many elders, the status of the Fremont, who ranked just below the Holy Master, lacked any relevant information. Typically, each generation of Holy Masters would have a Fremont. Over time, these Fremonts either passed away or sealed themselves off for various reasons, but were revered by the people of the Holy Land. But in the Jade Pond Holy Land, there seemed to be no mention of these Formilus. Even the ancestral legends were absent, as if they vanished without a trace. Could the Jade Pond Holy Land have some taboo regarding this? And what about their ancestral grounds, which seemed non-existent? Irvin shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Perhaps it was simply their tradition. In the deepest part of the Jade Pond Holy Palace, there is a divine spring containing the three-life divine water. It grants clarity into past lives, offering immense benefits for cultivation. It can also nourish the physical body and fuse past, present, and future Daoic techniques into a new path for cultivation, opening up a new way forward. Stephanie explained patiently, her eyes bright. Even she had yet to step into the divine spring. She hadn't even seen it. This was a closely guarded secret of the Jade Pond Holy Land. According to Isabel, she would enter the divine spring when the time was right. Irvin watched, curious, fusing past, present, and future Daoic techniques into one transcendent path. This three-life divine water surely held deep mysteries. He would ask his mother about it once he returned home. Held by Stephanie, Irvin continued exploring and admiring the beauty of the Jade Pond Holy Land. After all, children are playful by nature. Irvin was only 6 years old, after all. Suddenly, space warped, and Stephanie brought Irvin to the back mountain of the Jade Pond Holy Land. Irvin scratched his head, finding it hard to understand. Back mountains were often barren and desolate, lifeless. Ewing, this place was teeming with vitality, ancient trees reaching high into the sky, creatures bustling around, and divine mists swirling. Irvin's eyes flashed with runes. His intuition told him that this place was extraordinary, holding a different world within. Just then, a familiar feeling surged within him. There was definitely a hidden wonder and a great secret here. Inwardly, he called out, Tongzi, quickly investigate this back mountain. I want to see what makes this back mountain special and where that mysterious feeling comes from. Ding ding ding, investigation starting. The system immediately began probing, covering the entire back mountain of the Jade Pond Holy Land, revealing every essence, from flowers to trees. In the distant void, intricate restrictions and colorful runes appeared before Irvin's eyes. Sure enough, there was a different world hidden here. Moments later, the system reported, ding, reporting to the host. A spatial coordinate has been detected straight ahead. It connects to a mysterious realm, a vast and infinite world filled with wonders. However, it is protected by numerous divine prohibitions, overlapping spaces making it impenetrable even for deities at the Divine King level. Forcing entry would require even those at the Joab level to pay a price. Irvin's gaze narrowed upon hearing the system's report. If even deities were deterred, it indicated a significant secret. Ding, detecting strong curiosity from the host to explore this realm. As your most considerate system, I will do whatever it takes. Infinite traverse mode application requested. Irvin chuckled wryly. With Tongzi, he didn't even need to think. Solutions were always ready. If we use the infinite traverse mode I awakened during childhood, all spatial barriers would be nothing, effortlessly crossing them. System, activate the infinite traverse mode. Don't force us through, just create a portal allowing us entry. Irvin thought inwardly. Suddenly, a portal appeared before Irvin and Stephanie, inscribed with runes and bound by laws and Daoic principles, connecting to another world. The Jade Maiden's eyes widened, as if she had realized something. Hashtag chapter 230. The vast world, the place of nirvana. Could this be the mysterious realm the Holy Lord spoke of? Stephanie covered her mouth with her hand, eyes wide open in amazement, as she gazed intently at the spatial portal before her. Instantly, she recalled the knowledge her master, Louisa, had previously imparted to her. Within the sacred Yaoqi domain, there exists a mysterious realm that appears intermittently, existing between illusion and reality, extraordinarily enigmatic and rarely seen. Even many ordinary elders and prodigies do not have the clearance to know about it. Louisa's previous teachings were merely to prepare her mentally for the future. Once she grew in strength and reached a stunning level of cultivation, she would have the chance to enter this mysterious realm to receive further enlightenment. However, that time had not yet come. As for the purpose of this mysterious realm, only the Holy Lord and the Fremont knew. What she did not expect was that today, by sheer coincidence, she encountered this mysterious spatial portal. Behind it might very well be the hidden realm. Irvin's curiosity couldn't be contained any longer. Moreover, with the infinite transcendence mode activated, various restrictions were meaningless to him. Staring at the open portal that seemed to connect another world, Irvin's playful nature flared up. He wanted to explore inside. Hee, Sister Stephanie, shall we go in and play? Irvin grabbed Stephanie's delicate hand with his pudgy little one. It was incredibly soft, exuding fragrance, and felt velvety smooth. Feeling the warmth from her palm, Stephanie was momentarily taken aback, her heart skipping a beat. Her beautiful face flushed, and her gaze darted away. Yoinked, her slender hand remained tightly held by Irvin, offering no resistance. Her heart pounded, experiencing such a sensation for the first time. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time she had been held by a boy. Previously, whenever she hugged or kissed Irvin, it was all part of treating him like a younger brother, a pet she nurtured. Now, being held like this stirred a hint of sweetness within her. This little husband of hers really knew how to win a girl's heart. Before she could react, Irvin had already pulled her through the portal. She hadn't even thought to stop him, so caught up in the moment that they entered the mysterious realm without hesitation. Now it was too late to prevent it. Everything around them flashed by like fleeting winds, incredibly ethereal. Suns, moons, stars, and boundless galaxies rotated around them, vanishing in an instant. Purple True Chi ascended, surrounded by primordial divine energy, with runes converging to form a spatial passage. Occasionally, they encountered a spatial barrier marked with runes, enveloped in divine power, seemingly impenetrable. However, each time they touched these barriers and restrictions, they simply dissipated, as if non-existent, unable to hinder their progress. Stephanie initially thought the barriers avoided her due to her status as the sacred maiden of Yaoqi. Meanwhile, Irvin chuckled inwardly, praising himself. Great job, Tongzi, you're useful when it counts. With the infinite transcendence mode, no spatial barrier or obstacle could block Irvin. They passed through effortlessly. Irvin then wondered aloud if the same applied to world boundaries. The system responded subtly. Host strength is insufficient, but with the infinite transcendence mode, crossing various spatial obstacles is possible, including world boundaries. However, after crossing a world boundary, the host will be reduced to bones, torn apart instantly by the overwhelming pressure. Shaking his head, Irvin stopped dwelling on it. Suddenly, ahead, a flash of light erupted. Stars shifted in the sky as Irvin and Stephanie opened their eyes again. They found themselves under a starry sky, surrounded by countless life-bearing planets orbiting on fixed paths. All creatures rejoiced, while in the cosmos, primordial beasts devoured planets, seeking vitality for breakthroughs. Natural selection played out here with competing laws, vast and boundless, stretching endlessly. But unlike the outside world, here, there seemed to be no concept of time. Irvin frowned. This was unusual. Time and space, as fundamental cosmic laws, should exist universally. There must be profound mysteries here. This place was undoubtedly a vast world, familiar to him. Among worlds, it ranked just below Dao domain universes. For a pinnacle immortal force like Yaoqi Sanctuary to possess multiple vast worlds was normal. Irvin had already subjugated one vast world, its young Braden now glowing faintly in his system space. It echoed harmoniously with the surroundings. Stephanie, however, had never experienced such a sight. This was her first encounter with a vast world. She was profoundly shaken, her breath quickening. Below, the endless void stretched. Above, the star river spanned the sky. Ancient life-bearing stars orbited, while ancient beasts roared, battling for resources. The void emitted unsettling ripples, decayed and perilous, nearly unbalancing the sacred maiden. Waves came from all directions, but fortunately, her clear mind resisted much of it. Nonetheless, she shivered. From ancient texts, she knew that when mighty beings in the divine realm perished, the heavens mourned with blood rain, known as heavenly mourning. In places where such beings transcended into nirvana, decaying auras pervaded. But it seemed only she sensed this aura. Glancing at Irvin, who showed no signs of unease, curiously exploring, she wondered. What is this place? Curious, Irvin spotted a stone tablet standing in the distance. Inscribed upon it were words carved with primordial magic, radiating an eternal, immortal presence. The Graveyard of Gods. Chapter 231. The The divine burial ground, fragmented souls appear, staring at the ancient, weather-beaten characters etched into the stone tablet. An aura of ancient sanctity radiated outward, resonating ceaselessly within this vast world. Irvin confirmed that he hadn't come to the wrong place. When he saw the word burial, a vague idea had formed in his mind, though it wasn't yet definite. Meanwhile, watching Irvin's lively and cheerful demeanor, Stephanie was certain that only she could sense the oppressive decay radiating from the place. As for her little husband, he was undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps even harboring great secrets. At the very least, he possessed treasures bestowed by the Joab, offering him protection. In fact, Stephanie's guess wasn't far off. The treasures on Irvin were countless, piled up like mountains within the system's space, but none had manifested to ward off the decaying aura. As the son of the Joab, on his 6th birthday, Bogdan placed 3 strands of the Joab's aura on Irvin to protect him should any unforeseen circumstances arise. These auras were genuine imperial auras, unparalleled and incomparable. In all the world, only Irvin carried the Joab's aura, guarding against all unfavorable energies that dared approach, like a daydreamer's pipe dream. Big sister Stephanie, come look. So, this is the origin of the divine burial ground. At that moment, Irvin's youthful voice called out to Stephanie. With graceful steps, Stephanie approached the stone tablet and discovered an explanation beneath the 4 grand characters reading Divine Burial Ground. Frowning slightly, she read through it and realized that this was where the deities of Xianxia Holy Land had been buried after their passing. Although they had passed on, their souls remained eternal. Long ago, the many ancestors of Xianxia Holy Land found that sealing themselves in the ancestral land could slow the passage of time, but upon death, they would fall into the cycle of reincarnation, unable to transcend the myriad paths. Reaching the divine realm did not equate to true immortality, it was merely a false eternity. True freedom from the ravages of time, free from worries about longevity, lay in the supreme realm of the Joab. However, even 2 supreme god emperors in battle could seal or fatally wound one another, preventing true immortality. Thus, it was common for deities to pass on due to various reasons. But in order to break this restriction, the numerous ancestors of Xianxia Holy Land agreed to continue serving with their remaining power until death, dedicating themselves to the Holy Land until their last breath. They used their great abilities to transport an entire vast world here for their ascension or self-sealing purposes. Leveraging their supreme power, combined with the natural attributes of this vast world, they locked time, ensuring their souls remained unscattered and permanently residing within this world. If they encountered a stroke of luck or used the reincarnation technique, they might even reappear in the present world, though they would have to start from scratch. Stephanie understood everything instantly. Irvin also nodded. No wonder there were few legends regarding the former Sydneys and elders in Xianxia Holy Land. No wonder Xianxia Holy Land didn't have a designated ancestral land. It had directly taken an entire vast world as its ancestral land. By freezing time, even the concept of time ceased to exist, allowing the deceased elder souls to remain intact and eternally reside here. Those who wanted to reduce their lifespan consumption could also enter this space to self-seal, which was much stronger than staying in the outer world. Stephanie suddenly understood why the Saint Lord once mentioned that when she grew enough, she could be sent to a mystical land for cultivation. It was probably to allow Xianxia Holy Land's past elders or great elders to guide her further along the path of the Tao. As the 2 pondered, a figure appeared behind them. 2 little ones, you've learned about the divine burial ground, right? A voice came, gentle and tender, almost mentor-like. Turning around, Stephanie and Irvin saw a fragmented soul. Without a body, it was just a spirit, seemingly intangible, but extremely beautiful and strikingly elegant, a powerful figure of unmatched beauty and life. Greetings, venerable one. Stephanie hastily bowed, followed by Irvin. This place is the divine burial ground, containing either already seated deities from the divine realm, once known for their mighty reputations. And I, known to the world as Koratian Mei, once held the position of Fremont in Xianxia Holy Land. Back in the days, forget it, let's not dwell on the past, it's all gone. No matter how formidable you are, sweeping through the world undefeated, or your unparalleled beauty, it all ends up as yellow earth and crimson skulls. Irvin's expression flickered upon hearing these words. This person was not ordinary. Once a grand elder of Xianxia Holy Land, belonging to an unknown era, Ewing, to hold such power under the authority second only to the Saint Lord and be buried here, meant they must have had a remarkable reputation. Boy, you have quite the talent. Especially this physical body, comparable to divine iron, rare throughout history. Even I have never seen such a powerful physique. As your cultivation advances, you will surely dominate an entire realm with this body. The fragmented soul praised him and instantly appeared beside Irvin, clearly admiring him. Gently touching Irvin's skin, she couldn't understand how such a small frame could bear so much divine power, destined to dominate. She wondered which family's prodigy this could be, fortuitously entering the divine burial ground. Alas, what a pity this fine seedling wasn't from Xianxia Holy Land. Because Xianxia Holy Land never accepted male disciples, otherwise, she'd love to pass down her legacy to someone like him for future greatness. Then her eyes sparkled. Though she couldn't bestow her own legacy, her lover from that era was a world-conquering supreme genius with unparalleled fame. Little one, would you accept my lover's legacy? You may have heard of his name, the Oswald. Chapter 232. If I am unmatched, why do I need an inheritance? What, Slade? Irvin's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly confused as he responded casually. Hearing this little brat speak, the remnant soul before him became even more animated, its eyes flashing with golden light, thinking that the person in front of it had heard of the name Slade. Impatiently, it said, assuming its love once wielded a formidable reputation in the eternal immortal domain. Indeed, it is Slade. Little friend, have you ever heard of his legend? However, Irvin crossed his arms in front of him, shook his head slightly, and replied indifferently. No, I don't know him, nor have I heard of him. Who exactly is this person? Upon hearing this, silence descended upon the scene, and the remnant soul's face turned awkward. Just as it was about to boast, this kid had never even heard of the name, leaving it at a loss for words. Snicker. The Megan couldn't help but laugh. The situation was just too ridiculous. Plus, her young husband wasn't giving any face to the other party at all. The remnant soul should have continued boasting smoothly, and he would have gone along with it. Instead, he directly asked, who exactly is this person? She, as the Megan, was professionally trained not to laugh unless she couldn't resist. This remnant soul endured its embarrassment, thinking that this was just a naive child who had limited knowledge and naturally wouldn't know of Slade. There was no need to be upset. Considering your young age, it's normal that you haven't heard of Slade's reputation. Little girl, have you heard of him? It is said that Slade was a hero of his time, wielding a yin-yang divine spear. He was invincible among his peers, traversed the path of geniuses, and conquered 9 major checkpoints on the divine road, leaving his name across countless star systems. He ultimately achieved the rank of a half-step Joab. Though only a half-step Joab, he still possessed immense power. The Megan replied with respect, bowing formally. The Korra remnant smiled and nodded appreciatively, finding this amorous delightful. Moreover, she showed remarkable talent despite her young age. Although she didn't quite match the boy beside her, in this great era, she was undoubtedly a top-notch genius and worth cultivating as an heir. Then the remnant shifted its gaze back to Irvin. Though this kid lacked knowledge and manners, he was indeed a rare genius, unmatched and peerless. His body gleamed like jade, radiating immense power far surpassing others of his age. If he could accept the inheritance of her deceased love, Slade, he was destined to elevate and magnify it. Her deceased love would surely smile from beyond the grave if this happened. Little one, did you hear that? Slade had a formidable reputation in his time, sweeping through realms as a prodigy, once a half-step Joab. The remnant's eyes sparkled as it looked at Irvin, seeing him as unrefined jade waiting to be carved. It hoped this young man would accept the inheritance and spread its glory. It believed that after the explanation, Irvin would eagerly accept the inheritance. But why did this little one remain so calm, even displaying a hint of disdain in his eyes? Irvin was speechless. A mere half-step Joab, what was there to brag about? His Miles was the current Joab, the strongest cultivator in existence, unparalleled in the world. Forget half-step Joabs. Even peak Joabs were nothing more than ants in his Miles' eyes. Did he really need the inheritance of a measly half-step Joab? In his family, a half-step Joab didn't even have the right to see him and needed an appointment to meet Irvin. However, the remnant thought Irvin hadn't refused and assumed he was contemplating. Thus, it explained further, this inheritance consists of a cultivation technique and a spear. The cultivation technique is called the Heavenly War Spear Technique. When perfected, it can reverse yin and yang, control the world's fate, and leave no rival. As for the spear, it is none other than the yin-yang divine spear, which accompanied Slade throughout his battles. With these treasures, how could you worry about finding your place in this chaotic era? As the Korra remnant reminisced, she remembered meeting her love on the divine road, traveling through countless worlds before finally marrying. Their story was widely celebrated, a beautiful tale. Unfortunately, time was ruthless, and the forces of change and darkness lurked everywhere, constantly threatening life. Even a Joab was not immune to potential dangers. Here, though reduced to a remnant soul in the burial ground of gods, being able to pass down this legacy and shine once again was a form of rebirth. But Irvin bowed politely. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. But the Joab's inheritance isn't suitable for me. Please choose someone more worthy. The Korra remnant, however, felt more pleased, assuming Irvin understood the preciousness of the half-step Joab's inheritance and was modestly refusing. Don't worry, little one. You deserve this inheritance of a half-step Joab. One day, you will magnify its glory and become another legendary tale. Irvin, however, rejected outright. Elder, this half-step Joab's inheritance is insignificant to me. It's tasteless and regretful to possess. Let's call it off. Irvin tried his best to be polite, avoiding offensive words. After all, to him, the inheritance of a half-step Joab was less valuable than refuse and not worth a second glance. But openly rejecting such an inheritance, especially from a Joab, albeit a remnant soul, was disrespectful. The Korra remnant's eyes grew cold, its expression icy, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Its love's inheritance, a glorious half-step Joab's legacy, was rejected by this kid, a direct challenge to the dignity of a Joab. Joabs must not be disgraced. Just as it was about to lose its temper, reason prevailed, forcing the anger down. In a split second, it considered many possibilities. Perhaps this kid came from an immensely powerful background, an eternal force no weaker than the Yaochi Holy Land, possibly possessing legacies comparable to Supreme Joabs. So, to him, a half-step Joab's inheritance was indeed insignificant and overkill, leading to rejection. And now, as just a remnant soul, it realized this kid must have extraordinary abilities and profound backing to enter the Yaochi Holy Land and the burial ground of gods. It decided not to create trouble. Refusing the inheritance was just a matter of poor judgment. Forgive the child for his innocent refusal. Still, internally, it fumed, having its legacy rejected by a mere child, an unbearable humiliation. Meanwhile, inside Irvin's mind, the system was laughing uncontrollably. Haha, finally, someone else understands my pain. Truly, suffering the same fate. Yoinked, why can't I stop laughing? Even when both are humiliated by the host, I find it hilarious. Recalling how Irvin often dismissed things, relying on his unbeatable background and superior conditions, only to always outshine others, the system couldn't help but laugh at others' misfortune. Finally, someone else experienced his feelings. Chapter 233. The dignified Joab mentally collapsed. Hudson remained calm and indifferent, showing no concern. Originally wishing to live a laid-back life, he was constantly urged on by both his family and the system. Now they wanted him to accept the legacy of a half-step Joab? Apart from questioning whether this half-step Joab's legacy was worthy of him, Hudson didn't want to unjustly shoulder any cause and effect burden, which would later require him to propagate the legacy, an exhausting task. Rejecting it outright seemed like a better option to avoid future complications. Moreover, Hudson had his own path to walk. The path of invincibility requires no inheritance. Since you, young lad, don't appreciate this so much, then let's bestow it upon this young girl instead. The Korra's remnant spirit abruptly shifted her tone, flickering into presence beside Kay. Young girl, this venerable one can see at a glance that you possess the great Ean's sacred body, an extremely rare prodigy. Furthermore, the cold poison within your body is completely gone, as if some extraordinary encounter has resolved it for you. In the future, your cultivation path will be straightforward, reaching the peak directly. Upon hearing this, Kay quickly bowed respectfully to the remnant spirit. After all, this person had once been the supreme elder of the Jade Pool in some distant era. Despite the unknown time period, she still regarded the spirit as her senior, deserving respect. Thank you for your favor, senior. Young girl, this venerable one already intended to entrust my legacy to you. Now, I might as well also hand over my lover's legacy to you, hoping you will glorify us both by blazing a trail of invincibility and upholding it. The knowledge I can impart includes a cultivation technique and divine treasures. My technique is called Heavenly Maiden Transformation, containing 49 lesser arts within, powerful enough to rival some of the greatest treasured techniques. As for the divine weapon, it's called the Celestial Silk Robe, thin as cicada wings, leaving no visible traces when worn but capable of blocking any attack from cultivators below the Joab rank. The Korra's remnant spirit explained. Then with a casual flick of her finger, the surrounding space warped, fragmenting into black holes as if a divine being were descending. For radiant orbs shattered through the void, appearing before the remnant spirit. These are the supreme treasures I mentioned, our combined legacies. Specifically, my Celestial Silk Robe, Heavenly Maiden Transformation, his Yin-Yang Divine Spear, and the Battle Heaven Spear technique. With another flick, these 4 orbs fell before Kay. These were all legacies of a Joab, immensely potent, and including the Celestial Silk Robe and Yin-Yang Divine Spear. In the future contests among top geniuses, she wouldn't fear the elite youths, gaining greater confidence to match them without falling behind. Kay revealed a faint smile and bowed respectfully. Gratitude to the Supreme Elder. Seeing the treasures contained within the orbs, Hudson slightly frowned. Isn't this how stingy all Joabs are? They're supposed to be standing at the pinnacle of creation, defying time and harm with supreme power. How could they be so stingy? The treasures offered. Could they really be called treasures? Just in his system space, there were countless treasures piled up. Especially considering the functionality of the Celestial Silk Robe, it could only block the full attacks of cultivators below the Joab rank. As descendants of immortal powers, under constant scrutiny, including by Joabs, such defenses would be worthless against true mighty beings. Compared to the Celestial Silk Robe, his god pendant was a genuine life-saving treasure. The god pendant could shield him from calamity and even take a fatal blow, crafted from the precious Navara green gold. Moreover, he had 5 such god pendants stored in his system space. Seeing his fiancée's joy, like receiving a supreme treasure, gazing at the orbs before her, Hudson thought about giving one of those god pendants to his beloved wife after returning to the Edie Palace, to protect her from disasters, saving her life. A more practical effect than blocking mere attacks. The Korra's remnant spirit, having bestowed her legacy to Kay, nodded. Meryl's reaction was appropriate. Then, seeing Hudson, who showed no interest or excitement for such a legacy, rather looking disdainful, as if unimpressed, this child was picky indeed. Whether the Celestial Silk Robe, the Yin-Yang Divine Spear, or their combined legacies, they were among the finest in eternal immortal domain, yet were now belittled. Annoyance spread across her face. A Joab's dignity should not be insulted. Even the slightest blessing of a Joab required deep gratitude, prostration, and faith offerings. Insults repeated by this little brat felt like a challenge to her dignity. Seems, this brat lacks any understanding of what a Joab truly represents. He needs to learn just how formidable a Joab can be. Humph! She emitted a cold snort, releasing a purely Joab aura, vast and overwhelming, shaking space and reversing the celestial bodies. Even as a remnant soul, her power was eternal and unbounded in this grand universe, retaining full Joab might. The moment the aura appeared, the entire cosmos seemed to tremble, numerous ancient life stars losing their orbits. Sun and moon, veiled in mist, sank into nothingness. This world erupted in great waves, rivers reversed, heaven and earth turned upside down. This, the supreme Joab. A single thought could cause heaven and earth to collapse, all things to fall. Even a trace of this power wasn't something any being within the divine realm could withstand. Hudson was speechless, feeling like he was getting blamed for no reason. Was this Joab really so petty? He wasn't intentionally looking down on those treasures. In his system space, treasures piled up endlessly. Should he feign shock and praise the Celestial Silk Robe and Yin-Yang Divine Spear? He couldn't lie either. Who would have thought this remnant soul was so petty? Sensing the imminent pressure of a Joab's aura bearing down on him, making him shudder, Hudson's eyes turned cold, daring to apply Joab pressure on him, attempting to make him kneel. This remnant soul surely lacked judgment. She had chosen the wrong opponent today. Preparing to activate the system's invincible defense mode. Before he could act, a brilliant light erupted from his chest. Like a blazing sun amidst the stars, a luminous moon piercing the night sky. Accompanied by a dazzling radiance, an incomparable aura emanated, transcending the imperial domain, beyond worldly realms. Hudson instantly recognized this as his Miles's leftover Joab aura. Chapter 234. The Emperor's Aura, Sacred Earth Trembles. When he was 6 years old, his Miles left several strands of Joab's aura within him. It was to prevent any unforeseen disasters, and the Joab's aura would never dissipate. It could remain by his side eternally unless someone could disperse it. But in this universe, no one could disperse the Joab's aura. At that moment, an overwhelmingly vast strand of aura emerged from his chest. Though just a simple strand, it radiated like a brilliant sun, intimidating countless stars. The instant the Joab's aura appeared, this grand world swayed precariously, unable to bear the pressure and seemed on the verge of collapsing. Earlier, when the divine Korra's aura spread out, it merely shook the galaxy and caused the cycles of day and night. Now, with the Emperor's aura emerging, even this timeless grand world, the revered divine burial ground, faced the danger of destruction. The heavens, dimensions, galaxies, and space-time quivered and shattered before this aura, unable to withstand its power. It was terrifying, far beyond limits. Within this grand world, some smaller worlds collapsed into nothingness, leaving not a trace of life. Even the previously confident remnant soul of the heavenly Kristen Korra felt shaken upon sensing this aura, becoming much more faint and unstable. In front of this aura, she felt like the tiniest ant, utterly powerless to resist. Fortunately, this aura only contained the most primitive protective will without any intention to attack. Otherwise, she was certain that in that brief moment, she would have been reduced to nothingness, her will disappearing entirely. There wouldn't even be a chance for her to enter the cycle of rebirth, leaving her to exist in eternal emptiness. The heavenly Kristen Korra knelt on the ground, breathing heavily and drenched in cold sweat, her snow-white chest partially exposed, revealing an alluring charm. Compared to her previously solid soul form, she had now dimmed considerably. Many remnants of the powerful beings who had long passed away within this grand world also revived, feeling the overwhelming pressure as if facing the end of the world. Their souls became faint, too terrified to even raise their heads as they knelt submissively. They were all mighty figures in the divine realm, having achieved remarkable feats in life, and naturally understood the gravity of the situation. The Joab's aura revealed itself. This meant provoking the Joab. Internally screaming, they wondered who could be so blind to provoke the Joab. Did the Joab personally descend? But then again, how could anyone in the divine burial ground dare to provoke the Joab? They were all supposed to be dead, yet suddenly the heavens collapsed, darkness enveloped the world, and countless small worlds vanished into void. Even in death, they couldn't rest in peace. Moreover, the power of the Joab's aura transcended infinite space, surpassing spatial barriers, manifesting vividly in the secluded mountains behind the Jade Pool Holy Land, shining brilliantly like the sun, illuminating everything and sweeping away all. As soon as the Emperor's aura appeared, the Jade Pool Holy Land trembled. The dragon chi dimmed, seemingly suppressed. Even the Jade Pool Holy Palace wobbled unsteadily, with myriad celestial lights falling chaotically, devoid of order. The Joab's aura was too majestic, too terrifying, affecting everyone within the Jade Pool Holy Land. Young disciples of lower cultivation levels found their spiritual energy dispersed, unable to absorb or practice normally, while the earth shook violently as if offending a deity, making them lose balance. However, the higher one's cultivation, the more they sensed the overwhelming terror of this aura. The entire Jade Pool Holy Land swayed dangerously, incredibly unstable. Some elders were pressed to the ground by the immense pressure, unable to endure it, their bones almost cracking. Stunned and shouting in disbelief, they couldn't comprehend who had provoked the Joab. The aura was clearly above that of a divine Korra, causing even the peak immortal forces to sway precariously, risking collapse. Elder Tatiana, under this pressure, knelt on her knees, her tender shoulders exposed, her head bowed. Feeling the tremendous pressure, she appeared fearful, just like the other two elders. The higher their cultivation, the more severely they were affected by this pressure. They lay prostrate, appearing frail and unable to resist. The Joab's aura was far beyond what even the divine Korra could counter. Could it be that the Joab is here? Under the heavens, no one possesses such an aura. Gideon's pupils widened, her watery eyes reflecting shock. Tatiana and Xianxia shared similar thoughts. There was only one Joab in this era, Brecken. Ewing wasn't the Joab and Sage Lord both at the eternal Ewing family? Moreover, why would the Jade Pool Holy Land suffer such significant impact even if the Joab was angered? The Jade Pool Holy Land was practically a vassal to the eternal Ewing family. As they speculated, in a secret space, a Cecilia clad in tight black clothing opened her eyes abruptly. Her body exuded a glossy shine, her hair tied in a sleek ponytail, exuding sharp efficiency and decisiveness. Her dark pupils reflected various strange phenomena, showing her formidable presence. This Cecilia was the supreme elder of the Jade Pool Holy Land, second only to Louisa in this era. She quickly stood up, looking towards the rear mountain. She could sense that something was amiss in the silent grand world, with the Joab's aura present. Clearly, a major issue had arisen, or else the Joab's aura wouldn't have appeared. But how could the Joab's aura appear in that grand world? It was unimaginable. Moving like a shadow, she flew swiftly towards the rear mountain. Although the divine burial ground was important, involving the Joab could bring consequences far beyond their holy land's capacity. The exposure of the Joab's aura signified his wrath, which made the entire universe tremble. However, they couldn't imagine that all these changes, including the heaven and earth upheaval and the shaking holy land, were due to just one strand of aura emitted by Irvin. Chapter 235. The Joab is your Cashin? Why didn't you say so earlier? In that grand universe, Irvin saw how the aura of the Joab had caused such a stir. Even the grand universe was teetering on the brink of collapse, unable to withstand this divine pressure. Hastily, he reined in the aura of the Joab within him, not daring to let it out any further. Otherwise, if this grand universe were destroyed, he would have ruined the place where elders from the Jade Pond Holy Land resided. Although it was just one grand universe, his mother would surely confine him within the myriad ages Ewing family, not letting him run around recklessly, as trouble always seemed to follow him. Truth be told, he hadn't intended for this to happen. Who knew that after releasing the aura of the divine Korra, the Joab's aura in his body would become so eager and uncontrollable. Looking at the remnant soul of the Korra, she was now trembling and kneeling on the ground, her shoulders exposed, her face deathly pale, looking as if she were facing a demon from hell, completely pitiful. Even after the Joab's aura had disappeared, the remnant soul still knelt, not daring to move an inch. Inside, she was cursing herself. Just who was this young man with the Joab's aura inside him? In countless ages, there were only a few Joabs. One hand could count them all. She really had bad luck, having met someone like him. At this moment, she did not dare to move at all, showing extreme respect and fear. Thankfully, the Joab's aura had not been released with any hostility. Otherwise, this starfield would have been her grave. Meanwhile, Irvin looked at the humble and submissive remnant soul of the Korra, finding it amusing. This stark contrast between her previous arrogance and present humility made it seem as though they were two different people. He then calmly said, "Senior, please stand up." Upon hearing these words, the remnant soul became even more nervous, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Internally, she lamented, "Little ancestor, I can't possibly be your senior. You have the mark of a Joab inside you, indicating a significant connection to one." She wouldn't dare call this person senior, even if she had 10,000 guts. This was a matter too profound for her to handle. However, since the little ancestor had ordered it, she hesitantly stood up again. Bowing respectfully, she asked, "Mighty maiden, may I ask who you are?" The Edie of Jade Pond couldn't help but smile awkwardly. The reversal had come too quickly. Just moments ago, she was addressing herself as this Korra, and now she was calling herself maiden. "I am the young master of the myriad ages Ewing family. My Miles is the only current Joab, Bogdan, and my mother is the current holy master of the Jade Pond Holy Land, Louisa." Irvin answered truthfully without any concealment. Upon hearing this, the Korra remnant stumbled, almost losing her balance, her legs weak and teeth chattering. What had she heard? His Miles was the current Joab. His mother was the holy master of Jade Pond. This kid, with such an unbeatable background, wasn't lying low at home. Instead, he wandered about alone causing trouble. Didn't he know how much harm this would cause those unaware? But she only thought this internally, never daring to speak such thoughts aloud. Reflecting on his earlier words about considering the half-step divine Korra inheritance insignificant, she realized how powerful his background truly was. To him, even the inheritance of a divine Korra was worthless. She had overstepped her boundaries, and now felt utterly ashamed. Then she pointed at Stephanie beside Irvin and asked, "And who is this?" Irvin immediately understood and smiled. This is the Edie of Jade Pond and also a disciple of Holy Master Louisa. The Korra remnant instantly froze, her pupils dilating. What had she heard? This boy was the son of a Joab, and this girl was the Edie of Jade Pond. A former Sydney of hers dared to act arrogantly before these two? She suddenly felt that she deserved to be suppressed by the aura of the Joab. Then, approaching Irvin and the Edie, she said humbly, "Cough, cough, young friend. I see that you possess extraordinary bones and peerless talent, destined to become a deity or emperor. Just now, I was merely joking. Please do not take offense." Next, she approached the Edie of Jade Pond, lightly touching her forehead with her slender fingers. A faint light entered the Edie's mind, followed by various symbols of great doctrines imprinting themselves within. Instantly, two luminous orbs merged into her body. One was the Heavenly Charm Core's transformation technique, and the other was the Heavenly Spear Honorable's Battle Heaven Spear technique. Faint light radiated from her body, revealing ancient imprints, resonating with each other. After a brief while, accompanied by a loud boom, the Edie had already comprehended both techniques and stepped into the initial level. Irvin smiled gently, thinking about how this Korra remnant had been so high and mighty just moments ago. Now, she acted like a sycophant, personally guiding Stephanie in mastering the transformation technique and the spear technique. Before Irvin could react, she approached him once again. "Young friend, you possess excellent bone structure and matchless talent. This world of contention is indeed your stage. Though you look down upon the mere divine Korra inheritance, you must still have a suitable weapon. Look." As she spoke, a piece of god metal appeared in her hand, shining brilliantly with runes swirling around it, emitting a dazzling light. It was extremely delicate yet incredibly durable, seeming indestructible. The god metal exuded a lustrous flow of light, intertwined with yin-yang energies, adding another layer of mysticism with its intricate runes. Irvin's eyes flashed with recognition. It was yin-yang god metal. Similar to Bailuo green gold and other grades of god metals, it could be used to forge divine weapons. Young friend, to be honest, this yin-yang god metal is transformed from the remains of my beloved. Although he was just a half-step Joab, he had crossed into that realm, integrating his essence into his skeletal remains. Ultimately, it transformed into this piece of god metal, waiting for a karmic match to take it away. The moment I saw you, I felt that you were precisely the karmic match. The Korra remnant spoke warmly, holding the god metal in her hands, eyes full of expectation. She hoped Irvin would accept it. It was transformed from her beloved's remains and contained immense efficacy, whether for forging weapons or aiding cultivation. Giving it to Irvin would be a good deed. Being the son of a Joab with boundless fortune, accepting this good deed would subtly allow the god metal to be imbued with the fate of a Joab's son, protecting and benefiting its next incarnation. Seeing the hope in the Korra remnant's eyes, Irvin smiled. Since it was being offered freely, and it contained the essence of a half-step Joab, he might as well accept it. He took it into his hands and placed it in the system space. "I will take it. Since we've gotten familiar with this place, let's leave now." Irvin extended his small hand, grabbed Stephanie's jade-like hand, and initiated the infinite travel mode, Exiting the Grand Universe. Leaving now was the best option. Entering carelessly had nearly destroyed the Grand Universe. Moreover, the aura of the Joab he had emitted earlier caused numerous lesser universes to collapse into nothingness, awakening most of the slumbering remnants in the burial ground of gods. Chapter 236. The Fremont arrives, and the three life divine water. Watching Irvin and Stephanie leave the great world, the Korra's remnant soul let out a long sigh of relief. She inwardly lamented that she had finally sent this troublesome little ancestor away. A mere thread of chi had caused such chaos in the great world. Countless lesser worlds collapsed into nothingness, and many powerful deities awakened, cowering on the ground in terror. However, her life was spared. The aura of the Joab did not attack her. Instead, it left with a piece of divine gold formed from the remains of her lover. She silently prayed that this little troublemaker would never return. He had been too disruptive. Now he could wreak havoc outside instead. Wait, since he was now at the Xianxia Holy Land, didn't that mean the Holy Land might be in for some trouble? As space warped and time flowed, Irvin soon appeared with Stephanie in the rear mountain area. Just out of the spatial portal, Irvin still held Stephanie's delicate hand. Big sister Stephanie, this journey wasn't in vain, Irvin said playfully, his eyes squinting in delight. We entered the land of godly burial, and even gained some divine weapons and techniques for free. Irvin's smile made Stephanie's heart melt, especially as her hand remained intertwined with his. Her face flushed, her heart pounding like a rabbit's. Then, on impulse, she hugged him tightly and planted a kiss on his cheek. I must thank you, little husband. Without you, those two cultivation techniques wouldn't have come so easily. Just then, a black figure flashed by like lightning, moving with incredible speed. Before Irvin or Stephanie could react, the figure stood before them. Slim and clad in black attire, her long hair styled in a high ponytail, she exuded a sharp and lethal presence, like an assassin hidden in the shadows. Her eyes were as dark as ink, deep and unfathomable like the abyss. Stunned by the sudden appearance of the black-clad figure, Irvin stepped back in surprise while Stephanie retreated hurriedly. Recognizing the newcomer, Stephanie breathed a sigh of relief. Greetings, Fremont. This was none other than the current Fremont of the Xianxia Holy Land, whose rank was second only to the Holy Lord. Her name was Ying, and just like a night assassin, she dressed in tight-fitting black clothes, seldom speaking unless necessary. Her physique was lithe and graceful, much like the Shadow Walker, always draped in a black veil, reminiscent of Anita in some ways. Sensing the terrifying aura earlier, knowing something significant had happened in the great world, she rushed here, coincidentally meeting these two. Moreover, the Divine Emperor's aura released just now must be related to Irvin. Considering this, Ying scrutinized Irvin without pressing him for details. Upon arrival, she instantly checked the spatial portal and the great world, finding everything intact and safe. Clearly, the aura was non-hostile. Under her intense gaze, Irvin and Stephanie felt uneasy. Ying hadn't spoken a single word throughout this encounter. Her nature was cold and emotionless, akin to a shadow killer who merely acted. Abruptly, her voice turned frigid. Jethro, Anita wishes to discuss something important with you. Please come to the Xianxia Palace. Without waiting for a response, Ying dissolved into a blur of black and vanished through space. What a chilly Cecilia, Irvin remarked humorously. Don't take it to heart, little husband. Fremont cultivates the path of detachment, with an icy demeanor and an ironclad Tao heart. She treats everyone this way, including the Holy Lord. Moreover, she is decisive and ruthless like a grim reaper, merciless to those she targets, surpassing even the best-trained killers. Irvin nodded, though a doubt lingered. Could the companion attraction mode of the system fail? This Cecilia seemed impervious to it. Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted. Please do not doubt the system's ability. With the companion attraction mode, even a Cecilia as cold as ice will be intrigued. Sure enough, within a void, Ying's usually calm eyes flickered with a ripple of emotion. That age-old, unyielding Tao heart showed a hint of tremor. That little boy is indeed quite cute, she mused before regaining her composure and returning to her sanctuary. Meanwhile, Irvin and Stephanie swiftly arrived outside the Xianxia Palace. Only those summoned were allowed entry, including the Edie herself. Stepping forward, Irvin marveled at the grand architecture, illuminated by 10,000 rays of light with imperial dragon chi swirling around, sacred and awe-inspiring. It seemed less stable than before, as if it had experienced an earthquake. If outsiders knew how close it came to being destroyed, they would surely scold the place. Entering the palace, adorned with lavish decorations and jade furniture, glowing beautifully, they found Anita cloaked in black mist and a veil, along with elders Tatiana and two others awaiting their arrival. Greetings, Jethro. The three elders bowed respectfully, inwardly blaming Irvin for causing the upheaval. Who else could stir the Joab's aura? The higher their cultivation, the more severely they were affected, suppressed by the Joab's aura and unable to resist. If not for protective spiritual energy, they might have been buried in dirt. But now, the elders kept quiet to save face. How embarrassing it would be if they admitted being overpowered by mere chi. Straight to the point, Anita began. Xiao Clinton, after discussion with my mother and the Xianxia Holy Land's leadership, we've decided to use the divine spring water inside this palace, the three life divine water. Held in her arms, Irvin frowned, puzzled. He had just heard about the mystical properties of the three life divine water and now would witness it? Anita explained further. In the cosmic realms, amidst wars with the chaotic outer cosmos, the darkness was formidable. Dark entities and celestial demons ravaged countless worlds. Without the guardianship of the Ying family and ancient ancestors, these realms would have fallen. Fortunately, the laws of the cosmic realms differed from the outer cosmos, stalling their invasion. However, vigilance was still needed. Even the combined forces of the eternal Ying family and allies faced obstacles, unable to penetrate the outer cosmos due to resistance. But an ancestor from the Ying family discovered a method to breach the outer cosmos. And that method was Chapter 237. One glimpse that can astonish a lifetime. It required supreme divine power to carve out a sacred domain of myriad heavens. After conquering the outer chaos, its corresponding great Tao needed to be assimilated into the sacred domain of myriad heavens. The worlds in outer chaos would then become part of myriad universes, serving as a battleground between myriad heavens and outer chaos. However, assimilating a world's great Tao was extremely difficult, especially one already tainted by darkness. Even with numerous ancient patriarchs and grand elders from the Ewing family and allied armies from myriad worlds, no substantial progress had been made. Consequently, the expansion plans were temporarily on hold. Amidst this deadlock, Amy, known as the peerless prohibited realm demoness who had gained enlightenment through conquest and devouring all, brought a ray of hope. During the campaigns against outer chaos, she had devoured many celestial demons and dark entities, even demon generals and kings. Over time, she gradually attuned herself to the great Tao of outer chaos, eventually becoming the only individual capable of adapting to both the great Tao of myriad heavens and outer chaos. Utilizing the confluence of these two Taos, Amy merged them with her own great Tao, creating a new cultivation technique called the Primal Chaos Demon Fetus, which had immense potential. This method could not only enhance her strength, but also assist the Myriad World Alliance in establishing a sacred domain within the outer chaos. Unfortunately, despite her outstanding talent, she encountered a bottleneck, preventing the full completion of the Primal Chaos Demon Fetus. Returning home, she discussed with Louisa and Bogdan, obtaining Louisa's approval to visit the Jade Pool's sacred land, where only the chief elder could open the gateway when the Holy Master was absent. With Louisa's written consent, Amy secured permission from several elders and proceeded to the sacred land. The 3 lifetimes divine water resided in another dimension, strictly guarded. As they entered, the scene transformed, revealing a mystical environment enveloped in mist. Before them lay a divine spring, reflecting radiant light, emitting an aura rich with Tao principles. "Little Clinton, let's start," Amy said in a gentle yet enchanting voice. She revealed her true form, clad in black attire that accentuated her slender, voluptuous figure with smooth, jade-like skin. Her eyes captivated anyone who looked upon them, resembling blooming lavender orchids. Removing her veil, her beauty was so overwhelming that it seemed the world itself paused in awe. Her perfect features were like works of divine craftsmanship, mesmerizing like a goddess from mythology. Irvin stood there, his heart trembled at the sight. Never before, even across lifetimes, had he seen such breathtaking beauty. It surpassed anything he had ever imagined. Irvin felt as if he was dreaming, for such celestial elegance seemed unattainable outside dreams. Seeing his endearing reaction, Amy smiled, a smile capable of entrancing all creation. Slowly removing her clothes, she entered the divine spring, her flawless skin glowing. Summoning Irvin with a gesture, he too fell into the spring. In an instant, they were enveloped by a surge of symbols and Tao principles, intertwining past, present, and future laws. Each drop of water carried profound Tao power, allowing both siblings to experience the essence of different eras simultaneously. Amy closed her eyes, imperial runes shimmering on her skin. She aimed to synthesize past, present, and future Taos, refining her primal chaos demon fetus. Meanwhile, Irvin absorbed the moment deeply. Just then, a notification interrupted. Ding, sensing host's enlightenment, infinite enlightenment mode activated. Ding, sensing slow effect of 3 lifetimes divine water, system reward, enlightenment treasure tree. Hashtag chapter 238. Another breakthrough, a convergence of Tao arts. Irvin's gaze sharpened slightly. This system, it seemed to have become so used to popping up that not doing so made it seem uncomfortable. He had only come to accompany his elder sister and had no interest in anything else. However, after the system's voice faded away, the infinite enlightenment mode activated, and Irvin felt as if he transformed into a black hole, devouring the surrounding heaven and earth's spiritual energy voraciously. The power of Tao and laws in this space swirled like tornadoes, vying to rush into Irvin's body. The 3 lifetimes divine water began to boil with a radiant glow as various laws enveloped Irvin's body, forming a dazzling reflection with the glowing runes, shimmering together brilliantly. Irvin was submerged in the water, yet he seemed blessed by the highest Tao. His blood boiled, and the cells within his body seemed to be cheering joyfully, as if they were about to transcend into a higher realm, undergoing transformation. The perfected chaos body activated on its own, emitting an aura of chaos. The divine power of chaos spread out, automatically forming a chaotic domain, filling this space with vastness. Every bone within him was wrapped in runes, radiating formidable divine power and emitting a divine light. At this moment, even the 3 supreme physiques, chaos body, immortal bone, and heavy pupil, all acted on their own accord, seeking to comprehend the Tao from different eras, assimilating them thoroughly and etching them into their very being for further advancement. Past, present, and future represented countless eras and ages, with different rules intertwining and fusing, as if nurturing a peerless divine entity. A flash of divine light shot out from Irvin's chest, piercing through his eyes. But the divine spring remained perfectly stable, far beyond what various energy fluctuations could influence. Not even a ripple stirred. And yet, Irvin broke through another level. He stepped into the 4th firmament of the divine mansion realm. All of this happened in mere moments. Even Anita, who was soaking in the divine spring, preparing to practice her Tao arts, was slightly taken aback. There are breakthrough methods like this? How astonishing must her little brother's comprehension be? How much time had passed since entering the 3 lifetimes divine water? Only a brief moment. And he had effortlessly broken through a minor realm? Moreover, it was the perfect fusion of 10 divine mansions, which itself held immense potential, storing tens of times more Tao power than the ordinary 10 divine mansions. Breaking through at the perfect divine mansion realm was incredibly challenging and slow, but for her little brother, it seemed non-existent. No matter what realm he was in, he could easily break through with ease. In that instant, Anita envied her little brother's innate strength. If she had his talent, comprehension, and potential, she could create miracles, forging legends. Such a prodigy must be cultivated and cannot be wasted. He must focus on pursuing the supreme Tao. Xiao Clinton, don't be arrogant. The 3 lifetimes divine water is a rare opportunity, representing the Tao and all types of supreme rules from ancient and modern eras. If you can assimilate them, you can certainly forge a new path. With your comprehension, I believe you can do it. Anita gave a gentle smile, hugged Irvin, and kissed his forehead. Then she prepared to immerse herself in the divine spring to transform her primordial demon fetus. Successfully transforming it would mean stepping across that boundary, not only elevating her combat power to the peak of all realms, but also playing a significant role in resisting chaos from outside the cosmic boundaries. Additionally, it would help open up new territories and repel the invasion of darkness. Just as she was about to close her eyes and immerse herself, Irvin suddenly spoke up. Sister, although the 3 lifetimes divine water is effective for our enlightenment, it's too slow. I have a supreme treasure that can assist you. Irvin smiled adorably, his chubby hand waving. Instantly, in the center of the vast divine spring, a divine tree appeared. It contained the power of Tao, with a thick trunk yet full of grace. Tao patterns intertwined, and various laws wrapped around its branches and leaves, manifesting distinctively. From this treasure tree, myriad divine lights and different law auras continuously cascaded down, captivating the heart and mind, making one lose themselves in it as if about to ascend to immortality instantly. As this divine tree appeared, Anita's eyes flashed brilliantly with surprise. This is an enlightenment treasure tree. Where did you get this enlightenment treasure tree? And, observing its form and emanating Tao aura, this is a fully matured enlightenment tree. It is immensely beneficial for cultivators, and there are few such trees found throughout all realms. Even we, as mighty figures in the divine realm, greatly value it. Anita asked, looking at her little brother. At this moment, she increasingly felt that her little brother harbored great secrets. Possessing the famed unbeatable heavy pupil, he had already broken her illusion the first time they met. Originally, she only hoped he could reach the Shackles realm before arriving at the Jade Pool Holy Land. Now, he was already at the 4th firmament of the Divine Mansion realm, and had attained the perfect divine mansion. Casual gestures revealed treasures rarely seen in all realms, greatly aiding even someone at her level. Thinking of this, Anita stared at Irvin for a while, making Irvin somewhat shy, unable to meet her gaze directly. After all, Anita was still soaking in the divine spring, wearing nothing. Anita cupped her cheeks, staring into his pure eyes, a finger propping her chin. No matter what secrets he might possess, he was just her little brother. As long as he achieved greatness, in this fiercely competitive world, he could vie for the supreme heavenly mandate and eventually dominate all realms. That would make her, as an elder sister, truly happy. She then continued soaking in the divine spring, circulating her cultivation techniques to transform her immortal body into a demon fetus, a major step that was difficult to overcome. Once, in the chaos outside the universe, she had tried to transform but failed despite her remarkable talents, even sustaining injuries. This first step was to heal those Tao wounds while incorporating the supreme rules of various eras into her body, creating new paths. Although in her past cultivation, she had blazed her own trail, far surpassing her peers and devouring divine blood from various realms, forging unique Tao paths. Now she aimed to completely merge herself with the supreme Tao from different eras. Meanwhile, using her devouring abilities to integrate these. Indeed, the various supreme Tao from the 3 lifetimes divine water merged as threads of Tao aura gradually fused into Anita's body, mingling with various runes, becoming one. At this moment, the enlightenment treasure tree seemed to resonate with the 3 lifetimes divine water. Different Tao auras interwove, sketching various runes in the void. Irvin also closed his eyes, carefully perceiving everything. He intended to leverage the 3 lifetimes divine water and the enlightenment treasure tree, along with his infinite enlightenment mode, to forge a brand new path today. With that thought, Irvin closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and prepared to enlighten. Chapter 239. Pioneering a new path, breaking through again and again. With the infinite enlightenment mode activated, Irvin was immersed in the waters of 3 lives. Tao methods from different eras enveloped him, their intertwining grand principles forming runes that illuminated around his body. Possessing the infinite enlightenment mode made enlightenment as easy as eating or drinking water. An effortless stretch, and yawn, a finger play, each action brought about enlightenment. Incredibly, the small frame of Irvin absorbed the Tao methods from different eras faster than the mighty divine Korra Amy. However, both were so engrossed in integrating the Tao that they failed to notice each other's transformations. Irvin naturally formed mudras, eyes closed, while a spiritual sea within him wildly churned, blending the intricate Tao methods of countless eras into it. The Chaos Atom technique also operated simultaneously, a technique revered through the ages for its unmatched power, capable of cultivating the body until it reached the peak of mightiness, dominating all realms. The Chaos Atom technique continued operating, and within Irvin's body, an essence of the Divine Emperor split into strands as thin as a 10,000th of a hair, flowing into him, assisting in cultivation. At this moment, Irvin had every advantage possible. 3 supreme physiques working simultaneously with the eternal first cultivation method Chaos Atom technique running. Additionally, he had the support of the Tao comprehending treasure tree and 3 lives divine water, not forgetting the influence of the Divine Emperor's essence. Almost instantaneously, it felt like a god appeared high above the space, seated aloft in the heavens, surveying everything below. His gaze could bring forth the illusionary extinction of countless universes, disrupt suns and stars, reverse the skies. The Chaos Atom technique seemed to have hit a turning point. A resounding bang echoed as if shackles broke free. The technique entered its second level. From Irvin's body emerged a column of energy, piercing the heavens like a pillar supporting the sky. He shone brilliantly, resembling a son of a deity, his powerful aura unparalleled, and his body crystalline, emitting a unique, condensed aura of an emperor. His cultivation soared from the 4th level of the Divine Mansion realm straight to the 6th level, an unprecedented breakthrough in history, beyond imagination. However, this was just the beginning. Irvin had yet to merge the grand principles from the past, present, and future into a completely new Tao method. He still had miles to go. Closing his eyes, he resumed immersing himself in the divine spring, comprehending the Tao principles of different times. The method of 3 clarities from one breath. Irvin invoked silently, the highest divine technique he had acquired from the system. This technique allowed him to create an external doppelganger, identical in strength and thought to the original, following commands perfectly. Understanding the nature of the 3 lives divine water, Irvin envisioned a bold plan. Before merging into a new Tao, he would create 3 doppelgangers representing past, present, and future selves along with his true self. Should his true self strength increase, so too would the doppelgangers. In battles against formidable foes, 4 of them could confront adversaries together. Thinking swiftly, Irvin immediately set to work. With a gesture, 3 threads of chaos essence appeared before him, infused with vitality. He wielded the human sovereign brush, outlining the shapes according to his form, pouring thick vitality and world essence from the sapling into the chaos essence threads. Irvin aimed for his doppelgangers to mirror his true self in cultivation, physique, Tao techniques, skills, and powers, leaving nothing out. Moreover, he envisaged commanding these doppelgangers in major conflicts while remaining idle himself. Their improved cultivation would feed back into his own, enhancing them both. Motivated by the effectiveness of the 3 lives divine water, combined with the method of 3 clarities from one breath, Irvin proceeded. 3 days later, amidst booming sounds and splashing water, 3 figures identical to Irvin emerged in the area. Each figure bore distinct grand principles, past, present, and future. Opening their eyes, they nodded at one another with serene smiles. They held individual consciousness but represented the main body, existing separately yet unified. Opposite them sat Irvin, bathed in myriad light, exuding chaos and imperial aura. Compared to Amy, who needed to coalesce Tao fruits, integrate ancient and modern Tao methods, and transform into a primordial demon embryo, Irvin had it easier. He just leveraged the infinite enlightenment mode, merged the 3 lives divine water with the Tao comprehending treasure trees properties, and blended Tao methods. As the spring boiled, Irvin ascended, his eyes flashing dominantly. At this moment, Irvin was a transcendent being, embodying supreme Tao, his existence harmonizing with the Tao principles of countless eras. His cultivation realm naturally progressed to the 7th level of the Divine Mansion realm. This journey had been worth it. He'd practiced the Chaos Atom technique to its 2nd layer, mastered the method of 3 clarities from one breath, created 3 doppelgangers, and boosted his realm directly to the 7th level. And he had pioneered a unique path, rising above the limitations of any era. On shore, a flash of light cloaked him in attire prepared by the omnipotent system, an entity that could upgrade modes and even take care of daily tasks for Irvin. Looking towards the immortal spring where the demonic maiden cultivated, her form radiating immortal light and covered in runes. To make such progress in the divine Korra realm is no mean feat, Irvin sighed. Cultivation was a race against fate, seizing destiny. Progress only grew more difficult with time. Seemingly sensing his dissatisfaction over the demonic maiden's slow pace, the system promptly chimed in. Beep beep beep, feeling the host's dissatisfaction, the demonic maiden should advance faster. Beep beep beep, upgrading infinite enlightenment mode. Beep beep beep, infinite enlightenment mode successfully upgraded. Now, the host can actively share the enlightenment abilities of this mode. If shared now, the demonic maiden will gain enhanced enlightenment, albeit only a third as effective as the host's abilities. Startled, Irvin wondered why the system was suddenly so reasonable. There must be a catch. Just then, the system's voice echoed again in his mind, confirming his suspicions. Hashtag chapter 240. 6 hours have passed. This is not the life I want. Beep, you are correct, host. Although your infinite enlightenment ability can be shared with Anita. But during this period, you cannot leave Anita beyond a certain range. Otherwise, she will lose the enhancement of enlightenment power, and unstable enlightenment could lead to a mental breakdown, possibly failing at the last moment, or even death and the dissipation of her Tao. Beep, special reminder. The certain range is within the Jade Pond Holy Land. Irvin was instantly speechless, even wanting to curse aloud. In his heart, he raged, damn system. I knew you wouldn't bring anything good when you appear. Are you not directly confining me within the Jade Pond Holy Land? And if I leave, my sister has the risk of dying or failing in cultivation. The system remained silent. What's done is done. Even it couldn't undo the situation. Speechless, Irvin vowed that once he had the chance, he would catch the system and slap it twice. Right then, the upgraded infinite enlightenment mode activated. As expected, there was a faint light connecting Irvin and Anita, invisible to others. Only Irvin clearly understood that they were sharing his enlightenment ability. He prayed inwardly, my dear sister, please enlighten faster. Otherwise, for your safety, I don't know how long we'll be trapped in this Jade Pond Holy Land. He shook his head. Since the mode was already active, there was no turning back. For his sister's sake, he should wait in the Jade Pond Holy Land. However, without family elders or parents here, no one could restrain him. He could wander freely as he wished. Irvin grinned mischievously and waved his hand, retracting the 3 Dharma bodies into his own body. He would send them out again when needed. For now, he wanted to continue exploring the Jade Pond Holy Land. Time to go play. Time passed swiftly. 6 years, just a blink of an eye. Indeed, 6 full years. In the eternal immortal domain, it seemed like just a fleeting cloud. Perhaps for those great powers who had entered the divine realm, 6 years might not even be enough to study a single Tao technique thoroughly. But for a kid like Irvin, 6 years meant immeasurable growth. During these 6 years, without Irvin's mischief, the eternal immortal domain experienced relative peace. While there were still supreme geniuses emerging like meteors, breaking past records and becoming legends, the absence of Irvin made it feel as though the main character of the universe was missing. Even when extraordinary geniuses performed miracles and became the talk of the town, people instinctively compared them to the man Irvin. They discovered they were far from comparable, not on the same level. Irvin could easily overpower and crush them all. As the paramount being of all eternity, Irvin stood above all minor talents. But people in the eternal immortal domain wondered why the former shining star, the man who broke records and created miracles every few days, had suddenly disappeared. Some young disciples speculated, the man despite his unparalleled talent, remains merely a mortal body. Perhaps he lacks the stamina, so the eternal Ewing clan kept him hidden to avoid embarrassment. But some far-sighted elders of major sects said, the man is the paramount being of all eternity, with unmatched talent through ancient and modern times, and built the perfect divine palace, called the first person ever. He might have been too brilliant, attracting the envy of dark entities. To prevent accidents, the Joab might have hidden him within the Ewing family for secret training. When he emerges, he may sweep away all enemies. Most people thought the man was hidden by the Ewing clan for various reasons, waiting to emerge someday. But what they didn't know was that for these 6 years, Irvin hadn't gone anywhere, not even able to return home. He had spent a full 6 years within the Jade Pond Holy Land. Beneath the Jade Tower in the Jade Pond Holy Land, Irvin sat casually. Irvin had grown significantly, transforming from a cute little boy into a handsome youth. His face was handsome but not fully developed, yet already displaying the features of a celestial being. He was surrounded by immortal chi, looking like a youthful deity, with skin as smooth and delicate as jade, rivaling the skin of a maiden in her prime. Tongzi, 6 years, do you know how I've lived the past 6 years? Irvin cursed in his heart. For 6 years, he led a life that was simply inhumane. As he grew older, the allure of the partner attraction mode became increasingly irresistible, especially in the Jade Pond Holy Land, which only had female disciples. Being teased daily by his fiancée, the Jade Pond deity, was one thing. But those outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples nurtured with great resources constantly sought him out, wanting to engage in pleasure, discussing the Tao. They tried everything possible, using all kinds of excuses, even making oversized lollipops to tempt him, inviting him to their palaces late at night, saying they had toys and treasures. If that weren't enough, Emmanuel, unaware of his true identity and knowing only that he was the Jethro of the Ewing clan, also teased, cared for him immensely. In the eyes of the Jade Pond girls, Irvin was a completely adorable little brother whom they couldn't refuse. Feasting on fine food, drinking sweet drinks, sleeping on soft beds, this was not the life he wanted at all. Chapter 241. The 7-Colored Divine Platform, the Braden grows. It's already been 6 years, a full 6 years. Hasn't elder sister still not made that breakthrough? Irvin said gloomily, growing increasingly bored. In this Jade Pool Holy Land, he had practically toured every corner. The Jade Pool Holy Land was like a small world, vast in area and territory. Countless treasure islands and divine mountains vied for brilliance, sacred auras spreading out with auspicious mists rising, precious light overflowing, and an air of divinity unmatched. There were also countless auspicious beasts and various spirits playing and frolicking among the hills and fields. In theory, even though Irvin's cultivation kept breaking through, now rarely having rivals among the younger generation, it wasn't enough to enable him to travel the world. But the Jade Pool Holy Land had teleportation arrays everywhere, allowing swift travel. Over these 6 years, Irvin had become thoroughly familiar with the teleportation arrays of the Jade Pool Holy Land, able to use them perfectly to reach any place he wanted. The only downside was that all disciples in the Jade Pool Holy Land were female, almost making him lose touch with reality. He was also influenced by the romantic partner attraction mode. Everyone wanted to pinch his little cheeks. Now 12 years old, he looked like a charming young boy, which added to his allure. Of course, over these 6 years, he did grow some. Even though he chose to slack off all day, unambitious, unwilling to practice diligently, content with just being lazy, he still progressed. Losing the supervision of his family elders and elder sister, Irvin acted more unrestrained. Unfortunately, the 3 supreme constitutions and the Chaos Emmanuel art were too powerful, automatically cultivating non-stop, absorbing energy and essence at all times, constantly becoming more adept at understanding the way. In 6 years, they directly elevated him from the 7th level of the Divine Mansion realm to the peak of the Divine Platform realm. And the Divine Platform that awakened within him was the one-of-a-kind 7-colored Divine Platform. As is well known, Divine Platforms are ranked from highest to lowest as red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. A red Divine Platform is 1 in 10,000, awe-inspiring and astonishing. Even those holy sons of sanctuaries, inheritors of celestial venerated beings, etc., might not awaken a red Divine Platform. Most supreme geniuses could only awaken yellow Divine Platforms. Back then, Emmanuel, after being transplanted with an immortal bone, only awakened an orange Divine Platform. When Irvin awakened the unprecedented 7-colored Divine Platform, it shocked the world. At that time, the entire Jade Pool Holy Land was in an uproar, unable to believe it. Irvin's background, looks, and this unparalleled talent created a craze. Rarely interacting with male cultivators, when they encountered Irvin, they became especially enthusiastic, forming what was called the Irvin Fan Support Association. It was rumored that high-ranking figures of the association included core disciples, direct disciples, and even elders of the Jade Pool Holy Land. Irvin was flabbergasted. Most annoying was how fervent these fans were, even auctioning clothes he wore for hundreds or thousands of premium spirit stones, selling out completely. Rumor had it that certain elders and core disciples would hug pillows depicting Irvin to sleep, even pasting portraits of him inside their palaces. Too frightening, too crazy. Irvin finally understood the feeling of being an idol from his past life. However, being confined in the Holy Land for 6 years, he now wanted to return to the Wangu Ewing family. Even if he couldn't go back, he just wanted to explore the outside world. Irvin felt helpless, but while complaining silently, another wave of light flashed in the system space, emitting a powerful world aura, causing even the laws of nature to tremble. Irvin knew the Braden had grown again. For 6 years, the system's infinite check-in mode never stopped. Sometimes Irvin didn't even look and directly gave whatever to the Braden to absorb. That sapling of the Braden grew astoundingly fast due to Irvin's feeding. Admittedly, this little guy could really consume. Top-notch immortal factions, even peak immortal factions, couldn't support it. Luckily, he had the system, acting like a white hole, continuously providing while the Braden was a black hole, endlessly devouring. Moreover, his Miles feared Irvin couldn't nurture the Braden, so he sent numerous treasures. These included treasures made by Joabs, imbued with Joab auras, and even an entire condensed world. His Miles had told him not to starve the Braden to death. During this period, the sapling actually developed consciousness, extraordinary strength, and even physical form. After taking shape, it directly possessed the power of a supreme divine sovereign. The divine sovereign realm had distinctions. Being giants in the divine domain, the entire divine sovereign grand realm was collectively known as the supreme divine sovereign realm. Within this realm, from lowest to highest, were near divine sovereign, immortal divine sovereign, supreme divine sovereign, ultimate divine sovereign, and the pinnacle divine sovereign apex. Beyond the divine sovereign apex was stepping beyond. A faint thread of imperial radiance condensed outside the body, yet it still didn't count as a near Joab. It could be described as transcending the divine sovereign apex, without the qualifications to be called an emperor. This power surpassed the divine sovereign apex, but was below the near Joab, capable of easily suppressing divine domain experts, destroying them with a mere snap. Now Arabella was at this level, surpassing the divine sovereign apex, her strength reaching its peak, a faint imperial radiance swirling around her body. Irvin lay down, looking at the azure sky. So boring, he wanted to go out, to explore. He wondered how much longer before his elder sister stepped forward and successfully transformed into a demonic embryo. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook, stars shifted, the ground seemed precarious. Irvin felt it clearly, even the entire Jade Pool Holy Land was shaking. Infinite pressure spread out, as if a heavenly disaster was arriving, extremely terrifying, causing hearts to tremble. What's happening? Fremont Tatiana instantly appeared in the void, her gaze sharp. Ever since Irvin arrived at the Jade Pool Holy Land, it had never been peaceful. She remembered the time the Joab aura suppressed the sanctuary, pinning the 3 elders to the ground, nearly covering them in dust. This time, although less perilous than last, it still left her profoundly shaken. It felt as if a world-shattering calamity was awakening, making her, and supreme divine sovereign-level expert, heart tremble. All the disciples of the Jade Pool Holy Land felt it too. The Tao essence in the world seemed sparse, as if being taken away. Visibly, countless threads of Tao essence converged, dense enough to liquefy, flowing towards the direction of the Jade Pool Palace. The Gideon and Zinnia soon appeared, their dresses fluttering, their feet snow-white, lightly treading the void. Together with Tatiana, they gazed towards the direction of the Jade Pool Palace, pupils widening, exchanging glances. It's Anita. Chapter 242. Supreme Joab, Primal Chaos Demon Fetus. Irvin suddenly stood up, his gemstone-like eyes wide open with unimaginable excitement. Perfect. It's finally here. If Patricia can take that step today and transform into a Primal Chaos Demon Fetus, achieving the pinnacle of Joab, it would mean that his journey to the Jade Pool Sacred Land has officially concluded. He could then return to the 10,000 Ian Ewing family or explore the outer world. After all, he was now 12 years old, having awakened the one-of-a-kind 7-colored spirit platform. His strength had reached the peak of the spirit platform realm, ranking him among the top tier among his generation. With 3 supreme constitutions and the first cultivation method of 10,000 Ians, transcending ranks in battle was a piece of cake for him. The family could rest assured in letting him explore and travel. In the heavens, countless major Tao spiritual energies converged towards the direction of the Jade Pool Imperial Palace. Under the azure sky, auspicious clouds emerged, symbolizing good fortune. Divine light flickered and clouds billowed. From the distant east, rolling purple chi seemed to celebrate on its behalf. It felt like another supreme being was about to emerge. Within the Jade Pool Imperial Palace, inside that mysterious space, the divine spring boiled like an ocean, sending different era Tao spells hurtling towards Anita. Above her brow, a Tao imprint slowly appeared. A brand new Tao fruit not belonging to any era. This Tao fruit was Anita's enlightenment after understanding countless eras' Tao rules. She used her divine abilities to accommodate it, ultimately achieving the highest level Tao fruit. Her body shone crystal clear, delicate as jade. Even her fingers exuded an ethereal aroma and allure, but a unique dark aura surrounded her. In an instant, this world seemed divided. One side was extremely holy, radiating auspiciousness with golden rays and interwoven rules of Tao. It resembled an earthly paradise. The other side was equally extraordinary, with extreme heat akin to hell, making people sweat profusely. One could hear faint screams of demons roaring in torment. Upon closer inspection, this place was vast and terrifying, like an inferno on earth. One thought leads to paradise, another to purgatory. At this moment, Anita suddenly opened her eyes, which glowed like purple orchids, radiating numerous beams of divine light. A unique aura emerged, causing Tao from various eras to fall into chaos. Then she ascended from the divine spring, her robes swaying. With a wave of her hand, she dressed neatly. A gray veil appeared, covering her beautiful face. Black fog rose around her. With a flash of divine light in her eyes, she took a step forward, leaving this space and appearing in the Jade Pool Sacred Land. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding her became silent and void. Time and space halted. Dao settled quietly, and countless auspicious airs swirled around her. Anita closed her eyes again, familiarizing herself with this world's Dao through her personal Dao fruit and ultimately surpassing all Daos. Is it really Elder Sister? Is she going to succeed? Irvin watched this scene eagerly. The Dao fruit has taken shape, about to transform into a primal chaos demon fetus. If the transformation succeeds, her cultivation will reach the peak of Joab. Since then, even among the supreme Joabs, few would be her match, invincible under the stars. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Irvin nodded. The system, with its broad knowledge, could perceive things even the elders of the Jade Pool sacred land couldn't, proving the system was still useful, though unfortunately, it often argued with him. Moreover, the 10,000 Ian Heavenly Court mode kept updating. The system developed AI, seeking out talented individuals across all worlds for recruitment. Its results were significant. In a small thousand world, they found a family genius who became a cripple within a short time, disgraced by his fiancée and forced to leave his marriage. The system recruited him into the Heavenly Court, brainwashed him, and bestowed him with a secret cultivation method called Celestial Fire Divine Art. From then on, he became a member of the Heavenly Court. Elsewhere in another small thousand world, they discovered a genius whose Miles was gravely injured during a martial contest by clan members, turning him into a cripple and the whole family exiled. The system quickly convinced him to join the Heavenly Court, providing some divine talismans with various effects. Charged with the Heavenly Court's mission, he grew within the small thousand world, ready to achieve great deeds in the future. Even a stable boy didn't escape the system's attention. Especially for the surnames Ewing, Lin, Xiao, Chu, the system spared no effort in finding hidden geniuses and including them in the Heavenly Court. Clans like Shur and Qin also received special attention in searching for those with great destiny. For 6 years, the expansion speed of the 10,000 Ian Heavenly Court was rapid, recruiting numerous seeds in small thousand worlds, awaiting their growth to serve the Heavenly Court and the Emmanuel. Irvin wondered aloud, Tang Clan is also a large family. Why don't they find the fate-bearing individuals from the Tang Clan? Unexpectedly, the system replied sarcastically. Green grass entwined, just trivial. It's easy to laugh your enemy to death. Facts proved, the system had a rebellious streak. Suddenly, in the infinite sky, Anita's eyes burst open, shooting out divine light piercing through the star river of this Dao domain. This was only partially restrained. Otherwise, even a Dao domain universe wouldn't withstand the power at the peak of Joab. Endless auspicious light spread. In the sky, countless Dao runes intertwined, forming a message. Congratulations to the 10,000 Ian Ewing family's Anita, achieving the peak of Joab. The statement made everything come to a standstill, with only the sound of Dao echoing in the world. People of the Jade Pool sacred land first gaped in shock, then erupted in intense discussion, expressing awe. Joab peak. Anita achieved the pinnacle of Joab. Without imperial beings, who dares to challenge? The 10,000 Ian Ewing family added another Joab at the peak. Elders marveled at the prosperity of the 10,000 Ian Ewing family's fortune, even before the grand strife began. Adding another peak Joab already. Unmatched, few dared to challenge. This was nearly the apex of the divine realm. Ordinary disciples of the Jade Pool sacred land were stunned speechless. Breaking through to the peak Joab, even Dao celebrates. One could see how formidable this realm was, incomprehensible to commoners. Even Dao fears it. Around Anita emerged a wisp of immortality energy mixed with dark energy, swirling together incredibly. Chapter 243. The world is shocked, caution beyond the boundaries. Quickly sit in meditation. Take this opportunity to cultivate and gain unexpected rewards. Many disciples are already practicing their techniques, absorbing spiritual essence. This is a rare and excellent time. An elder encouraged the disciples of the Jade Pond Sanctuary to sit and meditate on the spot, absorbing the power of the way. This was due to Anita's breakthrough to the peak of Joab, which triggered the way's celebration, bringing forth purple clouds from the east and signs of auspiciousness. At this moment, the power of the way permeated the heavens and earth, suffused with the force of destiny, a significant chance for everyone. Additionally, the aura of the peak Joab benefited cultivators greatly. All disciples of the Jade Pond reacted quickly, sitting down to practice their techniques and absorb spiritual energy. Through this opportunity, several disciples with high comprehension made immediate minor advancements, strengthening their foundations. Even ordinary disciples benefited immensely, gaining new insights into cultivation, filled with excitement at seizing this fortune, feeling incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, Emmanuel's chest glowed brightly, intricate runes intertwining and emitting divine light, most holy and pure. It greedily absorbed the celestial destiny and the power of the way's laws, feeding back into Emmanuel's body, further enhancing her strength. With the help of the immortal bone, her absorption speed was hundreds of times faster than ordinary people. Emmanuel sank deeply into her cultivation, fully enjoying the process. Chaotic Yuan demonic embryo, finally successfully transformed. Irvin watched this scene below, overjoyed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Achieving the peak of Joab and receiving the celebration of the way had forged his supreme Daoic fruit. Now, having successfully transformed into a chaotic Yuan demonic embryo, his combat power became unmatched, incredibly formidable. Most crucially, he could finally leave the Jade Pond Sanctuary. Amir, it's strange. Why didn't Sister encounter any Thunderbolt tribulations during her breakthrough? In theory, once one reaches the Saint Realm, advancing further will trigger corresponding Thunderbolt tribulations for each major realm. Because cultivation itself challenges the heavenly mandate, contending for the transformation of fate, challenging the gods of the way. Naturally, the way would not agree, thus sending down Thunderbolt tribulations against cultivators. Irvin scratched his head, relieved that after his birth, only the Doomsday Thunderbolt came, followed by a curse bestowed by the Wei, restricting him at every realm. However, to Irvin, it was useless, because he had reached the pinnacle of every realm, becoming absolutely invincible within his level, leaving no peers and easily transcending ranks as if it were child's play. The Wei couldn't restrict him. Reporting to the host, Anita has broken through to the peak of Joab. Can you understand that concept? The Wei dared not impose any divine punishment. Even coming to congratulate can be considered a sign of favor. Irvin nodded, understanding roughly. Then, the space behind him twisted, and Anita emerged, approaching Irvin. Xiao Clinton, 6 years have passed. You've grown a lot. Anita lifted Irvin up and swung him around affectionately. The two were very close. Irvin was delighted, as his sister had finally succeeded in breaking through and transforming into a chaotic Yuan demonic embryo. He had visited her in the divine spring before, but Anita was completely immersed in cultivation, focusing on the transformation of the chaotic Yuan demonic embryo, devoid of any consciousness like a living corpse. The 3 elders of the Jade Pond Sanctuary also appeared, bowing to Anita. Congratulations, Demoness, on your successful advancement to the peak of the divine realm. In the mystical world, cultivation was the foundation of everything. Anita's current strength was among the strongest in all the heavens. Thank you to the Jade Pond Sanctuary for these past years. Without the immortal water, I wouldn't have been able to condense the Daoic fruit and transform into the demonic embryo so swiftly. After some polite exchanges, they headed to the council hall for discussions. They had occupied too much time and resources here and should leave now. Irvin was very lively and happy, though he had lived there for 6 years and felt some attachment. But he yearned more for the outside world, to roam freely. At this time, huge characters formed by the Wei hung in the sky, powerful law forces descending upon them. This scene spread rapidly across the eternal immortal domain's 3,000 Dao realms, causing an uproar. The eternal fortune of the myriad Ian Ewing clan is truly unparalleled in the universe. Heaven, the myriad Ian Ewing clan adds another peak Joab. Are they trying to drive us all to death? How can we compete? What can we use to contend? We cannot match their elite forces, intermediate forces, or even young generations. Apart from the number of waste talents, what can we compare to the myriad Ian Ewing clan? Some super sanctuaries and elders of immortal great teachings lost themselves in grief, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Only the number of waste talents exceeded the myriad Ian Ewing clan. Even the holy masters of certain sanctuaries could not remain composed, gazing at the distant sky and those dazzling 4 large words, their hearts trembling. A dangerous glint flashed in their eyes. Heaven favors the myriad Ian Ewing clan. Numerous supreme powers were almost in despair, on the verge of tears. The myriad Ian Ewing clan added another peak Joab, and what was most terrifying was that she was still so young. She possessed the potential to completely transcend the divine realm and achieve the rank of Quasi-D. If given enough time, she would eventually take that step, extending the Ewing family's fortune for countless years. Not only was the patriarch powerful, but the matriarch was strong, and the clan elders were overwhelmingly dominant. Now, adding such a young peak Joab simply created history. At this moment, not only did the eternal immortal domain experience an upheaval, shocking numerous immortal forces, but also in the endless void beyond the boundaries of the myriad worlds. In the chaotic outer regions, things felt amiss. A powerful aura emanated from within the myriad worlds, shaking their hearts. The symbols formed by the Wei's runes were sensed by them. The myriad Ian Ewing clan is indeed a great enemy to our outer chaos. The fortune of the Ewing family endures endlessly. Without the myriad Ian Ewing clan, perhaps our outer chaos would have long swept through the myriad worlds, consuming countless lives. The addition of another peak Joab by the Ewing family is not good news for us. Powerful dark beings, equivalent to the Joab realm, gazed toward the myriad worlds, feeling immense dread. If it weren't for the myriad Ian Ewing clan, their invasion could not even be slowed, let alone halted. The true threat to the outer chaos always remained the myriad Ian Ewing clan. This matter must be discussed with other Dixons. The supposed grand era of the myriad worlds is about to arrive, and our master is about to awaken. Hashtag chapter 244. Farewell, the terrifying fan club. 3 days passed. The entire eternal immortal realm, the myriad worlds, and even the chaotic realms beyond, were thrown into turmoil due to this event, causing tremendous waves of upheaval. The Ewing family had gained a new peak Joab, which was not necessarily friendly news for both the eternal immortal realm forces and the realms beyond chaos. However, within the ancient Ewing family, there was a boiling atmosphere of excitement as many disciples cheered. Even the elders felt greatly gratified, with the strength of the ancient Ewing family once again skyrocketing. Moreover, such youthfulness held the potential to become a Quasi-D. His future achievements were simply limitless. Ewing Xinhan, Ewing Changqiang, Ewing Jing'eng, Ewing Chang'e, and others from the top 10 ranks gazed at the great Dao symbol suspended in the distant sky. Internally shocked, they then spurred themselves on, recognizing that in this era of great contention, where destiny lies, they must strive even harder to shine brightly on this golden stage. Rarely seen together, Ewing Dan and Ewing Jianxin stood side by side. Today, their meeting was intended for sparring in Dao techniques, seeking further improvement. With other 3 seed-level geniuses rapidly increasing in power, the two could not fall behind. Unexpectedly, they witnessed this scene. Not only did they feel shaken by the addition of another peak Joab in the Ewing family, but they also recalled the young master who had been away for 6 years. They sensed that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. In some inexplicable way, they believed that this incident was closely related to the young master. Compared to the tumultuous waves outside, the Jade Pool Holy Land remained relatively calm. Rarely seen was today, when numerous female disciples appeared sad, tears streaming down their cheeks, extremely reluctant, as if their husbands were about to leave far away. Even core disciples were affected, and some Jade Pool elders looked regretful. On an island adorned with treasures, a magnificent divine ship floated majestically in the void, etched with fierce beast totems, seeming crafted from the mightiest materials, exuding profound holiness and immense power. It radiated an ancient primordial aura, intimidating all nearby, with no fierce beasts daring to approach. Sasha and Xianxia were currently beneath the ship, bidding farewell to 3 Jade Pool elders. I am indebted to the Holy Land for hosting us. These past 6 years, without your meticulous care, little Clinton would not have grown so rapidly. Especially awakening the unique 7-colored divine platform. I believe it's thanks to your assistance. Sasha thanked the elders led by Xianxia. To her, immersing herself in the 3 lives divine water and receiving help from the Enlightenment treasure tree enabled her to transform into a chaos primordial magic fetus and advance further. As for her younger brother, jumping from the divine mansion realm directly to the peak of the divine platform realm in just 6 years, awakening the unique 7-colored divine platform, it must have required significant efforts from the Jade Pool Holy Land. The 3 Jade Pool elders exchanged glances, somewhat embarrassed. They couldn't manage Xianxia, this little devil of the world, let alone supervise his cultivation. Even when trying to encourage his practice, the little guy would immediately vanish, possibly using some spatial secret technique that even they couldn't track. Not to mention, where did this little ancestor get his talent? Clearly just a mortal body, widely acknowledged in the eternal immortal realm. Yet they had never seen such a monstrous mortal body. The so-called limits of eternity had been shattered countless times by this little rascal. Xianxia smiled awkwardly, knowing that over these 6 years, he indeed caused quite a stir exploring the Jade Pool Holy Land. He vaguely remembered almost blowing up the alchemy hall one day. For fun, he almost released all the fierce beasts from the beast control hall. However, these couldn't be known by his sister. Otherwise, she would scold him for being naughty. He, Xianxia, was a well-behaved baby. Nevertheless, what left a deep impression was encountering Alicia, the supreme elder of the Jade Pool, in the back mountain by chance those years ago. They hadn't met again since. Xianxia missed that cold and proud big sister. But he didn't know that in the near future, the cold and proud Alicia sister would soon be by his side. Little master, remember to work hard. Xianxia hugged Xianxia, looking intently at his gradually maturing face. She reached out slender fingers to pinch it, finding it less playful than before but more alluring, like a little pretty boy. Let's go. We shouldn't delay anymore. After all, it has been 6 years. Our family probably didn't expect this. They bid each other farewell. Sasha gently flicked her finger, and Xianxia appeared on the deck of the ship. Looking down at the Jade Pool Holy Land, Xianxia felt somewhat reluctant. Over 6 years spent here, he had made acquaintance with many older sisters. Just as he was about to reflect, he suddenly heard sounds from below. It turned out the core disciples of the Jade Pool Holy Land had organized inner and outer disciples to support Xianxia. Banners were hung up, shimmering with divine light, displaying bright words. Good journey, baby Irvin. Remember to come back often. Then came roaring applause, even with some senior core disciples shedding tears. Seeing this scene, Xianxia recalled how those female disciples had once stolen his clothes, giving him a chill. Cough, sister, let's go quickly. It's not good to waste too much of their time. Sasha couldn't help laughing, even though she usually maintained a stern demeanor. Little Clinton, you have quite a few little fans. But rarely seen. Why didn't your little fiancé come to see you off? Sasha raised her chin curiously. She then glanced at 12-year-old Xianxia, her eyes filled with mischief. Xianxia was certain his sister meant something bad. No, that's not what you think. I'm still young. Xianxia waved his small arms in protest. Stephanie hadn't come to see him off because they had already bid farewell the previous day. That amorous cried uncontrollably, having lived alongside him for 6 years and cared for him extensively. If not for age constraints, perhaps. Xianxia looked at the blue string on his wrist, lost in memories. Suddenly, Sasha handed him an envelope. Take a look, this is what Evergreen Dao Sect requested to give you. Xianxia took the envelope, opening it casually. A faint glow emanated from it. After reading, the envelope drifted away, turning into energy particles. Inherit the Dao Child position? Almost forgot, after winning first place at the Dao Debate Conference, I also won the position of Dao Child from the Evergreen Dao Sect. Only. I've never formally accepted it. Xianxia said calmly. That's right, Evergreen Dao Sect seems a bit too eager. They've urged our family and the Jade Pool Holy Land countless times during these 6 years, wanting you to visit. Sasha agreed, her eyes flashing with light. This kind of trickery was obvious to her. Chapter 245. Evergreen's Urgency, the Hunter of Forbidden Zones. Pressed by many immortal forces, it was already showing signs of decline 6 years ago. Now it is troubled both internally and externally, barely hanging on. Without a powerful backing, it might eventually fade into obscurity. I never imagined that the illustrious Evergreen Dao Sect would come to such a state. Irvin sighed lightly, feeling nostalgic. As he grew older, he gradually revealed his wisdom before his family, no longer needing to hide it. His analysis made Anita look at him in a new light. It seemed this young man wasn't just growing physically. So, Xiao Clinton, what do you think we should do now? Do you really intend to inherit the position of Daozi? Irvin gazed into the distance, his eyes penetrating the boundless sky, deep and mature beyond his years. At least it's an immortal level force with limitless potential. In its current state of decline, if I can help it through this crisis and secure my authority with a solid background and the rightful title of Daozi, a top-tier immortal force could be mine to command with just a wave of my hand. Hearing Irvin's words, Anita was secretly astonished. Such insight from one so young. It appeared that her brother's previous laid-back demeanor was merely a disguise. Was the tiger finally ready to bare its fangs? Just as she was about to ask more, Irvin interrupted her. I have my plan, sister. Don't worry. This plan will bring Evergreen Dao Sect back from obscurity, like the sun rising again after night. Immortals themselves will bow. Let's go to Evergreen Dao Sect. But you'll just be an observer. Anita didn't argue, deciding to follow and see what her brother had planned. The divine boat shot forward at incredible speed, crossing space towards Evergreen Dao Sect. Meanwhile, in one of the 8 Great Life Prohibited Zones, the Wuxia, this vast and endless place seemed like an oceanic expanse within the cosmos. Each tiny droplet here was filled with boundless cyclical power, as if containing all of a being's past and present lives. The Wuxia existed within a grand universe, situated at the edge of all realities. Countless planets and infinite lives cycled through this ocean, endlessly repeating their past traces. All the cyclical power generated here turned into Dao energy, absorbed into the center of the Wuxia. A colossal island floated there, visible yet illusory, between the real and the ethereal. An ancient and dark aura emanated from it, clouds blocking out the sun, shrouding the world in gloom. This island was encircled by the laws of cycles, as if protecting a monarch. At the heart of the island stood an ancient immortal palace, existing for untold eons. Its aged appearance struck fear into anyone who saw it. Outside the palace, beasts roared and monstrous creatures howled, creating an atmosphere of eerie malevolence. Countless dark beings fought and slaughtered each other mercilessly, contending for territory and resources. They knew no pain, only endless battles until death. Such beings, if unleashed into the eternal immortal realm, would cause catastrophic destruction. No cultivator of the same realm could match these dark entities, for they fought without regard for life or pain. Within the immortal palace, an immense black fog enveloped a figure who slowly emerged. Clad in blood-red robes, he had a gaze sharp as a steel blade, and held a sword with gleaming edges. Most unsettling were his eyes, which possessed the power of reincarnation, capable of sending foes to the afterlife, too terrifying to look upon directly. He appeared in the palace, with a faint blood-red mark on his forehead, his eyes sharp enough to slay everything in sight. This was the Honor, the young lord of the Wuxia, one of the life-prohibited zones. Possessing a dark cyclic body and influenced by ominous energies, he was formidable enough to send others to the afterlife. Just recently emerging from a life-and-death trial, his training had significantly increased his strength. At only 12 years old, his true combat prowess rivaled even the elites of the younger generation in the eternal immortal realm. But now he bore a new title, Hunter, the Third Darkness Sequence. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed through the dim hall. Honor, you are appointed as the Third Darkness Sequence, a hunter. From this day forth, you shall join the hunters from the other 8 life-prohibited zones to hunt down the elite youths of the eternal immortal realm. In this era of great competition, why should the throne of destiny belong only to them? We too have our aspirations. Indeed, the 8 Great Life-prohibited zones had formed a coalition of elite youths called Hunters, comprising 10 heirs ranked by their strength. The Honor ranked 3rd, making him the Third Darkness Sequence. The emergence of the Hunters marked the beginning of a tumultuous era. Their true purpose was to hunt and eliminate the elite seeds of the eternal immortal realm, cutting off their generation's future. Any faction suffering a generational gap would inevitably stagnate, even immortal-level forces. The approaching era of great contention, the Golden Age, and the Throne of Destiny. All of these, the life-prohibited zones aim to participate in. If their young generation could secure the Throne of Destiny, they would have the means to challenge the myriad realms. Backed by the outer chaos, they could coordinate inside and out, rendering the Heavenly Alliance insignificant. With but a moment's notice, everything could be destroyed. The seeds of the eternal immortal realm are less than ants to us. They can be crushed effortlessly. Fighting them would be a desecration. The Honor opened his eyes, red light flashing, causing others to feel as if they had fallen into hell. His disdain for the elite youths of the eternal immortal realm was evident. The life-prohibited zones were absolute rulers in the eternal immortal realm. Had it not been for the countless peak immortal forces and the ancient Ewing family suppressing them, they alone would have swept through the eternal immortal realm. Wait, 8 Great Life-prohibited zones. Did he just hear incorrectly? Weren't there 9 originally? As he pondered, another voice came from the gray mist. The Blood Sea prohibited zone has been utterly annihilated by Bogdan for trying to kill the son of a Joab. Even the Honor trembled upon hearing this. Life-prohibited zones were comparable to peak immortal forces, yet one had been easily wiped out by the current Joab. Would they face the same fate if the Wuxia were targeted? Remember, you may hunt other elites, but never cross the line with the Joab's taboo, the Jethro of the Ewing family. A voice from the black mist echoed in his ears. The Honor coldly snorted, walking out of the hall and stepping into the teleportation array. He was heading to the other prohibited zones to meet with the 10 Darkness Sequence heirs before entering the eternal immortal realm to hunt the elites. Though they were all from the younger generation, mutual attacks were normal. Even the high-ranking elders of the eternal immortal realm couldn't say much about this. It was the outcome of skill. The older generation forbade interference in the younger one's conflicts. Still, despite his dissatisfaction, he dared not include Irvin in his hunting list, at least not yet. Chapter 246, Mysterious Black Shadow, Savior of Evergreen. These young fellows are too arrogant. They seem to look down on the outstanding talents of the immortal domain. In the black mist, a blood-colored figure appeared, powerful and surrounded by divine halos. An aura of imperial might radiated from him, clearly indicating that this was a god-emperor-level powerhouse. Even in the sea of reincarnation, he held immense power and possessed peak strength. Behind him, a shadowy figure flickered ambiguously, with a hoarse voice speaking solemnly. Prohibited area geniuses are always like this. Once they taste hardship, they won't dare to underestimate their enemies anymore. The immortal domain harbors many tigers lying in wait. The current prominent geniuses are nothing but a joke. Who would boldly display their ace? Except for the Ewing family's member. The voice was so low that it was impossible to discern the gender. However, the blood-cloaked figure showed utmost respect, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Your Excellency speaks truly. Let these young fellows make their debut in the immortal domain first. Do not provoke the son of a Joab. The external chaos is also closely watching the son of a Joab. But with a Joab present, they absolutely dare not act rashly. Otherwise, if it affects the revival of that great personage, your life prohibition zone will cease to exist. The black figure said, causing the blood-robed powerhouse to break out in cold sweat. Even a D felt overwhelming fear, shivers running through his spine. Let's go. Summon the masters of all prohibition zones and head to the outer chaos. It won't be easy for that great personage to awaken. We must proceed step by step. With that, both figures instantly vanished, leaving the perilous and vast sea of reincarnation once again in eerie silence. However, beneath this dark and silent veneer lay boundless killing intent. Evergreen Dao Sect, the sect's treasured land. Immortal crane soared, clouds enveloped everything, the heavens were clear and serene, exuding an eternal freshness. An intangible Dao rhythm flowed, countless disciples immersed themselves in diligent cultivation. Inside the grand hall, numerous elders gathered, including Rashad, the Taoist master of Evergreen Dao Sect. On the high dais, the patriarch of Evergreen Dao Sect wore a dark expression, clearly displeased, seemingly facing difficulties. His brows were furrowed, and his fists clenched tightly. Looking at Rashad and the elders below, he sighed deeply. Fellow sect members, Sky Battling Holy Land and Heaven War Ancient Sect have been too oppressive. In these 6 years, they have devoured vast territories, and even our sect has faced incessant provocations. Once upon a time, our Evergreen Dao Sect was so glorious, nearly ascending to the pinnacle of undying powers. Now, weakened, we are bullied as a tiger fallen on level ground. The many elders in the grand hall lowered their heads, unsure what to say. According to their estimations, it wouldn't be long before Heaven War Ancient Sect and Sky Battling Holy Land would join forces and gather other undying level powers to confront and divide Evergreen Dao Sect. Though all part of Dao sects, unity was only nominal. Within the Buddhist and Taoist communities, there were various factions constantly warring and swallowing each other. However, the ambitions of Sky Battling Holy Land and Heaven War Ancient Sect knew no bounds, daring to target Evergreen Dao Sect, aiming to swallow this huge piece of cake. Everyone looked gloomy. In this vast hall, no one dared speak, because they were at a loss. Heaven War Ancient Sect and Sky Battling Holy Land were extremely powerful undying powers. Worse, they had united other undying level forces. If they attacked together, it would be like a pack of wolves targeting an old but mighty tiger. Although the tiger still held some power, it could not endure prolonged battles and would eventually be torn apart by the wolf pack. Even Evergreen Dao Sect had ancient ancestors buried in their ancestral lands, but Sky Battling Holy Land and Heaven War Ancient Sect had them too, and in greater numbers. It was a hopeless situation. Within these 6 years, they had sent countless letters to Jade Pool Holy Land and Eternal Ewing family, hoping the son of the Joab would come to inherit the Dao master position, forming a deterrent, so these two wouldn't dare move recklessly. Indeed, after the Dao Discourse Conference, the son of the Joab, Irvin, emerged as the top of Dao sects, becoming the Taoist master of Evergreen Dao Sect. During that period, outsiders indeed dared not challenge Evergreen Dao Sect, and many even sought favor. Unfortunately, times changed, and Irvin never came to inherit the position. Other powers became emboldened and started trampling on Evergreen Dao Sect whenever they could. If only the son of a Joab could protect our Evergreen Dao Sect, why would it be like this? The patriarch of Evergreen Dao Sect raised his head, extremely unwilling. At that moment, a clear voice echoed. Why so despondent? I'm here now, aren't I? Hearing this, the elders in the hall looked up. Even the patriarch seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope and hurriedly turned to look forward. A 12-year-old boy stood before them, youthful yet already revealing an extraordinary air, transcendent and peerless, like a young god. It was Irvin. By his side, no one else was visible. As for Meg, she was hidden within the void. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't intervene, preferring to see how her younger brother handled the situation. Seeing Irvin, the elders rushed forward, bowing respectfully before him, shouting in unison, "Pay respects to the young master of the Ewing family." Their voices thundered through the hall like waves crashing. At that moment, the patriarch quickly descended, pushing aside other elders. Move, leave me a place to kneel. Pay respects to the young master of the Ewing family." Irvin, seeing this peculiar scene, was momentarily stunned. How did he become a savior? Chapter 247. No need for a clan. I am enough. Irvin gave a faint smile. He had arrived at just the right time. If he had come a few days later, the Rusty would have had serious mental problems. Just now, seeing Irvin was like seeing an estranged miles after years apart. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he seemed to have endless grievances. "Master Leonardo, you finally came. If you had arrived a few days later, you probably wouldn't even see Evergreen Dao Sect anymore. Our Evergreen Dao Sect is in dire straits." The patriarch found an outlet for his grievances and quickly poured out all his suffering to Irvin, embellishing the actions of the Heaven Battling Ancient Sect and the Sky Struggle Holy Land over this period. Irvin nodded slightly upon hearing this, then gestured for the elders to stand up. "Elders, please rise. Just minor issues with the Sky Struggle Holy Land and the Heaven Battling Ancient Sect, no need to worry." Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they were clutching onto a lifeline. Perhaps, within immortal forces, the Heaven Battling Ancient Sect and the Sky Struggle Holy Land were indeed powerful, ranking as dominant powers that none could oppose. Even some immortal lineages and eternal ancient clans dared not easily provoke them. But to the person standing before them, extinguishing such peak immortal level forces would be effortless. After all, his Miles was the current D who, in a matter of days, had obliterated one of the 9 great life prohibited zones, the Blood Sea Zone, reducing it to nothingness. This alone demonstrated the terrifying power behind Irvin's name. For Irvin, resolving the imminent crisis facing Evergreen Tao sect was but a word away, simple and easy. Thinking of this, everyone admired how Irvin possessed an unmatched background from birth. Master Leonardo, you secured first place in the Tao discussion conference and became our sect's Tao son. There's no need to hide anything from you. If you can resolve the impending destruction of our sect, Evergreen Tao sect will henceforth revere you as its highest authority. We will submit and swear allegiance to you, so that hereafter, our sect will bear the surname Ewing, Irvin's Ewing. Suddenly, the patriarch declared this shocking statement. Ewing, no one in the vast hall objected or voiced disagreement. Even the Adonis Rashad remained silent. The great hall fell unusually quiet, breaths audible. Irvin was surprised. He knew Evergreen Tao sect faced a crisis and needed his help, but he never imagined it had escalated to such an extent. Even a once mighty immortal force had resorted to submitting to him to ensure its survival. This was built by the ancestors of Evergreen Tao sect with blood and sweat, each generation making unimaginable efforts to establish its reputation and immortality. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not announce submission. Considering this, Irvin increasingly appreciated the benefits of his unparalleled background. The gods and devils would bow wherever he went. At the same time, he thought about his own Myriadian's heavenly court, which was still being established. Currently, it only had seeds from various worlds growing in the lower realms, with virtually no substantive combat power. If he could take this opportunity to incorporate Evergreen Tao sect into the Myriadian's heavenly court, it would immediately gain an immortal-level fighting force. Expanding further and including more immortal forces and heavenly talents from myriad worlds, it would undoubtedly become even stronger. A glint flashed in Irvin's eyes as he decided to act immediately. Meanwhile, Amy remained hidden, watching without revealing herself. Seeing Evergreen Tao sect pleading for Irvin's support, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Her cute little brother was only 12 years old. Without relying on his family, what qualification did he have to solve the dilemma of these top-tier immortal forces? So, she continued watching, ready to enjoy the show. As the son of the D, he couldn't directly refuse, especially given the backing of the myriad Ian's Ewing family. To ignore their predicament would demoralize Evergreen Tao sect. How would he handle this? Irvin took a small step forward and gently supported the patriarch to his feet. Patriarch, please rise. There's no need to worry. Since the sect has made this decision, I cannot refuse. The Sky Struggle Holy Land, the heaven-battling ancient sect, and other visiting immortal forces will surely pay the price. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes shone with anticipation. The son of the D speaking thus indicated Evergreen Tao sect might be saved. The myriad Ian's Ewing family or Jade Pond Holy Land would intervene. If either of these forces appeared, those petty villains would be destroyed. Will the myriad Ian's Ewing family intervene? The patriarch asked tentatively, hoping for a definitive answer. Irvin's handsome young face broke into a smile as he said calmly, why involve the clan for such petty villains? I, Irvin, am enough. His eyes sparkled with boundless confidence, radiating an aura that made him seem godlike. He showed utter disdain for the Sky Struggle Holy Land and the heaven-battling ancient sect and other immortal forces. It seemed to him, even the mighty Sky Struggle Holy Land and others, which ruled countless lives, were mere ants, easily obliterated. However, coming from a 12-year-old boy, such words sounded absurd. Even the elders exchanged glances, wondering if they had heard correctly. They heard what? A 12-year-old youth arrogantly declaring the Sky Struggle Holy Land and heaven, battling ancient sect as minor pests and claiming he could handle them alone without family intervention? How outrageous. Even the D wouldn't have spoken so boldly at that age. And this was only the beginning. The alliance aiming to annihilate Evergreen Tao sect included formidable forces led by these two immortals. The Holy Lords of Sky Struggle Holy Land and heaven, battling ancient sect, were both peak immortal Joabs nearing the supreme Joab realm. Moreover, they had early-stage immortal Joab elders and numerous near-Ds. Not to mention their founding ancestors' intent to destroy Evergreen Tao sect. And Irvin was merely a peak god platform cultivator, though full of potential, still unripe. Such arrogance, claiming he alone could deter the enemy, seemed utterly absurd. None believed it. Elders shook their heads, thinking Evergreen Tao sect was doomed. But due to Irvin's presence, they couldn't speak their minds and could only sneer inwardly. They saw this child as still immature, daring to insult two major immortal forces. Without his unmatched background, he was just a promising genius. It seemed familial indulgence had skewed Irvin's self-perception. Even Amy, hidden nearby, laughed aloud, thinking her brother was joking. Playing around, how could a 12-year-old boy thwart the annihilation plans of multiple immortal forces? Ewing, she resolved not to let little Clinton lose face. If it came to that, she would intervene, no matter what. Chapter 248. The Immortal War begins. 5 days later, the entire Evergreen Tao sect entered a state of war readiness. From the numerous elders down to the disciples with higher combat prowess, everyone was braced for battle, their expressions solemn and eyes resolute, emanating divine light. Their formidable auras swept through the sky, as if capable of overwhelming everything. They understood that whether the Evergreen Tao sect could continue its legacy hinged on this day. This ancient sect would face a decisive battle for its existence. Not only did the heaven-dueling Holy Land and the sky-battling ancient sect aim to strike, but other immortal forces also desired a piece of the action, coveting the resources. After all, the Evergreen Tao sect had an extensive history and abundant resources, including countless divine weapons and treasures. If they could share in dividing it, their own forces would experience leaps in development. On a divine mountain, the patriarch of Evergreen stood, his gaze fierce like leaping flames, his body encircled by runes and an ancient aura permeating the air. He gazed into the distance, visibly tense. At this moment, he wished more than anything for divine assistance to aid his Evergreen Tao sect. Behind him, the Adonis reported. Reporting to Lord Patriarch, the other Dao realms are adopting a wait-and-see attitude and are unwilling to dispatch troops to rescue us. On the surface, they claim they will send elite fighters and absolutely prevent the heaven-dueling Holy Land from acting recklessly, but in reality, they make a lot of noise without delivering much. Hearing the report, the shamus smiled bitterly. He had anticipated this outcome. In the past, these immortal forces had received many favors from the Evergreen Dao sect. Now, faced with the crisis, they pretended to be unaware, unwilling to expend their forces. Truly, once the tree falls, even monkeys scatter. This day, we fight until death. Even if we fight until the heavens and earth change colors and our sect perishes, we will not yield. Since there is no way out, we fight. Rivers of blood and mountains of corpses will force the heaven-dueling Holy Land and the sky-battling ancient sect to pay dearly. The shamus clenched his teeth, his eyes red. Indeed, in the eternal immortal domain, wars erupted every moment. Resources were limited, yet cultivators' demands for them were boundless. Only through mutual combat and plundering, through wars, could they obtain more resources. Even immortal forces were no exception. Moreover, the Evergreen Dao sect and the heaven-dueling Holy Land had long-standing grievances, repeatedly clashing in battles. Perhaps, the Joab's son can really help our sect, said the Adonis hopefully. However, the shamus shook his head. Do you believe that? A mere 12-year-old child. How can he resolve this immortal war? An immortal war involved major or multiple immortal forces and often resulted in rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, with the skies stained red. This universe would suffer significant damage. Such wars continued until one side prevailed, annihilating the other. Following an immortal war, countless lives ended, rivers ran red with blood, and the cosmos plunged into darkness. Once such a war began, it would draw attention from all sides, with the heavens darkening, the land mourning, and life coming to an end beyond count. A 12-year-old ending an immortal war involving multiple immortal forces seemed like a fantasy, utterly unbelievable. Therefore, the entire Evergreen Dao sect had prepared for a desperate fight. Life was about living, and dying bravely. Everyone dies eventually. Some deaths weigh heavier than Mount Tai, others lighter than goose feathers. They would die protecting their home. In the distant void, massive warships approached, their passage causing the heavens to quiet and creatures to flee, too terrified to investigate closely. On the largest warship, several enormous banners fluttered, each displaying unique texts interwoven with Taoist essence and entangled laws. Heaven-dueling Holy Land. Sky-battling ancient sect. Peach Blossom Valley. Skeletal Sanctuary. Led by two top-tier immortal forces, numerous other immortal and ordinary factions gathered. The heavens grew vast and dim, enveloped in smoke, black clouds threatening to crush the city. Despite immense pressure, the Evergreen Dao sect warriors were undeterred. Instead, their fighting spirit surged, their anger reaching new heights. Evergreen Dao sect. The sun sets over the west, and your power fades. Hand over this territory's resources and your sect's secrets. Otherwise, today, the Evergreen Dao sect will become history. At the front, an elder from the heaven-dueling Holy Land roared, laughing loudly. Clearly, he viewed the Evergreen Dao sect as easy prey. He held up a blood-stained flag, red as fresh blood. Today, for the welfare of all beings, the heaven-dueling Holy Land will take over this domain and destroy the Evergreen Dao sect. Simultaneously, the sky-battling ancient sect didn't hesitate. They intended to finish what they started. The Grand Elder of the sky-battling ancient sect hovered in the air, emitting a powerful aura sweeping across the sky. Beneath him, the heavens and earth seemed insignificant, as if he were a sovereign ruler. With a wave of his hand, a massive drum appeared in the sky. Its presence was overwhelming, shaking the heavens and making stars tremble, seemingly about to fall. The Grand Elder wielded a drumstick and struck the drum. Instantly, terrifying energy erupted, awakening a slumbering primordial beast. The drum beats resonated through the heavens, shaking the sky, causing lesser cultivators' hearts to waver and their eardrums to bleed, suffering greatly. With another strike, the Grand Elder shouted, "Drum sounds rise, and all heavens mourn. Today, let you all bleed here." Chapter 249. Mockery of the Realms, the mastermind behind it all. At this moment, several figures flew out from the Battle Heaven's sacred ground. Their auras formidable, enveloped in mystic runes. Each one was an authentic deity-level powerhouse, emitting ancient and primal energies. The power of the Grand Path intertwined with rising runes, making them seem like immortals. Some wielded long spears while others grasped long swords, their extraordinary prowess emitting divine light that tore through space. On the warships, countless sages and sacred emperors were present, terrifying beyond measure. Merely viewing from afar would send chills down one's spine. This was a joint force of two top immortal factions, alongside other factions, driven by a resolve to annihilate. A figure adorned with a crown floated in the air, clad in black robes that obscured his body, powerful as if a true dragon's aura circled around him. There were also deities whose single palm could cleave mountains, fracture seas, shatter stars, and invert the sun and moon. However, the Evergreen Dao sect wasn't a pushover either. Otherwise, it wouldn't have endured for countless eras in the eternal immortal realm. The Sydney of the Evergreen Dao sect issued a command. Engage the enemy. His voice thundered, shaking the sky, making the heavens tremble and ripping apart the void. At the same time, beneath the Evergreen Dao sect, divine light radiated so intensely that even the stars and the blazing sun couldn't compare, its terror-inducing suffocation. In an instant, the previously tranquil space twisted violently. Above the void, countless runes flowed, forming impossibly terrifying restrictions that induced fear, forcing everyone to step back involuntarily. A murderous aura emanated, leaving observers awestruck and frozen in place. This is an ancient killing array. Though incomplete, it seems to be just a fragment of the killing array but remains extraordinary. An elder from the battle heaven sacred ground cried out in shock, disbelief written all over his face. Sensing such terrifying energy, his heart wavered and pupils dilated. As a deity-level expert, he had dabbled in the study of formations. Upon closely examining this horrific killing array, he found it to be just a corner of the entire structure. Within the killing array, there lay fiery hells that released scorching flames, too hot and violent to bear, capable of melting even divine metals forged from special materials. There were also icy hells where one felt as if plunged into ice caves, freezing solid into blocks of ice, losing all signs of life. Various horrifying spells filled the space, and any less than deity-level beings would pay with blood and fail to pass through safely. Huh. Do not take the Evergreen Tao sect lightly, shouted the Sydney of the Evergreen Tao sect, then raising his arms high, bellowed, charge. Disciples of the Tao sect, obliterate these shameless invaders. Long live the Evergreen Tao sect, eternally verdant and everlasting. Following the Sydney's command, the members of the Evergreen Tao sect erupted like a flood, rushing into the killing array. This ancient killing array was left by one of the ancestors of the Evergreen Tao sect to guard against unforeseen events. Containing numerous devastating techniques, once the enemy entered the killing array, only deity-level masters could exit unscathed. Heavenly realms will be stained with blood today. The Evergreen Tao sect shall be erased from history forever. The elders of the battle heaven, sacred ground commanded as countless powerful warriors emerged, surging forward with divine might. Their formidable strength caused the void to shatter, skies to darken, and celestial bodies to mourn. Kill them all. Inside the ancient killing array, lower-tier cultivators struggled desperately, most disappearing in moments. Countless more cultivators from the battle heaven sacred ground and combat ancient sect poured in with radiant divine light, intent on obliterating the Evergreen Tao sect. Such immense resources, various heavenly treasures, and the accumulated legacy of the Evergreen Tao sect over endless eras could elevate their own immortal factions. News of the conflict spread rapidly. Countless top immortal factions observed the battle across infinite spaces. Deity-level experts used divine powers, their eyes glowing brilliantly like suns, piercing through the endless void, scrutinizing the combat. Even leaders of great immortal churches paid close attention, analyzing the situation continuously. Immortal scale wars were rare, especially between top immortal factions, causing the heavens to lose color, celestial bodies to weep, and countless lives to perish. The Evergreen Tao sect is in grave danger. This battle involves far too much. Ordinary immortal factions are merely cannon fodder in this conflict. A church leader gazed at the distant battle, his expression solemn, sensing the peril. An immortal scale war of this magnitude erupted before the Golden Age even arrived. Worse yet, the chaos outside the boundaries was intensifying, dark invasions becoming more rampant, with countless dark entities, too terrifying and unstoppable, battling fiercely on the borders of the myriad realms, attempting to invade and conquer all, consuming the world. Now, internal unrest within the eternal immortal realm was frequent, including the initiation of an immortal war. Trouble brewing both internally and externally. In the far western realm, whether it be Liaoying Temple, Mahayana Buddhism, or even Ksitigarbha Buddhism, countless adepts looked up at the scene unfolding before them, nearly laughing madly. Haha, another internal strife in the Taoist realm. Evergreen Tao sect, battle heaven sacred ground, combat ancient sect, our enemies, are now self-destructing. It seems heaven is aiding our Buddhist realm. The decline of Taoism signals an opportunity for us. Many Buddhist adepts rejoiced openly, their smiles evident. The struggle between Taoism and Buddhism has been ongoing since ancient times, never allowing each other to flourish fully. With internal disputes within Taoism, especially the turmoil between Evergreen Tao sect and battle heaven sacred ground, they relished the mockery. And there stood Irvin, observing all from the shadows, his heterochromatic eyes witnessing the battles unfold. How will you clean up this mess, little Clinton? Don't forget your promise, said a maid beside him. Her voice muffled by a veil of gray mist, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Let's see. A sanctuary of excessive power isn't easy to control. What I aim for is to have these three immortal factions under my command simultaneously. Chapter 250. The battle hymn rises, heaven and earth weep. At the Evergreen Tao sect, the fires of war raged. Countless disciples fought amidst blazing battle formations, wielding their magical abilities. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with smoke and light, evoking heaven's sorrow. However, this was merely small-scale chaos, even with the ancient killing formations deployed, which were terrifying in their might. To the great powerhouses, it appeared as nothing more than a brawl among ants. In the immortal war, what truly mattered was the clash of top-tier forces. An elder at the sage realm, driven by greed for fame and fortune, attacked the Evergreen Tao sect fiercely, his eyes bloodshot. Entwined within him were the laws of sagehood, empowering him so that one palm could shatter mountains and collapse space-time. Yoink! The Evergreen Tao sect was not an easy prey. An elder at the sacred king realm roared, instantly sending waves of light sweeping out. The void trembled like paper, entrapping all in an inescapable mire. Then, a divine light erupted, piercing through the void and directly annihilating those who dared to challenge. Blood rained from the sky, staining the sun and moon, while the sacred sage's blood spread across the earth like flowers of the netherworld, beautiful and perilous. Droplets sank into the ground, leaving deep craters. Horses neighed amidst the roaring flames, transforming the once heavenly Evergreen Tao sect into a hell on earth. This spectacle seemed to intensify the fervor of the immortal war. Supreme beings and emperors, standing at the pinnacle of humanity's realm, possessed extraordinary strength, capable of shaking celestial bodies and reshaping landscapes with a snap of their fingers. Now, Many supremes and emperors had emerged, runes swirling around them, divine light covering their bodies, halos floating behind them, like ancient deities descending upon the world. Evergreen Dao Sect, fallen to ruin. The sky-battling sanctuary and ancient war clan were two supreme immortals with ancient lineages. These apex beings, though powerful, were still not the core pillars of their factions. Their true combat prowess remained terrifyingly formidable. As supremes and emperors appeared, the heavens mourned, and the fighting disciples felt fear, losing their will to fight. Supremes and emperors stood at the peak of humanity's realm, capable of destroying worlds with a wave of their hand, collapsing spaces and dimming suns and moons. A supreme powerhouse from the ancient war clan emitted a dazzling light from his eyes, raising his hand to obliterate reality. Powerful waves of the Grand Path surged forth, engulfing the void and eradicating countless Evergreen Dao Sect disciples in mere seconds. Attacking juniors, unworthy of your title as a supreme. An Evergreen Dao Sect supreme let out a roar, unleashing immense energy, forming a massive energy hand that pressed down. Many disciples of the ancient war clan and sky-battling sanctuary were crushed into paste, creating a ghastly scene of endless conflict. Indeed, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. Beyond this, several supremes soared into the heavens, clashing intensely, releasing surges of mana that resonated like thunder, causing the void to collapse. Without a doubt, the Evergreen Dao Sect, despite its decline, still possessed formidable strength. Equal in rank, Evergreen Dao Sect supremes dominated the ancients of the war clan. Even the emperor-level elders held their own against the sky-battling sanctuary's emperors. They slashed through the heavens, shattering stars and void alike, as if glass shattering, revealing countless cracks. Irvin observed this scene, nodding in silent approval. Recognizing the Evergreen Dao Sect's combat prowess, he deemed them worthy of joining the eternal heavenly court. At the same rank, Evergreen Dao Sect's disciples consistently outmatched their foes. However, their foundation still fell short when faced with the alliance led by the two supreme immortals. Despite their superior combat strength, the numbers of top-tier fighters from the other side vastly outweighed the Evergreen Dao Sect. Adding to this were other immortal or lesser factions vying for scraps. The battle was too devastating, affecting entire realms of the universe, tainting the starry skies with blood and spreading desolation. At this moment, a brilliant white light burst forth from the ancestral grounds of the Evergreen Dao Sect, piercing the heavens, illuminating countless stars. The radiant light lit up the universe, shocking numerous immortal factions as they watched the battlefield with astonishment. The true immortal war was about to begin. Rogues, how dare you invade my realm? Several figures emerged from the Evergreen Dao Sect, numbering about 7 or 8. Their presence was overwhelming, akin to gods, each distinct yet commanding respect. One vibrant like a god of war, another frail like an elderly man, eyes closed but radiating profound depths. A scorching beam shot out, piercing the void and impaling an emperor from the ancient war clan, leaving a gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing out. The emperor looked wide-eyed into the distant void before being pierced by a divine light, ending his life. His body collapsed, lifeless. To kill an emperor with a single strike. Undoubtedly, this was the work of a divine king. One of the elders leaned on a cane, hunched over, saying calmly, "Intruding upon my land, then leave your life here." His voice echoed deeply, causing hearts to tremble. Seeing this, Evergreen Dao Sect disciples were moved and awestruck. Their ancestors had awakened. Those interred in the ancestral grounds were at least of the divine king realm. According to internal reports, the strongest figure hidden within the Evergreen Dao Sect's ancestral grounds might even be an ultimate Joab. With renewed vigor, Evergreen Dao Sect disciples' morale soared. Their ancestors had awakened. Salvation was at hand. With their ancestors' strength, the situation could certainly be reversed. Just as everyone rejoiced, another wave of divine pressure clashed with the Evergreen Dao Sect ancestors' pressure. "Old man, we haven't seen you in a long time. Seems, you plan to completely devour our Evergreen Dao Sect today." Chapter 251. Duel to the deepest depths of the stars. An elder from the Evergreen Dao Sect stared intently at the ancient ancestor of the battleground ancient sect. Their eyes were as sharp as ever, piercing and insightful. They were old acquaintances, contemporaries who had competed fiercely, displaying unparalleled strength. In their era, both were outstanding talents, treading the ancient paths, each with unique opportunities. However, it was always the ancient ancestor of the Evergreen Dao Sect who held the upper hand, suppressing the other. Such boasts are worthless. Times have changed. Your Evergreen Dao Sect has declined, no longer as glorious as before. You now only cling to survival. You might as well share your resources with us, allowing immortality to continue. At this moment, the central figure among the many ancient ancestors of the Evergreen Dao Sect stepped forward. The void collapsed around him, forming a bottomless black hole. Infinite light and runes shimmered around him, ancient imprints manifesting on his body, radiating overwhelming power that seemed capable of crushing the world. He was the most powerful ancient ancestor of the Evergreen Dao Sect, an extremely ancient being. Even among ultimate emperors, he stood out significantly. He even had hopes of reaching the threshold of the peak emperor realm, showcasing unmatched ferocity and dominance. Observing his exterior, one could see he resembled a war god who had endured countless battles, with well-developed muscles, rugged physique, and scars covering his body that had already healed. To him, these scars were badges of honor. Even in the ultimate emperor realm, where one is undying and unextinguishable, he chose to keep these marks. His gaze focused, exuding the aura of an ultimate emperor, which even immortal emperors and supreme emperors found irresistible, their legs weakening, almost forcing them to kneel. There were indeed differences between emperors. Since you've come, leave your lives behind. The patriarch of the Evergreen Dao Sect seemed to have seen a lifeline and flashed into the void above, divine energy surging, cold light flickering in his eyes, ready to strike. With the most ancient ancestor appearing, what did he have to fear? Annihilate all invaders. Meanwhile, Irvin, watching from a distance in the void, grew intrigued, not expecting that even the living fossils buried in the ancestral lands would awaken. However, it made sense. If the sect were to disappear, when else should they emerge? Ewing. What surprised him was that the oldest and strongest of a top-tier force like the Evergreen Dao sect was merely an ultimate emperor, just touching the threshold of the peak emperor realm. He felt slightly disappointed, hoping such immortal battles would involve peak emperors. Host, can you have some understanding? Do you really think everyone is like the eternal Ewing clan? The abundance of emperors and respects within your clan has deceived you. Even the sacred pools of peak forces fall short compared to your family, let alone the Evergreen Dao sect or Battleground Sanctuary. Before the eternal Ewing clan, even insects dare not compare, finding it beneath them to step on. Among top immortal forces, having an ultimate emperor seated is already a great feat, worthy of celebration. The system's voice explained in his mind. Irvin had lived within the eternal Ewing clan since birth, unaware of the vast universe beyond, assuming everything was flourishing. Ordinary forces viewed things from the first floor, while immortal level forces viewed them from the 5th. Top immortal forces saw from the 10th floor, and peak immortal forces from the 20th. As for Irvin, he was at the ceiling level. In the battlefield center, events unfolded dramatically. The appearance of this ultimate emperor revived the Evergreen Dao sect. The formidable pressure subdued the Battleground Ancient Sect, Battleground Sanctuary, and other immortal forces. Even the immortal emperors and quasi-emperors from both factions couldn't withstand it, nearly crumbling under the ancient, vast aura. Suddenly, a cold sneer echoed thunderously across the heavens. It carried overwhelming power, causing the many elders of the Evergreen Dao sect to feel their hearts tremble, their throats fill with blood, and their internal injuries worsen. Two beams of light appeared before the Cade. Both figures were exceptionally handsome, emitting vast auras but distinctly different. Ewing, it was clear they were both ultimate emperors capable of rivaling the Cade. Unquestionably, they were the ancestors of the Battleground Sanctuary and the Battleground Ancient Sect. As fellow Taoists, instead of focusing on defeating Buddhist forces, you two joined forces against our Evergreen Dao sect. Isn't that inviting ridicule from others? The Cade's eyes flashed, questioning sharply. Survival of the fittest. Since the Evergreen Dao sect can no longer thrive, its demise is inevitable. Relinquish the Evergreen Dao domain. You've occupied this domain's resources and divine artifacts long enough. It's time for change. The race spoke dominantly, showing no signs of backing down. Awakened by their descendants, they approved the plan to swallow the Evergreen Dao sect, enhancing their own force and potentially reaching the pinnacle of immortal forces. Emperors are eternal, but the world is complex. The expansion of forces, the prowess of successors, and the struggle for the imperial throne define the Golden Age. They, too, aim to follow destiny. Without further ado, the Carmelo attacked. A palm thrust out, emitting an imperial domain, showcasing extreme power that approached the limits of Dao. The void crumbled repeatedly, celestial bodies shattered, and the cosmos shook. This world, the Evergreen Dao domain, was vast, containing innumerable beings and fierce beasts beyond count. Now, they faced devastation, rivers of stars reversing, and the world fracturing, devoid of any order. The Evergreen ancestors' eyes gleamed like the blazing sun. A punch thrust forward, enveloped in scorching light, unleashing boundless power in an explosion of ferocity. In an instant, the clash erupted like thunder, shaking heaven and earth, shattering the sun and moon, turning countless stars into nothingness. In the face of such destruction, all life ceased to exist. All three were ultimate emperors, their strengths comparable. If dueling individually, leveraging the indestructibility of emperors, they could make heaven darken, the sun and moon dim, time decay, and the universe collapse. But today, it was 2 against 1. Their rapid attacks extended deep into space, shattering stars and collapsing the heavens. The infinite star sea no longer sparkled, filled with desolation. This was the power of ultimate emperors. Each attack approached the limit of Dao. Their battle transcended physical boundaries, extending to the deepest depths of the Dao domain, involving not only physical forms, but also the overflow of soul power, creating avatars to fight each other to the death. Chapter 252. Irvin takes action. 5 Joab's puppets. The battle between the 3 combatants was too intense. Faintly visible, the river of time itself seemed to be disrupted. An endless stream of time flowed on, with splashes of waves scattering haphazardly. Their battle had transcended the boundaries of space and time, fierce and terrifying beyond measure. This was the battle between ultimate Joabs. But it was only a battle between ultimate Joabs. What would happen if it were between supreme Joabs, or even those beyond the realm of Joab? How terrifying would that scene be? If they battled, even the Dao domain universe might not be able to withstand it and could shatter. At that point, one would need to move to the borderlands of all realms, or even beyond the universe. Otherwise, the temple is too small to house the great Buddha. Such immense supreme power surpasses everyone's imagination. Irvin no longer used his heterochromatic eyes to observe. Because the battle between ultimate Joabs involved the secrets of time, which were far beyond what an ordinary peak spirit platform cultivator like him could fathom. But he still observed. There was now a screen of light in front of him, visible only to him. The omnipotent system was always at his beck and call. This was the first time Irvin witnessed the terror of a Joab, and if this was the level of an ultimate Joab, imagine what it would be like at the pinnacle or even above it. That is to say, his Betty's current combat power was enough to make the entire universe tremble. Moreover, a supreme Joab's strength could completely overwhelm an ultimate Joab. This wasn't something that numbers could change. With just a snap of the fingers, an ultimate Joab could be obliterated into nothingness. However, on the battlefield, the situation was not optimistic. In terms of high-end combat power, they were completely suppressed by the struggle for Heaven Holy Land and the war against Heaven Ancient Sect, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Even the mid to low-level forces, relying on ancient killing formations, showed no significant effect, being gradually worn down. The three immortal forces, after this battle, would suffer severe losses. Cold electricity flashed in Irvin's eyes. It was time to take action. To incorporate the three immortal forces into the Eternal Heavenly Court and absorb their legacies, his Eternal Heavenly Court would initially possess boundless combat power, even with Joabs stationed within. Then, he could have the system build spatial connections to link with other immortals. With just a word from him, the three immortals would fall over themselves to act together. The system seemed to sense its host's intentions and immediately responded. Ring, ring, ring. Sensing that the host is about to act, intending to subdue the three top immortal forces. The system believes this is the perfect time for some grandeur. Host, take action. The system can temporarily provide you with the strength of a supreme Joab, easily suppressing the three primordial ancestors. The system eagerly offered Irvin the power of a supreme Joab for a short time, allowing him to experience supreme dominion and effortlessly suppress the three sanctuaries' primordial ancestors, subduing the top immortals. It expected the host to be incredibly pleased, but Irvin simply shook his head, looking uninterested. Why go through so much trouble? It's more comfortable being the boss behind the scenes. As Irvin spoke, the system was puzzled, unsure how the host intended to subdue the three ultimate Joabs without its help. These were ultimate Joabs, not cabbage. Unless a Joab acted, there was no way. Irvin smiled and snapped his fingers. Space twisted as a small tree appeared, seemingly supporting this world, piercing through the vast chaos. 3,000 great doctrines entwined around it, countless laws following, surpassing the sun, moon, stars, and even the luster of the leaves. It seemed to contain countless universes, too terrifying to comprehend. This was the Braden, grown after being nourished by the infinite Sign-In mode. Its growth was perhaps beyond even Bogdan's expectations. At the same time, a divine light burst forth, shattering space, as a figure stepped out, eyes flashing with divine light like heavenly thunder, unmatched in momentum. A single thought reached heaven, exuding supreme authority. It was the coil that Irvin had previously subdued, now residing within the Braden. As the Braden grew, it naturally ascended to the unparalleled Joab realm. It had also mastered numerous great arts of destruction, truly possessing supreme power with the world essence within it, able to fight across ranks and suppress ultimate Joabs. The Braden was now enveloped in a radiance, transforming into a young man, about 18 or 19 years old, tall and slender, dressed in black robes, with clear and bright eyes. After devouring countless divine artifacts and growing on its own, the Braden had ascended to the supreme Joab realm, almost indistinguishable from the coil. Upon seeing Irvin, both bowed respectfully. Pay respects to master. Irvin waved his hand, and they immediately stood up. Go clean up the mess and subdue these top immortal forces. I want to incorporate them all into my eternal heavenly court to serve it. Hearing this, the Braden and coil transformed into light and vanished without hesitation. They reappeared at the site where the three immortal forces were battling. With a wave of their hands, a massive palm descended, instantly darkening the sky and stripping it of its luster. For a moment, all the ancient Formilus and elders of the war against Heaven Ancient Sect and the struggle for Heaven Holy Land were subdued, crushed under the power of a single palm. Regardless of their rank, Immortal Emperor, Quasi-Joab, or below, the difference was now insignificant. They were all forced to kneel on the ground, wailing. They couldn't understand why this was happening. This pressure exceeded even their own ancestors. The coil's action took only a moment to bring all three top immortal forces to their knees, unable to offer any resistance. Seeing this, Irvin was very satisfied and nodded approvingly. The system was speechless. It had expected this to be its shining moment, providing the host with Joab power to crush all enemies and highlight its importance. But it turned out the host didn't need it. Could it tolerate this? It couldn't. Ring, ring, ring. Detected that the host's subordinates are too powerful. Ring, ring, ring. The system is upgrading. Upgrade in progress. Ring. Upgrade successful. Decided to reward the host. 5 Joab puppets. Hashtag chapter 253. Puppet intervention, ending the eternal war. The system's voice echoed in Irvin's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was this damn system up to again? Jealousy? Or its fragile heart broken once more? He hadn't anticipated this when he dispatched the Braden and Coil to subdue the 3 top-tier eternal powers. Thinking everything would go smoothly, he didn't expect the system to get jealous again and force him to upgrade, rewarding him with 5 Empyrean sovereign puppets, true Empyrean sovereigns who had genuinely stepped into the grand path of Empyrean sovereignty. According to the system's introduction, these 5 Empyrean sovereign puppets would only obey his commands, devoid of any self-awareness, their loyalty unwavering. Moreover, their strength was formidable, capable of fighting beyond their rank, even contending with supreme Empyrean sovereigns. System, you really pulled out all the stops this time. Irvin felt surprised, now possessing 5 Empyrean sovereign puppets, along with the Braden and Coil, 2 supreme Empyrean sovereigns. His myriad eons heavenly court was destined for greatness from the very start. Only a peak-level eternal power could possess such a deep reserve of strength. Ordinary eternal powers could be destroyed with a mere thought. As your host, it's natural for me to take good care of you, ensuring you have no worries, the system said. The system will now summon these 5 Empyrean sovereign puppets for your inspection. With that, space before Irvin twisted and shattered like glass. From the collapsed void emerged 5 warriors clad in golden armor, towering and imposing, as if sculpted from solid gold. Their armor shimmered with an unyielding luster under the sunlight. Even standing still, they exuded an intimidating presence that shattered the surrounding space, unable to withstand their divine power. These were Empyrean sovereign puppets. In the eternal immortal realm, few Empyrean sovereigns existed. Even top-tier eternal powers like Evergreen Dao Sect and Heaven Battling Sacred Land had their leaders at peak Empyrean sovereign level. In these supreme eternal powers, Empyrean sovereigns served as the pillars holding everything together, providing stability and assurance. Reaching the divine realm was already immensely difficult. These individuals were unmatched geniuses, absolute kings of their eras. Advancing beyond the divine realm became even harder, requiring one to transcend all heavenly paths and unite with them, surpassing them. Irvin's eyes flashed with divine light. With 5 absolutely loyal Empyrean sovereigns and 2 supreme Empyrean sovereigns, he could establish an unparalleled power in his youth. The name Myriad Aeon's heavenly court would resound throughout the myriad worlds. For now, his goal was to expand the Myriad Aeon's heavenly court. Places like Heaven Battling Sacred Land, Evergreen Dao Sect, and War Heaven Ancient Sect were merely pawns on his chessboard. Go and clean up the mess, Irvin commanded. The 5 Empyrean sovereign puppets knelt in obeisance before disappearing. They appeared at the battlefield between the 3 sections. After the suppression by the coil, even the most powerful eternal sovereigns lay helpless, their bodies broken. The appearance of the 5 Empyrean sovereign puppets left everyone bewildered, including the leaders of the 3 sects. One puppet took a step forward, grabbing the Ashton and lifting him effortlessly. The Saint Lord's eyes rolled back, blood gushed from his mouth, and his consciousness faltered as he screamed, "Who are you?" Myriad Aeon's heavenly court, celestial generals of heaven. Submit or die. As the puppet tightened its grip, the Saint Lord thrashed helplessly, his body weak like a chick. He felt an overwhelming fear. He, a mighty eternal sovereign, was being toyed with. Stop, I submit. Weakly pleading, he was thrown to the ground, gasping for breath. Though lucky to be alive, he had lost Heaven Battling Sacred Land. As the Saint Lord reflected, countless preparations had led to this moment, including aligning with War Heaven Ancient Sect to divide Evergreen Dao Sect, offering benefits to other participating powers. But unexpectedly, someone else had orchestrated everything behind the scenes. 3 top-tier eternal sects, easily manipulated and betrayed. Who could have done this? Just then, the Arwen, covered in blood, continued to struggle against his 2 opponents. Despite continuous healing, the battle was too intense. Suddenly, 2 powerful energies surged, collapsing the starry sky. Meanwhile, the Eben, also captured, experienced unbearable agony as ice-blue flames scorched his soul. Pain made him pass out, but the flames kept reviving him, causing unimaginable torment. Unable to bear it any longer, he finally submitted. My sect submits to the heavenly court. Seeing the Grand Master's pitiful state, the Saint Lord felt a hint of relief, grateful for submitting early. Deep in the cosmos, the 3 ultimate Empyrean sovereigns battled fiercely, determined to destroy each other. Being Empyrean sovereigns meant they were nearly immortal. Killing them required higher realms, and despite their efforts, the Arwens suffered greatly, barely holding on. Just then, 2 ferocious energies struck, collapsing the starry sky and threatening to destroy the world. Chapter 254, Braden, the first battle. Rampant energy swept across, collapsing the starry sky and shattering worlds. Even galaxies seemed to reverse their course, unable to endure. The laws followed, with the power of the Great Tao crisscrossing the region, splitting the starry sky in 2. This immediately separated the 3 ultimate emperors. Who? The distant ancestor of the sky battling sacred ground roared, his eyes burning, immense energy seemingly capable of flipping the cosmos. Stars moved chaotically, unparalleled in strength. Fighting fiercely, he was wounded and covered in scars, blood trickling from his mouth, plunging into madness. Now, his battle was interrupted mid-stride, and even the great skill he had been preparing for a long time couldn't be unleashed. How could this not enrage him? Cease your hand. The 3 imperishable lineages must all submit under the eternal heavenly court. A deep voice echoed as the Ramon appeared, enveloped in myriad divine lights. He was incomparably holy, with extraordinary combat prowess, like a supreme ruler dominating the multiverse. The divine light flashing in his eyes was as irresistible as celestial thunder, piercing through everything. The Ramon was originally the supreme ruler of a major world, having devoured its heavenly Tao. Coupled with parasitizing within the Braden, he absorbed countless treasures and great Tao laws, transcending his previous state of decay and returning to his peak, even advancing further, achieving the title of Supreme Joab. His true combat strength was fully capable of rivaling ultimate Joabs and even subduing them. Laden with thick world essence, he appeared ever more sacred. Merely standing there, he intimidated the distant ancestors of the 3 lineages. Who are you? The distant ancestor of the sky battling sacred ground raged. Though unable to see through the true identity of the person before him, he realized that this was a supreme Joab, still far from becoming an ultimate Joab. He dared to arrogantly obstruct them. Being suppressed like this was an unprecedented humiliation that must be eliminated. Immediately, he struck out with one hand, causing the galaxy to flow backward, space to collapse, and countless black holes to appear, utter voids. This palm strike was like a scorching sun, illuminating the starry sky and spanning this world. The power of an ultimate Joab was so terrifying that even the universe trembled, unable to bear the extremity of the Tao. However, the Ramon merely glanced indifferently, pointing out simply yet explosively, like a bolt of lightning, resonating amidst the universe. The blazing divine light intertwined, treasure radiance wrapping around, instantly growing several thousand feet large. Numerous great Tao runes on the finger wove together, laws coiling and traversing all directions. It directly clashed against the palm imprint. Instantly, powerful energy fluctuations erupted. Where the palm and finger met, everything turned into nothingness, ceasing to exist without a trace. Unmatched energy fluctuations forced the distant ancestor of the sky battling sacred ground to retreat several steps. Looking over, the Ramon stood firm, as immovable as Mount Tai. Not even a speck of dust stirred on his attire. Moreover, his gaze was sharp like a blade, Lightning seemed to rumble within it, roaring like a fierce beast, extremely terrifying. Irvin's subordinates seemed to have learned his knack for posturing. Of course, they had yet to grasp its essence. Seeing this scene, the three ultimate Joabs were greatly shocked, almost disbelieving. The gap between Joabs was like a chasm between heaven and earth, utterly insurmountable. To challenge a higher rank was exceedingly difficult. Even with godly artifacts, it was hard to bridge this gap. Yoink, this supreme Joab managed to force back an ultimate Joab in battle. Even an ultimate Joab who had just gone through a major battle should not be shaken by a supreme Joab. Therefore, they were astonished, shaken, even fearful. Such strength and talent were perhaps unmatched even by peak immortal level forces. Which faction dared come here to meddle in their affairs? It seemed, the internal strife among the three top-tier immortal forces was being observed by others. But even peak immortal factions dare not intervene. Boy, you're not qualified to meddle in conflicts between ultimate Joabs. The distant ancestor of the ancient war, Heaven Sect, said disdainfully, looking down on him. Despite possessing incomparable strength, he was far too inferior against ultimate Joabs. Ramon, cease talking and suppress them. Once captured, we'll report to the Emmanuel and subdue the three lineages. That's the priority. The Braden emerged from nothingness, immensely powerful yet appearing like an elegant youth, spirited and youthful, emitting divine light as if a deity. In fact, according to age, the Braden was but a child. Both he and the Ramon recognized Irvin as their master. Irvin's commands were supreme. Now, both the distant ancestor of the Evergreen Tao sect and the distant ancestor of the Sky Battling Sacred Ground were enraged. Two Supreme Joabs Juniors dared claim to suppress them, the three ultimate Joabs. They also heard something about a Emmanuel intending to subdue their three top-tier immortal lineages. Who was this Emmanuel who dared act against three such forces simultaneously, displaying an appetite beyond imagination? Even peak immortal forces would not dare challenge all three at once. The Braden acted decisively, hands spread wide. Destruction Law emerged from his right palm, Yin-Yang Law from his left. The two laws intertwined, causing the surrounding space to completely collapse into dark nothingness. Behind him, the six-path cycles unfolded, swallowing even countless rays of light. Seeing this, the Ramon was slightly stunned. This was the Braden's strength? To the Braden, great Tao and laws were like toys, effortlessly wielded. The destructive power was astonishing, capable of reshaping all things, transforming into various divine weapons, knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, forks. These weapons surged forward, seeming to obliterate everything in their path. The distant ancestor of the Sky Battling Sacred Ground, believing this to be mere bravado, thought the real combat strength still lacked much and would never be their match. Moving like a shadow, wielding extreme Tao power, he charged forward with a shocking fist. However, the numerous weapons formed from the congealed Tao and laws moved like lightning, invisible to the naked eye, slicing through boundless emptiness with intense lethal force. Even though the distant ancestor of the Sky Battling Sacred Ground had a body like Vajra, he couldn't withstand it. His skin split open, blood spurting forth into the starry sky, impacting weaker planets. Tightening his teeth, the distant ancestor resisted. With a wave of the Braden's hand, Infinite Destruction Law reformed into a colossal sword. The Braden held the giant sword and slashed downward. A shocking white light flashed across the universe, dividing night and day. Pooh! One strike, and myriad Daos turned into nothingness. Hashtag chapter 255. One against three supreme emperors, all suppressed. One sword cleaves through heaven and earth. One sword slashes the sky wide open. One sword suppresses the 9 regions. One sword shatters the firmament. With this single sword strike, all Tao becomes void. The firmament shatters, and a blinding white light illuminates the entire Tao domain universe. Countless living beings are blinded and cannot believe what has transpired. Even the many immortal Tao lineages observing covertly suffer backlash for a moment, spitting out blood. Facing this sword strike, the ancient ancestor of Battle Heaven is utterly shocked and uses all his means to defend. Endless power of an Empyrean bursts forth, coalescing into a divine shield before him, attempting to withstand this blow. His pupils widen with deep-seated fear. He cannot believe it. This strike was issued by a supreme Empyrean, whose strength defies description. He foresees that if struck by this sword, even if he survives, he will be crippled. Even with all his energy gathered, as strong as divine iron capable of resisting everything. Before this sword strike, any defensive measures seem like paper, offering no resistance at all. The sword slashes down, the gigantic shield shatters into nothingness, instantly dissipating into particles of energy. Yoink, this sword's radiance remains undiminished, blazing like a great sun. It continues to thrust forward, piercing the chest of the ancient ancestor of Battle Heaven's holy land. A bloody hole appears, revealing his innards, blood splattering across the sky. The blood of an ultimate Empyrean is also a supreme treasure, falling upon this Tao domain universe. In a secluded corner, struck by the godly blood of the ultimate Empyrean, it perfectly blends in. It rejuvenates, its life force spreading unceasingly, elevating this desolate place. Abundant spiritual energy and Tao power permeate, giving cultivators the chance to break through. In the starry sky, the ancient ancestor of Battle Heaven's holy land tilts his head back in extreme agony. Though pierced by the sword, the ultimate Empyrean does not die or cease. The wound heals rapidly. But so what? The Braden unleashes another palm strike. Countless Tao principles evolving, enveloping the physical body of Cornell completely, seeking to control it. This scene shocks everyone deeply. The ancient ancestors of Evergreen Tao sect and Battling Heaven ancient sect feel a chill rise within them. They never expected this supreme Empyrean to possess the power to overwhelm an ultimate Empyrean. It seems their earlier worries were true. If he finishes off Cornell, would the next targets not be the two of them? Facing a formidable enemy, let's unite against him first. As ultimate Empyreans who have endured countless eras, they know they've been targeted. And even before the outbreak of the Immortal War, a mysterious force had already set its sights on them. They foresee their holy lands might already be compromised. Exchanging glances, they rush forward swiftly to suppress and eliminate the imminent threat. The Braiden's eyes glow fiercely. A cold laugh escapes his lips. Then let's suppress you all together. Raising his right hand over his head, the law of time condenses, then spreads, engulfing the space. He swings his right hand forward, invoking the law of space, making this area feel like quicksand. Even great powers in the divine realm are affected, unable to move an inch. This is the power of the Braiden, where the 3,000 Tao principles function as extensions, effortlessly wielded without any bottleneck. Even Irvin, watching from afar, is stunned. He never imagined the Braiden could be so formidable, using the 3,000 Tao principles effortlessly with every movement. Even under the onslaught of the 3 ultimate Empyreans, he shows no fear, even slightly dominating the situation. As for the coil, it watches quietly from afar like a spectator. Observing the Braiden wielding the 3,000 Tao principles to subdue the opposition, showcasing invincibility, secretly marveling, he thought his power was equal to the Braiden's. After all, both were supreme Empyreans. And during the consumption of treasures and divine weapons, they shared resources. He never expected that this guy could wield the 3,000 Tao principles effortlessly, as if using his own arms, displaying incomparable might. In the starry sky, the Braiden battles 3 emperors. The 3 ultimate Empyreans are miserable. Though he is only a supreme Empyrean, the energy within him flows boundlessly, wielding Tao power effortlessly. There is no skillful technique or mighty artistry, just the pure essence of Tao principles unleashed, sweeping away everything. It's as if he embodies the world, personifying Tao itself. On the battlefield, behind the Braiden, divine light flickers, shining brightly. He appears like a creator deity. Tao energy converges, transforming him into a 3-headed, 6-armed being, each arm wielding different divine artifacts formed from the convergence of Tao laws, clocks made of time, discs made of space, and swords born of destruction. Holding various divine weapons, he engages in fierce combat with the 3 ultimate Empyreans. The coil transforms into a spectator, shouting 666 on the side, cheering enthusiastically. Cornell, having been previously injured, cannot match the opponent, suffering another sword strike that severs his arm. The other 2 fare no better. Harley loses his left leg. Those peeking Empyrean experts witnessing this scene feel an icy chill rise within them, filled with unimaginable fear. What kind of monster is this? It defies common sense. With merely the realm of supreme Empyrean, he battles 3 ultimate Empyreans alone. And the more he fights, the braver he gets, surpassing expectations, thoroughly suppressing the 3 ultimate Empyreans. Who is this individual, wielding 3 heads and 6 arms, mastering Tao principles so adeptly? Whose general is this, showing such bravery? Becoming an ultimate Empyrean is inevitable for him. In the starry sky, the Braiden's body intertwines with Tao, growing ever more courageous. Countless Tao principles unfold simultaneously. Time, space, cause and effect, fate, slaughter, and destruction. Under the pressure of countless Tao principles, the 3 ultimate Empyreans seem like mere ants. Suppress me now. As the words echo, overwhelming divine might erupts, covering everything. In between heaven and earth, only blinding divine light shines, leaving everyone in awe. Chapter 256, Subjugation of the Ultimates and Incorporation into the Heavenly Court. A flash of white light enveloped the vast universe, with stars twinkling like specks in the cosmos. Irvin stood at a distance, his gaze fixed, observing silently. Even he was surprised by the Braiden's combat prowess, single-handedly fighting against 3 enemies and completely overwhelming them. All while being in the Supreme D realm, suppressing 3 ultimate Ds simultaneously. How powerful would it be when it eventually achieved the peak of the ultimate D realm? He feared even he couldn't predict that. Moreover, the Braiden didn't use any divine arts or magical spells. The great Tao was just its toy. It could summon forces of time, space, fate, causality, light, slaughter, and more effortlessly. Not to mention physical combat. It represented the supreme world, capable of nurturing infinite chaos. Perhaps only he could suppress it. Numerous Ds were also paying close attention to this battle. Initially, it was an internal conflict among the 3 immortal lineages within the depths of the Tao domain universe. Unexpectedly, there was a hidden force that emerged, taking everyone by surprise. The mysterious force possessed overwhelming strength, with 5 immortal Ds acting together to subjugate the 3 immortal lineages. Sage Master Battle Heaven and Sect Lord Fight Heaven had no resistance left, being tortured mercilessly until they submitted. The ancient ancestors of the 3 lineages were suppressed by the sudden appearance of a Supreme D. They too were curious about who led this mysterious force, given its profound background and unmatched power to subdue the 3 immortal lineages. At this moment, many top immortal forces were on high alert. Some Holy Land leaders prayed silently, hoping not to be targeted by such power. Otherwise, they would fear being outmaneuvered and destroyed even in their dreams. The peak immortal forces were also watching cautiously, marveling at the depth of this newly emerged mysterious force. They dispatched Ds effortlessly, and even Supreme Ds could overpower 3 ultimate Ds. This suggested at least peak-level immortal power, if not beyond. Could it be the myriad ancient Ewing family? Someone thought. Besides them, who else could possess such depth? With numerous divine respects as common as dogs and Ds everywhere, the myriad ancient Ewing family's reputation was fitting. Before the immortal lineage war, rumors spread that the son of a Joab from the myriad ancient Ewing family had descended into the evergreen Tao sect, promising protection. Clearly, the command from the Manuel led the myriad ancient Ewing family to intervene. Contemplating this, everyone grew increasingly wary. Despite being just 12, Irvin displayed immense strength and considerable influence. His 6-year absence ended dramatically, forcing 3 peak immortal forces into submission. He truly lives up to being the man well, commanding D's in the myriad ancient Ewing family as easily as calling friends. One must never provoke the man well, he's too troublesome. Right? Every time he appears, something significant happens, breaking records and creating miracles. Now, he's even daring to target immortal forces, using unparalleled backing to act recklessly, leaving us helpless to object. Many deities sighed, recognizing Irvin's influence. These beings were revered for their unparalleled strength and enjoyed the highest status within immortal forces. Once dispassionate and focused solely on cultivation, they hadn't been so shaken since Irvin's birth caused world-shattering thunderstorms. Above the starry sky, several figures reappeared, revealing unexpected developments. In the Braiden's hand were tiny points of light, none other than the ultimate Ds, now controlled like mere chicks. The coil appeared beside the Braiden, gazing at the 3 ultimate Ds restrained in his palm, marveling deeply. Brother, you've really done it. Using the great Tao so liberally, one after another, who can withstand that? After countless eras, the coil now admired the Braiden like a devoted follower, respecting its combat prowess immensely. He suspected that even in equal realms, he wouldn't last 100 moves against the Braiden. These are just insignificant ultimate Ds. What's all the fuss about? Braiden spoke casually but frowned slightly. To him, these few ultimate Ds were nothing more than ants, disappointing after such a long battle. Was Coil subtly criticizing his slow efficiency? Braiden, childlike in its lack of self-awareness, had already stirred tumult outside because of its unparalleled combat ability. Even great beings hailed it as the New Age's war god, able to defeat 3 ultimate Ds in the divine realm. Without doubt, the Braiden had achieved divinity through this battle. Thereafter, people would call it white-clad taboo. Irvin, hands folded, smiled faintly, clearly satisfied. Apart from the efficiency and strength of the 5 puppet Ds, the performance of the Braiden and Coil delighted him, especially the Braiden's combat prowess, far exceeding limits. Calling it an unsurpassed war god wasn't exaggerated. Indeed, everything his miles provided was elite. Hidden in the void, Anita was astonished. His younger brother had impeccable plans and strategies. An immortal war devastated all life, darkening the sun and moon, losing the luster of heaven and earth. Ewing, the ultimate beneficiary, was a 12-year-old boy, watching the conflict unfold, then decisively acting, suppressing and subjugating in a single stroke. The air before him distorted as the Braiden and Coil approached, bowing and kneeling in obeisance, signaling the completion of their task. Braiden opened his right palm, revealing the trapped ancient ancestors of the 3 lineages within the rules of the Great Tao. Even ultimate Ds could be slain. However, the Braiden held back, following only orders to suppress. With a wave of Irvin's hand, the 3 ultimate Ds were absorbed into the heavenly court space. The system would correct their minds, not brainwash, and align them with the heavenly court's path, creating the glory of the 10,000 ancient heavenly court. Irvin took no action to obscure this occurrence. His actions were noticed by top Ds of the eternal immortal domain, instilling caution in their hearts. Chapter 257. Storm across the heavens, eternal conquest. In a forbidden zone, a pair of eyes pierced through the vast expanse of time and space, seeing deep into the cosmos. In an instant, they understood the cause and effect, comprehending the nature of all things. They could scarcely believe that the Manuel had become so terrifying. 3 of the top eternal powers were toyed with by him effortlessly. The saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind, as he easily mobilized 5 puppet emperors. These were all peak immortal emperors, rulers in their own supreme powers. Now they were merely subordinates under his command. The Manuel is unparalleled. In this era of great competition, he will achieve great things. Other geniuses, even ancient prodigies or taboo existences, can barely match his achievements. This scenario caused a massive storm across the heavens, shocking countless immortal powers. The leaders of several immortal lineages trembled in disbelief. 3 top-tier immortal forces, annihilated, or rather, absorbed. Could it be that these 3 had now fallen under the jurisdiction of the myriad Ian Ewing clan? If so, would their own immortal lineages remain untouched? Then news spread of a mysterious powerhouse who single-handedly suppressed 3 ultimate god emperors. This figure was a private subordinate of Irvin, not belonging to the myriad Ian Ewing clan. Such news sent shockwaves across all realms, spreading widely. Some living fossils rose from their ancestral grounds, shattering their coffin lids in disbelief. Hearing reports from their descendants, they found it hard to fathom and even resorted to using temporal mysticism to look back in time, trying to unravel the secrets surrounding the actions of the Manuel. However, they could only glimpse a corner of the events involving the absorption of the 3 immortal lineages. The entire sequence of events seemed shrouded in mystery, completely untraceable. This baffled and alarmed everyone, beyond comprehension. The fate of the Manuel was invisible, as if veiled by fate itself, leaving the ancient past devoid of any trace of his existence. He does not exist in this ancient history. An ancestor of one of the immortal lineages screamed, spitting out blood after attempting to reverse time. He had inadvertently caught a fleeting glance from someone looking back at him, seemingly a warning. Ewing. Just that one glance was more than what a peak D could endure. He spat blood, his body decaying, enveloped by ancient dark energy, as if about to dissolve into nothingness. The sight was terrifying. It involved profound karmic entanglements and destiny. He was certain that continuing to observe would bring catastrophic backlash, leading to a shortened lifespan and utter despair. Quickly issue orders. Never provoke the myriad Ian Ewing clan again. Instead, seek friendship with them. Fetch my lineage's treasure, and offer it immediately. His subordinates moved swiftly, for disobeying the ancestors' orders could have dire consequences. None of them knew the extent of the shock their ancestor experienced. But this phrase echoed throughout the heavens. He does not exist in this ancient history. It silenced many who sought to use temporal mysticism to probe Irvin, fearing the catastrophic repercussions. The power of time. Even Ds dared not tread lightly. Long ago, there was a peak D who attempted to traverse the river of time backward, intending to slay the young Joab Bogdan. However, upstream in the river of time, time guardians appeared, intercepting him. A single sword stroke cut off that part of time, turning it to nothingness. The peak D who tried to reverse time met his end, vanishing into oblivion. All memories of this event were erased, known only to a few. If anyone dared to deduce Irvin's fate, a time guardian might appear. And the myriad Ian Ewing clan would take note, the karmic implications too heavy to bear, so it was better to watch quietly. Meanwhile, Irvin arrived at the Evergreen Tao sect calmly, hands behind his back, looking like an elegant youth despite being only 12 years old, a testament to his remarkable prowess. At such a young age, he created countless miracles. Manipulating 3 top-tier immortal forces simultaneously, his actions would be recorded in history. Irvin's arrival instantly prompted numerous disciples, some still injured, to kneel and welcome him. They did not know the full extent of his machinations, but understood that Irvin had saved the Evergreen Tao sect from peril. Without Irvin, the sect would have been divided among the sky-battling Sacred Land, War Heaven Ancient Sect, and other immortal forces. Even the sect master appeared, trembling, to kneel before Irvin. He had sensed an invisible hand guiding the outcome of the conflict, including the appearance of the ancestors and the resolution by 5 Ds. The lone figure who subdued 3 ultimate Ds was also Irvin's doing. Before Irvin spoke, the Evergreen Sect master knelt deeply, speaking devoutly. My Evergreen Tao sect is willing to serve Irvin. Henceforth, we will follow you as our leader and respect you above all others. Upon hearing this, many disciples were bewildered but remained silent, respecting the decisions of their sect master. This submission might be for the better future development of the sect. 5D puppets exchanged glances. One tossed the Beckett before Irvin. The Emmett followed suit, appearing much worse off, bleeding from the mouth, suffering internal injuries. Even gods need time to heal when their divine souls are damaged. Both immediately realized this was their only chance for survival. Salute, Leonardo. Our sky-battling Sacred Land agrees to submit entirely. Henceforth, we will honor you as our lord and follow your lead. The Beckett hastened to declare allegiance, knowing their ancient ancestor was in Irvin's control, like ants awaiting death. The Emmett, looking downcast, clenched his fists. Heaving a sigh, he lowered his proud head and declared submission to Irvin. My War Heaven Ancient Sect agrees to submit, honoring Irvin as our lord and following your lead. Indeed, the decision was carefully considered by both the sky-battling Sacred Land and the War Heaven Ancient Sect. To oppose the Manuel would likely result in swift annihilation by the myriad Eon Ewing clan. Within a year, their graves would be overrun with grass. Furthermore, submitting to Irvin wasn't dishonorable. With boundless potential, he was destined to create myths, achieving greatness and possibly becoming another Joab within the myriad Eon Ewing clan. Chapter 258. System Upgrade, Fish and Treasure Art. At this moment, the heads of the Evergreen Sect, the Gene, and the Ivan all declared their submission. Irvin stood in midair, looking down at everything below and the 3 trembling figures on the ground. For the first time, he savored the feeling of dominating all realms. With just a small stratagem, he had brought under his control 3 of the top undying forces. Incorporating them into the myriad ancient, heavenly court would elevate its combat power to unprecedented heights. Add to that the Braden and the Ramon, 2 supreme emperors capable of subduing ultimate Joabs, and 5 puppet divine emperors, along with the 3 top-tier undying lineages, including the 3 ultimate divine emperor ancestors now ensconced within the system space and reprogrammed by it. His myriad ancient heavenly court was now among the pinnacle undying forces. However, a new issue emerged. Despite the submission of these 3 top undying forces, how should they be managed? They were far apart, even across different Tao universes, ruling vast domains with uncountable living beings, kingdoms, and nations. At this point, the system's voice rang out in his mind, as if sensing its host's worries. Chime, your caring little system here. Sensing your concerns, I will upgrade for better service. Chime, upgrading. Chime, upgrade successful. Firstly, rewarding you with the myriad ancient, heavenly court space. Through this space, you can summon any ruler or disciple of any force. You can also teleport to any location within your undying dominions, ignoring spatial barriers. Secondly, rewarding you with the Fish and Treasure Art. Hearing the system's announcement, Irvin's eyes flashed with surprise. Indeed, the system was quite useful. Every time he worried, it appeared. And this time, the rewards were exceptionally tempting. One was the upgraded myriad ancient heavenly court space, and the other was the Fish and Treasure Art. If practiced by members of the 3 undying lineages, from their elders to their disciples, all would fall under his control. With a single thought, he could decide their life or death. Furthermore, it would enhance their potential and talent, allowing them to advance further along the Great Tao. Their progress would also benefit him, increasing his cultivation, though indirectly through transformation rather than direct absorption. Still, even this indirect gain was significant, perfectly suited to his laid-back nature. Suddenly awakened in bed, his realm spontaneously advanced. The system's mission is to serve the host wholeheartedly. Whatever the host lacks, the system must provide. Only then can the host feel sincere service and appreciate this system more. The system stubbornly hoped for Irvin's recognition. Irvin was speechless. The system had not only a fragile heart, but also too much drama. Ignoring it, he opened his palm, revealing the Fish and Treasure Art. He split it into 3 parts and placed each part in the hands of the Evergreen Sect Master, Emmett, and Battling Heaven Holy Sovereign. Since you have chosen submission, you deserve support from the Ewing family. This is a great skill of the Ewing family, capable of enhancing talent and cultivation. Even deities can greatly benefit, advancing further on the path of the great Tao. After returning to your sex, let all cultivate this art to boost overall strength. With our help, it won't take long for you to become formidable, stepping toward the peak. Irvin said solemnly. From afar, a 12-year-old boy was instructing rulers of undying forces, a somewhat comical sight. Such a scene was explosive. Outside, no one would dare believe it. But after receiving the fish and treasure art, the holy sovereign of battling heaven and others probed it with their divine senses and confirmed it did indeed improve talent and strength, benefiting even deities immensely. Soon, they would advance further and recover from the losses of the war. Gratitude overwhelmed them, and they bowed repeatedly. Thank you, young master, for granting this treasure. Thank you, young master, for granting this treasure. It seemed submitting to such a person brought tremendous benefits. Hidden in the void, Anita felt her worldview refreshing. How soon had it been since her brother subdued 3 top undying forces and bestowed them with a powerful skill? As a demoness, spending time with Irvin revealed that beneath his seemingly kind and pure exterior lay a sinister and cunning mind, full of schemes. The skill he bestowed wasn't without danger, but it genuinely improved talent and benefited deities. At 12, she was renowned, yet never planned or wielded such power. Her little brother truly surprised her. She then transmitted a message, Xiao Clinton, this matter done, we should return to the myriad ancient Ewing family. Cashin seems to be seeking you for important matters. Hashtag chapter 259. Return to the Ewing family, the elders are proud. 3 days have passed. In the eternal Ewing family, immortal mist swirl and divine aura soar, illuminated by chaotic, godly light. In a certain grove, Irvin lounges on a hammock, incredibly relaxed, basking in the warm sunlight that makes his skin glow like jade. He pays no mind to the storms he has stirred across countless worlds, or the many figures he has alarmed. Such cunning, such scheming, along with ironclad execution and numerous divine emperors under his command. Even the many dark entities in the outer chaos have now heard of Irvin's prowess. At just 12 years old, he has already created such marvels, turning decay into miracles. It is nothing short of legendary. The Life Forbidden Zone issued the highest directive to hunters who have been slaying prodigies across the multiverse. They may hunt prodigies from myriad worlds, but they must never provoke the son of the Ewing family's Joab. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, and not even the Life Forbidden Zone can protect them. In the outer chaos, countless supreme celestial demons have set their sights on the son of the Joab, but dare not act rashly. This is a major threat and terror that must be eliminated. However, with the present Joab and the Holy Lord of Yaoqi as his backers, even the many dark forces of the outer chaos dare not move and have chosen to observe. Irvin is unaware of all this. The system frequently reminds him to prepare. But Irvin remains fearless and unperturbed, knowing that with his Miles, the Joab, he can rest easy. Meanwhile, he occasionally spares some effort to build up his eternal heavenly court. Once established, the eternal heavenly court will allow him to send out legions of divine emperors for battles while he stays at the rear as the mastermind, living comfortably and enjoying life. Just as Irvin was lost in these pleasant thoughts, the system's voice suddenly interrupted. Ding ding ding, detected a key seedling within the eternal heavenly court in the small world, facing a major calamity. Hearing this, Irvin immediately sat up, losing his composure. His eternal heavenly court had only been founded 6 years ago. What could have possibly gone wrong with those young prodigies he once nurtured? Lost in thought, Irvin said, Amir, open the system panel and check the status of this prodigy. Why would he face a major calamity? Based on Irvin's logic, the system identifies key prodigies for cultivation to become pillars of his eternal heavenly court, working diligently for him. And, with great fortune bestowed upon them, they should be called Sons of Destiny. Almost instantly, the system panel appeared before Irvin, shimmering with light, displaying the conditions within the small world. It turned out to be Axel, who, after being dumped by his fiancée, obtained the celestial fire scripture from the system, which allowed him to consume all fires in the world, thus enhancing his cultivation strength, becoming immensely powerful. Later, through the celestial fire scripture, Axel unexpectedly awakened the body of 10,000 fires, mastering all flames, making him the unparalleled emperor of fire. However, when he was dumped, he famously declared, 30 years on this side of the river, 30 years on that side, do not look down upon a poor youth. Seeing this, Irvin knew this was indeed a son of destiny. Even without the system's help, he would find other opportunities, destined to become a deity and shine brightly in the eternal, immortal realm. He had made a pact to grow insanely within 6 years to cleanse his humiliation. Back then, everyone laughed at him, and no one believed in him. After all, his ex-fiancée belonged to one of the top sects in that small world, the Biyun Divine Sect, Biyun Shunzong, a formidable powerhouse. Although, in Irvin's eyes, it was weaker than the smallest ant. Still, in that small world, it was an unchallenged giant, feared by all. Axel vowed to defeat his ex-fiancée at the Biyun Divine Sect within 6 years, avenging the humiliation of the divorce. Now, time has passed, and Axel has grown significantly with the help of the celestial fire scripture and the body of 10,000 fires. He became well known among the young generation as a rising genius, challenging the Biyun Divine Sect's holy maiden, his ex-fiancée Dolores. Woohoo, what a dramatic plot twist. The protagonist, once a nobody, is now going to top-notch sects to settle scores. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Can't believe it's happening for real. I might even get to see it. Irvin exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming. He never expected to witness such protagonist-level drama in person. Overwhelmed by anticipation, Irvin couldn't wait and decided to head to the small world. Let's go, Amir. Time to explore. He had been back in the family for 4 days, and apart from receiving concern from elders and senior relatives, he found everything rather boring. If he could visit the small world and watch how his court members turned their fates around, overpowering their high and mighty ex-fiancé, it would be quite entertaining. Deciding quickly, Irvin put away his hammock and walked out of the dense forest. Stepping onto a white array, he flashed a white light, teleporting instantly. Since experiencing such convenient teleportation arrays at the Yaoqi Holy Land, Irvin had asked the elders if similar arrays were available in the Eternal Ewing family. To his surprise, he learned that teleportation arrays were everywhere in the Eternal Ewing family, accessible simply by a thought. He remembered how he used to ride little dragon Alberta around as a child, often causing trouble, nearly exhausting himself. A flash of light transported him to the family main hall. Coincidentally, Bogdan, Louisa, and several elders were gathered, seemingly discussing Irvin's conquest of the 3 immortal Tao traditions. Even from afar, he could hear their hearty laughter, filled with pride over their young master. Ha ha ha, Jethro truly is our Eternal Ewing family's treasure. Ewing's, at just 12, he already demonstrates such shrewdness, manipulating the 3 immortal Tao traditions, and even the divine emperors can't escape. Who would have thought that those 3 ultimate divine emperors would be outwitted by a 12-year-old child, who even forcibly tamed them? The elders laughed heartily, clearly delighted and proud of Irvin. Sitting atop the main seats, Bogdan and Louisa exchanged glances, seeing each other's deep contentment. Their son has achieved so much, how could they not feel proud? Irvin stepped forward, lightly bowing to his parents. Greetings, Cashin mother. These 2 people were his greatest support and closest kin, having sacrificed much for him. They deserved his respect. The elders watched Irvin walk into the hall, and found him increasingly endearing. Ewing, they also felt a twinge of sadness and self-reproach. They had watched Irvin grow since birth, but after he left for the Yaoqi Holy Land at 6, it had been 6 long years since his return. During this time, they missed him terribly and often peered through endless space to see his progress, feeling immensely relieved at his growth. Especially when Irvin awakened the unprecedented 7-colored divine platform, they were moved, almost hoping to check if their ancestral graves were smoking. Everyone wondered what Irvin had been doing during his first 4 days back. Enjoying performances, playing with flowers, teasing cats and dogs, and frolicking with his 2 handmaids. Now, coming to the family hall, did he have something important to discuss? But what could a 12-year-old possibly need to discuss with the family elders? Chapter 260. Descending to the lower realms, the elders reluctant to let go. Clintoner, what brings you here today? Bogdan said affectionately, already 80% sure of why Irvin had come. A Miles knows his son best. This kid has never been honest from a young age, always wanting to break free. He has always wanted to go out and play. During the 6-year trip to the Yaoqi Holy Land, he almost turned the place upside down, be it the Alchemy Hall or the Artifact Pavilion. They all suffered greatly from his mischief. It's only been a few days since he returned to the Ewing family. Could he be thinking about going out to play again? Irvin smiled and replied, reporting to Cashin and Mother. I have come this time to discuss descending to the lower realms. Upon hearing these words, many elders were stunned, not believing their ears. Little ancestor, is the eternal immortal domain not enough for you to wreak havoc? You want to go to the lower realms? To the people of the eternal immortal domain, the immortal domain is the highest and supreme realm, the center of all universes. All the great 1,000 worlds, middle 1,000 worlds, and small 1,000 worlds below are collectively known as the lower realms. The lower realms are lacking in spirit energy, with fragmented laws. Compared to the eternal immortal domain, even dogs wouldn't go there. This little ancestor has barely explored much of the ancient Ewing family, let alone the entire Xianxia Dao realm. Even the eternal immortal domain, which he hasn't fully explored, he now wants to venture into myriad worlds. Furthermore, why would one forsake the heavenly spiritual blessed land of the eternal immortal domain to go to the lower realms? It's quite unexpected. Even Bogdan was slightly puzzled, assuming Irvin wanted to visit other Dao realms. But no, he wants to explore myriad worlds. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Irvin's lips curled slightly. Everything was as he expected. He then spoke calmly. Child has been contemplating deeply. Although I have attained some strength, I am still young. Among my peers, I lack the corresponding strength to uphold that unparalleled reputation. In this grand era, I might still be far weaker than other heavenly geniuses. To pave the way for the future path of the Tao, perhaps it would be better to descend to the lower realms for a while, gain more experience, and hone my skills. Who knows, I might gain some benefits. Irvin thought the elders and his parents would understand him. Instead, they all froze in place, their expressions somewhat stiff. The elders were baffled. What did they just hear? The Jethro says he is far behind compared to the contemporaries of his generation, needing training? Little ancestor, do you need training? You're so strong that your legends and myths spread throughout the eternal immortal domain. In any field involved, there are few mighty warriors in the countless ages who can match you. Don't mention ordinary geniuses in the same realm being suppressed by one slap. Even those with supreme physiques, the young sovereigns, are also suppressed by 2 slaps. Moreover, in each realm, you've become unparalleled and unique, transcending all others, unfettered by the constraints of the Tao. What more do you want? To say there's a significant gap? Even the most illustrious geniuses with formidable reputations in the eternal immortal domain are not your match when using their trump cards. The elders were confused and even laughed bitterly. With such strength, only the ancient freaks and forbidden geniuses still sleeping could hope to challenge you in this world. Now, after causing enough trouble here, you want to cause more in the lower realms. Little ancestor, just settle down a bit. In fact, even the current Joab Bogdan couldn't understand. What does a significant gap mean? Can this brat speak properly? Back when I was at the divine platform realm, I didn't even awaken anything extraordinary like a 7-colored divine platform. At the same age, I, Joab Bogdan, would be thoroughly beaten by my own son without a chance to fight back. Jethro, must you really go? Sidney Ryan and Gideon Bloss stepped forward and came to Irvin's side, asking softly. Bloss crouched down, suppressing his aura, touched Irvin's head, and noticed a scar on the right side of his face, which was extremely noticeable. He turned his face slightly, afraid of frightening Irvin, and pinched the little guy's cheek. Jethro, you've only been back for 4 days. How can you think of leaving again? Including the other Ewing family elders, they looked at Irvin with deep reluctance in their eyes. They had missed the Jethro's growth for 6 years. If they agreed to let the Jethro descend to the lower realms, how many more years would they miss? The little ancestor grew up under their watchful eyes. When he was little, he used to pull their beards and hair, causing mischief but also being incredibly adorable, living harmoniously together. Such an adorable Jethro, they truly wished to stay by his side and watch him grow. The outside world is too dangerous. If something goes wrong, they would feel guilty to the point of death. Especially Bloss, who protected this little ancestor for a long time, whether in the major Thousand Worlds or during the Great Debate Conference, creating unforgettable memories. Looking at the little rascal he protected, now grown into a youth with soaring cultivation, capable of suppressing the younger generation, standing at the top and creating legends, it wasn't easy. Tears shimmered in his eyes, staring intently at Irvin, speechless, his throat tightening but unable to find words, only staring closely at Irvin, whom he had watched grow from childhood, and gently touching his cheeks. The once chubby, rosy-cheeked child was now different. However, his skin remained smooth and delicate. Seeing the looks the elders gave him, Irvin felt deeply moved inside. In his previous life, he was merely a humble salaryman, but now, he has an invincible background, familial care, and received much, like a dream. Before outsiders, Gideon was ruthless and decisive. Ewing, he now resembled a kind Grand Miles, comforting Irvin, very reluctantly. Even Sydney had lost his usual sternness, trying hard to hold back his emotions as he looked at Irvin. But Irvin knew he had to grow. In this era of fierce competition, he needed to carve out his own place, building the 10,000 ancient heavens court to dominate all realms, basking in glory across myriad worlds, achieving eternal enlightenment. This journey to the lower realms is necessary, not just for Spike, the son of fortune. There are other sons of fortune, the elite seeds of the 10,000 ancient heavens court. Based on system characteristics, watching them grow and bringing them into the eternal immortal domain will help him achieve great things for his court. Seeing Irvin's resolute gaze, the elders had nothing more to say. Suddenly, Gideon said, Jethro, Grand Miles missed you terribly during these 6 years you were away. Since you're about to leave, please accept these modest gifts prepared over the past 6 years. In this way, it might make up for our regret and count as Grand Miles accompanying you in your growth. Chapter 261. Alicia, the personal bodyguard. Bloss suddenly spoke, his left hand extending as divine power spread forth. A sphere of radiance appeared in the palm of his hand, brimming with tyrannical thunder force that seemed capable of piercing heaven and earth, ruling over all creation. This is the spirit of Thunder Tao. After refining numerous thunder calamities, I gathered the essence of the heavens and combined it with the great law of thunder to ultimately refine this, Bloss said proudly. Once upon a time, he thought that since Jethro was just an ordinary human body, he might lack self-protection capabilities in this fiercely competitive world. So, he prepared early on, referencing the treasures of the 10 taboo beasts of the ancient era, the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. Combining his understanding of the great law of thunder, he sought out countless celestial calamities across the cosmos and fused them together. Through years of refinement, he successfully created the spirit of Thunder Tao. If the Jethro could fully refine this spirit of Thunder Tao, he could directly awaken the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, wielding thunder to govern all Tao paths. The Thunder Emperor's treasure technique was immensely powerful, unmatched by few at the same realm, its overwhelming force unparalleled. With such formidable physical prowess and expertise in spells, the Jethro now had the spirit of Thunder Tao. Sometimes Irvin wondered why others always pursued invincibility and supreme divine weapons, while he did nothing but stand still and have the spirit of Thunder Tao handed over to him. Moreover, among the 3,000 great laws, the law of thunder was one of the most destructive, much like the law of fire. Against other prodigies, it would be virtually unbeatable, sweeping everything away effortlessly. The other elders couldn't help but feel envious. Why should only August get to prepare a gift for the Jethro and be the first to give it? Wasn't it just to leave a deep impression on the Jethro? In an instant, the other elders also rushed forward. Sixth Elder Dean was particularly enthusiastic. In his memory, what stood out the most was the full moon banquet when the 3 immortal forces came along with remnants from the Blood Sea forbidden area. He vaguely remembered protecting the Jethro by slashing through countless dark entities and striking fear into the hearts of the 3 immortal forces. Since then, he had frequently visited the Jethro, giving him divine weapons and pills. Initially, he even considered persuading the Jethro to study the Sword Tao together to become the new generation's young sword god. But unexpectedly, this little fellow refused, wanting to remain idle. Later, countless miracles revealed that this idol image was merely a facade. Jethro, Elder 6, doesn't have anything good to give you, except this small sword. Keep it well. It can assist you in killing enemies when needed. Being proficient in Sword Tao, people like him were straightforward and decisive, not given to many words. He pulled out a tiny sword from his chest, so small it could fit in one's mouth, usually looking like a needle. Before Irvin could react, the small sword entered his mouth. The other elders were alarmed. It was a precious protective sword 6th Elder had refined over countless eras, even invading immortal forces to obtain their divine metals and heavenly golds. To give it so easily showed how deeply he cared for the Jethro. Irvin didn't refuse. This was 6th Elder's heartfelt gift. The other elders also presented various treasures, which Irvin couldn't reject either. After all, they were making up for missing his growth. Irvin didn't expect that being mischievous in the eternal Ewing family would make him so popular, perhaps the legendary pet child quality. Just then, Louisa voiced her thoughts. Her eyes, bright like gems, shimmered with ripples. She and Bogdan indeed loved their child, but being busy with important matters, they sometimes neglected him. They wanted to make up for it, But after returning for just a few days, they had to leave again. However, for safety, they could not let Irvin descend alone. Luckily, she had made preparations beforehand. Extending her delicate hand, she snapped her fingers, distorting the space in the grand hall as a figure emerged from the void. The other elders stepped back after giving gifts. The air distorted as Cecilia stepped out, her slim figure wrapped in black attire, highlighting her mesmerizing allure, like a devil. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, her eyes black as ink, hidden behind a tight-fitting black veil. She looked stunning, almost as if she hid in the darkness like an assassin. Her presence was rare among the cosmos. Standing there, she blended seamlessly into the surroundings, untraceable by ordinary people. A natural-born killer. As soon as she appeared, Irvin's pupils trembled. The figure was familiar, unchanged despite 6 years. The emotionless eyes, black as ink yet sparkling, full of vitality but cold, gave off a chilling feeling, as if ice surrounded her. This is the Grandmaster of Xianxia Holy Land? An elder recognized her, trembling in awe of her strength. Louisa calmly explained, Clintoner, this is your personal bodyguard arranged by Mother. From now on, you are her master. She will serve you loyally, protecting you personally without ever leaving your side. Her name is Alicia. Chapter 262. Divine Venerable Guard, Departure to the Lower Realm. Irvin's pupils trembled slightly as he saw Alicia, and he was particularly shocked. Even he hadn't expected that the Supreme Elder of the dignified Xianxia Holy Land, a position second only to the leader and revered by countless people, would be assigned as his personal bodyguard by his mother. This was not just any bodyguard. She would remain by his side at all times, not even leaving for a moment. What did this mean? Even when he was sleeping, Alicia would stand by his bed watching over him. After receiving instructions from Louisa, Alicia approached Irvin, kneeled on one knee, lowered her proud head, and spoke without any emotion, I greet my master. Irvin was momentarily dazed. The Supreme Elder of Xianxia Holy Land, known for her cold beauty and detachment, practiced the path of emotionlessness. Now, after 6 years of absence, their first meeting resulted in her becoming his personal bodyguard. Irvin's disbelief showed clearly on his face, and even as the son of a Joab, he found it hard to comprehend what conditions could have led the Supreme Elder of a sacred land to bow down to him. What does Mother think about this arrangement? Turning around, Irvin asked Louisa uncertainly. Any Joab had their own pride. Even if someone uttered their true name, the Joab would feel its effects, either blessing or judging them. Directly assigning a peak Joab as his bodyguard raised questions about loyalty and potential risks. Clintoner, you can rest assured. Alicia has already relinquished her identity as the Supreme Elder of Xianxia. She is now like an invisible assassin within the eternal immortal domain, hidden without revealing her true name. It makes her the perfect personal bodyguard for you. Even across countless worlds of the myriad realms, she can move freely without restrictions based on cultivation. Irvin nodded in agreement upon hearing this. For ordinary mortals, traveling from the eternal immortal domain to the myriad realms was incredibly difficult. The eternal immortal domain was the highest realm among the myriad worlds, encompassing 3,000 universes, life-forbidden zones, and vast, boundless expanses. In comparison, the myriad worlds, including the large, medium, and small worlds, were far inferior with depleted spiritual energy. Moreover, each world was separated by spatial storms, some harboring primordial beasts and significant dangers, making travel extremely perilous for ordinary experts, especially moving from a higher plane to a lower one. However, for the ancient Ewing family, these obstacles were insignificant. Not to mention Irvin himself possessed the ability to traverse infinite dimensions effortlessly, bypassing all spatial barriers. Traveling to the lower realms was merely a matter of snapping his fingers for him. Additionally, the ancient Ewing family had numerous treasures that aided their members in traveling to various realms. Of course, exceptions existed. If one was strong enough to break the rules, they could ignore them entirely. For instance, at the Joab level, one could bypass all spatial barriers and roam freely through the cosmos. Bogdan looked at Irvin with deep affection. This was his only son, with boundless potential, who had created countless legends. But his child had grown up, and instead of restricting his freedom, it was time to let him explore and achieve greater things on the path of the Tao. As a Miles, he should support his son. If so, then I will go to the lower realms. Cashin will always respect your choices. However, for your safety, I will arrange for 5 divine venerables of our ancient Ewing family to guard you. They will be your protectors, always by your side, ensuring your safety in the lower realms. Bogdan's brows flashed with divine light as he issued commands to the ancient Ewing family's guard quarters. Instantly, the space shook, and 5 powerful figures clad in black and gold armor appeared in the hall, wearing masks, radiating an intimidating aura. These were the presences of divine venerables, unmatched in strength and dominance, the pinnacle of combat power in the eternal immortal domain. Even within the top immortal lineages and life-forbidden zones, divine venerables held high positions and wielded significant influence. Though most god-level experts were among the universe's best, in different immortal factions, they held significant ranks. Ewing, divine venerables and Joabs were the cream of the crop. Within elite immortal factions, elder positions varied greatly. Some elders were nearly Joabs, or even immortal Joabs, while others might be merely supremes or great emperors, depending on their strength. Seeing the 5 black-armored warriors emerging from the flashing light, Irvin walked forward and touched their armor with his finger. It was extraordinarily tough, seemingly made of divine iron, providing unparalleled defense. He wanted to tell his Miles that dispatching divine venerables was unnecessary. His eternal heavenly court already had 5 immortal Joab puppets at peak strength, nearing the unparalleled Joab level. Besides, there was the Braden and Coil, 2 beings capable of suppressing ultimate Joabs. Not to mention, with the system at hand, the world belonged to him. With Alicia as his personal bodyguard, no one in the entire universe could threaten him, and no faction would dare harbor ill intentions toward him. Even the life-forbidden zones would avoid him at all costs, fearing retribution. With these thoughts, Irvin shook his head. Ewing, these 5 divine venerables were carefully trained guards of their family. Refusing such a gesture from his miles would be impolite, so he decided to accept them graciously, though he might not need them. 3 days from now, we will open the spatial passage, and you shall depart to the lower realms, Bogdan instructed. The ancient Ewing family had access to spatial passages that could cross countless worlds effortlessly. In truth, he told Irvin this to prevent him from contacting the Braden and Coil, which could forcefully breach world barriers and cause a shock throughout the myriad realms. Irvin was more mischievous than his Miles ever was, often referred to as a little demon, restless and unruly. Irvin agreed with a nod, inwardly thinking, I can't wait 3 days. I need to get down there and enjoy the show. Translation notes asterisk. Maintain the original paragraph structure and style. Chapter 262. Divine Venerable Guard. Head to the lower realm. Irvin's pupils trembled slightly. Seeing Alicia particularly shocked him. Even he hadn't expected that the supreme elder of the prestigious Xianxia Holy Land would be assigned by his mother as a personal bodyguard. This was no ordinary bodyguard. She would never leave his side. What did this mean? Even when he slept, Alicia would watch over him beside his bed. After receiving instructions from Louisa, Alicia appeared before Irvin, kneeling on one knee and lowering her proud head. Without any emotion, she declared, "Pay homage to Master." Irvin was momentarily stunned. The aloof and heartless supreme elder of Yaoqi had practiced the path of emotionlessness. It had been 6 years since they last met, and now, unexpectedly, she was to become his personal bodyguard. Irvin was utterly incredulous, even for the son of a Joab, unable to comprehend what conditions could compel a supreme elder from a sacred land to bow down to him. This supreme elder was an apex figure among immortal emperors, a king among assassins who could remain hidden in the void. Even if tasked with assassinating a master of an eternal lineage, it wouldn't take her more than 3 days. Is mother's arrangement appropriate? Irvin turned to ask Louisa, uncertainly. Every immortal emperor has their pride. Even if someone invoked their true name across time, the immortal emperor would sense it and either bless or punish them. Now, directly turning a peak immortal emperor into a personal bodyguard posed significant risks concerning loyalty and other issues. Jethro can rest assured. Alicia is no longer a supreme elder of Yaoqi. In fact, in the eternal immortal realm, she is like a hidden assassin without revealing her true name. Becoming your personal bodyguard is most suitable. She can traverse the myriad worlds freely, without any cultivation restrictions. Irvin nodded slightly. For the secular world, entering the myriad worlds from the eternal immortal realm was nearly impossible. The eternal immortal realm is the highest plane in this universe, encompassing 30,000 Dao realms and numerous life-prohibited zones, making it vast and boundless. In contrast, the countless large, medium, and small worlds in the myriad universes are far inferior in spiritual energy and are separated by spatial storms and primal beasts, making travel exceedingly difficult. Especially descending from a higher realm to a lower one is extraordinarily challenging. However, for the ancient Ewing family, these obstacles were virtually non-existent. Moreover, Irvin himself had the ability to disregard all space barriers and effortlessly move between worlds. And the ancient Ewing family possessed countless treasures to help family members travel to different worlds. Of course, exceptions always exist. With enough strength, one could break the rules. For example, at the level of a mortal emperor, one could ignore all spatial barriers and freely explore the cosmos. Bogdan looked at Irvin, feeling extremely reluctant. His only son had limitless potential, creating countless legends. But as the child grew, he should not restrict his freedom but let him explore widely, helping him progress further on the path of Tao. As a Miles, he should offer support. Since that's the case, go to the lower realm, Clintoner. I will always respect your choices, but for your safety, I'll assign 5 divine venerables from our family as your guardians. They will accompany you closely, protecting you in the lower realms. Bogdan's forehead flashed with divine light as he issued orders to a section of the ancient Ewing family responsible for guards. Instantly, 5 powerful figures appeared in the hall, clad in black gold armor and masks, exuding formidable and invincible auras. These were the breaths of divine venerables, the pinnacle force in the eternal immortal realm when immortal emperors remained concealed. Even in peak immortal lineages and life-prohibited zones, divine venerables were revered as core forces, holding high ranks and immense power. Of course, anyone reaching the divine domain was among the universe's elite, scarce and powerful, commanding great positions in various immortal factions. Divine venerables and immortal emperors were the cream of the crop. Among top immortal factions, each elder held varying importance. Some were near immortal emperors, or even true immortal emperors, while others hadn't reached the divine domain and were merely sovereigns or great emperors. Different levels equated to different roles, statuses, and benefits. Irvin watched the 5 warriors in black armor emerge from the flashing light. He approached them, extending a finger to touch the black armor, which was incredibly sturdy, almost impenetrable. At this moment, he wanted to tell his Joab Miles that there was no need for such divine venerables as protectors. In his eternal heavenly court, he already had 5 puppet immortal emperors, all at peak strength, just short of the supreme immortal emperor level. Plus, there was the Braden and Coil, capable of suppressing ultimate immortal emperors. With the system in hand, he controlled the universe. Just now, his mother had also arranged the supreme elder of Yaoqi as his bodyguard. With such a configuration, who in the universe could threaten him? Who would dare have ill intentions towards him? Even life-prohibited zones would avoid him. But these 5 divine venerables were carefully trained by the Ewing family, prepared by his Miles. Refusing would seem ungrateful, so he accepted them, though he might not use them. 3 days later, open the space passage and head to the lower realm, said Bogdan. The ancient Ewing family had space passages to travel between countless worlds effortlessly. Saying this was to prevent Irvin from forcibly breaking through barriers using the Braden or similar means, causing shock throughout the myriad universes. This naughty brat was more troublesome than his younger self, and was known as a mischievous demon child outside. Irvin nodded, his eyes flickering. Inside, he thought, I can't wait 3 days. I must head down to enjoy the chaos. Preserved cultural nuances and character traits, ensuring the tone and narrative flow coherently. Ensured natural and fluent English while preserving the storyline and logic. Chapter 263. Maid's Pursuit. Being a concubine is fine? Irvin returned to his palace and saw his older sister Anita, who was deeply engrossed in cultivating and adapting to the primordial demon fetus. He tiptoed quietly, intending to gather his belongings without disturbing her cultivation. However, Anita, surrounded by black mist, suddenly opened her eyes. Her bright gaze pierced through space, fixing directly on her adorable younger brother, Irvin. Xiao Clinton, where are you going? Irvin stiffened, his eyes darting around as he scratched his head. Ahem, sister, I'm just going out to play for a while. Oh, is that so? Where exactly are you going to play that you need to cross worlds? Anita looked at Irvin's clumsy appearance and almost laughed but held back. This silly little brother didn't realize that every move he made was within her grasp. But he didn't tell her the truth, obviously not wanting her to follow. Anita didn't mind. She had a clear understanding of what happened in the palace. Even the supreme elder Alicia from the Jade Pool Sacred Land, a supreme deity at the peak of divine emperor strength, had become Xiao Clinton's personal guard. What did she have to worry about? Alright, no need to explain to your sister. I respect your choice. You just want to go explore the realms, right? Go ahead and broaden your horizons. Hearing this, Irvin was incredibly touched, unexpectedly finding that his sister understood him. Immediately, he went to his room and packed all his items into the system space. Meanwhile, Marjorie and Una were already prepared. Marjorie wore a red dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Her fiery red hair resembled dancing flames, extremely seductive and eye-catching. After 6 years, her charm was even more pronounced, making it hard for anyone to look away. Her skin was smooth like congealed fat, her lips painted with a faint rouge, and her teeth were sparkling crystal. Her graceful and slender body had legs that seemed crafted from fine jade, both beautiful and dignified. Possessing pure phoenix true blood, highly concentrated, she cultivated the phoenix treasure technique from one of the 10 taboo ancient creatures, and also mastered the phoenix clan's legacy canon, the phoenix end of the world canon. She had now reached the divine platform realm. With the help of the eternal Ewing family, her awakened divine platform was an orange one, brimming with potential. However, she never expected that after 6 years of non-stop cultivation, her cultivation would still be surpassed by her young master. Moreover, he was so much younger, it made her almost ashamed to serve. But upon seeing Irvin, she felt immense excitement, immediately hugging him without hesitation. Little master, we're all ready. As for Una, she originally served as a saint maiden of a major sect, exuding a cold and elegant aura. Her legs, long and straight like bamboo shoots, stood gracefully. A faint smile adorned her face, charming and ethereal. Her long hair pristine, her figure full-bodied, her white legs resembling white lotuses. Her shoulders exposed a delicate pink, exuding an intoxicating scent. Upon seeing Irvin, her eyes sparkled with excitement. During the 4 days Irvin spent dealing with various elders' greetings and responses, and meeting visiting disciples and prodigies, he barely spent time with the two maids. After learning that their young master was going to the lower realms, Marjorie and Una decided without hesitation that they couldn't miss another moment of his growth. They wanted to see their young master grow up. Over the past 6 years at the Jade Pool Sacred Land, they realized that the meaning of their lives was indeed serving the young master. Without attending to him, washing clothes, making beds, serving tea, they grew idle and depressed, even lagging behind in their own cultivation. This journey to the lower realms might take a long time, so they must accompany him and serve day and night to find purpose in life. Besides, during these 6 years without them, they noticed significant growth in the young master. From being small, he was now taking big strides forward. Ewing, he was still growing, needing more time to fully mature. When grown up, he would surely transform into a golden-winged great pong bird, soaring between heaven and earth, spreading its wings, breaking through the heavens, piercing the clouds. Irvin, sighing with resignation, managed to deal with his bet. These two maids could never be gotten rid of. After all, he left them alone in the family for 6 years, and they endured much hardship without him. He couldn't simply leave them behind. He said with a bitter smile, then let's go together. Elder Alicia from the Jade Pool Sacred Land has become my personal bodyguard. I hope you don't mind. Irvin wanted to clarify things up front to avoid future conflicts or jealousy, which often gave him a headache. Marjorie and Una exchanged glances and smiled oddly. Had only 6 years passed, and yet another girl had been charmed by the young master? But conquering girls or edis from major sacred lands was understandable. How did you win over the supreme elder of the Jade Pool Sacred Land? She was a supreme deity at the peak of the divine emperor level. To have such power, it seems they underestimated their young master. Truly amazing. Well, better not think too much. Such a supreme deity was far beyond their reach. Offending her would mean instant destruction. Facing such an excellent man as their young master, they didn't ask for high status, just being a concubine would suffice. Thinking thus, the two maids became relieved, continuing to tease Irvin while planning for more alone time once in the lower realms, perhaps enjoying baths together. Meanwhile, Irvin looked around. If his memory served, the 6 years had passed, and little Long Alberta's chaos ancestral dragon bloodline should have fully fused and revealed its power. Her current cultivation speed should match his. Suddenly, a roar shook the heavens, shaking the clouds. That was the roar of a true dragon, empowered by supreme bloodline, causing the heavens to tremble and all living beings to bow. Rarely did any creature's bloodline compare to a true dragon's. Among the 10 taboo ancient creatures, true dragons ranked highly, especially with the supreme chaos ancestral dragon bloodline, unmatched in the physical realm, mastering ultimate Tao even as a hatchling with immense strength. The chaos ancestral dragon bloodline had distinct characteristics, combining the blood of dragon ancestors and chaos deities, destined to become the emperor of dragons, unstoppable among peers, infinitely potential. Irvin quickly looked up. The sight surprised him greatly. Chapter 264. Descending to the lower realms, proud Alicia. Above the palace, a divine dragon of immortals coiled, capable of changing size at will. At this moment, it was several dozen feet long, its body gleaming with luminous scales that exuded sanctity and nobility. Like crystal, the intense divine light reflected off the scales, enhancing their holy appearance, making them irresistibly charming. Its claws were slender yet contained unparalleled divine power, seemingly capable of rending all creation apart. Its body shone like jade, sparkling with pearls and treasures. The dragon horns on its forehead were like pearls and agates, giving it an almost otherworldly appearance, a veritable fairy dragon. The dragon's bright eyes fixed intently on Irvin. In that moment of eye contact, it seemed as if heart-shaped patterns arose, evoking a deep sense of kinship that made it want to prostrate itself. Irvin was her master, and from the day she was born, a blood-dropping ceremony had bonded her to him. Space shimmered, and the young dragon Alberta transformed into a two-zhonglong creature, entwining around Irvin. She even stuck out her tongue, licking Irvin's face affectionately. Sherry and Una exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. They knew well that over these 6 years, Dragon Alberta often gazed into the distance, lost in thought toward the direction of the Jade Pool Holy Land. Do you want to go too? Irvin stroked little dragon Alberta's head, asking tenderly. The little dragon nodded eagerly, hoping her master would take her along. Let's go then. The old man said the spatial passage will open in 3 days, but is that possible? Irvin's lips curled into a smile, his eyes flashing with divine light like lightning. Sherry and Una knew their young master would never obediently wait. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the world-upheaving little Cain. He often caused trouble within the Jade Pool Holy Land, much to the elders' chagrin. They even reported it to the Jade Pool Holy Lord. Alicia, sister, please do it for me. As fellow Joabs, as long as I provide the world coordinates, traveling to any minor thousand-world realm is just a matter of speaking a few words. On a massive spaceship, divine light carved intricate runes that ascended, enveloped in chaotic energy. The sacred runes of fierce beasts shimmered like godly gold and immortal iron. This spaceship was colossal, stretching endlessly, resembling a floating pavilion. At its bow, various heavenly materials were used to assist cultivation and aid in understanding the Tao. It was specially prepared by the eternal Ewing family for Irvin and was incredibly precious even in the eternal immortal domain. Even peak undying forces would not expend such effort and resources to create one. Little dragon Alberta had found a corner to sleep, demonstrating her inherited trait of wanting to relax and enjoy life, unconcerned with cultivation. With the integration of the primal ancestral dragon's bloodline, she entered a state of constant cultivation automatically, advancing rapidly. Her noble bloodline allowed her to surpass others of the same level, except for the other 10 forbidden ancient ferocious beasts. Sherry and Una had also found accommodations aboard the ship, settling in comfortably. Irvin shook Alicia's jade hand, pouting adorably, hoping she would use her Joab strength to bring him immediately to a minor thousand-world realm. According to system observations, the son of Destiny Axel had prepared thoroughly and was ready for the top-tier gathering in the Green Cloud Divine sect to settle his grievances with his fiancée. Irvin felt the urgency since Axel was a key seed of the myriad ancient, heavenly court. Such an event demanded his timely presence as the Emmanuel. Alicia's eyes were unfathomably deep, dark, and silent, wearing a black veil, showing no response. Her pitch-black pupils and cold demeanor were accentuated by her black form-fitting attire. Ewing, inexplicably, faced with this cute child, she couldn't resist. She practiced the supreme path of emotionlessness, detaching herself from worldly emotions. But this child somehow opened her heart anew. Give me the coordinates. Alicia spoke indifferently, only uttering 3 words. However, Irvin jumped with joy upon hearing this and quickly provided the coordinates for the minor thousand-world realm. At that moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind, reminding him, without my partner attraction mode, host still expects everything to go smoothly? Don't call me dog system casually. Does system son have no dignity? Irvin ignored it, finding it amusing that system son occasionally acted proud. With the coordinates, Alicia emitted supreme Joab energy, sacred runes flickering around her as she located the world. Suddenly, her eyes flashed like divine lightning, piercing through the darkness. The spaceship instantly activated, space rippling like waves, vanishing into nothingness. The holy spaceship sailed forward in the cosmic sea. Alicia raised her small hand, enveloping Irvin in protective energy to shield him from harmful cosmic forces. System, host. Alicia still has a heart of tofu behind her sharp words. Maybe just give in? Don't suggest nonsense. She's just my personal bodyguard. This is normal. System son, quickly locate the son of destiny. Let's go for some popcorn entertainment. Note: this translation preserves the original paragraph structure and style, maintaining the story's flow and characters' dynamics. Chapter 265. The Son of Fate. Auction plot? Chime. The Destiny Compass has been activated, detecting the location of the Son of Fate to provide coordinates for the host. The system's voice echoed in Irvin's mind, and almost instantly, a set of coordinates appeared before him. They led to a small thousand-world domain with limited territory and depleted spirit energy. The strongest sects there were laughably weak by comparison. The most powerful individual was merely an emperor at the human level. This was the disparity between different planes. In a small thousand-world, even a divine-level expert could not emerge. To reach the next stage, one had to traverse the void and enter a medium thousand-world to continue cultivation on the path of the Tao, or else be constrained by world limitations, stagnating at the human level forever. As for the Biyun Divine Sect, it was ranked among the top in this small thousand world last year, a true behemoth. But in Irvin's eyes, it was no better than a lowly ant. Irvin mused that if he sent a true god-level dog from the myriad eons Ewing family, it might easily sweep through this world, reigning supreme. In reality, Irvin wasn't far off. A true god-level dog would indeed wreak havoc here, unstoppable by anyone. Calmly, Irvin activated the Eternal Heavenly Court mode and used the Heavenly Court space to directly observe the scene. He couldn't wait to meet his Heavenly Court subordinates, especially the son of fate chosen by the system, whose potential and demeanor would determine if they could serve the Eternal Heavenly Court. After all, once the Eternal Heavenly Court grew powerful enough, it would wreak havoc across all worlds. Meanwhile, he, as the laid-back Emmanuel, could relax in the rear, eating hot pot, singing songs, and drinking sugary sodas, living a carefree life. Ding, ding, ding. Detecting the host's reasonable request, the system will provide the perspective of Axel. The scene in Irvin's mind shifted as if seen from an omnipotent viewpoint, overseeing the development and changes in that world. Soon, he found Axel. Dressed in black, his eyes shone with resolve, resembling a youthful war god. Tall and muscular, he carried a large black rod made of special material that radiated intense heat and colorful flames. His cultivation had already reached the divine skill realm, a remarkable achievement for someone in their early 20s in a resource-poor small thousand world. He was considered a supreme genius, surpassing even the legacies of top sects. At this moment, he exuded confidence, enveloped in faint flames, a true ruler dressed in black with formidable power. If others of his age reached this level, they'd be insufferably arrogant. However, Axel remained humble after the engagement cancellation 6 years ago, which tempered his pride, making him determined and strong yet respectful. Now, the auction is about to begin? It's said to be the most magnificent auction ever held on this continent, with the richest array of divine weapons and treasures. If I can seize an opportunity, it will give me an edge in my duel with Dolores. Axel strolled through the empire, heading towards the auction known as the Celestial Battle Auction. 6 years had passed since the broken engagement, and in 3 days, he would face his ex-fiancée Dolores in an epic battle at the Biyun Divine Sect to cleanse past humiliations. Before then, he needed to prepare as much as possible, gathering powerful artifacts to bolster his strength for the fight. Ewing hours ago, he became part of the Eternal Heavenly Court, receiving the Heaven Fire Divine Art from a heavenly general. Awakening the flames of 10,000 fires, he became a distinguished young elite with the potential to reach the peak of this world, possibly transcending to a larger world. Ewing he stayed grounded, knowing Dolores, the saintess of Biyun Divine Sect, was exceptionally strong and had rapid growth due to resource allocation, likely reaching the Divine Mansion realm. Among the younger generation, she was unmatched. Hoping this celestial battle auction doesn't disappoint, Axel headed to the auction venue. Irvin watched via the Heavenly Court mode, pleased with this son of fate who showed humility and stability, firmly resolved. Awakened with the flames of 10,000 fires and practicing the Heaven Fire Divine Art, Axel had previously fused several divine fires, including primordial Ewing Low Flame, Life Fire, and Ice Flame, making him immensely powerful and capable of battling higher-ranked opponents. Unexpectedly, upon entering the auction, instead of mockery, he received reverence due to his past relationship with the Celestial Battle Auction and possessing an invitation. Suddenly, space rippled, and a spaceship descended into the small thousand world, but remained hidden to avoid overwhelming it. This fragile world couldn't withstand such divine power without severe repercussions, a clear dimensional superiority. A true god-level entity here would be an absolute ruler. Irvin marveled at the need for caution even with a hidden spaceship. Alicia also blended into the space as Irvin's bodyguard, never leaving his side. Let's explore this land. There's a celestial battle auction happening. We can watch and learn. We'll get a sense of local customs and treasures, maybe find some unexpected bonuses. Irvin smiled, hands behind his back, looking elegant. The two servant girls exchanged amused glances at their young master's newfound maturity, clearly just an act. Everyone knew his real motive, more troublemaking. Cough, young master, be cautious here. Even revealing a divine artifact from your storage ring would cause chaos, affecting this continent significantly. Please be careful. Chapter 266, Indigenous Land, Heavenly Contest Auction. Marjorie spoke gently, her long hair cascading down her shoulders like flowing flames, immensely alluring. Her eyes, akin to rubies, shimmered with a mesmerizing scarlet glow, incredibly seductive and inviting. She approached Irvin, reminding the young master. Irvin felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, as if mountains were pressing against his head, suffocating and intense. Despite being 12 years old, he had the physique of someone around 14 or 15, no longer as childish but instead slightly boyish. But deep inside, he was determined to grow up soon, not allowing these two demonesses to continue their arrogance unchecked. He wanted them to suffer. Once he matured, he would suppress these two demonesses, make them kneel and sing Conquer for him while dressed in cosplay outfits, sailor uniforms, white stockings, nurses' outfits, all arranged. The system couldn't bear it any longer and said to Irvin, host, focus on building the Eternal Celestial Court first. With the Tao Companion Attraction mode, you have nothing to worry about. Irvin's face flushed slightly, and he coughed twice. This damn system, always probing his thoughts, it was truly infuriating. Besides, understanding without saying, when there's a chance in the future, he would bring this damn system out again and give it a good lesson for prying into his mind so casually. Let's go, Irvin ordered, mounting little Lila abruptly. The sudden action caught Lila off guard, causing her to emit a soft roar. She turned her head, looking at the little master with a somewhat aggrieved expression. At least say something before you mount. Suddenly riding her without preparation, the abrupt weight had taken her by surprise. It was as if she was silently asking, why not ride more gently? Irvin felt a bit embarrassed and dared not meet Lila's eyes directly. Lila, let's go, Let's go, he urged, gripping her dragon horns which felt like jade, warm and smooth, almost like holding a steering wheel, effortlessly controlling direction. Lila quickly transformed into a 3-zhang-long, slender form, her sharp claws seemingly piercing through space, incredibly powerful. She moved gracefully, faster than lightning, gliding through the void like a mythical dragon. Carrying Irvin, she soared through the skies, exploring the world's brilliance, surveying rivers and mountains, a romantic journey. Marjorie and Una, both at the divine platform realm, swiftly followed behind, silently protecting Irvin as they traversed this small thousand world with swords drawn, free to roam. Alicia remained hidden nearby, maintaining a constant distance from Irvin, never leaving his side. Feeling watched, Irvin remembered that it was probably due to Alicia, his black-clad protector, and immediately relaxed, appreciating the close protection. Soon, they arrived at the Beidou auction house. Just as Irvin was contemplating how to enter, the surrounding void flickered, accompanied by a dizzying spin, and they found themselves at the back of the auction house. Alicia had used spatial powers to transport them directly inside, reducing unnecessary trouble and giving them an unobstructed view. Lifting his gaze, Irvin spotted Axel in the VIP seats at the front, dressed in black, young and outstanding, easily identifiable even from afar. No wonder he is my celestial court general and the legendary son of destiny. His presence is truly extraordinary. He will be a great asset to my celestial court in the future, Irvin praised sincerely. Even from a distance, Axel exuded a strong protagonist vibe, unmistakably the main character. According to the fortune compass, Axel's fortune soared high, surpassing even some of the super constitution-bearing young supreme beings in the eternal immortal realm. Satisfied, Irvin mused about how having the system in hand truly gave him control over the world. The system delivered only top-notch results, and the eternal celestial court mode provided significant convenience. Besides Axel, there were other sons of destiny rapidly growing and making names for themselves in other small thousand worlds. Once he incorporated Axel into the eternal celestial court, helped cleanse his humiliation, he would venture into other worlds to recruit more sons of destiny, aiding their growth and heading into the eternal immortal realm. With abundant resources from the system's spatial storage and the support of the ancient Ewing family, these destined protagonists would become the backbone of his eternal celestial court, capable of conquering the heavens. Just imagining hostile immortal forces opposing him, only for him to snap his fingers and have an army of destined protagonists charge forward. Moreover, Emmanuelle, the daughter of destiny from the Bone Excavation School, currently served as a disciple at the Jade Pool Sanctuary, growing steadily under her training. As Irvin's mind wandered, an elder at the auctioneer's stand began speaking. Welcome, esteemed guests. As everyone knows, our heavenly contest auction is the grandest auction house on the continent of heaven. But today is different, as we are breaking tradition by putting our accumulated treasures from recent eras up for a major auction. And our new auctioneer will be my granddaughter, marking her official debut. With that, a Cecilia in a brocade robe stepped onto the stage, revealing a stunning figure with curves that could be described as devilishly perfect. Her every movement exuded charm and allure. The audience below was captivated, especially after inhaling a mysterious fragrance that left them spellbound, unable to react coherently. Irvin's eyes flashed. This auction house indeed had sinister plans. The auctioneer undoubtedly possessed an enchanting fragrance, possibly a natural ability. Young talents and veteran cultivators alike were losing their wits under its influence, their behavior becoming beast-like. Some auditors even started shouting from the crowd. Sister Paisley, start the auction already. We can't wait. Ha ha ha, Amorous, shall we put you on the auction block? We'd pay a fortune, even bankrupt ourselves to buy you back. Clearly losing their minds, Irvin shook his head. These indigenous people were so barbaric, likely due to the effects of the fragrance. Meanwhile, a divine iron chair appeared behind Irvin, and he sat down, crossing his legs, eyes slowly closing. Marjorie, taking the initiative, came over to massage his shoulders. The real show was just beginning. Hashtag chapter 267, dimensional reduction attack. Is this even considered a treasure? Sherry's delicate face turned towards her young master with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, she massaged Irvin's shoulders with her graceful, slender hands. Irvin felt an electrifying tingling sensation all over his body, as if every nerve was stimulated, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Una also took the initiative. Bending her knees, she squatted down to massage Irvin's legs. Such a luxurious and decadent lifestyle even made the system unable to bear it. He didn't even have a girlfriend and was still a single dog, yet his host achieved such a degree of comfort through companion attraction mode and personal charm, truly inhumane and unfair. In the future, he must encourage the host to work hard and find him a system girlfriend too. Alicia, hidden in the void, had eyes as black as ink, deep and mysterious. Watching Irvin being meticulously cared for by the two little maidservants, her icy Dao heart unexpectedly felt a strange emotion. It seemed like jealousy. She immediately shook her head. She cultivated the supreme path of emotionless impartiality. How could she be influenced by a mere child? Her Dao heart wasn't firm enough yet. She needed more practice. As for little dragon Alberta, she had already entered the system space, preparing to sleep deeply. Irvin was surrounded by beauties, indulged in such luxury, especially the breathtaking beauty and fiery figures of Sherry and Una, whose skin shone like jade. They easily outshone all the divine maidens of the Xianxia continent, incomparable. In comparison, Virginia on the high platform at the Tiando auction seemed like a simple country girl, entirely overshadowed in every aspect. Even Virginia, responsible for the auction, was somewhat stunned. It was the first time she saw women so beautiful and with such perfect figures, rare in the Xianxia continent. Compared to them, she felt like a simple village girl, not just lagging behind in appearance but also in presence. However, what deserved more attention was the child, around 10 years old, being served by those exquisite maidservants. Both had remarkable cultivation, exuding an overwhelmingly holy aura, like heavenly deities. Meanwhile, within the Tian-do auction, numerous powerful forces and sects gathered. Some young masters stared at Sherry and Una, licking their lips with flames dancing in their eyes, planning something underhanded. Even some veteran cultivators, perhaps influenced by the enchanting fragrance, lost control, staring in Irvin's direction with greedy glints in their eyes. Irvin paid no heed to these primitive locals. They were insignificant as ants. But any thought directed at his maidservants would not go unpunished. Ewing, Axel's Dao heart was indeed remarkably steadfast. Through the system, Irvin had been observing him. When Axel first saw Sherry and Una, his eyes flashed with admiration. Clearly, it was his first time encountering such celestial beauties. But upon realizing they were already taken as maidservants, he respectfully continued serving their master, shaking his head, gaze dimming as he refocused on the high platform. At that moment, the elder beside Virginia lightly coughed, capturing everyone's attention. Indeed, they were here for the auction, not to observe a young master with his beautiful maidservants. This Tian-do Grand Auction is now officially beginning. The first item up for auction will certainly please all you gentlemen. Here it is, the Bright Moon Divine Pearl. Legend has it that this Bright Moon Divine Pearl is extremely rare in our Xianxia continent, and it possesses the power to nourish one's divine soul, significantly aiding cultivation. It's incredibly difficult to obtain, requiring the hunting of ferocious beasts and then combining their treasure cores with various treasures to successfully forge it. Virginia explained from the platform. The crowd below was immensely excited, never expecting the first auction item to be such a treasure. Thus, the subsequent items would surely be even more valuable and extraordinary. But some medium-sized forces couldn't afford to give away such treasures and hurriedly bid. 300 low-grade spirit stones. I offer 500 low-grade spirit stones. I offer 600. A flurry of bids erupted as people vied for the item. Most were lower or medium-tier forces who knew that later items would likely be supreme treasures beyond their reach. Hence, securing this one would still yield rewards and recognition when they returned to their clans. Higher-tier forces remained observers, intending to save their resources for the final few treasures of the auction. Afterwards, Virginia introduced several other items, which were undoubtedly supreme treasures in the small world of Xianxia, rare and precious, worth fighting for. Even Axel maintained an observant attitude, not interested in these initial items, probably reserving his efforts for the final treasures. As for Irvin, he was utterly dumbfounded. He came to experience local customs and witness the top-tier auction. Instead, he encountered a group of primitives. The treasures offered here were trifles, not even worthy of notice. These so-called supreme treasures at the Tian-do auction were not even fit for soil filling in the Wangu Ewing family. Calling them garbage wasn't far off. Left untouched even by passing ferocious beasts on divine mountains and treasure islands, these treasures paled in comparison to the piles of divine weapons and magical artifacts in his system space, any one of which would be insurmountable for the residents of this small world to comprehend. This was a dimensional reduction attack. Chapter 268, Superior Marketing, the Yin-Yang Bursting Pill. Irvin calmly observed everything, suddenly losing interest in this sky-sphere continent. This place, where its Destiny Sun resided, was unexpectedly so impoverished that it didn't even have any decent divine weapons or treasures. The artifacts auctioned here would be considered as nothing more than trash in his eternal Ewing family. Sighing softly, he felt utterly disappointed and even contemplated leaving. However, seeing Axel seated steadily on a VIP chair, he decided to stay for a while longer. He wanted to see what kind of treasure the Destiny Sun would choose, something useful when ascending to the Green Cloud Divine Sect. Logically, anything chosen by a Destiny Sun would be extraordinary, an incomparable divine treasure. Despite his discomfort, Irvin endured and continued watching. Fortunately, Sherry and Una were attentively massaging him, rubbing his shoulders and legs. He closed his eyes slightly, savoring their service thoroughly. Hey, since you've called us all here, shouldn't the Heavenly Duel Auction present something worthy? These trinkets, you dare show them? A Grand Sect Elder expressed his displeasure. They had not come to watch minor factions bicker over trifles. They wanted true magical treasures, items that could significantly benefit their sects. Irvin's eyes half opened with a smile, his lips curving. It seemed the top forces of the Skysphere continent had some discernment. Axel remained composed, sitting in the VIP seat, dressed in black with an aura of steady composure. He sat like an assassin waiting to strike at the opportune moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us. Next is the highlight of our Heavenly Duel Auction. Please look. Virginia smiled, her voice enchanting, filling the air with a captivating fragrance. The audience was instantly drawn in, their gazes glowing with anticipation. Soon, a treasure box ascended on the dais, emitting intricate patterns and powerful energy. The intertwining light threads within hinted at a divine object, immediately catching everyone's attention. But Irvin merely shook his head slightly. Activating his double pupils, he saw through all illusions, instantly recognizing that the item inside the box was merely a pill. Guests, can anyone guess what divine treasure lies within this box? Virginia's smile deepened, her slender fingers brushing against the box, rousing everyone's curiosity. Irvin inwardly praised her. This young Cecilia was perfectly suited to be an auctioneer, drawing people in effortlessly. Even trivial items became vivid masterpieces under her descriptions, capturing everyone's interest and calming their hearts. Her alluring scent was surely designed intentionally. Unless one had an unshakable resolve or a special constitution, they would be affected. Watching the crowd eagerly anticipating the unveiling, Virginia secretly chuckled. Regardless of their formidable power, they were still under her spell. But two individuals stood out. One was Axel, sitting in the VIP area, wearing a black mask and black robes, his gaze deep like starry skies, entirely unaffected by her. Clearly, this young man possessed an exceptional temperament, an unparalleled genius among millions, bound for greatness. The other was Irvin, comfortably enjoying massages from Sherry and Una, completely unfazed by the perfume. Virginia surmised he was a young noble from a hidden family, rivaling top sects in strength and capability. His two attendants were also exceptionally powerful, standing out even among the youth of the Skysphere continent. Little did she know, Irvin hailed from the first family of the eternal immortal realm, protected by guardians who could easily obliterate the entire Skysphere continent. Virginia resolved to build a relationship with this young noble for future benefits. With a flick of her slender fingers, the treasure box slowly opened, captivating everyone's undivided attention. The room sparkled with brilliance as an ancient, sacred aura spread across the stage. The audience held their breath, eager to see the item revealed. When the radiant light subsided, a dragon-eyed-sized pill appeared before them. Emitting potent energy, its surface shimmered with faint runes. Outside the pill, two beams of light intertwined, following each other closely. Some young disciples wondered aloud if it was a legendary Earth-grade pill. Such pills were rare, reserved only for high-ranking figures within top sects, rarely seen outside their inner circles. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Virginia explained, "Guess, this pill is called the yin-yang bursting pill. As its name suggests, it can enhance one's potential through yin-yang forces, providing a temporary boost in cultivation. Upon consumption, the pill rapidly spreads through the body, enhancing strength, speed, and reaction times. It stimulates latent potential and boosts cultivation." Her words stirred the crowd. Both the youth and veteran cultivators exchanged glances, eyes gleaming with interest. A pill that could temporarily boost cultivation and awaken latent abilities was invaluable. Just as the crowd was ready to bid, Virginia cautioned them. "Please consider carefully. While the yin-yang bursting pill provides a significant temporary boost, it also comes with considerable side effects. The physical and spiritual bodies endure immense pressure during usage, like being crushed by Mount Tai, becoming vulnerable once the effect wears off." Despite feeling indifferent, given that such pills were insignificant in the ancient Ewing family, the crowd remained enthusiastic, willing to overlook the drawbacks. Overall, the benefits outweigh the risks, making it a worthwhile purchase. Chapter 269. A familiar plot unfolds. "I'll offer 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." A young master from a major power shouted the price without hesitation. Virginia had not even introduced the starting bid for the yin-yang bursting pill yet. If there were no side effects, it would definitely be worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, once the medicinal effects wore off, it left the user as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Without overwhelming the enemy beforehand, one would end up shattered and broken. Therefore, the base price was set at 700 low-grade spirit stones. But what she didn't expect was that the young master of this major power would dare to bid so high. Not only did he bid, but other great powers and major sects also couldn't sit still after his offer. "Our sect is willing to offer 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. For such a pill, we will offer 1,400. 1,600 low-grade spirit stones." Irvin slightly raised his eyes, indifferent. Both the spirit stones and these earth-grade pills were too inferior in quality. Moreover, within this small world, the system of spirit stones and elixirs seemed misaligned and heavily restricted, making it impossible to fetch high prices. According to the system's analysis, the highest grade elixir in this small world was heaven grade. Watching everyone vie for the pill, Irvin found it boring. They fought over such fleeting power increases, which was not worth it at all. They hadn't considered the consequences. If facing an opponent and taking the pill, they might initially hold their ground. Ewing, once the effects wore off, they'd become defenseless lambs, unable to resist any attack. Even during the peak period, the soul and body bore immense pressure to achieve temporary bursts of power. The damage to one's foundation was too great, far from justified. Suddenly, a cold voice broke the tension. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. The yin-yang bursting pill, though effective for short-term cultivation enhancement and burst power, came with significant side effects, setting its base price around 700 low-grade spirit stones. Offering 2,000 was outrageous. Had this person gone mad? It was incomprehensible and absurd. Everyone quickly looked toward the bidder, curious who this fool was. It turned out to be Axel from the VIP seats, wearing a black mask, his expression firm and resolute. In an instant, Irvin understood Axel's intentions. He was preparing for the trip to the Green Cloud Divine sect in 3 days. Facing their holy maiden Dolores, Axel remained steady, avoiding arrogance and carefully preparing his trump card before making a move. With the yin-yang bursting pill in hand, it could unleash tremendous power. If briefly suppressed by Dolores, the pill could enhance him enough to subdue the opponent. Shaking his head, Irvin knew this plotline too well, a cliché storyline. At this moment, an elder from another major power stood up, his face darkened, speaking sternly. "Young man, you may not handle the yin-yang bursting pill. The most precious treasures naturally belong to those capable. Be careful not to invite trouble upon yourself." Axel ignored him, leaning back in the VIP seat. Over these 6 years, Axel had never feared threats. They were futile. Actions mattered more than words. If something belonged to him, why give it up? Then Axel stood up, addressing the black-clothed elder. "You think I'm young and arrogant, unfit to handle this pill. And I laugh at your reliance on age, life force nearly depleted. Yet here you boast, unaware that retribution is close." Axel was unyielding and self-assured, silencing the elder with his words. Faced with facts, the elder had no reply, his face flushed red. Words alone cannot surpass truth. Toothsome indeed. "I'll let you have your fun. No need for your concern." Both resumed their seats. Irvin guessed that this elder sect would target the Blessed Child next. Otherwise, how would they send treasures to the Blessed Child? Especially now, days before entering the Green Cloud Divine sect, the Blessed Child lacked resources. Naturally, the yin-yang bursting pill fell into Axel's hands. More auction items followed, including a broken sword fragment. In this realm of scarce essence energy and incomplete laws, nothing stood out as a supreme treasure. What the crowd coveted as divine treasures were mere trash to Irvin. Surprisingly, some relics from a medium-sized world appeared. Axel exchanged them using self-refined pills, beast flames, and gathered wealth. Bored, Irvin felt no interest in staying. He expected unique sights, various treasures, and specialty items of this small world but found the auction items disappointing. Though invaluable to locals, it was waste of time. Instead of lingering, he decided to explore outside. After the final item, Irvin tossed his nail clipper casually onto the stage. Flashing away, Alicia quickly led everyone from the auction. That simple nail clipper landed on the stage, unexpectedly causing a stir. Chapter 270. Nail clippers? This is a world-shattering divine weapon. A nail clipper fell onto the auction platform. Though minuscule, it attracted everyone's attention. This simple nail clipper pierced through space, causing spatial distortions. Runes flickered and spaces shattered wherever it went. It was terrifyingly powerful. Such power. The onlookers were both awed and taken aback. Even Axel stood up, his pupils dilating. For an instant, his heavenly fire god art trembled violently, as if forming some sort of connection with the nail clipper. Ivory hurried to the nail clipper, her curvaceous figure accentuated by her dress as she squatted down gracefully. Initially intending to pick up the nail clipper, she found that it weighed like a mountain, firmly planted on the platform. Even with her powers, she couldn't budge it. It was immovable as Mount Tai. An elder from the auction house rushed over to Ivory. Upon seeing the nail clipper that had pierced through space, he hurried to investigate. Their Tiando auction house did not have this item listed for auction. Today's auction records also had no record of such an item. This meant the nail clipper appeared suddenly, yet its godlike power could likely slay even a holy emperor realm expert. Perhaps even supreme sovereigns or great emperors would be severely injured. Not only did those on the auction platform notice, even the representatives of major forces below watched intently. They had a premonition that this nail clipper was the most astonishing item of today's auction. Though just a simple nail clipper, the aura it emitted was incredibly intimidating and fearsome. Sharp beyond compare, it seemed crafted from divine iron, radiating a faint glow that grew more sacred and ancient under sunlight. Occasional bursts of its aura made the earth tremble. It was truly terrifying. Moreover, it was covered in runes they had never seen before. It might possibly originate from a higher plane, extraordinary and divinely magnificent. After examining it, the elder on the auction platform, trembling with excitement, remarked, "This nail clipper, likely dropped from a higher plane. Unleashed fully, it can completely slay a great emperor." Realizing something was wrong after speaking, he quickly stopped. Unfortunately, it was too late. Had he remained silent, the nail clipper could have stayed at the Tiando auction house. But upon hearing him, the crowd below resembled ravenous wolves. This isn't a nail clipper. It's clearly a world-shattering divine weapon, and one that fell from a higher plane, absolutely unprecedented and possessing unmatched power. Only the capable should wield it. Tiando auction house, hand over the nail clipper. An elder from a major force couldn't contain himself, stepping out across space, reaching the auction house and lunging for the nail clipper with clawed hands and explosive energy. This nail clipper was an unrivaled divine weapon, capable of slaying even the peak strength of the mortal realm, the great emperor. If their force obtained this nail clipper, who else would dare provoke them? Even a great emperor would bow to it. Don't think you can get away with it. The nail clipper is mine. A man holding a spear shouted, thrusting it forward, transforming into a giant silver snake piercing through space and revealing fangs. He stopped the other's grab and reached the nail clipper swiftly. However, a brilliant blade light sliced through the air, severing the man's arm. Aya! The man kneeled on the spot, screaming in agony, blood spurting uncontrollably. How could a treasure capable of slaying a great emperor be left to you? An elder stroked his beard, smirking. Knowing he'd gained something today, he didn't expect it to be this. With this nail clipper at full power, it could slay even the pinnacle of mortal cultivation, a great emperor. If he got the nail clipper, he could traverse the sky continent freely. Even a great emperor would offer him respect. Lost in pleasant fantasies, a terrifying palm print struck him, making him spew blood as his organs nearly shattered. Fewer words, and the nail clipper would have been yours. Ah, old man, I'll fight you. What was once a lively Tiando auction house instantly turned into a battleground among sects. Countless major sects and forces fought over the nail clipper, turning the area into a bloodbath. Blood splattered everywhere, vivid and intense. Ivory hid in a corner, terrified. The situation had spiraled out of control. Even the great beings of Tiando auction house couldn't stop it. These sects were mad with lust for power, willing to use any last trump card to obtain the nail clipper. Some even called their elders or patriarchs. Yoink, the nail clipper remained on the platform, unmoved but gradually dimming, as if ready to be taken. Ivory seized the opportunity, knowing this nail clipper possessed immense power that could greatly benefit the Tiando auction house. With this power, who would dare challenge them in the future? She hurried forward, her dress flashing as she walked, focused on acquiring it quickly. As she was about to touch the nail clipper, darkness flashed past, a black shadow like lightning accompanied by extreme heat. Suddenly, she felt powerless, lifted by the throat. "Sorry, this nail clipper has significant importance to me," said Axel coldly. Seeing the nail clipper formed a perfect plan in his mind. Biyun Divine Sect, one of the top sects on Sky Continent, had supreme elders and great emperors, boasting formidable strength. Even if he defeated his fiancée, safe departure was uncertain. With the nail clipper, things would be easier. Meanwhile, Irvin, accompanied by two maids, toured mountains and listened to melodies. Little did he know, a simple toss of the nail clipper ignited chaos. And surprisingly, the nail clipper was obtained by the protagonist of Fate. Chapter 271. The Snake Deity Clan, a great race of the multiverse. At this moment, Irvin had already embarked on his journey of exploration across the sky continent. Although in this small world, the spiritual energy was scarce, the laws were incomplete, and the power of the great Tao was extremely weak, making it unsuitable for cultivation. Precisely because of this, life here was more primitive, less tiring. Unlike in the eternal immortal realm, where young geniuses constantly competed for the sole heavenly mandate position in the golden era, devoting every moment to diligent cultivation and research. Even the holy sons and daughters of the eternal great sects and supreme traditions did not know how to enjoy life. It seemed as if the heavenly mandate had become their obsession. Unlike Irvin, living like a carefree drifter, enjoying the scenic beauty, traveling and playing as he pleased. And he didn't use any spacecraft or divine ships. Instead, Alicia, hidden in the void, took him through space. The two little maidservants also followed closely behind. Alicia, at the pinnacle of divine sovereign level, would be an absolute supreme existence in the eternal immortal realm, untouchable by anyone. As the Grand Elder of the Jade Pond Sanctuary, she was exceedingly powerful and overbearing. Now, since she had become Irvin's personal bodyguard, she naturally tried her best to satisfy him. When Irvin said he wanted to tour the sky continent, Alicia immediately took them through the spatial dimensions without a second thought. Using divine energy to protect them, they traveled through the void effortlessly. Irvin wandered in the vastness, looking down at the vibrant sky continent, feeling a surge of ambition. His confidence grew, his eyes shimmering with divine light. Activating his heterochromatic eyes, he could see through everything, leaving no secrets hidden. Indeed, it didn't take long before his heterochromatic eyes discovered something mysterious. The sky continent, being the birthplace of the favored ones, indeed had its extraordinary qualities. Despite being just a small world, in recent years, the density of spiritual energy had been increasing, and its laws becoming more complete. It seemed to be accumulating strength, striving to evolve into a higher-level world plane. Moreover, there were numerous tombs of divine realm experts hidden across the continent. Irvin's eyes flickered. This sky continent must hold some secret, possibly a great opportunity reserved for the destined protagonist. For him, though, it was all optional. What couldn't the myriad ancient Ewing family provide? After a while, he found a mysterious place beyond the shores of the sky continent, enveloped by formidable laws, resembling a paradise outside the mortal world. Activating his heterochromatic eyes, he saw a flourishing scene. A race of half-human, half-snake beings lived on the divine island, mostly women of unparalleled beauty, each possessing unmatched combat prowess. Such a group, if placed within the sky continent, could easily sweep any top-tier force. Ewing they chose the overseas region. In the center of the divine island stood a statue, seemingly their leader. Just from its appearance, one could tell it depicted an incomparably beautiful Cecilia. Alicia sensed Irvin's thoughts, and though she felt a peculiar sensation in her heart, she asked lightly, "Do you want to meet their leader?" Irvin nodded dazedly. Seeing his innocent expression, Alicia couldn't help but smile under her black veil, her rare smile stunning the world around her. Unfortunately, no one witnessed it. She gently touched Irvin's face, and in an instant, his eyes felt warm, surrounded by radiant runes that seemed to pierce through everything, revealing all. A divine beam shot out, piercing through endless space to the palace at the center of the divine island. There, a graceful silhouette appeared, her lips opening slightly, glossy and ruby red, exuding a bewitching charm. Her eyes were narrow and deep, like the starry sky, profound and mysterious, her nose straight and delicately chiseled. Her figure was slender and elegant, shoulders broad, chest wide, waist slender, legs long. Dressed in a tight red dress, it fluttered as she moved, resembling dancing flames. This sight left Irvin spellbound. Such a strikingly beautiful Cecilia, cold and aloof, gazing upon the world with disdain. He quickly looked away, feeling 3 pairs of eyes focus on him, causing cold sweat to break out, like being stared at by fierce beasts. "System, what is this race?" Irvin asked curiously. He sensed these beings were not natives of the sky continent. They likely came from a greater world, perhaps even the eternal immortal realm, carrying remnants of divine aura within them, suggesting they once had ancestors who attained divine realms. However, for some reason, they had fallen and come to hide in this small world. Unwilling to investigate himself, Irvin relied on the system. Why have the system otherwise? Ding, system starting investigation. A screen visible only to Irvin instantly enveloped the area, scanning every creature, even those buried underground. Ding, reporting to host. After thorough investigation, this divine island belongs to the Snake Deity Clan. In ancient times, the Snake Deity Clan was a fearsome presence among the multiverse races. Their leaders, each generation's queen, possessed peak cultivation, causing dread throughout the lands. Upon learning it was the Snake Deity Clan, Irvin was intrigued. According to ancient texts, they were a great clan that once guarded a portion of the divine path, immensely powerful and terrifying. What led them to fall into this small world? System, trace back time and find out why such a formidable race ended up in this small world. Note, I maintain the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring the English translation is natural and coherent. Hashtag chapter 272. Hidden current stirring, invincible beast taming mode. Irvin spoke calmly. If he could uncover the reasons for the fall of the once dominant Jotyin clans, and apply clever strategies, perhaps he could bring the Snake Deity Clan under his command. Especially their queen, who still carries the blood of the Snake Deity, possesses immense strength and unmatched power, which would certainly be a significant asset to him. Irvin had already made plans to incorporate her into the myriad ancient, heavenly court. System, I almost feel embarrassed to expose you. Are you really trying to subdue the Snake Deity Clan? Or is it just their queen you're after? However, the system only thought this in its mind. Even if it knew its host's true intentions, it dared not reveal them, lest it face retaliation. At the same time, The system activated its temporal retrospection ability, reversing the laws of time and space, tracing back through the river of ages to catch even the faintest traces. In moments, information about the history of the Snake Deity Clan was captured by the system and transmitted into Irvin's mind. The Snake Deity Clan once ruled an area with unparalleled might and formidable strength. They guarded a planet along the Divine Path Ancient Road. However, with the invasion of darkness and the encroachment of forbidden zones, coupled with the impending arrival of the Golden Era, not only in the eternal immortal realm but also across all worlds, the various geniuses from myriad dimensions fiercely competed for the position of Heaven's mandate. Even life-restricted zones and chaotic realms outside the boundaries sought to interfere. They dispatched their respective geniuses as well after the great struggle officially began. Awaiting the opening of the Divine Path Ancient Road, they sent the younger generation of dark creatures to compete against the top geniuses from all worlds. Certainly, they would hold nothing back. It would be a deadly competition. As for the numerous planets along the Divine Path, any that posed a threat to the outer chaos or life-restricted zones were targeted. The Snake Deity Clan suffered similarly, attacked by a coalition of life-restricted zones and traitors within their own ranks. That battle was cataclysmic, dimming the skies and silencing the sun and moon, with many strong deities falling. The previous queen of the Snake Deity Clan paid with her life to relocate her people to a small world. The Snake Deity Clan waited bitterly for support from the eternal immortal realm. Unfortunately, there seemed to be some obstruction or unspoken reason. The reinforcements from the major sects of the eternal immortal realm never arrived on time, leading to the decline of this once great clan, forced to survive in a small world. Irvin slowly opened his eyes, his gem-like gaze flickering with divine light. He sensed that there was a big secret here. The eternal immortal realm wasn't calm either, with hidden currents stirring and fierce competition brewing. Besides external threats like the outer chaos and life-restricted zones, something was definitely wrong internally. Some sects had colluded with the darkness, harming the Snake Deity Clan. Irvin's eyes gleamed, forming a perfect plan in his mind. If this plan succeeded, it would change the course of events dramatically. Thereafter, their myriad ancient heavenly court would grow even stronger, potentially including the Snake Deity Clan. Moreover, adding the 5-peak immortal god puppet emperors, as well as Braden and Coil, these 2 supreme god emperors, and the Longqing Dao sect, Battle Heaven Sacred Land, War Heaven Ancient sect, and numerous lucky genius successors. Irvin was lost in reverie when the system's voice rang out. Ring, ring, detected host's thoughts. Given your desire to subdue the Snake Deity Clan and lack of capable lieutenants, the system automatically upgrades. Ring, ring, upgrading system, ring, ring, upgrade successful. Unlocking, Invincible Beast Taming Mode. Invincible Beast Taming Mode. Any beast or race you desire can be tamed using this mode. Even the cold and proud Carly will become a submissive and affectionate pet, constantly desiring more, becoming a obedient creature. The pleasant sound echoed in his mind. Irvin was slightly surprised. Did he hear right? Was this system competitive again, or was its fragile heart shattered? He merely had an idea, but hadn't acted yet, and the system was more anxious than he was. Just thinking about subduing the Snake Deity Clan, now it directly awakened the Invincible Beast Taming Mode. From now on, no matter what, be it dragons, cheilants, phoenixes, or other primordial beasts, they would submit to him. Of course, with little dragon Moira, other beasts might not catch his eye. However, that Carly, cold and noble, if she became his mount and obediently followed orders, outside she would command respect as a high-ranking, untouchable deity. But for him, she would submit gracefully, embodying stark contrast. Irvin couldn't help but smile. Alicia saw this and knew the little guy was up to no good. If he had anything positive in mind, his expression wouldn't have been so lecherous. However, she was used to it. In the Jade Pool Holy Land, while he caused trouble, she quietly observed without stopping him. He played, she watched, doting on him infinitely. Host, Destiny Child Axel, is about to reach the Bishuan Divine Sect to confront his fiancée Dolores. Would you like to watch? The system reminded. After all, their main purpose for coming to the Sky Continent was to witness the growth of the Destiny Child, then fully integrate him into the myriad ancient heavenly court, taking him to the eternal immortal realm for intensive cultivation. Once grown, he would surely be a valuable ally, helping sweep over vast regions. Thinking this, Irvin turned slightly and gazed into the distance. Since that's the case, let's see the 6-year vow of the Destiny Child first. As for the Snake Deity Clan, they won't go far. We'll deal with them later. Irvin glanced deeply at the center of the Spirit Island. The Carly deserved his attention. Alicia, let's head to the Bishuan Divine Sect on the Sky Continent. There's an interesting show waiting there. Irvin smiled charmingly at the void beside him. Alicia remained hidden, barely showing herself in this small world, but always within 3 feet of Irvin. For anything, Irvin only needed to speak a word. Space warped, runes spun, and in an instant, Irvin and his companions were pulled into a spatial rift. Chapter 273. Ascend to the Blue Cloud Divine Sect, and summon the Edie to her doom. Is this the Blue Cloud Divine Sect? Compared to other regions of the Sky Continent, this place where the Blue Cloud Divine Sect resides is rich with spiritual energy. It lies between illusion and reality, surrounded by divine mountains and soaring celestial cranes, truly a paradise on Earth. No wonder it produces many talented young geniuses, who are so powerful that they have become one of the top forces on this Sky Continent. The space shattered like glass as Irvin walked out with his hands behind his back. It was as if an omnipotent deity had come to inspect the mortal world, arriving at this location. Behind him, Marjorie and Una closely followed. Both women were tall and graceful, resembling fairies. Marjorie's hair flowed like fire, with her slender figure adorned in a red dress. Her feet, exposed and touching the void lightly, were delicate. She possessed an extremely pure Phoenix true blood and had cultivated the Phoenix treasure technique and the Phoenix doomsday cannon, now reaching the divine platform realm. Even among the eternal immortal domain, she was considered one of the top-tier talents. Una needed no further introduction. She was the Edie of the Nai Chao sect and still maintained close ties with them. In secret, she received resources and support for cultivation. During her time with the myriad ancient Ewing family, using her identity as Irvin's attendant, she also gained numerous mystic arts and ancient treasures. Possessing a pure constitution, she made rapid progress in cultivation. Looking at the Blue Cloud Divine sect not far away, both women seemed somewhat disdainful. Though it was one of the top forces on the Sky Continent, it did not impress Marjorie and Una. To them, it was insignificant, barely worthy of notice. Irvin smiled slightly. The power or level of any force was not significant to him. Even battles between the three top immortal powers were easily subdued by his hand. Watching the fated sun challenge the Blue Cloud Divine sect and fight Dolores was merely entertainment for him. Alicia remained silent, her eyes half closed. Soon after, Axel's figure came into view. Clad in black, his muscular build concealed beneath the clothes exuded immense power, surpassing his peers. On his back was a heavy black ruler encased in flames of various colors, emitting a formidable aura as if capable of severing anything. Surrounding Axel were intermittent flames, golden yellow, icy blue, and vibrant green, each representing a divine fire. Since obtaining the heavenly fire divine scripture, Axel trained tirelessly without rest. Through great hardship, he utilized the heavenly fire divine scripture and his fiery body to find 3 divine fires and numerous beast fires within the Sky Continent, further enhancing his strength. He estimated that among the younger generation in the mystic realm of the Sky Continent, no one could match him. Even Dolores, bolstered by sect resources, was confident she could defeat him. A grand arena had been set up on one of the divine mountains of the Blue Cloud Divine sect, large enough to hold thousands of people, specifically for their duel. Outside the arena gathered countless disciples of the Blue Cloud Divine sect, both outer and inner, eager to witness their Edie battle this young genius. Once upon a time, they had ridiculed Axel for being delusional, dreaming of marrying the unattainable. He was once a promising talent, but regressed into nothing more than a waste of potential. It was only natural for the Edie to annul the engagement. Could anyone prevent the Edie from pursuing greater horizons? No one anticipated that Axel would rise to prominence over these 6 years. In the Sky Continent, he became a role model for the younger generation, supported by numerous powerful factions. Now, he faced the Blue Cloud Divine sect alone, surely having some ace up his sleeve. Elders of the Blue Cloud Divine sect watched expectantly, seated on either side of the arena. They were absolutely confident in their Edie Dolores, believing there was no way she could lose. Compared to Dolores, what was Axel? Could he even be considered a match for the Edie? Though he grew and gained some fame over the past 6 years, it was just good luck. In terms of true combat power, their Edie far surpassed him. Seated at the center was the sect master of the Blue Cloud Divine sect, a middle-aged man with a sword at his waist, his gaze sharp as a blade, possessing Saint Emperor level strength. His aura was formidable, almost reaching the supreme realm. This Sky Continent had a world limit, with the strongest beings able to reach only the Great Emperor realm. Beyond that, they chose to advance in the central world, or remain forever in the lesser world, dominating a region and founding sects. Seeing a Saint Emperor on this continent was exceedingly rare. Axel took steps forward, like a youthful war god clad in black, undeterred by the trials ahead. As he approached the Blue Cloud Divine sect, he sensed several elders emitting auras to intimidate him, yet it went unnoticed by others. Wrapped in divine flames, Axel slowly unsheathed the black ruler on his back, releasing an ancient and powerful aura. His gaze, like a blazing sun, shone brightly with interwoven divine fires, piercing the heavens. Upon reaching the arena, he placed the black ruler heavily down, facing the sect master and elders, then shouted loudly, "Axel has come to fulfill our 6-year-old pact. Today, I wish to duel your Edie Dolores, to cleanse the humiliation. To succeed or die, today I shall either erase the disgrace or become a corpse. Dolores, come out and fight." Watching the bold Axel enveloped in divine flames, even Irvin, watching from afar, felt incredibly excited, eagerly awaiting this epic battle. Though it was just a fight between 2 minor realms, it promised great surprises. "To become a member of my eternal celestial court, this is but a small test," Irvin said calmly, looking into the distance. "If he can't pass this, what use would I have for him?" Chapter 274. The 6 Uingar Agreement, the Edie appears. Irvin stood in the void, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes sparkled with divine light, resembling a resplendent sun as he gazed into the distance with utter confidence. He was eager to see if the prodigious daughter nurtured by this world's native forces could truly match up against the child of destiny who had obtained the heavenly fire divine technique and forged the body of 10,000 fires. Beside him, 2 young maidservants stood silently, watching quietly. They believed their young master had merely come to this place for a leisurely visit. Watching the battle here might just be because he took an interest in the young prodigy, pausing to observe for a while. After all, even when they went to the overseas land and encountered the Snake God clan, there were no surprises. However, it seemed that their young master had his own plans. Though he took an interest in the Snake God clan, he did not subdue them. Perhaps he had grand designs that would only be realized later. Without further thought, they raised their heads and continued watching. In the courtyard of the Biyun Divine sect, Axel stood dressed in black, wielding a massive black ruler. He exuded extraordinary power, surrounded by roaring flames like an unparalleled fire emperor. Various kinds of flames spouted from the black ruler, showcasing immense strength. Wielding the black ruler, he defiantly confronted the Biyun Divine sect. The numerous elders pressured him, a junior, ruthlessly and deliberately suppressed him, which was utterly shameless. "Bring out the Edie for her doom," Axel shouted again, his voice reverberating through the void. demonstrating incredible power. Even some lower-ranking elders were stunned by such imposing momentum, finding it unbelievable that this was what a young junior could possess. If not mistaken, in just 6 short years, Axel transformed from a powerless cripple to reach his current divine ability realm, on the brink of entering the divine mansion stage. Such talent placed him at the top tier even among the young elites of their Azure Heaven continent, surpassing countless prodigies and successors of major sects who might not compare. If pitted against other young heroes, he could undoubtedly crush them. Unfortunately, this youth was too fixated on the divorce issue, insisting on dueling Dolores. It was a path with no return, a self-inflicted death sentence. He was bound to fail. The sect leader of the Biyun Divine sect gently tapped his jade chair, lifting his eyelids slightly. Upon seeing Axel's figure, a slight smile curved his lips, and he spoke softly. Axel, in just 6 years, you've grown at an astonishing pace. Truly remarkable. In any other sect, you would definitely be a core disciple receiving ample resources. However, let it end here. Do not proceed further. Ahead lies an abyss, behind lies hell. Challenging the Biyun Divine sect is a dead-end path. If you put aside your hatred and join our sect, I promise you the position of inner disciple. The sect leader chatted lightly, extending an olive branch to Axel. If this genius joined their Biyun Divine sect, their sect would surely advance. With numerous young talents, they would elevate further in the future, gaining illustrious renown on the Azure Heaven continent, possessing formidable power and unmatched dominance. There was even hope to elevate the Biyun Divine sect to greater heights. Moreover, within these 6 years, it was said that Axel subdued 3 divine fires. Although the Ice Divine Fire, the Clinton and Huang Divine Fire, and the Life Force Fire ranked lower on the Great Tao Divine Fire list, since ancient times, heaven-defying treasures were mostly found in the Eternal Immortal Domain and various large worlds, especially those on the Great Tao Divine Fire list. Nearly half were in the Eternal Immortal Domain. Their small thousand world, the Azure Heaven continent, originally didn't have these treasures. But recent changes brought about by perfected laws introduced many divine objects. These lower-ranked divine fires naturally came into human sight, but were extremely difficult to subdue. Even veteran cultivators expended great effort with little success. There were even Empyreans who died from burns during the subjugation process. Thus, news of Axel successfully subduing a divine fire baffled many great powers. Even Empyreans or supreme rulers at the peak of the human domain faced immense difficulty subduing divine fires, especially those ranking low on the list. Any mistake could lead to eternal ruin. Ewing, this young prodigy succeeded, shocking everyone, making it hard to believe. Horatio, you must know that Dolores and I, along with the Biyun Divine sect, have become enemies with deep enmity. Only blood can cleanse it. Remember how the Biyun Divine sect oppressed my Xiao family, forcing my kin to flee or die? I've meticulously recorded every detail. Axel's eyes blazed with anger, veins visible. Accumulated grievances over 6 years now needed immediate release. Do you mean to say the ED of your Biyun Divine sect is a coward? Can't face me after making that 6-year agreement? His words left the elder council of the Biyun Divine sect exchanging puzzled glances. Indeed, they hadn't seen the Edie for half a year, unsure where she went. Even powerful elders knew little, only that she had important matters to attend to. Many disciples wanted to see the spectacle, but the Edie hadn't appeared. Could she really be, as Axel said, too afraid to face him? The Edie has important affairs to attend to? Ewings, even the esteemed elders do not know where she has gone. It's said to be a sect secret concerning the ultimate competition among the young generation of the Azure Heaven continent. Disciples speculated wildly, while elders remained perplexed. Today was the final battle of the 6-year agreement. If the Edie failed to show, unwilling to duel Axel, it would make the Biyun Divine sect a laughingstock on the Azure Heaven continent. A challenge issued by a young elite going unanswered. However, at this moment, a voice echoed through the heavens. Though feminine, it carried tremendous, almost non-divine ability realm power. Biyun Divine sect, Dolores, accepts the challenge. A graceful silhouette flashed down swiftly, landing on the high platform of the Biyun Divine sect. She possessed a flawless figure with elegant curves, her body translucent and perfect, eyes deep and soulful, skin smooth as jade, seemingly dripping with water. Her attire was luxurious, clad in tight silk that accentuated her exquisite figure, looking heroic like a female warrior god. Silver runes adorned her dress, shining brilliantly as she moved. She held a sword, sharp and gleaming with gemstone carvings emitting a terrifying cold light. When swung, the void hummed ominously. Upon seeing Axel, her eyes narrowed slightly as she sneered disdainfully. Ha! Breaking off the engagement already gave you the utmost respect. Now coming here, seeking death. Why bother? Hashtag chapter 275. Walking out of the gates of life and death. Final battle. Elira, marriage is a major event in life. Parents can make the decision, and so can you. But, the humiliation you have brought upon my Xiao family and myself, Axel, I will never forget. I am here today to cleanse this humiliation with blood. Axel spoke righteously, brandishing his black great ruler fiercely, releasing an overwhelming aura. The ground beneath the high platform actually cracked, revealing fissures. This platform was constructed by the Biyun Divine sect using special materials from the Xianxia continent, incredibly sturdy and able to withstand even battles between divine terrace realm experts without much damage. Now, before the battle had even begun, everyone witnessed the terrifying combat strength of Axel. So powerful. No wonder he could integrate multiple divine flames. Among the rising young talents in recent years, Axel is undoubtedly a brilliant new star, drawing attention and befriending various factions. He has deep roots and extraordinary talent. With divine flames as support and such formidable power, he has already reached the divine ability realm. According to what I know, he also masters many divine secret arts. Outside the platform, Many watching disciples sighed in admiration. Speaking objectively, Axel's strength was indeed fearsome and intimidating. If these disciples were to challenge him, they would be slaughtered easily. Unfortunately, facing their own sacred maiden, the chances of victory were slim. But at this moment, the Horatio spoke, her cold voice sounding again. Axel, I give you one last chance. If you show some sense, join our Biyun Divine sect as a true disciple, and you'll get resource support. But if you insist on opposing us, we cannot let you live. The current Elira is not someone you can contend with. She has walked out of the gates of life and death. Our Biyun Divine sect's gates of life and death are a specific test for sacred maidens. If one can successfully walk out, both strength and talent receive a qualitative improvement, almost guaranteeing the position of the next sect leader. You now want to battle the future sect leader of the Biyun Divine sect. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. All disciples and elders watching widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they just hear? The Biyun sacred maiden, Elira, actually broke through the gates of life and death and was practically set to become the next sect leader. The gates of life and death are a unique test for the Biyun Divine sect. Once entered, only life or death awaits. Surviving the trial means an immense leap in strength and talent. Being predestined as the next sect leader, she would become the pillar of the younger generation, leading the Biyun Divine sect to greater heights. Who would have thought that after half a year, the sacred maiden was tackling the gates of life and death? The odds of survival are 9-1, and almost no one among the younger generation dares to attempt it. No wonder the sacred maiden does not take Axel, who has subdued divine flames, seriously. Having passed through the gates, her current cultivation is unknown, but surely very formidable. She has every right to be proud. Everyone marveled and became even more curious about Elira's cultivation. Seeing the sect leader's calm demeanor, one could guess that Elira's realm far surpassed Axel's, ensuring victory. Axel remained unperturbed, still imposing, with flames swirling in his eyes and runes glowing brightly, illuminating the world. Why waste words? Let's battle. Elira looked at him disdainfully, never considering Axel seriously. Even though Axel achieved much at such a young age, subduing various divine flames. In Elira's memory, he was still that useless fiancé. His recent accomplishments were merely due to luck. Show your moves. Let's end this quickly. After dealing with you, I'll ensure the Biyun Divine sect holds my succession ceremony as Leonardo. After 6 years from now on, you will be like dust under my feet, seeing no light. And I am destined to become the supreme phoenix above the 9 heavens, looking down on all, even capable of creating miracles and hoping to enter the middle thousand world. Elira drew her sword, her bright eyes flashing with a ruthless look. She also had her ambitions. Axel's numerous achievements over the years had earned him fame and support from many sects in the Xianxia continent. If she could rise to Leonardo by defeating such a talented young hero, her prestige among the younger generation would reach its peak, unmatched by anyone. Far away in the void, Irvin watched this scene, finding it amusing. These natives of the small thousand world indeed had big pride and petty schemes. Too bad they chose the wrong person. Axel was his heavenly court general, and he had come to subdue him. If Axel succeeded, proving his potential, he could rise rapidly, like a soaring rock, earning recognition and entering the heavenly court. There was no way to let him fail. Even if the Biyun Divine sect stood behind him, Axel had the eternal heavenly court and Emmanuel Irvin supporting him. On the high platform, Axel made his move, clenching his right fist and striking forward. Instantly, the void twisted, runes flashed, and a punch imprint appeared in the world, immensely powerful, charging forward as if to destroy everything. Elira didn't even spare a glance, merely drawing her sword and slashing forward. Light flashed, breaking the punch glow into nothingness. Axel's eyes flickered, becoming serious. With one step, he shattered the void, reappearing elsewhere, creating cracks in space. The powerful divine light was like blade edges, seemingly capable of slicing through anything, unblockable. His form towered like a mountain, infinite spiritual energy converging into his hands, pressing down forcefully towards Elira, aiming to subdue her. Humph, is that all? Elira sneered, pointing upward with her finger. With just this finger, the sky fractured, and spiritual energy converged into a pillar like Mount Tai, piercing heaven and earth. She countered Axel's suppression with ease, then lightly sliced the air with her sword. Space shattered like glass, numerous cracks appearing. From these infinite void cracks, formidable blade lights emerged, encircling Axel layer by layer. Boom! Amidst the explosion, smoke rose on the high platform, revealing a retreating black figure. Elira stood confidently, holding her sword, her beautiful face wearing a faint smile. The audience below was shocked, unable to believe what they saw. Axel, the young war god who tamed many divine flames and had a glorious reputation, was defeated in one move. Could it be that their sacred maiden had grown this powerful? And from the burst of aura, everyone realized Elira's realm. Divine Mansion Realm. Chapter 276. Fighting ever more fiercely, boundless celestial fire break. Axel, give up. The gap between you and me is like a chasm, impossible to cross. As I said earlier, if I am the noble phoenix soaring in the heavens, then you are but an ant in the dust. The previous marriage contract is as laughable as you are. Dolores, sharp-tongued, looked at Axel, whom she had just driven back, and felt even more triumphant. Her lips parted slightly. Having passed through the life and death gate, she was now the Jethro of the divine clan, destined for a bright future. Moreover, at such a young age, to have reached the divine mansion realm, she was undoubtedly an unrivaled genius in the world. She conjectured that even if she went to the higher worlds, among her peers, she would still rank highly. Immediately, she no longer hid her aura. It erupted uncontrollably like a flood breaking through a dam, powerful and awe-inspiring. Behind her, 6 great suns slowly emerged, shattering the void and radiating light in all directions, sacred and awe-inspiring, causing hearts to tremble. and Dolores, encircled by the 6 divine mansions, seemed like the sovereign of gods. Looking down at the many onlookers, a sense of pride welled up within her as if she were in control of everything. Such a feeling was too wonderful, intoxicating her beyond measure. In this fantasy world, strength was paramount. She now stood at the pinnacle of her generation. Even the most brilliant new star, a genius who could subdue celestial fire, was not her match. To the crowd watching, this scene seemed increasingly unbelievable. 6 divine mansions. Lady Saint actually has 6 divine mansions. 6 divine mansions, given proper development and resources from the Biyun divine clan. It's possible she could reach the peak of the human domain, perhaps even become an emperor. Our Biyun divine clan has produced such a prodigy. No wonder the patriarch was confident enough to let her attempt the life and death gate. Now it looks like it was the wisest choice. Axel's boast about the 30-year riverbank shift, it seems like nothing more than a joke now. It's just the feeble roar of a weakling. Even if given another 30 years, what can he do? A loser will always be a loser. How can he compare to Lady Saint? The disciples whispered among themselves, their discussions fervent, filled with admiration and worship for Dolores. At such a young age to reach the divine mansion realm and awaken 6 divine mansions, this put her among the strongest in the entire human domain. She had the potential to continue creating legends in the central world. As for Axel, indeed a young hero, alas, his mistake was challenging the Biyun divine clan. He was truly at a disadvantage. His earlier boasts now seemed as insubstantial as bubbles, devoid of truth, easily shattered. In the distant void, Irvin observed everything happening on the stage. From a different perspective, Dolores was indeed a top-notch genius in the lesser world, with limitless potential. Unfortunately, in the greater world or the eternal immortal realm, even the lowest-ranking disciple wouldn't consider her exceptional. What was there to be proud of? What legend could she create? If I were there, I'd slap her dead with one hand. Why should she be allowed to blabber on like that? Sherry couldn't bear to watch anymore. Her gem-like eyes flashed with disappointment. She had come expecting some entertainment, but hadn't anticipated that the youth favored by the Jethro would look so disheveled. If she were to fight him, under the same age, cultivation resources, and environment, she could easily overwhelm the so-called divine clan saintess. This was supreme confidence. Patience, let things play out. Irvin stood calmly with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, a good idea struck him, and he turned to the empty space beside him. Alicia, who do you think will win this battle? Alicia, who had achieved the supreme rank of Joab in the eternal immortal realm and throughout all realms, was truly a grandmaster, invincible and undying. He wished to see whether his bodyguard could predict the outcome accurately. A cold voice replied, Axel will win. Irvin nodded without pressing further. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Axel waved his hand, his expression excited. Ewing's excited. That was his longing for battle and his pursuit of self-improvement. He hadn't encountered such a formidable opponent in a long time. So, I won't hold back. Smiling, Axel's body glowed with divine light, enveloped by endless flames. Around him, armor formed as if made of special material, black light flickering, various divine fires swirling around him. With a single arm gesture, a large black ruler appeared in his hand, heavy as 10,000 jin. He stepped forward swiftly, appearing before Dolores in an instant. Before Dolores could react, fierce flames turned into fire snakes, seemingly trying to engulf her. She raised her arms, countless runes forming a protective shield that absorbed the surging flames. However, amidst the golden flames, a black ruler broke through the void, carrying immense force straight towards her. Bang! With a loud bang, the rune-formed shield shattered into pieces. Like being struck by a ferocious beast, blood surged in her veins, bitterness rising in her throat, forcing her to retreat. Axel didn't stop, holding the black ruler, advancing relentlessly, each attack accompanied by overwhelming vital energy like a prehistoric beast, giving her no chance to catch her breath. Each heavy strike boosted Axel's momentum, making him fight ever more fiercely. On the black ruler, yellowish divine fire, life fire, ice divine fire, and other colors of flames intertwined, seemingly capable of shattering emptiness and sweeping away all. Heavenly fire boundless break. Stepping forward, Axel's foot left cracks on the ground. The black ruler glowed with infinite flames, delivering a powerful strike, causing the space to tremble violently. As the blow landed, boundless flames erupted, turning the place into a fiery hell. Clang! Under this blow, Dolores' sword was directly severed, turning into fragments. Chapter 277. The Edie retreats, the body of 10,000 fires. With a snap, Dolores' sword shattered like glass, unable to withstand the heavy blow from the black great ruler. Axel's attacks were overwhelmingly fierce, akin to thunder, incredibly swift and almost invisible to the naked eye. Outside his body, divine flames intertwined, encircled by fire with runes flickering. Dolores could not have dreamed that the Axel before her possessed such strength. This was simply unimaginable, beyond comprehension. 6 years ago, he was nothing but a cripple, yet in such a short time, he had grown to this extent. During their earlier battle, it seemed she had been dominating him. Now, even her sword was broken. Dolores tried to make a desperate resistance, casting spells and using supernatural powers. However, Axel's attacks were as fast as lightning. The black great ruler showed no sign of weakening. Each strike carried immense force, descending powerfully and overwhelmingly, causing one's heart to tremble. With a step forward, surrounded by interwoven flames and wreathed in blazing fire, Axel appeared like a sovereign of flames. The black great ruler instantly transformed into a devouring dragon, charging forward, its scorching flames seemingly capable of mastering the heavens and burning through the void. All of Dolores' spells and supernatural powers were extinguished as if they were fragile bubbles. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth, releasing countless waves of fiery energy. When the smoke cleared, Everyone looked up at the high platform, only to find their holy maiden, the young master who walked out of the gate of life and death, now kneeling, blood dripping from her mouth, clothes tattered, breathing weak, heavily wounded. Her flesh was bruised and bloody, lying on the ground, head bowed, eyes filled with disbelief. There was a bleeding hole in her chest, no longer exuding the grandeur she once held. She looked worse than a beggar. This can't be possible. No, this isn't true. I must be dreaming. You were just a cripple. How could you be so powerful? Dolores's face was deathly pale as she endured the excruciating pain, struggling to stand up. Her current state, however, wouldn't allow her to continue. To be alive was already a miracle, but she felt despondent. The man whom she had previously spurned was now standing above her, immensely powerful. She was at the Divine Mansion realm, having achieved the 6 Divine Mansions, while he was merely at the Supernatural Power realm. He had defeated her in a cross-rank battle. This scene stunned the spectators, reshaping their understanding. This is impossible. Lady Edie was nearly guaranteed to become the clan leader, her potential unlimited. How could someone who emerged from the gate of life and death be so frail? Haven't we all overslept? The elders exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Their holy maiden, receiving vast resources and having an immense growth potential, had awakened the 6 Divine Mansions, making her the #1 among the younger generation in the Skysphere continent. She was easily defeated, crushed underfoot, without any resistance. At this moment, looking at Dolores kneeling before him, worse off than a cripple, Axel felt a clarity in his Dao heart, finally overcoming his mental barrier. He had proven himself. 6 years of effort culminated in victory, cleansing his humiliation, avenging his family. In a sudden realization, it felt as though a shackle had been broken, a strange sensation flooding his heart. Boom! With a loud thunderclap, a rumbling sound echoed from within Axel's body, as if struck by lightning. The heavenly fire divine technique surged, activating the body of 10,000 fires. Outside his body, runes flashed, blending 3 distinct fires: earthly Yuinglo divine fire, ice-cold divine fire, and the fire of life. They slowly merged into a lifelike lotus blossom in his chest. The tricolored fire lotus swayed gently. As the heavenly fire divine technique circulated, countless flame runes surged within his body, coursing through his limbs and organs, releasing overwhelming energy. The circulation of his cultivation technique shattered inner restraints, lifting Axel into the air, the formidable energy bursting forth uncontrollably, shaking the void. Radiant light enveloped him, runes sparkling brightly, a strong aura emanating from him. Everyone heard the sound of shackles breaking. Then they witnessed a luminous sun appearing behind Axel. He's advancing to the Divine Mansion realm. Sharp-eyed elders immediately noticed that after defeating Dolores, Axel's Dao heart had cleared, his insight greatly increased, dissipating all demons, quietly running the cultivation technique, pushing him further ahead. However, what level he would reach remained unknown. Axel was completely immersed in cultivation. Behind him, the void fractured, one radiant sun after another emerging, illuminating the earth, its brilliance unmatched, exalting him like an emperor. Ultimately, 8 suns hung in the sky, 8 divine mansions. Even across the entire Skysphere continent, this was a legendary existence. Witnessing this, people found it hard to believe, feeling as if they were in a dream. In the Skysphere continent, awakening 6 divine mansions already placed one at the pinnacle of the younger generation, promising future advancements to higher realms. Now, Axel had awakened all 8 divine mansions. In their Skysphere continent, this could be termed a historic event. Moreover, during cultivation, the 3 divine fires behaved like tame cats, entering his body to clear meridians and expand his spirit sea. Axel's cultivation technique might help him directly control the divine fires. That explained why, even ranking at the bottom of the Great Dao Fire list, several divine fires were still difficult for even supreme emperors at the peak human domain to control in the Skysphere continent. Axel could easily control the earthly Yuinglo divine fire, the fire of life, and the ice-cold divine fire. In just 6 short years, to progress from being a cripple to this degree, clearly, Axel had a wondrous encounter, most likely due to this miraculous cultivation technique. Even the patriarch of Biyun Divine sect stood up, astonished, his eyes wide with amazement. The cultivation technique and supernatural powers Axel wielded far surpassed their sect's foundational secrets. It was possibly not a technique from the Skysphere continent, transcending world limitations. Could it be a cultivation technique from a higher realm, perhaps touching on the secrets of the divine realm? His gaze sparkled, momentarily tinged with greed. If he could obtain Axel's cultivation technique via this opportunity, not only would he benefit immensely as the patriarch, potentially ascending to a higher realm, but also the ancient ancestors buried within their ancestral land, even those at the imperial realm, could leap into the divine realm with this technique. This might even lead the entire Biyun Divine sect to ascend to the Middle Universe world. Chapter 277. The Defeat of the Sacred Maiden in the Body of 10,000 Fires. With a snap, Dolores' sword shattered like glass, unable to withstand the Black Ruler's heavy blow. Axel's attack was ferocious and dominant, swift as lightning, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Outside his body, divine flames intertwined, flickering with symbols and encircled by fire. Dolores couldn't have imagined that Axel would possess such power. It was inconceivable, beyond comprehension, that this person who was once considered a cripple 6 years ago had grown so strong in such a short time. Earlier, she had clearly been dominating the battle, but now even her sword lay shattered. Dolores tried to struggle and resist, casting spells and utilizing her skills, but Axel moved like lightning, his attacks relentless. Each strike carried the force of 10,000 caddies, descending with immense and awe-inspiring might, sending shivers down one's spine. Then, he took a step forward, flames wrapping around him like a king of fire. The Black Ruler in his hand transformed into a black dragon devouring heaven and earth, charging straight ahead with scorching flames that seemed capable of ruling over all existence and burning through the void. All of Dolores' spells and abilities were utterly annihilated before this onslaught, disappearing into nothingness. With a roar echoing across the sky, countless streams of fire surged out like tidal waves, tearing through Dolores. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked up at the platform to see their sacred maiden, the young master who had walked through the gate of life and death, now kneeling with tattered clothes, blood seeping from her mouth, breathing heavily, injured severely. Her body was bruised and torn, and her eyes reflected disbelief. A gaping wound on her chest bled profusely, stripping away any semblance of her former grandeur. This can't be. No, this isn't real. I must be dreaming. You're just a cripple. How could you possibly be this strong? Dolores' face was pale, barely holding herself upright despite the pain. She was too weak to move further. To still be alive was already a miracle. But despair filled her heart. The cripple she had once broken ties with now stood above her, incredibly powerful. Despite being at the Divine Mansion realm and possessing 6 Divine Mansions, Axel, who was merely at the Mystic Skill realm, had defeated her across levels. This shocking scene left everyone in disbelief, completely altering their perceptions. How is this possible? Lady Sacred Maiden was almost guaranteed to become the future head, with limitless potential. One who has walked through the gate of life and death should have achieved great growth. How could she be so weak? Are we still asleep? The elders exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. Their Sacred Maiden had received enormous resources and had awakened 6 Divine Mansions, making her the top among the younger generation in the Azure Sky continent. She was easily defeated, unable to put up any resistance. At this moment, they regarded Axel with entirely different eyes. Meanwhile, Axel, looking down at Dolores kneeling helplessly before him, felt a sudden clarity in his Dao heart, finally overcoming an internal obstacle. He had successfully proven himself. 6 years later, he had washed away his humiliation and avenged his family. Suddenly, it felt as though chains had been broken, and a strange sensation overwhelmed him. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within Axel, lightning coursing through his veins. The heavenly fire scripture activated, unleashing the body of 10,000 fires. Outside his body, symbols shimmered as 3 differently colored divine fires: primordial Yuinglo fire, ice fire, and life fire, fused together into a lifelike lotus flower in his chest. The 3-colored fire lotus gently swayed as the heavenly fire scripture operated, flames racing through his body, spreading through his limbs and organs, unleashing formidable energy. As the technique ran its course, it felt as though shackles were breaking, and Axel slowly ascended, releasing uncontrollable torrents of energy that shook the air. Surrounded by dazzling light, symbols sparkled brightly, and a powerful aura spread, accompanied by the sound of chains breaking. Then everyone witnessed a glowing sun emerge behind Axel. He's advancing to the Divine Mansion realm. Keen-eyed elders recognized that after defeating Dolores, Axel's Dao heart had cleared, his enlightenment deepened, and his heart demons dissipated, quietly advancing his cultivation to the next level. However, no one knew just how far he would go. Axel was fully engrossed in cultivation. One sun after another emerged behind him, radiating brilliantly, elevating him to the status of a supreme emperor. Finally, 8 suns illuminated the sky, 8 whole divine mansions. Even in the entire Azure Sky continent, this transcended legend. Such a sight was beyond belief for the observers, almost dreamlike. In the Azure Sky continent, awakening 6 divine mansions was already exceptional for the younger generation, promising opportunities in higher realms. Now, Axel had awakened 8 divine mansions. This was history-making for their world. Moreover, during cultivation, the 3 divine fires behaved like tame cats, entering his body to unblock his meridians and expand his spirit sea. Axel's technique might enable him to directly subdue divine fires. This explained why even emperors at the pinnacle of human domain found it challenging to subdue divine fires ranked low on the divine fire list. But Axel had effortlessly subdued primordial Yuinglo fire, life fire, and ice fire. From a cripple to this extent in just 6 years, it was clear Axel had encountered extraordinary fortune. Likely, this incredible technique was the cause. Even the patriarch of the Green Cloud Divine sect stood in disbelief, his gaze filled with awe. The technique and abilities Axel wielded far surpassed the sect's foundational secret arts. There was a possibility this technique originated from a higher realm, potentially touching upon secrets of the divine path. His eyes flashed with greed. If he could obtain Axel's technique, not only would he benefit immensely and advance in cultivation, but the ancient emperor buried in their ancestral grounds might leap to the divine path. This could possibly elevate the entire Green Cloud Divine sect to the middle universe. Chapter 278. Intimidation and Temptation. Host shows off again. Once this idea formed, it could not be contained. But he was the patriarch of the Biyun Divine sect. Constrained by his status, he could not directly intervene. Thus, he conveyed a message to all the elders, ordering them to use any means necessary to obtain the mysterious cultivation method from Axel. As for the mortally wounded Saintess Dolores, who was kneeling on the ground, she was no longer important at this moment. A waste, the sect had lavished resources to cultivate her and even sent her to train in the life and death gate. Her result was such that it tarnished the reputation of the Biyun Divine sect. However, attracting such a rich prize wasn't bad. The numerous elders, after receiving the patriarch's telepathic message, exchanged glances. Their eyes revealed unbridled greed. They stepped forth onto the platform, even the weakest among them being a saint. This was the strength of the Biyun Divine sect, a formidable force with few adversaries in the Sky continent. Biyun Divine sect disciples, leave this place immediately. Any who disobey shall be executed. Ed shouted, driving away both inner and outer sect disciples who were watching. The disciples did not dare resist, assuming the saintess's loss was too humiliating for the elders to let them stay. Demetrius cast a glance, and with a flash of light, delivered a powerful punch into the void. Instantly, symbols flickered, space fractured, and several figures burst into blood mist, losing their lives in the vacuum. How dare a group of ants spy on our Biyun Divine sect? The Demetrius sneered disdainfully. Originally, it would have been harmless, just some minor forces snooping around. But today's events, whether the Saintess's defeat or the appearance of the mysterious young man Axel, must not be known outside. Therefore, they acted decisively to eliminate these witnesses. The Sydney of the Biyun Divine sect approached Axel with a full smile. My young friend, congratulations. To achieve so much at your age, you will surely become an outstanding figure, achieving supremacy in your lifetime. The Sydney sighed admiringly. Indeed, what he said wasn't far off. In the lesser thousand world, Axel had already achieved such success. Even if he moved to the middle or greater thousand worlds, once acclimated to the world rules, he could still make significant accomplishments. Even in the eternal immortal domain, awakening 8 divine palaces would indeed make him an outstanding individual. Since the 6-year agreement is over, I will take my leave. I hope that henceforth, there will be no further entanglement between your sect and my Xiao family, Axel said, turning to leave. The Sydney quickly signaled the other elders. Instantly reacting, they appeared like lightning behind Axel, blocking his path, refusing to let him leave. What is the meaning of this? Are you unable to admit defeat? Axel asked, his voice sharp like a blade. The Sydney maintained his smile, speaking kindly to Axel. My young friend, we mean no harm. We've heard rumors that you possess a mysterious cultivation technique with extraordinary powers. Why don't you share it with us? From now on, the Biyun Divine sect and the Xiao family can unite as one, sharing resources, wielding power across the world, and together achieve greatness. You could become an exception, becoming the holy son of the Biyun Divine sect, while your Xiao family can gain our resources, eventually becoming a top-tier force. The Sydney spoke with a grin, seemingly kind and approachable. You ain't, in reality, he harbored dark thoughts. Brat, as soon as you hand over the technique, within 3 days, the Biyun Divine sect will slaughter your entire Xiao family. Such a divine art must be firmly controlled by the Biyun Divine sect for safety. Only those within the Biyun Divine sect should know the secret. But Axel was not fooled. He laughed inwardly but replied calmly, I have no divine arts or celestial techniques. I don't understand what Elder is referring to. The Sydney's face changed. This brat was playing dumb, clearly unwilling to comply. As Axel attempted to leave, an impatient edge blocked his way. Seeing Axel about to depart, he swiftly unleashed his formidable saint aura, which descended upon Axel like a flood, pinning him in place. Space was sealed, preventing any movement. Axel tried to utilize his divine flame to break free but found the saint-level pressure overwhelming, far beyond his current capacity to resist. Young man, I advise you to recognize the situation and hand over the mysterious cultivation technique. Otherwise, you'll face endless calamity, the saint warned. Axel snorted coldly but did not give up, trying to use his abilities to escape. However, surrounded by numerous elders, all at least at the saint level, their leader sitting at the head being a sage emperor, Axel felt despair. These people were willing to go to extreme lengths to keep him here and seize the mysterious cultivation technique. No amount of persuasion seemed to loosen Axel's lips. An impatient elder, growing frustrated, reached out and grabbed Axel by the forehead. Why is this so difficult? Since threats and temptations won't work, we'll search your soul. He smirked menacingly. The other elders remained silent, knowing that forcing a soul search could cause backlash. Given the situation, they had no choice but to proceed. Far off in the void, Irvin watched helplessly as Axel, surrounded by saints and sage kings, faced dire straits. Just how desperate for cultivation techniques is the Sky Continent? Even a mere heavenly fire divine technique, casually bestowed by the system. Even within the myriad Ian's Ewing family, there were many similar cultivation methods stored in their treasure vaults, practically ignored. In fact, such techniques were so abundant, they didn't even qualify to be used as floor tiles. Here in the lesser thousand world, this very technique was highly sought after by top-tier forces, to the point where they would shamelessly snatch it from a junior cultivator. An utterly absurd situation. Host Sama, can you please stop showing off? Please remember, even a single piece of grass from the myriad Ian's Ewing family could be revered as a world-ending divine sword in this lesser thousand world. The system commented dryly, finding Host Sama's attitude overly pretentious. Time to act. Axel belongs to the myriad Ian's celestial court. These petty savages cannot simply search his soul. Chapter 279, Irvin's instant kill of a sage. On the high platform, Axel was immobilized by the overwhelming aura of multiple sages, unable to move even a finger. There was no possibility of escaping with magic or spells. Space itself seemed sealed off, leaving him without options. The irascible sage placed his hand on Axel's crown, ready to extract his soul. Axel struggled desperately against his bonds, but to no avail. His heart refused to accept this fate, and his eyes, filled with bloodshot fury, reflected his anguish. Could it be that he would fall here today? No, the mysterious powerhouse who bestowed upon him the heavenly fire divine technique and helped awaken his 10,000 fires constitution would not have him give up so easily. He was a member of the myriad ancient heavenly court. At this moment, a massive palm print descended from the sky, glowing and adorned with runes, interwoven with various profound imprints, exuding immense power. It pressed down like Mount Tai, sending shockwaves that made the sages tremble in fear. Sensing impending disaster, they transformed into flashes of lightning and rapidly dispersed. As the palm print struck, it left a deep crater on the high platform, which was crafted from special materials. Even the Ambrose, seated calmly in the main seat, began to doubt if the construction had been subpar, questioning if this was shoddy workmanship, crumbling one after another today. Note: I have maintained the meaning and fluency while ensuring natural readability in English. The term Biyun Sunzong has been translated as Biyun Divine Sect for consistency. Want to touch someone from the myriad ancient heavenly court? Get my permission first. A youthful voice echoed as Irvin's figure gradually materialized. Though only 12 years old, he stood tall and mature, almost like a young deity. Clad in a white robe embroidered with golden threads, he shimmered like a celestial being, exuding divine energy. Encased in myriad beams of light and enveloped in chaos mist, he emitted an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Those present quickly discerned his current peak god platform realm, just a step away from the god palace realm. However, when Axel saw the newcomer, his heart sank in despair, his face turning deathly pale. A kid, barely 10 or so, interfering in such matters? Wait, upon sensing this person's realm, he was dumbfounded. Only 12 years old, yet at the peak god platform realm. What kind of prodigy is this? Where did he come from? Is he from the sky continent? 3 questions hung over Axel's head, bewildering him. Yoinked, recalling the mention of the myriad ancient Emmanuel, he immediately linked this boy to the mysterious powerhouse. But no matter how talented this child might be, what difference does it make? From the aura he had just unleashed, he was still merely at the peak god platform realm. Among these elders, the weakest was already a sage. Not to mention there were sage kings and sage emperors as well. The Ambrose had reached the sage emperor realm, not far from the supreme realm. Friend, leave quickly. You are no match for them, Axel urged, unwilling to drag a child into his demise. Irvin, however, smiled calmly and gave a brief glance. Just that look sent Axel's heart racing in terror, as if confronting some supreme existence. He felt like he was seeing an atom ruling over countless chaotic worlds, capable of shattering infinite universes with a mere clap, his gaze causing the heavens to wither and all things to decay. His mind reeled as his soul felt insignificant before this presence, weaker than even an ant. His legs trembled uncontrollably, bowing repeatedly to that figure. Heave, Emmanuel. In a hazy moment, Axel heard the voice of the mysterious powerhouse, as if re-entering that space, familiar yet distant, speaking only 2 words, Emmanuel. Opening his eyes, he looked around, focusing on the 12-year-old standing protectively in front of him. Was this vision real, indicating a connection between the boy and the Emmanuel? Haha, a small fry daring to oppose our Biyun Divine Sect at merely the peak god platform realm, a sage elder sneered, raising his hand to unleash endless sage pressure, like an immeasurable mountain, aiming to crush the brash youth. The other elders watched, entertained. Who cared about this newcomer's origins? He dared obstruct their path to transcendence, making him an enemy. Irvin snorted coldly. Now even these petty figures dared attack him. So what if they were sages? He could suppress them with a mere wave of his hand. His eyes turned icy as he clenched his right fist. In an instant, heaven and earth shattered, chaos light flickered, and immense power erupted, capable of annihilating everything. Space cracked open, revealing 6 vortexes, symbolizing the wheel of reincarnation. Stepping forward, transcending space, he unleashed the 6 paths reincarnation fist directly. The sage elder had barely reacted when he saw the 12-year-old boy disregard his sage pressure, moving through space unimpeded and unleashing a shockingly powerful blow. Unafraid, the elder retaliated with a punch, refusing to be bested by a younger generation. However, as their fists collided, he regretted it instantly. Struck like by a small asteroid, his right arm shattered into bone fragments, collapsing into blood clumps. Irvin showed no mercy, delivering another punch straight to the chest, piercing through it. The sage elder's eyes bulged, spewing blood as he slowly glanced down. His chest caved in, disintegrating into dust, all life extinguished. Before he could finish, he fell limp. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, too fast for anyone to react. Irvin simply brushed off his hands dismissively. Just a sage, dealt with in a single move. Chapter 280. Carnage everywhere, beheading the Saint King. At this moment, silence reigned on the platform, with no one daring to speak. Everyone was left speechless, their pupils reflecting a profound shock that would not fade, shattering all previous perceptions. What had they just witnessed? It was utterly unbelievable. A child barely in his teens, at the peak of the divine platform realm, who was indeed unparalleled among his peers, surpassing all others in the vast expanse of the Xianxia continent. Yoinked, he had faced and instantly slain a genuine saint, none other than an elder from their own Biyun Shan sect. The idea was hard to fathom. The many elders present now looked at Irvin with eyes filled not only with astonishment, but also confusion and incomprehension. They couldn't figure out where this child came from, wielding such divine power and capable of fighting across realms, even overpowering a saint. Some elders at the same saint realm held back, too frightened to advance. They felt genuine fear deep within. If they had faced him earlier, their fates wouldn't have been much better. Irvin looked at the stunned crowd with disdain and utter contempt. In this lower world, even saints could not compare to the eternal immortal domain. Bound by the rules of this small world and its limited spiritual laws, these saints would be the weakest of their kind in the vast world, or the eternal immortal domain, easily crushed. Boy, where do you come from? Why meddle in matters not yours? Axel has blood feuds with our Biyun Shan sect. Settling accounts today is none of your business. One elder at the saint realm dared not move, but instead asked questions, trying to intimidate Irvin into backing off. But Irvin casually waved his hand, saying indifferently, "It's simple. He belongs to my 10,000 ancient heavenly court. There's no need for more talk. You don't understand what the 10,000 ancient heavenly court means." Indeed, upon hearing the name 10,000 ancient heavenly court, even the sect leader seated in the main seat remained silent, searching through ancient texts in his mind but finding nothing. Watching Irvin protect Axel fiercely, it seemed there was no turning back between Biyun Shan sect and Axel. Even some elders contemplated soul-searching methods to plunder skills and treasures. This enmity would not end until death. Fellow Taoist, I ask you one last time. Will you give us Axel or not? Don't think you can act recklessly because you're young. Saints are the pillars of the heavens, kings suppress the universe. Under the sky, only Saint Kings reign supreme. Before a Saint King, everything else is feudal. A Saint King elder spoke harshly, his voice sharp as blades cutting through the heavens. His powerful aura shook everyone, causing other edges' legs to tremble uncontrollably, fearing submission. This was the gap between great realms. As one progresses along the path of the Tao, the difference in realms becomes vast and even despair-inducing. With a step forward, the Saint King's aura unleashed like rolling waves, blocking all movement and sealing space. Facing this mere-peak divine platform child, the elder smirked confidently, believing he could suppress him effortlessly. Concerns about overpowering a junior were set aside. Besides, within the Xianxia sect, disciples had already dispersed, leaving only sect elders. Today's events wouldn't leak, and silencing this child meant ending Axel. Thus thinking, the elder struck with a palm that pressed down like Mount Tai, its strength awe-inspiring, enveloped in the aura of a saint. Irvin smiled lightly, unaffected by the display. Laughable indeed, a mere Saint King being so overhyped. In the eternal Ewing family, even a sweeper was likely a standout in the human Tao domain. In comparison, this formidable Saint King might not even match a sweeper in Irvin's family. Not fearing the disparity in realms, Irvin knew that with his 206 immortal bones, heterochromatic eyes, and perfected chaos body, he could challenge even a holy emperor, let alone a Saint King. Swinging his right hand, chaotic energy erupted, sweeping through space, shattering reality around him. Then, with a single punch, power surged like a dragon roaring, colliding with the Saint King's palm print, splitting space and tearing the void like crumpled paper. Within moments, the Saint King's attack disintegrated into fragments. Irvin leaped forward, crossing space, delivering blow after devastating blow, overwhelming the Saint King. Each strike surpassed human limits. Even a Saint King struggled to endure, coughing up blood as cracks spread through his body like shattered glass. The Saint King elder's arms went numb, feeling like prey to a prehistoric beast. Getting close to Irvin meant facing a physical force that seemed capable of rending heaven and earth. Suspecting that Irvin might be a physique cultivator, the elder attempted to flee into the void, but Irvin did not allow it. With a flick of his hand, great Tao energy sealed the space, entrapping the elder as if in mud. Eyes blazing, Irvin's punches radiated blinding light like the sun, each impact as destructive as a comet striking Earth, landing heavily on the Saint King's chest, creating a gaping bloody hole. Witnessing this, other Saint Kings and edges dared not move, retreating cautiously. They were terrified of this child's overwhelming combat prowess and feared challenging him would mean certain death. The defeated Saint King, glaring defiantly, crashed onto the platform, forming a crater beneath his impact. Irvin landed atop his body, smirking arrogantly at the gathered elders of Xianxia's sect. Is this all you've got? If anyone dares, come challenge me. Confronted by Irvin's defiance, even the Saint Kings among the elders could only remain silent, suffering in silence. Skill mattered. Rash action would only cost lives. At this point, the sect leader seated in the main chair, eyes flashing with rage, could bear it no longer. Xianxia sect, once a top-tier force on the Xianxia continent, found itself humiliated by a mere child. If this news spread, their reputation would be irreparable. Standing abruptly, eyes sharp as knives, he fixed his gaze on Irvin. I will fight you. Chapter 281. Provoking the small, provoking the elder? The moment those words fell, the entire venue was silent. Even the numerous elders below the stage were quiet. For a revered leader of a top-tier force to be in conflict with a child barely in his teens was unheard of. If this news got out, their Biyun divine sect's reputation would be ruined, reputedly a great leader bullying a minor. Besides, their sect leader had already reached the sacred emperor realm, far advanced within the humanistic domain. Ewing, that young boy was still only at the peak of the divine platform realm. He hadn't even stepped into the divine palace realm, not even close to being a sage. Such a disparity in realms almost unequivocally decided the outcome of any battle between them. However, they dared not speak up. Moreover, apart from the sect leader, no one present could match the young boy. Not even a sacred king could stand against him effortlessly. If they didn't act soon, Axel might be rescued by this boy, and he would surely become a formidable enemy in the future. The only viable option was for the sect leader to handle it himself, ensuring the elimination of this person. Haroun took a step, traversing through space as if over short distances, reaching the void above. He did not want to talk much. Bullying someone so far beneath his rank was shameful enough. A quick battle was best. With a single footstep, mountains crumbled, revealing his sacred emperor power, like an insurmountable high mountain or mighty river, too terrifying for anyone to challenge. Various elders moved off the stage to observe from surrounding spaces. Igor signaled Isabella and Leah to drag the injured Axel to a safe place. Igor's palm pressed down heavily, surrounded by ethereal chi, making him seem like a divine god. His pupils shone with brilliant runes, symbolizing immense power. Faintly visible was the phenomenon of dual suns and moons, a sign of activated heterochromia. Faced with a sacred king, Igor, with his immortal bone strength and physical power, could easily subdue. But facing a sacred emperor was different. A whole new level of existence, incomparably powerful in both abilities and physical strength. Igor wouldn't dare to underestimate him and thus activated his 3 supreme physiques. He appeared in the void with a light stomp, taking a breath while surveying the area. The elders thought this young man was about to back down. How audacious, daring to challenge a sacred emperor. Still, this youth is indeed unusual. From who knows where, claiming to have the backing of the 10,000 ancient heavenly court, capable of defeating a sacred king at the peak of the divine platform realm. His future achievements can't be measured. Pity, opposing our sect leader means certain death. Little did they know, Igor sighed lightly because he wanted to end this swiftly. Immediately, with a flick of his hand, A bright flash shot out from Axel's body, piercing space, unstoppable. Igor chanted spells, guiding the light towards Haroun. At that moment, everyone realized what that light contained. A nail clipper. Elders gaped in disbelief. Did this kid seriously think a nail clipper could contend with their sect leader? Axel couldn't comprehend how this youth knew about the nail clipper, and how he could wield it so effortlessly. Boy, you're mocking me. Haroun roared in anger, flames of fury nearly solidifying and burning reality. To counter him with a nail clipper, but upon realizing its true power, his face paled. Made of special material, this clipper penetrated space effortlessly, fracturing runes and shattering dimensions. An extremely powerful weapon. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand slightly, unleashing Saint Emperor laws forming a giant sword, slashing fiercely ahead. He couldn't believe a sacred emperor couldn't handle a mere youth. One slash split the sky and pierced the heavens, emitting an ultimate power capable of destroying everything. Under this strike, all life seemed doomed to nothingness. Elders quickly left, fearing involvement. In the absence of ancestor-level beings, a sacred emperor was their sect's limit of combat power, well known on the continent, unmatched. That nail clipper, though tiny, could pierce anything, seemingly a miniature sword, impervious even to a mortal metal. Boom! Amid thunderous explosions, it seemed the world would be shattered. That heavenly sword-like power was utterly disintegrated, reduced to fragments, completely dissipated. Haroun, trying to escape, found it futile. The nail clipper turned into light, piercing straight through his forehead. On the brink of death, he couldn't understand his fate. He fell stiffly into the deep mountains, likely devoured by beasts and dragons. However, unseen by others, a black mist emerged, enveloped his corpse, and vanished unnoticed. What incredible strength! And that nail clipper, from where could it originate, able to kill a sacred emperor? Our sect leader killed by this kid. Who exactly is he? Why involve himself here? Elders trembled in shock, finding it unbelievable. A sacred emperor sect leader being slain. It was absurd. Even if killed via artifact, an artifact is part of one's strength. A sacred king elder, seeing the situation, hastily fled towards the back mountain, intending to report. Meanwhile, Axel, observing the nail clipper now in Igor's hand, understood instantly. This clipper originally belonged to the 12-year-old youth, likely from the 10,000 ancient heavenly court, hence rescuing him. But its power, truly able to slay a sacred emperor instantly. Igor smiled lightly, preparing to leave. Suddenly, divine light flashed from the back mountain, followed by a booming voice. Who killed my sect leader? Chapter 282. The Xianxia acts, the great emperors are crushed, and the heavenly Tao trembles. A thunderous voice boomed as an overwhelming aura surged forth, an unmistakable hallmark of those at the pinnacle of the human domain. This was the emperor, the epitome of human achievement. From the rear mountains, 4 beams of divine light flickered continuously, connecting heaven and earth like colossal pillars. Terrifying and awe-inspiring, this formidable aura rolled over like waves, shaking the entire space to its core, reaching the very limits of this world's boundaries. Is it possible that our senior ancestors of the Biyun Divine Sect have awakened? The Biyun Divine Sect has 4 senior ancestors buried in the rear mountains, each one a pinnacle figure in the human domain, a true great emperor. If these great emperors were to awaken, the entire Sky Vault continent would be bathed in blood, corpses piled high as mountains. Numerous elders looked toward the rear mountains with shock, eager to find out what was happening. What they saw was Elder Sage King, who had just left, now standing there. He had ventured into the rear mountains to awaken the 4 senior ancestors of the Biyun Divine Sect to avenge the sect leader. Simultaneously, the 4 beams of divine light pierced through space, arriving above the Biyun Divine Sect. They varied greatly in appearance. One wore splendid robes, adorned with a dragon robe and golden crown. Another elder was dressed in tattered farmer clothes, emitting a humble and earthy vibe. There were 4 of them, appearing peaceful but each representing the absolute peak of the human domain, true great emperors. On the Sky Vault continent, they were the absolute rulers, the highest sovereigns. Without the support of these 4 great emperors, relying only on elders at the Sage King level and a sect leader at the Sacred Emperor level would never have allowed the Biyun Divine Sect to be a peak force here. It was because of these 4 great emperors that the Biyun Divine Sect could reign supreme, overseeing countless sects, kingdoms, and various teachings, controlling vast populations. Feeling the devastation around them and what had just transpired, the elderly man in farmer's clothes roared angrily. Many of their sect's elders had perished. Even their revered sect leader had been slain by this young boy, a grave insult. After this battle, the Biyun Divine Sect would undoubtedly be severely weakened, losing much of its power. Though the presence of their 4 great emperor-level ancestors would still intimidate the lower forces, other peak powers of the Sky Vault continent would certainly be emboldened to take advantage. Young man, today you will pay with your life. The great emperor ancestor wearing a purple gold crown pointed at Irvin with a cold, indifferent voice. In his eyes, Irvin was already dead. If not for their intervention, the Biyun Divine Sect would have met its end. Only by slaying this youth could they restore order. Irvin's tone was equally cold, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the emperor. I don't like being pointed at. The great emperor ancestor, however, was unconcerned, even laughing. A mere teenager, no matter how talented, could only contend with sage kings and sacred emperors. Facing a great emperor, maintaining composure was unexpected. You think he dared to be so arrogant? I'll point if I want to. So what? Irvin smirked coldly. The outcome hung in precarious balance. He then called out, Alicia. Suddenly, a slight ripple in the void occurred, followed by a blinding beam of divine light that sliced off the emperor's finger like a sword. Ah! Before the great emperor could react, he clutched his severed finger, screaming in agony as blood gushed out. It was pitiful and heart-wrenching. Shocked and horrified, he stared at his mangled finger. How could this be? How could someone sever his finger so silently? They were great emperors, the ultimate fighters on the Sky Vault continent. Moreover, people from the Middle Thousand World, entering the Small Thousand World would inevitably experience power suppression. The three other great emperors stared at the youth in stunned silence, trying to fathom his background. Axel, long past shocked, marveled at the sheer strength and mysterious backing of this teenage boy. With a mere comment about not liking being pointed at, a great emperor lost a finger. Recognizing the severity, the emperors quickly concluded this person must not be provoked. An elder spoke up, "Young man, let us each step back. We shall retreat, and do not wish to be your enemy." However, Irvin sneered and surveyed the vast expanse of the Biyun Divine sect. From today onward, it would cease to exist. Alright, be more careful next time. As he spoke, black mist appeared from the void, enveloping a figure, cold and emotionless, like a supreme assassin. This entity cast the world into absolute coldness the moment it appeared. Alicia took a step forward, and in an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. Darkness engulfed the world, heavy clouds gathered, and thunder roared. The entire Sky Vault continent seemed to tremble in fear. Even the heavenly Tao of this world quaked in the void, muttering in dread, "Damn it, who provoked them? Have they had enough life?" Alicia simply raised an eyebrow, and her gaze brought the world to desolation. Without even a proper confrontation, the four great emperors ceased to exist under her gaze, reduced to nothingness. More than that, in the flow of time, they vanished completely. Their past lives, present lives, and futures, all were erased, leaving no trace in existence. Alicia lifted her gaze and glanced at the concealed, heavenly Tao of the Sky Vault continent. With a cold snort, the heavenly Tao nearly wet itself in terror. Had it a physical form, it would have been drenched in cold sweat, ready to kneel in submission. Chapter 283. Subjugating Axel and incorporating him into the heavenly court. Witnessing this scene, the entire assembly of elders from the Biyun Divine sect trembled in fear. Even the numerous disciples who had retreated from the scene were pressed to the ground by that formidable pressure, lying prostrate and trembling with trepidation. They could never have imagined that their Biyun Divine sect would provoke such a person. Who was that mysterious youth? He looked no more than a teenager but had personal bodyguards who were mightier than emperors. A single glance could vanquish an emperor. This was unprecedented. Simultaneously eliminating four emperors with just a look, certainly worthy of being recorded in history and spreading across the Skyspan continent. If news of this event spread, no one would dare believe it. Moreover, emperors were the pinnacle of power on the Skyspan continent, the very peak of major forces that usually secluded themselves in ancestral lands for cultivation. Now they were dead under such unclear circumstances. God, spare us. Please calm your anger. Please show mercy. The many sages and Demetrius of the Biyun Divine sect knelt in the air, trembling in abject fear, terrified that the mysterious powerhouse might annihilate them with just a glance. What they witnessed today would be etched into their memory forever, an experience like none other. In the past, their own patriarchs had been seen as invincible figures capable of expanding the Biyun Divine sect's territory, countering rival great sects and powers. Those four patriarchs were the foundation of the Biyun Divine sect, leading it to glory and giving it significant influence on the Skyspan continent. Now, all that was not gone. Axel, upon seeing this scene, froze in place, at a loss for words. This encounter shattered his preconceptions. In his mind, emperors were the apex beings of this world, unmatched and unrivaled. However, after obtaining the heavenly fire scripture and forging the myriad fire's body, his perspective broadened, thinking that achieving the rank of emperor, while not easy, was not entirely unattainable. Only those above the emperor level could ascend to the middle thousand world for further cultivation. But now, he witnessed this transcendent being reducing dimensions with a mere glance, bringing about desolation and destruction. Irvin cast a casual glance and shook his head before turning to step into the void. Sarah and Una led Axel into the void as well. In the void, Irvin stood with his back turned to them, radiating immense power. Even the faint wisp of chaotic energy he emitted made Axel feel fear and inner trembling. Just who is he? Even his bodyguard can slay an emperor with just a look. Could he be from the middle thousand world? Axel lowered his head, thoughts swirling. Before Irvin spoke, he dared not say another word. Although the young man had saved his life, Axel was uncertain of his intentions. These bodyguards possess such power, and these two maidservants are far superior to his fiancée Dolores in both cultivation and beauty. Not only do they have unfathomably deep cultivation, but they are also incomparably beautiful, enough to be ranked as the foremost beauties of the Skyspan continent. Axel, your growth has been quite rapid. In this lesser thousand world, you've achieved so much. Your future development cannot be underestimated. Not bad for someone of my eternal heavenly court. Irvin's words came softly but thundered in Axel's ears, prompting him to kneel immediately. He had already guessed that this person had ties to the eternal heavenly court and had come to rescue him, knowing his growth trajectory. May I ask, what position does your excellency hold in the eternal heavenly court? Axel was also part of the eternal heavenly court. After receiving the heavenly fire scripture, the mysterious powerful figure had left him to grow independently, eventually intending to incorporate him into the heavenly court. Could this be the moment his luck changed? Was this person here to accept him? Irvin remained facing away from them, as the system's voice echoed through the space with tremendous authority. This is the Emmanuel, the master of the eternal heavenly court. Bow down and pay homage immediately. Irvin had intended to be more gentle, but it seemed the system was fond of showing off. And couldn't you at least consider the setting? Sarah and Una were still present, along with Alicia, a concealed peak-level imperial sovereign. Such audacity. How was he supposed to explain this to everyone? Axel knelt quickly, his perception completely refreshed. The shock in his eyes lingered. The master of the heavenly court, the Emmanuel, a mere teenager. Moreover, The voice echoing in the void belonged to the same mysterious powerhouse who had bestowed him the heavenly fire scripture. Did this mean the mysterious powerful figure was under this young man's command? And the heavenly fire scripture was also granted by this young man. Greetings, Emmanuel. I apologize for my earlier lack of respect. Please forgive me. Sarah and Una exchanged puzzled glances, utterly confused. When did their little master become the Emmanuel and establish the eternal heavenly court? And who was that voice echoing in the void? Its strength was overwhelming, striking the heart, but they didn't dwell on it further. Backed by the Ewing family and given their master's exceptional talent, having secrets was only natural. As for Alicia, hidden in the void and shrouded in black mist, her dark eyes flickered with insight. Her instincts told her, this child was no ordinary being, harboring profound secrets unknown even to the Ewing family. But recognizing her master, she devoted herself fully without question. Axel, congratulations on passing the test. Henceforth, you are officially part of the eternal heavenly court. After some time dealing with matters here on the Skyspan continent, we will bring you to the eternal immortal realm, the center of all worlds. There, the essence of the world's chi is abundant, and the great Tao's laws prevail during the golden era. You will flourish and soar through the skies. The system's voice resounded, maintaining Irvin's aloof image. Not that Irvin wanted to remain aloof, it was the system's tendency to grandstand. Earlier, it had whispered in his mind, Master, let everything be handled by the system. With the system here, given enough time, your eternal heavenly court will achieve supreme sovereignty over all worlds. Irvin had no choice but to let the system handle it, keeping up the high-powered image himself. In the void, a flash of white light transformed into radiant streams flowing into Axel's forehead. Instantly, he felt clarity in his Tao heart, enhanced understanding, and a substantial leap in strength. He now revered the Emmanuel even more, despite his youthful appearance. Though young, no one could fathom if this person was an ancient monster rejuvenated, or if his true power was beyond comprehension. Chapter 284. The continent is shaken, defying ancestral wishes. With a wave of his hand, Irvin made everyone reappear aboard the spacecraft. Axel, I've just arrived at this canopy continent, and am not too familiar with this lesser thousand world yet. I haven't even had the chance to experience the local customs, unique features, and mysterious places. Lead the way for us, let's go explore, Irvin said. Axel promptly took charge, and led them to the bow of the ship. The canopy continent was a lesser thousand world, vast in its own right, with numerous unique characteristics from the lower realms that Irvin intended to visit. As a teenager, once he finished his business, it was only natural to enjoy himself. With music playing and dancers moving, he set off on a leisurely journey to see the sights and have some fun. In contrast to Irvin's relaxed state, the canopy continent was in turmoil. Word of today's events spread rapidly. Within 3 days, many forces across the canopy continent learned that the Biyun Divine sect had been wiped out. The sect leader, a formidable Holy Emperor realm expert, was instantly killed by a teenage boy using nothing but a nail clipper, leaving no chance for resistance. For great Emperor realm ancestors who attempted to avenge the Biyun Divine sect were also instantly slain by a mere glance from the mysterious youth's protector, vanishing from existence and unable to enter the cycle of rebirth. Now, the Biyun Divine sect remained only with some elders and disciples, destined to be eradicated sooner or later. After all, the canopy continent had many imperial dynasties and cultivation sections. The current state of the Biyun Divine sect made it a juicy target for everyone who wanted a piece of the pie. A powerhouse can slay 4 great emperors with just a glance. And this is merely the protector of that mysterious youth. This absolutely isn't someone from the canopy continent. An ancestor of a top imperial dynasty crawled out of his coffin, gazing into the distance, his expression stunned. Based on rumors, he deduced the situation within moments. This definitely wasn't from the canopy continent. Even the hidden families here couldn't achieve such feats. Killing great emperors with a snap of fingers. How absurd, how unbelievable. Yet it happened right before their eyes. Hurry, spread the word. Our dynasty members must never oppose that mysterious youth. If you encounter him, avoid him at all costs. Otherwise, you'll meet your end in hell. The imperial dynasty's ancestor was extremely anxious, quickly instructing his subordinates. Elsewhere, the patriarch of a powerful sect felt immense shock upon hearing this news. He too guessed that this youth was likely a heavenly being from a higher plane of existence, someone who couldn't be offended without dire consequences. Relieved they hadn't provoked the mysterious youth, he realized an opportunity. If they could form a friendship with this young man, they might rise to prominence and secure a place in the canopy continent. Hurry, send people to find that mysterious youth. Remember, proper etiquette is crucial. No, wait, also bring our sect's treasures as gifts. This patriarch went all in, offering the most precious relics from the sect's treasure vault. He was genuinely fearful, hoping the gifts would be acceptable. After all, the youth came from a higher realm. Mundane items from their lesser thousand world might be beneath him, but they couldn't approach empty-handed. It wasn't just these forces. The entire canopy continent was in upheaval. Top-notch sects and imperial dynasties scrambled to dispatch their disciples, doing everything in their power to locate the mysterious youth and establish friendly relations. Securing support from a higher plane would make them absolute rulers of the canopy continent, unmatched by anyone. Someone as far as offering family heirlooms and the deepest treasures from their vaults. Even a patriarch tried to offer symbols from the ancient era representing his sect, rushing to give them away until his elders stopped him. What are you doing? Are you defying the sect? Patriarch, no. These are the symbols of our sect and its legacy. Giving them away will tarnish our name forever. Ewing's patriarch, we can court the mysterious youth, but you need to stay calm. How can I stay calm? He's from a higher realm. With his backing, we can become the dominant force in the canopy continent. Move aside. I'm making this decision against ancestral wishes. A surge of energy emanated from him, scattering the elders. He then transformed into a stream of light, heading off to find Irvin and present the ancestral treasures to him. Even if the youth didn't accept, it would create a connection. Meeting such a great figure was an honor. Irvin, oblivious to the chaos his actions caused, gained fame across the Canopy continent within 3 days. No one dared oppose him. The leaders of top sects and emperors became avid admirers, hoping to kneel and lick his boots for support to rule the continent. Meanwhile, Irvin lived luxuriously. Guided by Axel, he explored various locations and secret realms on the Canopy continent. Now, Irvin lounged in a soft chair while Annika massaged his shoulders. Una served him tenderly below, her delicate hands like jade, gently rubbing his legs. Alicia hovered nearby, protecting Irvin within 3 feet. Axel, still steering the ship, saw this scene and couldn't help but feel speechless. Weren't you acting so high and mighty earlier? Such extravagance. It was too lavish, even for him to imagine. It seemed even an emperor knew how to enjoy life. At that moment, a beam of spiritual light erupted from Irvin, landing in Axel's palm. A map appeared, accompanied by the mysterious voice. Head to this location. There's important business for the emperor. Axel complied without question. Over the past 3 days, he had seen how desperate forces across the Canopy continent were to find Irvin and curry favor with him, almost transforming into groveling dogs. The more he witnessed, the more astonished he became, realizing the significance of having such a person under his care. Joining the eternal heavenly court ensured a smooth path for him, with resources poured in. Filled with pride, he secretly vowed to serve the emperor and the heavenly court faithfully in the future. Chapter 285. Korra, you wouldn't want to see the decline of the serpent deity clan, would you? Beyond the Skysphere continent, in a treasure island amidst the sea, a spaceship traversed space and soon arrived outside this mystical island. This place is home to the serpent deity clan, once a formidable and illustrious clan among the many realms. Along with the chaos demon apes, they shone brightly during the primordial age, bearing renowned fearsome names. I believe you people of the Skysphere continent do not know that they also descended from the mysterious eternal immortal realm. However, due to some unforeseen changes, they have come here to seek temporary refuge, Irvin said calmly. This time, I will go ahead. You few stay aboard the spaceship. As he finished speaking, divine light flashed around Irvin, transporting him directly to the divine isle. Of course, all this was controlled by Alicia, who, as his personal bodyguard, could not leave him even in sleep, always staying within 3 feet for true close protection. At the center of the island stood a grand palace, as immovable as Mount Tai, seemingly constructed from various divine iron and immortal crystals, materials non-existent on the Skysphere continent. The palace was bathed in starlight, as if under divine blessing. Below it, a vast spirit-gathering array shimmered, gathering the world's spiritual energy into the palace continuously. Above the palace coiled an enormous divine serpent, albeit just a projection emitting boundless pressure and an endless stream of divine energy nurturing the serpent deity clan's cultivation. This island was the only foothold the serpent deity clan could find on the Skysphere continent, a place clean and suitable for cultivation, far superior to the mainland though not matching the eternal immortal realm. The Skysphere continent seemed like a murky land, embroiled in constant power struggles that left it chaotic. Moreover, the natives were uncivilized and vulgar, their ugly natures exposed. On the island, the serpent deity clan thrived under strict order, with strong warriors wielding spears at the outermost perimeter and countless more in constant practice. This palace, standing proudly in the center, belonged to the Korra. Inside resided the supreme Korra of the serpent deity clan, an extraordinary figure chosen in crisis, possessing diluted but significant serpent deity bloodline. She had devoted herself to the clan's development since childhood, aspiring to one day lead them back to the eternal immortal realm. According to the elders, justice must be sought from the eternal immortal realm's imperishable forces regarding the dark entities besieging the divine path ancient road and the targeting by life-restricted zones. Why did the eternal immortal realm delay sending aid, leading to the near annihilation of the serpent deity clan? Only through the previous leader's sacrifice was the clan saved and transported to this small world. In the Korra palace, a Cecilia slowly emerged, seated majestically. Her long, narrow eyes sparkled with starlight, captivating all who gazed upon her. Her delicate nose complemented her elegant and slender frame, graceful lines culminating in a perfect hourglass figure. Clad in a red gown, she exuded both seduction and icy detachment, her pursuit solely focused on her immense strength. Despite the limitations of this small world, her thin serpent deity bloodline allowed her to barely reach the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, transcending this realm was too difficult without venturing to the medium world. But where would the serpent deity clan go when she ascended? Sighing softly, her gaze distant, the Korra leaned against her jade chair. She felt exhausted, often questioning why life had to be so weary. Yoinked, childhood memories of their glory haunted her. She must lead the serpent deity clan to rise again, return to the immortal realm, and reclaim their honor. Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed as she spoke gently towards a corner. You've come, show yourself. Your majesty does not like being observed secretly. Ha ha ha, no wonder you're the Korra. Your insight is astonishing. Spotting me instantly, Irvin appeared before her, meeting her gaze. Staring into Irvin's pure eyes, the Korra felt slightly uncomfortable. In the serpent deity clan, most were women, rarely interacting with male cultivators. It was the first time she felt this close to a young man, causing a moment of embarrassment. She thought disdainfully, how old is this youth to dare approach me? Hasn't he heard of the Korra reputation? Who are you? Her cold eyes asked, inwardly startled by his youthful yet advanced cultivation. Reaching peak god platform at merely a dozen years old. Impossible on the Skysphere continent. Few peers likely reached even the spirit awakening stage due to limited resources and world restrictions. Moreover, an aura of faint divinity surrounded him, enshrouded in chaos mists, making him seem godlike and extraordinarily powerful. With just this glance, the Korra had an idea. This youth must be from the eternal immortal realm, possibly unmatched among peers there. No one else possesses such aura in this vast universe. I have come to bring your serpent deity clan back to the immortal realm. Ha! Why should your majesty believe a mere child's nonsense? Despite being amused, she found the boy oddly endearing. Attempting to take the burden of leading the clan with someone unfamiliar was preposterous. With the strongest being Empyrean, the serpent deity clan faced certain hostility in the immortal realm. I am Irvin, the young master of the eternal Ewing family, son of the current Joab Brecken, and also the master of the eternal heavenly court, the Atom. Stepping closer, Irvin locked eyes with the Korra, causing her cheeks to flush. He leaned closer, whispering, Korra, you wouldn't want to see the serpent deity clan decline, would you? Chapter 286, Subduing the Korra, a docile pet beast. Korra of the serpent deity trembled slightly upon hearing these words. Her lips were bright red, and though she wanted to speak, she didn't know what to say, feeling somewhat tense. This was her first time being so close to a male cultivator, and his appearance was indeed the most handsome and suave she had ever seen. Wait, what did you say? You are saying you have what identity? But when she regained her composure, she exclaimed in sudden shock, unable to suppress the astonishment in her eyes. She looked at the young man before her with a gaze that flickered with light, her hand covering her mouth in surprise. The Ewing family from the ancient era, descendants of Emperor Bogdan. The young man in front of her, barely in his teens, was actually the son of an emperor. When their serpent deity clan still guarded the ancient path of gods, they had heard of the great name of Emperor Bogdan. He was the supreme emperor, unmatched under the stars. Even the chaos and dark regions outside their domain would quake in fear at the mention of Bogdan's name, fleeing in terror. Bogdan possessed unparalleled power, safeguarding the eternal immortal realm and all the myriad worlds. In the age of Bogdan, he slaughtered all enemies, becoming the undefeated ruler of the world. However, it hadn't been mentioned that he had children. After some thought, she realized it made sense. The serpent deity clan had been driven away to the sky continent for countless eras and thus knew little about the eternal immortal realm. The ancient Ewing family was a massive presence across all the myriad worlds, the foremost noble family in the 10,000 first realms. Back then, the serpent deity clan had some connection with the ancient Ewing family, but not a close one. If the Ewing family had supported them, how could the outer realm's chaos and darkness have dared to touch their clan? She looked at the young man before her again, considering if they could gain this young man's support through this opportunity. As he said, the serpent deity clan could avoid many difficulties and return directly to the eternal immortal realm, gaining protection from the ancient Ewing family, allowing them to quickly grow stronger and recover their strength. Are you telling the truth? The Korra, who was previously domineering and coldly brutal, now asked Irvin, her lips trembling slightly, seemingly seeking confirmation. Irvin smiled faintly. In this world of myriad realms, my ancient Ewing family is the only heaven. As the young lord of the Ewing family, I always keep my word, he continued. With just my support, the serpent deity clan can return to immortality within a short period. Upon hearing Irvin's words, the Korra eyes sparkled. To her, this young man in his teens suddenly appeared much more majestic, as if he were a god sent by heaven to save the serpent deity clan. And what he said seemed truthful. With the support of the Ewing family's young lord, the serpent deity clan could surely establish themselves in the eternal immortal realm once again, regaining their place among the immortal forces, feared by all. It was hard to imagine that the ice-cold and decisive Korra, whom everyone revered, now appeared like an amorous hoping for protection in front of Irvin. But it was understandable. In the face of absolute power, even an icy goddess or high and mighty Korra would obediently submit and seek protection. The system almost couldn't bear it anymore, shouting inside, Host, you're promising her too much. Irvin was speechless. How could it be considered overpromising if both parties willingly agreed? The dog system kept ruining things right when plans were about to succeed. Irvin took a step forward, closing the distance between him and the Korra. Looking at her peerlessly beautiful face that could make the heavens pale, he slowly reached out and smoothed her hair. As long as the serpent deity clan submits to me, he said, I will fulfill my promises. The Korra blushed, clearly feeling her temperature rise. Seeing Irvin so close, exuding such masculine charm and elegance, her breathing quickened. As an unparalleled Korra, resolute and cold, ruling over her race, she had never interacted with male cultivators in the serpent deity clan and was entirely inexperienced in matters of affection. Irvin, seeing the Korra blush so easily, felt somewhat surprised. The aloof and resolute Korra was actually an innocent girl who blushed at every turn. I believe you and am willing to submit. As long as you can lead the serpent deity clan back to its peak, ascending to the immortal realm, the Korra whispered timidly, her voice as fine as a thread, especially in those last few words, which were soft and tender. So close to him, Irvin nearly didn't hear her. Very well. From now on, you will still be the Korra of the serpent deity clan and the supreme ruler. But, you will belong to my eternal heavenly court, and I will be your master. Irvin declared. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding ding ding. Detected successful subjugation of the serpent deity Korra by host using sweet talk. Infinite beast control mode activated, binding the serpent deity Korra. From now on, the Korra will be your docile pet beast, appearing cold and resolute to the world but submissive and loving in front of you. A beam of light flashed from Irvin's brow, merging into the Korra's forehead, forming a bridge between them. The Korra's eyes opened again, now filled with more submission and affection. Korra, pay homage to the master. Her slender figure stood out starkly, stunningly beautiful. Her fair skin gleamed beneath half-revealed clothing, and she knelt before Irvin reverently. Irvin reached out, gently stroking the Korra's soft cheek, feeling its exquisite smoothness, as if he could wring water from it. The Korra showed evident enjoyment from his touch. As the infinite beast control mode completely took hold of the serpent deity Korra, everyone in the serpent deity clan felt a towering presence in their hearts, as if they were ruled by the sovereign of all worlds. Even their Korra announced her submission and bowed at his feet. In an instant, the entire serpent deity clan was under Irvin's control. Seeing the Korra now so docile and submissive, Irvin was momentarily in disbelief, thinking it would take a lot of effort to incorporate her into the heavenly court. Who knew it would be so easy to subdue her? Unification, indeed, depends on you. Hee, serving the host is the mission of this system. The system chimed in, oh, and to remind you, when you bound the Korra with infinite beast control mode, you also formed a beast contract with little Lila below your waist. All under your control are supreme beasts with high bloodlines among the myriad races. Feeling surreal, Irvin thought of the newly acquired resources. Within moments, another major clan had joined their eternal heavenly court, adding fresh blood. They now controlled 2 supreme divine emperors, 5 peak eternal divine emperors, and several major sects like the Evergreen Tao sect, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Celestial Battleground Holy Land. Now, they had subdued the Serpent Deity clan, making their strength formidable. Moreover, within the system space, countless resources piled up, continuously added by the infinite sign-in mode, providing endless rewards. Ding ding ding. Detected successful subjugation of the Korra. Due to excellent performance and continuous growth of the eternal heavenly court, the system awards you Primordial Swallowing Python Bloodline. ###Chapter 287. Primordial Heaven Devouring Python, World Limit. The system's voice echoed in his mind. At the same time, a radiant light sphere appeared in Irvin's palm, emanating an unparalleled aura that seemed capable of suppressing all celestial realms and commanding respect from all beasts. On this light sphere, Irvin clearly saw a drop of blood enveloped by runes, exuding immense power and spatial fractures as it commanded universal reverence. Within this drop of blood was a python with shimmering scales that emitted various divine glows, its mouth open wide as if it could devour heaven and earth, swallowing all existence. The moment this drop of blood appeared, the entire sky continent trembled. Numerous imperial dynasties and sects felt an impending terror, their hearts filled with anxiety and foreboding. All sorts of fierce beasts on the sky continent shivered and cowered on the ground, too terrified to move. They felt a supreme pressure from their own bloodlines, rendering them unable to resist. This pressure was not related to cultivation levels, but rather an inherent suppression within the bloodlines of the fierce beasts. In a distant overseas treasure island, members of the Serpent God clan felt an intense pressure from their serpent bloodline, an indescribable terror that exceeded everyone's imagination. Could it be the Serpent God descending? What kind of terrifying bloodline pressure is this? Even our Korra may not possess such might. Such terrifying bloodline strength has never appeared in our Serpent God clan before. Even during our most glorious times, we didn't have anything like this. Numerous members of the Serpent God clan spoke, including some powerful elders who now knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by the formidable pressure. In the grand hall, the Korra, observing the bloodline emerging from Irvin's palm, felt a mix of fear and yearning deep in her eyes. She could sense the supreme serpentine bloodline but couldn't pinpoint its exact nature. As a snake Korra with impressive strength, she had reached the pinnacle level of this minor world at a young age, embodying traces of Serpent God bloodline. Facing this drop of blood from Irvin's palm, she still felt fear and endless pressure. Even she, the supreme Korra, found herself involuntarily crouching in humility. If she could obtain this drop of blood and merge it with her Serpent God bloodline, her strength would undoubtedly soar to another realm. Even in a higher world, she could advance far on the path of Tao. Master, what kind of bloodline is this? It seems related to our serpent race, the Korra asked curiously. This is the bloodline of the primordial heaven-devouring python, Irvin responded calmly, playing with the primordial heaven-devouring python bloodline on his palm. The primordial heaven-devouring python bloodline is exceptionally strong, greatly enhancing your physical form and enabling dominance over all realms with unmatched divine power. After merging it with your serpent god bloodline, you could break the world's limits, advancing to the divine realm within this minor world. Irvin gently touched the drop of blood, fusing it directly into the Korra's forehead. He inwardly praised the system for being useful in critical moments. The rewarded primordial heaven-devouring python bloodline would certainly help when merged with the Korra's serpent god bloodline, allowing them to reach unprecedented heights. Irvin watched with hope, anticipating the fusion to fully strengthen the bloodline. Achieving the divine realm in a world where gods were not supposed to exist equated to transcending into the Tao amidst mortal trials. If successful, their eternal heavenly court would gain a formidable general. With the Korra's current strength, after obtaining resources and support, ascending to the rank of Joab in the eternal immortal domain would only be a matter of time. Thinking this, Irvin stepped back and observed the Korra, who was about to undergo a rebirth. Closing her eyes slowly, she sat cross-legged in the grand hall. Above her, divine flames danced while runes intertwined, emitting a powerful aura. Behind her, a colossal python gradually materialized, albeit as a shadow. Though just a shadow, it seemed capable of sweeping through all realms, its enormous snake eyes like two great suns illuminating the palace. The spirit-gathering array beneath the grand palace activated suddenly, drawing in all the primal energy from the entire divine island like a torrential storm, all absorbed by the Korra. She transformed into a relentless devourer, absorbing primal energy and heavenly laws continuously, something even in Korra couldn't accomplish. Undoubtedly, the drop of blood was merging and refining every part of the Korra, from her limbs and internal organs to her countless cells. If successful, the results were unimaginable. Outside, the weather turned volatile, dark clouds rolled across the sky. Even Axel exclaimed, "Goodness, what's happening?" He doubted he had joined a right cause, as this so-called Emmanuel caused one incident after another. How long had they been in the Serpent God clan? Suddenly, the Korra opened her eyes, her gaze piercing the heavens like lightning, breaking through the sky with incomparable strength. A loud sound, like chains shattering, resonated as a giant python shadow emerged behind her, different from before. This new python had scales that shone like crystal, and its eyes resembled celestial bodies emitting light that shattered the void. Roar! A roar that severed the heavens echoed from the python shadow. The Korra then transformed into a streak of light, piercing the sky and entering the external void. Her body now radiated divine brilliance, seemingly only one step away from the divine realm, becoming a true god. Witnessing this scene, many members of the Serpent God clan were shocked and disbelieving. Heaven, is that the Korra? What is the Korra trying to do? Break through to the true god realm? But this is a minor world with world limits, making it impossible to surpass the Korra level. Chapter 288. Threatening this world's heavenly Tao, cancel the world restriction. The descendants of the Snake Deity clan and the elders looked up at the sky, seeing the majestic Korra enveloped in divine light above them. They could hardly believe their eyes. Even Axel widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this the Korra of the Snake Deity clan? He had once heard about her from ancient records and knew some secrets. In a distant era, when heaven and earth collapsed, a mysterious race descended upon their sky continent. However, they were not as enigmatic or sinister, nor did they intend to compete for resources with the natives. Thus, they lived overseas. There were only brief mentions of this in the ancient texts, which he had stumbled upon by chance. Earlier, when Irvin Yin mentioned it, he hadn't paid much attention, but today he was witnessing it firsthand. And the Korra herself was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, in midair, her imposing figure stood out, her peerless beauty leaving even Marjorie and Una feeling somewhat inadequate. Of course, they each had their strengths. Some were alluringly charming, some were aloof and untouchable, and others were gentle and warm-hearted. Is the world restriction coming? The Korra gazed at the sky, her gem-like eyes flashing with divine light. In the lesser realms, there was a world restriction controlled by the world's heavenly Tao. Therefore, no one in the lesser realms could surpass the rank of emperor. Different world rules dictated that the emergence of anyone above an emperor would disrupt the order of the world. Above the heavens, dark clouds rolled, lightning roared, and destructive laws filled the air, threatening to destroy everything. The Korra's expression turned cold, and she let out a soft breath. Then her body was enveloped in divine light, and in an instant, she transformed into a beast form. However, different from before, this time the Korra transformed into a divine python emitting radiant divine light. Her enormous snake eyes captivated and chilled the heart. Her body stretched for hundreds of yards, even under deliberate control. She roared furiously at the heavens, longing to transcend the heavenly tribulation and break through the world restriction right away. The ancient devouring python, this is our supreme lineage among all snake clans. Indeed, the great devouring python, Lady Korra must have received great fortune. Could it be a gift from the sovereign? People of the Snake Deity clan, regardless of age, were now incredibly excited upon seeing the manifestation of the ancient devouring python, and it was their own Korra. Achieving the ancient devouring python form meant she could one day contend with the likes of the Chaos Demon Ape King, True Dragon, Chilan Phoenix, and other supreme beasts. The future was bright, and she could surely lead the Snake Deity clan to new heights. In their hearts, they couldn't help but recall a scene that appeared in their minds. For some reason, they felt certain that the Snake Deity clan seemed to have gained a new sovereign. Even their Korra had bowed before him, trembling, declaring her allegiance. This was just a fleeting image in their minds. Simultaneously, they silently prayed for the Korra to succeed in transcending the tribulation. Meanwhile, Irvin, who emerged from the palace, found the scene familiar. He said skeptically, "Isn't this classic old plot? Isn't it just about lineage evolution? Why do you need another tribulation?" Then his figure flashed as he approached the spaceship, watching the scene unfold, finding it a bit boring. But then he saw the enchanting form of the ancient devouring python and began fantasizing. When I grow up, should I ride out on Long Alberta? Or should I ride out on the Korra? Who should I ride when I go out usually? Just as he thought this, he heard a loud rumble. The thunder shook the sky, immensely terrifying, capable of sweeping across the universe and breaking through the heavens, destroying all things. This world restriction is really annoying. I heard it's controlled by this world's heavenly Tao. I really want to talk to this world's heavenly Tao. Irvin's words had just ended when he felt a slight breeze beside him. Planning to rest since he was fully confident that the ancient devouring python could break the world restriction and enter the divine realm. Suddenly, the space before him twisted and broke apart, and Alicia emerged from within. Wearing black, tight-fitting clothing, her 3,000 strands of hair gleamed brilliantly, styled into a high ponytail. Her eyes were cold and emotionless, her pupils black as ink, infinitely deep, like the universe itself. Irvin was puzzled. Alicia, his bodyguard, never strayed more than 3 feet from him. Why would she suddenly appear here? Alicia didn't waste any time and directly threw a light orb at Irvin. The light orb landed in front of Irvin, emitting a voice. Big sister, I'm wrong, please don't get rough." Irvin was dumbfounded. What was this operation? Who was in this light orb? Alicia said coldly, devoid of emotion. "This is this world's heavenly Tao. Just now, you said you wanted to talk to the heavenly Tao, so I brought it here." Before Irvin could thank her, she reappeared nearby, hidden in the void. Irvin was speechless. The light orb in front of him was actually this world's heavenly Tao. Alicia was amazing. He had casually mentioned it in passing, and she took it seriously enough to bring the heavenly Tao of the lesser world. Where else could you find such a doting bodyguard? Nowhere else, only Alicia could match this. Compared to Irvin, everyone around him was shocked, especially Axel, who didn't know what to say, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, looking extremely ridiculous, unable to believe it. This was the Emmanuel of his eternal celestial court, a mere offhand comment, and his subordinate went and captured the heavenly Tao of the sky continent. He resolved to follow the Emmanuel well, hoping to visit higher worlds and broaden his horizons in the future. In the eyes of those strong ones in the higher worlds, apparently, even a lesser world's heavenly Tao could be extinguished with a snap of fingers, summoned and dismissed at will. Sir, you called me here. What urgent matters are there? As long as that great lord doesn't act, we can negotiate, right? The light orb spoke cautiously, afraid to anger the lords present. Earlier, he witnessed that mysterious powerful being annihilating 4 emperors with a single glance, nearly frightening him witless. It wasn't long before this person showed up at his door and captured him. However, that mysterious powerful being seemed to be following the orders of the youth before him. As long as he pleased this youth, he would be safe. Go cancel that world restriction. My subordinate wants to break into the divine realm, but the world restriction is hindering it. Irvin gently massaged his forehead, waving his hand. The heavenly Tao of this world trembled with fear and hurriedly complied. He came to the edge of the void and blew gently at the dense dark clouds. In an instant, the dark clouds dispersed, the lightning vanished, and the tribulation phenomenon completely ceased. The Korra watched as the world restriction suddenly disappeared, her eyes full of confusion. How did it disappear? She was already prepared. Translation notes asterisk. Maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Character names are transliterated using pinyin where applicable. Ensure the translation remains natural and fluent while preserving the original tone and style. Chapter 289. The Snake Deity Clan, utterly subjugated. Korra, now transformed into an ancient devouring heaven python, gazed at the clear sky, her eyes filled with great confusion. Moments ago, dark clouds had gathered, thunder rolled, and lightning surged, as if the world-ending divine thunder had arrived, extremely terrifying, seeming to destroy everything in its path, unstoppable. However, all of that had completely vanished, leaving a cloudless expanse. The azure sky was like a calm lake, almost reflecting human figures. Right at this moment, a powerful aura erupted from within her body, extraordinarily strong, emitting waves that made the void tremble. Outside her body, a sacred radiance enveloped her, signifying her transformation, transcending the mundane, stepping into the divine realm, taking this crucial step. From then on, she would soar high like a bird in the sky, leap wide like a fish in the sea, no longer bound by the constraints of the mortal realm. Having stepped into the divine realm, achieving the true deity stage, she could now be called pseudo-immortal. Although she did not possess the infinite lifespan or the characteristic of being unmarred by time like an emperor deity, she was still incredibly powerful, towering over ancient and modern times, possessing her own Tao. Outside her body, runes swirled, and rosy light emerged. Above the sky, a 7-colored rainbow appeared as if in celebration. At the same time, a massive python's shadow appeared under the rainbow, arching its body fiercely, hundreds of feet long, its scales shimmering with various colors. It seemed as though a snake deity had descended, opening its vast mouth, capable of devouring heaven and earth, emitting an aura from the ancient era. Even Sarah and Una exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with cold light as they sensed something extraordinary. In that instant, that terrifying bloodline power had resonated with the supreme constitution within their bodies. Sarah possessed pure primordial phoenix true blood, extremely pure. Among the young generation of the eternal immortal domain, such a constitution ranked her among the top in cultivation talent. With mastery of phoenix treasures and the phoenix endworld canon, her strength skyrocketed, her Tao foundation becoming even more solid, perfectly merging with the phoenix true blood. Now, she could fight across realms without fear, confident enough to challenge even those super geniuses who had already established names for themselves. However, upon sensing that ancient aura, the phoenix true blood inside her began to surge wildly, uncontrollably. It was either out of fear or sensing great terror, seemingly yearning to vie for dominance. In the infinite sky, the Korra slowly ascended, as if shedding her mortal coil, thoroughly stepping into the divine realm. Her eyes opened, piercing through the ages, penetrating all, mesmerizing. Break. The Korra returned to her true form, accompanied by a roar, as if the shackles within her were shattered, her aura changing drastically. Even her flesh underwent a transformation. The red blood flowing within her became more crystalline and radiant, evolving, while her skin grew even finer, like jade. Her gem-like eyes seemed able to see through hearts and reflect time, now revealed. Congratulations to the Korra. Congratulations to the Korra. Members of the Snake Deity clan, regardless of age or position, knelt on the divine island, facing the direction of the Korra, bowing in reverence. Their Korra had awakened the ancient devouring heaven python bloodline and broken the world's limits to achieve the true deity realm in this small world. From now on, soaring to new heights, she could lead their Snake Deity clan back to the eternal immortal domain, rejoining the ranks of the immortals. Above the sky, the Korra floated, her attire fluttering, aloof and indifferent, overlooking all creation. Especially after stepping into the divine realm, she had undergone a tremendous transformation, devoid of earthly impurity, filled instead with divine essence. As for her cultivation, she had confidence that a single point from her finger could instantly kill an emperor. The difference between an emperor and a true deity was like an unbridgeable chasm. A true deity could annihilate an emperor with just a snap of their fingers. Come back. Immersed in the comfort of transformation, she felt a summons at this moment. These 3 words were like supreme commands, making her unable to resist. Even after stepping into the divine realm, achieving the true deity realm, she had no power to resist this command from the void. Without any rebellious thoughts, she flashed through space, arriving directly on the spacecraft, kneeling before Irvin, lowering her proud head. Your servant pays homage to master. Irvin reached out, gently stroking the Korra's hair, which felt softer than before. Compared to before, her snake deity bloodline had become purer, having achieved the ancient devouring heaven python bloodline, extraordinarily powerful, raising her limit. Axel watched this scene, his mind nearly blank, reacting slowly, his pupils filled with profound shock, unimaginable. What had just happened? First, the heavenly Tao of the Azure Sky continent was easily captured, then summoned around by Lord Emmanuel, effortlessly canceling the world's limits. Next, the Korra of the Snake Deity clan, once a supreme great emperor, easily stepped into the divine realm. Then her first action was to come to the side of Lord Emmanuel, declaring submission and calling herself a servant. Please, you are the aloof Korra, usually decisive, merciless, and icy cold. How could you now willingly let someone touch your head and even seem to enjoy it? You actually enjoy it? What he saw refreshed Axel's worldview. But when he considered that the one the Korra submitted to was the supreme Emmanuel of Myriad Eternity's court, it suddenly made sense. Faced with the Emmanuel, which Cecilia could resist. At this moment, the Korra issued a command at the soul level to the Snake Deity clan, ordering them to declare submission. From this point forward, the Snake Deity clan would be an affiliate race of the Myriad Eternity's court. Upon receiving the command, the members of the Snake Deity clan initially felt puzzled, but then thought of the supreme ruler. Their hearts shifted, willingly submitting. Whether disciples of the Snake clan or elders of the Snake Deity clan, they now bowed willingly, prostrating before Irvin standing proudly on the prow of the spacecraft. In their minds, the image of Irvin merged gradually with that of the supreme ruler. Seeing their Korra completely submit, there was no doubt. This person was the supreme Emmanuel. If the Snake Deity clan could attach itself to the Myriad Eternity's court, it could return to the immortal domain, enter the immortal ranks, and even further become a dominant force within the immortal domain. Thinking of this, everyone's reverence grew stronger, shouting aloud, "Submit to the heavenly court, submit to the Emmanuel, submit to the heavenly court, submit to the Emmanuel." Irvin watched this scene, feeling reassured, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Thus, the Snake Deity clan had completely attached itself to the Myriad Eternity's court, enhancing their core strength. Though limited by the world's restrictions, the overall strength of the Snake Deity clan was not high. However, once they entered the eternal immortal domain, their bloodlines would gradually recover and grow stronger. With substantial resource support, their cultivation would advance rapidly, eventually reaching their peak to serve the Myriad Eternity's court faithfully. Unified Z, create a spatial area to contain this entire island. When we return to the eternal immortal domain, we can bring the Snake Deity clan directly with us. Hashtag chapter 290. Another son of destiny? The Beast Forest. Irvin spoke to the system. The system was speechless. So, love ultimately fades, right? He has become a tool, hasn't he? But there's no way around it. This is what the host requires. The host's command must be fulfilled to the best of its ability. In the world, nothing is bigger than the host. As a system, it should dote on the host without reason. Immediately, it utilized its system power, enveloping the divine island in a blue light. Then, its power was revealed, and the island gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes. However, the signs of life still existed, as if it had been incorporated into some space. It was incredibly powerful and beyond imagination. The Korra looked at this scene with wide eyes. Even at her true god level, she could not discern the method. If she were to incorporate the Snake Deity clan's habitat into a spatial realm, she could indeed do it effortlessly. But she couldn't achieve it silently, making it vanish right under everyone's noses. She glanced at Irvin and understood that this was undoubtedly the doing of the master. He was fulfilling his promise to bring the Snake Deity clan back to the eternal immortal realm, now incorporated into the space under his control. She immediately knelt down in gratitude. "Thank you, master." Alicia, hidden in the void, also seemed puzzled. She could sense that the divine island had been incorporated into a mysterious space, but didn't know the specifics or how it happened. Clearly, Irvin possessed a spatial secret treasure that even a peak Joab like herself couldn't perceive. She didn't dwell on it further, knowing it was certainly something given by the Joab. As a Joab, wasn't it natural to give one's son good things? What's the problem? There's no problem. Besides, she was just a bodyguard and had no right to inquire about her master's actions. Irvin smiled calmly, standing at the prow of the ship, looking over 10,000 miles of sky and land, filled with heroic spirit as if he were the ruler of all. This trip to the lower realms had been very fruitful. Not only did he subdue the son of Destiny Xio Ting who had cast the 10,000 fire body, but he also successfully subdued the Korra of Snake Deity, incorporating the Snake Deity clan into the Myriad ancient heavenly court, strengthening its foundation and power. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding ding ding. The Destiny Compass detects that on the continent of Azure Sky, there is still another son of destiny. And, in the past, the system had noticed him and granted him the Manual of Hidden Weapons, containing methods to forge various secret weapons. If fully mastered, it can enable the forging of all kinds of concealed weapons for personal use, perfect for assassination, and can make one a legendary killer king. As it said this, Irvin's gaze seemed lost in thought, as if he was recalling something. Is this son of destiny really reliable? Moreover, among the previously subjugated sons of destiny, they varied in quality and weren't completely loyal. "Let's go see," he said. "If his character is flawed and he isn't loyal enough, there's no need to include him in the Myriad ancient heavenly court. We'll just reinforce the world restrictions, leaving him trapped in this small world forever." Irvin spoke casually, waving his hand lightly. The Destiny Compass activated, and a map appeared in his mind, guiding the way. Irvin flicked his finger, placing a pinpoint of light before Axel, and a map instantly emerged. The location marked by the blue dot. Where in the continent of Azure Sky is it? Axel frowned, examining the map carefully before replying honestly. This place is the Beast Forest, which contains various ancient beasts with extremely strong bloodlines. Of course, it's divided into the outer and inner regions. In the outer region, there are only ordinary beasts, while the inner part is terrifying, home to many renowned great beasts, even those with divine beast bloodlines. Therefore, the beast forest is often explored by cultivators, though only at the outer edge. Only those at the peak of human realm might venture inside to undertake tasks and deal with these formidable beasts. Listening to Axel's description, he seemed quite familiar with the place. Indeed, when Axel was weaker, he often ventured to the outskirts of the beast forest, hunting various beasts for their cores, enhancing his cultivation, trading, and scavenging. He frequently encountered fierce beasts fighting to the death, picking up the leftovers afterward. But he had never entered the inner part of the beast forest. Irvin raised an eyebrow, pondering what secrets lay within. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he asked Axel suddenly, "Are there any rabbit-type beasts with higher bloodline grades in the beast forest? I heard rabbit milk is quite tasty, and I have an interest. I'd like to try it." Such a question made Axel's brain almost overload. Why would the Emmanuel suddenly want to drink rabbit milk? But he answered truthfully, "I've heard that inside the beast forest, there is a Anya with a highly pure bloodline and beautiful appearance. It's unknown if it's currently lactating." Curious, Irvin immediately instructed Axel to pilot the spaceship to the beast forest. On one hand, he wanted to witness the famed beast forest and the mysterious son of destiny, and on the other hand, he wanted to taste rabbit milk and see if there were any impressive beasts worth adding to the myriad ancient heavenly court. Perhaps they possessed limitless potential and divine beast bloodlines, making them valuable additions. Thinking this, the spaceship started moving, crossing through space swiftly, like lightning, rushing towards the beast forest. Then, the system's mischievous voice chimed in, different from before, seeming to suppress laughter. "Does the host still want to drink rabbit milk? Indeed, rabbit milk is quite delicious and worth a try. But if you encounter a rabbit beast that has successfully transformed, possesses great cultivation, and can switch between rabbit and human forms, how will the host deal with it?" The translation preserves the original tone, structure, and narrative style of the Chinese text, ensuring it reads naturally in English while maintaining key details such as names, like Axel, and important plot elements. Chapter 291. Adorable Anya, Assassin Spike. The monster beast forest was rich in spiritual energy and shrouded in mist. The ancient trees here towered high into the sky, standing mighty and robust, emitting an aura of power as if they possessed their own intelligence. Ordinary large monster beasts seemed like mere ants in this forest. Survival competition here was intense. Even those powerful monster beasts had to be on constant alert, fearing sudden attacks from other beasts, territory invasions, or food thefts. The principle of natural selection and survival of the fittest held true whether in the eternal immortal realm or the lesser thousand world. But today was different. A massive gorilla was dashing through the forest with a mountain-like body, its every punch capable of breaking through towering ancient trees. Roar! It seemed terrified of something chasing it, bellowing endlessly while fleeing forward, fearing capture. Seize the gorilla. This gorilla carries the fragmented bloodline of a divine beast. If we can extract it, taking it back to our sect will definitely yield unexpected results. Let him run. He can't escape from us. Several powerful human cultivators in robes followed closely behind, riding the wind. Each emitted the aura of a holy king, shaking the air and causing trees to tremble. In the lesser thousand world, attaining the realm of a sage could secure a position as an elder in top-tier factions, becoming a pillar of strength. Mobilizing 3 holy kings was incredibly terrifying, a feat only major factions like the Bishing Divine Sect could achieve. The gorilla, at merely the holy king realm, was powerless against the 3 human holy kings. Despite its immense physical strength, it could do nothing but flee under their onslaught. Do you still think you can escape? Where to? One of the holy king elders smirked mockingly, then drew his sword towards the distant sky. Thunder flashed above, descending onto the sword. With one slash, the elder unleashed thunderous force that split the heavens, inducing despair. The gorilla, mid-run, sensed the impending danger and looked back just in time to dodge the lethal blow, knowing it would lose all resistance if hit. Even so, it couldn't completely evade the impact. The mighty thunder struck its back. Although its body was as tough as a mountain, the blow destabilized it, causing black blood to spurt out. The strike left its back charred, smelling faintly of roasted meat. Roar! You're too cruel. The gorilla roared angrily, no longer attempting to flee after suffering a severe blow, which greatly slowed it down. Fleeing was hopeless, better to fight back. It kicked off the ground, gathering strength for a final blow. The 3 holy king elders showed no fear, their expressions calm. Their swords wove intricate patterns in the air, trapping the gorilla with lightning. The powerful electricity scorched its surface, sizzling ominously. Our mission from the Heaven Thunder sect is to capture a divine beast bloodline. Pity, you're the only one we found. One elder sighed, yet smiled smugly. Capturing the gorilla meant praise from the sect leader and significant rewards. Stop, don't bully the gorilla. A delicate voice interrupted, small and endearingly soft. The elders didn't notice her initially, but slowly lowered their gaze. They saw a small, adorable rabbit with white fur, waving tiny hands, trying to stop them. Anya, run. You're no match for them. The gorilla cried out in pain, unable to move due to the heavenly chains. Upon seeing the Anya, it became increasingly anxious, unwilling to see her harmed. The Anya's cultivation was weak, not even reaching the divine mansion realm, yet she possessed a noble bloodline. Falling into the clutches of these ruthless men would mean torment or worse. With eyes filled with fear but courage, she stood resolutely despite trembling, determined not to let her friend fall into enemy hands. As this confrontation unfolded, a figure clad in black emerged from behind an ancient tree, observing the scene with a sly smile. This was Spike's perfect opportunity. A fierce beast on one side, sect elders on the other, their conflict presented a chance for him to gain advantage. Even if the elders succeeded in capturing the Anya and the gorilla, he could incapacitate them with his hidden weapons, powerful enough to subdue even esteemed elders temporarily. No guarantee of instant kills, but enough to knock them unconscious for some time. allowing him to claim the captives. His calculations were well thought out. After all, Spike had never faced much adversity. Guided by a mysterious mentor who taught him the art of hidden weapons, he'd been able to fight above his rank. Using hidden weapons, he'd accomplished many feats over the years, striking swiftly and decisively. Anything he desired always fell into his hands. Hearing the rabbit's pitiful plea now, he fantasized about what would happen next. Once he used his hidden weapon to incapacitate the elders, he'd become the little rabbit's hero. He'd get the gorilla and this adorable bunny. Hee, such a cute rabbit would surely transform into a charming young girl in time. But Spike remained unaware that unseen eyes watched him from the void. Is that all? With this character, a favored child of destiny, included in the myriad ancient heavenly court? Xianxia, have you lost your sight? Just look at what you've chosen. Chapter 292. Mind-reading mode. Irvin looked at Spike lurking in the shadows with a shifty demeanor and felt utterly speechless. This kind of character could become the chosen one, protected by the blessings of heavenly fortune? And you dog system, why did you grant him such opportunities? The art of hidden weapons was so casually bestowed upon this chosen, one who harbors dark intentions. What if he becomes a traitor or an ingrate later on, turning around to bite back? How would he handle that? Irvin already imagined someone digging into his bones from behind. He absolutely couldn't allow such a person to exist. It posed a huge threat. Under no circumstances should he be incorporated into the 10,000 ancient heavenly court, as he might stab from behind. He also couldn't let him grow unchecked. Otherwise, after transcending this small world, advancing in higher realms with the additional blessings of heavenly fortune, it would disadvantage Irvin. While contemplating, the battle in the forest escalated. The golden ape struggled fiercely to break free from its bindings, roaring loudly, with a voice like thunder. Its massive arm, akin to a sky-supporting pillar, smashed down and directly broke free from the celestial thunder's restraints. A punch came crashing down, striking the Arden. For a moment, even the sage elder spat out blood, unable to withstand such vast divine power. It was too terrifying. He fell back continuously, crashing against an ancient tree. Irvin inwardly sighed. Truly worthy of being a golden ape, possessing divine beast lineage. Fortunately, it was restricted by the rules of the small thousand world, with diluted bloodline that could not fully awaken. Otherwise, if it succeeded in reverse aging, it would become a major concern. A danger he dared not face later. It was a perfect opportunity to capture it, which would be a great achievement for their Thunder Deity sect. Subsequently, a sword slash tore through the void while the other two sage elders also took action. The golden ape seemed possessed by a war god. Every strike sent towering ancient trees tumbling down, displaying unimaginable physical strength. Even among many pure-blooded fierce beasts, it held a significant place, truly formidable. Especially on the Azure Sky continent, few fierce beasts within the same realm could match its physical prowess. The battle grew more intense, with lightning flashing and the sound of shattered electricity mixed with the golden ape's roars and cries. Despite its thin divine beast lineage, it struggled against the attacks of three sages. Amidst this intense battle, the Anya had no role and fled aimlessly. She found shelter behind a large rock, trembling. Such a battle between mighty beings was far beyond her capabilities. Even the aftershock waves were enough to make her sense the danger. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended, piercing through the rock she hid behind. The rock shattered, smoke billowed up, and the little rabbit, startled, revealed her true form due to her noble divine beast lineage. A bright light flashed, and there lay a amorous in a pink dress sprawled on the ground. Her soft and delicate hair was braided into two ponytails, each strand shining like jade. Her figure was tiny, underdeveloped, and quite flat. As she raised her head, people finally saw her real appearance. She had a cherubic face, extremely cute and pure. Chubby cheeks that anyone would want to pinch, but tears glistened in her eyes, making her look particularly pitiful, evoking protective urges. Her slender, fair legs were exposed, bare feet peeking out in the void, looking tempting. Another bolt of lightning struck, scaring the little rabbit into standing up and fleeing. Lacking strength, she could only avoid the conflict and couldn't participate. Hiding behind a tree, Spike stared at the transformed little rabbit. Never had he expected this docile little rabbit to turn into a temptingly adorable amorous. If it weren't for his plan to come out last to clean up, watching the chaos unfold and then reap the benefits, he would have rushed out to save the adorable bunny. But it wouldn't be too late later on. At that time, with his unique hidden weapon skills, knocking out the three sages, he'd surely be seen as a lifesaver in the little rabbit's eyes. Heroically rescuing beauty, he'd instantly establish himself. Then showing off his extraordinary talent and invincible might, the amorous would be deeply moved, viewing him as an idol, offering herself. Gradually, capturing the amorous would be easy. Kakik. Lost in this fantasy, Spike couldn't help but laugh. This plan was perfect. Stealing treasures from the sages, approaching the golden ape to obtain its lineage, and winning the amorous's heart. All achieved in one stroke. Irvin felt crows flying over his head. Since the eternal heavenly court mode was bound to the seed, Spike, he could understand Spike's thoughts. This was simply tarnishing the reputation of his eternal heavenly court. Dog system, did you see that? Look at what sort of trash you picked. He inwardly berated the system harshly, demanding it be cautious henceforth and not give chances to those just because of strong luck, ultimately raising an ingrate, who would take responsibility. The system trembled silently, not daring to speak. Indeed, he chose poorly this time, unknowingly tarnishing the eternal heavenly court. If this happened again, the consequences would be dire, aiding the enemy. Feeling guilty, causing inconvenience to the host, it was the system's fault. If the host became displeased and stopped using him more, what meaning did his existence hold? No, he must not upset the great host, or make the host lose faith in the system. The system immediately acted to compensate. Ding ding ding, detected host cannot probe others' hearts. System auto-upgrading. Initiating upgrade. System upgrading. System upgrade successful. Successfully activated. Mind reading mode. Mind reading mode. The host can view the true thoughts of cultivators at the same or lower realms. With mind reading mode, the host gains mind reading ability, easily understanding all thoughts and plans of same or lower realm cultivators. Suddenly, the system voice echoed in Irvin's mind. Before he reacted, the system announced the unlocking of another mode, the mind reading mode. This meant, facing those of the same realm or age, he could read their thoughts freely, leaving no secrets. Any harm against him could be foreseen early. Reflecting on this, he began to reconsider his opinion of the system. The small system was somewhat conscientious, sensing his dissatisfaction and promptly compensating with the new mode. Irvin stood with folded hands, continuing to watch the forest. However, now he no longer needed the system's assistance to understand Spike's true thoughts. With the mind-reading mode, he could read everyone present except the Golden Ape and the 3 Sage Elders. Chapter 293. Hero saves beauty, middle finger disdain. On the battlefield, the gorilla had already been subdued to the point where it couldn't even raise its head. The 3 holy kings, fighting together, were invincible, their might shocking the world. All were elders of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Sect, masters of the Heavenly Thunder secret arts, dominating one corner of this vast sky continent. Even the Green Cloud Divine Sect was only on par with the Heavenly Thunder Divine Sect at its peak and didn't dare claim superiority over the other. Of course, the current Green Cloud Divine Sect had long since fallen from grace, its divine status now a coveted prize eyed by various major sects, ready to be divided among them. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Sect was among these sects, sending elder-level figures to raid the Green Cloud Divine Sect, plundering treasures and enriching themselves. The gorilla swung its massive fists, shattering space, with boundless blood chi surging through it. Its blood boiled, its fighting spirit soaring. Yet under absolute numerical pressure, none of this mattered. Innumerable bolts of lightning, sharp as blades, pierced into its flesh, penetrating to the bone. Each elder wielded a treasured sword, casually slashing, unleashing overwhelming power. The Way of Lightning was one of the strongest grand paths among the 3,000 great laws, unmatched in offensive prowess, with a fearsome reputation. Even if no one truly mastered the true Way of Lightning in the Sky Continent, merely learning its rudiments and passing down the legacy still resulted in formidable power, unparalleled in all heavens and earth. One of the elders, upon seeing the Amorous transformed from her original form, instantly harbored evil intentions, his eyes gleaming maliciously. He liked this type, especially when she was barefoot, trembling pitifully, tears brimming in her eyes, trying desperately to hide. It stirred an intense desire within him. Meanwhile, the gorilla gradually weakened, once again being suppressed by the 3. Immediately, he shouted to the other 2 Holy King Elders, "Both of you, subdue the gorilla here. When we return to the sect, you'll have the first credit. I'll go catch the little rabbit. I leave the top honors to you both. All I want is the little rabbit." With that, his figure flashed and vanished like a phantom. The 2 Holy King Elders exchanged glances, their eyes flashing wickedly. They knew that man's temperament. He definitely went to harm that Amorous. Indeed, the little rabbit had just found a safe spot, huddling on the ground, hugging her legs, trembling fearfully. She silently prayed, hoping for divine intervention to save them. If not for White Dragon Sister's absence recently, how could these human cultivators be so brazen to dare enter their territory, plundering the gorilla and her? Wah, who will come to save us? The Amorous was nearly desperate, cursing herself for her incompetence. If only she were stronger, she wouldn't let anyone be bullied like this. Nor would she let the gorilla face 3 holy kings alone. Hee, little rabbit, where do you think you can hide? At that moment, a cold voice rang out, laced with greed. Looking up, the little rabbit saw the elder in dark robes, eyes filled with lust, as if ready to devour her. Terrified, the little rabbit collapsed, her pink eyes misty. Realizing this, she tried running backward, but space was sealed, making her movements incredibly slow, unable to escape the Holy King's grasp. Run. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you're still in my palm. The Holy King was extremely smug, his smile appearing lewd to others. Ah, don't come closer. Startled, the little rabbit released her meager cultivation, but it did nothing, failing to deter the elder, only intensifying his interest. Scream. Even if you scream your lungs out today, no one will come to save you. The elder reached out with his filthy hand, about to touch the little rabbit. He imagined taking her back to the Heavenly Thunder Divine Sect, riding her night after night. This obedient Amorous was so tempting, like a sweet cake. He couldn't imagine how delicious it would be. The Jade Rabbit closed her eyes, preparing to commit suicide. Death was better than falling into the elder's hands, for the outcome would be far worse. Crack! A sound shattered the air, powerful and fierce. A beam of light flashed before the Jade Rabbit, followed by spattered blood. The Holy King's hands separated from his body, severed and falling to the ground, causing agonized screams. Aha! Who dares oppose our Heavenly Thunder Divine Sect? Don't want to live anymore? Clutching his severed right hand, he roared furiously at the void. The void warped as Irvin appeared before the Jade Rabbit, finding a sense of presence. Though he looked young, he was quite tall for his age. The Jade Rabbit watched Irvin's back, feeling moved. Surrounded by celestial aura and rising chaos energy, his silky hair glistened like jade, appearing like he was carved. By human standards, he was around 10 years old. The aura radiating from his body indicated he was at the peak of the God platform realm, far more powerful than she, meeting such a divine youth by chance. She tilted her head, wondering if her prayer had worked. Did the heavens send a divine son to save her? Otherwise, how could this be explained? Catalina and Una, their eyes gleaming, knew. Little Master was about to play hero to save the beautiful Amorous, especially one as adorable and obedient as this Jade Rabbit, whose bloodline seemed peculiar. At this moment, Irvin heard everyone's thoughts. Catalina and Una seemed a bit jealous. This amorous was cute, innocent, believing he was a divine son sent by heaven. As for Alicia, her cultivation was too high for anyone to read her thoughts. But there was no time for that. Irvin glanced at the enraged elder, full of disdain. The ignorant brat, are you here to stop me? Is death written on your face? Go home and eat your milk. No, you dared to sever my right hand while I was off guard. You'll pay with your life today. The armless elder, now furious, eyes red, stared at Irvin. He was blinded by rage, ready to attack even a child around 10 years old. Just as his plan was about to succeed, a flash of light severed his hand, causing immense pain. Irvin gave a dismissive look, showing clear contempt. Then, slowly raising his hand toward the enraged elder of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Sect, he gave the universal sign of disrespect, a middle finger. Brat, I will annihilate you. Chapter 294. Hand-raising annihilation of 3 Sage Kings, exposing Spike. The hand-severed elder was filled with overwhelming momentum, his left hand sweeping upward to directly summon the heaven's thunder. Despite having a severed right hand, as a Sage King powerhouse, he remained terrifyingly formidable. He didn't believe that a mere peak divine platform realm youth could be beyond his control. Powerful thunder erupted, striking against Irvin's body. Yoinked, Irvin stood immovable like Mount Tai. With his fully developed chaotic body, he possessed assimilating characteristics. Everything originated from chaos, evolving into myriad beings and spirits. Presently, this merely converted all external forms into internal primordial chaos. The heavenly thunder had no effect on Irvin. Instead, his pupils flashed as he activated the power of the Rishi eyes, akin to the coexistence of sun and moon in the sky. The vast heavenly thunder was assimilated by the chaotic force and then reclaimed by Irvin. Irvin's eyes shone like those of a thunder god, with boundless thunder surging in his palms, infused with chaotic energy. Ha! You dare to strike at me. Face the fear of death. Remember this for your next life. A cold smile played on Irvin's lips. The thunder power in his palms roiled and summoned dark clouds above, flashes of lightning dancing within them. Meanwhile, the lightning Dao spirit bestowed by Bloss, the second elder of the Ewing clan, flowed within Irvin, seemingly merging with the thunder Dao path. The fully developed chaotic body operated, breaking down the immense thunder power, allowing Irvin to absorb it without resistance. Lightning Imperial Treasure Art. In an instant, Irvin completely absorbed the lightning Dao spirit, transforming into a youthful thunder deity. Seeing this, the Anya became even more convinced that this young man was no ordinary individual, a son of heaven sent to rescue her from torment, arriving just in time. Every cell in his body emitted thunder power, truly mastering the lightning Imperial Treasure Art. At this moment, Irvin grasped it thoroughly. It was the manifestation of supreme thunder essence, capable of enforcing celestial retribution with divine oversight, representing the highest profundity of the thunder path. Evidently, the Gideon Bloss of the ancient Ewing clan had reached this level, unleashing unparalleled thunder techniques at will, annihilating enemies. Irvin carefully comprehended, integrating the experiences shared by the Gideon. His first mastery of the lightning Imperial Treasure Art would unleash tremendous power. Confronting the enraged hand-severed elder charging towards him, Irvin gave a cold smile, his mouth shimmering with lightning light, resembling a thunder god. With a gentle finger movement, boundless lightning surged in the heavens, especially in the demon beast forest, exuding immense pressure. This caused numerous demon beasts to quiver in fear, retreating rapidly lest they get involved. 9 Heavens Lightning. I am the Lightning Emperor, commanding retribution, executed in my name. Above, dark clouds rolled, lightning racing through, exceedingly powerful. The 2 remaining elders of the Heaven Thunder Divine sect exchanged proud glances, assuming the hand-severed elder had unleashed his full potential due to his injury. Irvin gently drew a line downwards. The accumulated lightning above rumbled downward, radiating dazzling thunder light. The hand-severed elder was struck by the 9 heavens thunder, his bones nearly ground to dust within the flash. No, in mere moments, they were obliterated, not even leaving bone fragments. It was as if he had never existed, unable to even enter the cycle of reincarnation. The power was unimaginably potent. The other 2 elders sensed something amiss. They are Sage Kings. A mighty Sage King being instantly killed by a mere peak divine platform realm youth. Glancing at each other, they quickly acted, needing to capture this boy for their sect to explain themselves. Otherwise, losing a Sage King on this trip would mean severe consequences for them upon return. They hurriedly attacked, brandishing their swords toward Irvin. Irvin smiled coldly. 1 Sage King sought death. 2 Sage Kings? Simple. Double the death. The lightning Imperial Treasure Art stirred, and thunder rolled from the heavens, capable of annihilating everything. Thunder punishment. Uttering these simple words, 2 bolts of thunder descended from the sky. This was a celestial thunder calamity, wielding world-shattering power, harboring absolute destruction. Within the blink of an eye, the 2 Sage King elders were reduced to ashes, disappearing into the void under the brilliant thunder light. Irvin retracted his power, reverting to a seemingly harmless young boy. The dark clouds dissipated as if they had never appeared. Looking back, Irvin casually lifted the Anya. Thank you. The Anya blushed slightly, feeling grateful. If this youth hadn't suddenly appeared, they would have been captured by the Heaven Thunder Divine Sect, suffering unbearable torture, worse than death. She was also amazed by his strength. A peak divine platform realm master of the supreme lightning art, effortlessly slaying 3 Sage Kings. Irvin smiled faintly, making no response. He pointed at the critically injured gorilla, emitting vitalizing force which visibly healed its wounds. Hidden in the shadows, Spike watched Irvin with greedy eyes. This person wielded great power, mastering arts in his teens, able to easily kill Sage Kings. He must harbor significant secrets, possibly possessing divine weapons or treasures. If he could obtain them, it would mean soaring to the heavens. His eyes reddened with envy, cursing the interruption of his plans. Had Irvin not appeared, Spike would have been the hero, gaining both the girl and the treasures carried by the three Sage Kings. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Done watching? Chapter 295. The Rebellious Son of Destiny. Upon hearing this, Spike, hiding behind the ancient tree, felt a chill run down his spine, realizing things were turning bad. Could it be that youth had noticed him all along? His actions, were they all under scrutiny from the very start? And considering the youth's prowess, at the peak divine platform realm yet capable of effortlessly annihilating three Sage Kings, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat, trembling violently. Without a second thought, he took a step and instantly vanished into space, not daring to linger any longer. He had initially planned to be the hidden hawk after the cicada, but he never imagined he'd end up as the cicada himself. There were stronger beings lurking in the shadows, emerging only now, making him feel like a fool. Damn it, my plan is ruined. Spike cursed inwardly, using all his abilities to speed away through the void. He feared being caught. Thus, within an instant, he fled a kilometer away. Feeling a bit relieved, he thought that escaping so far would surely prevent him from being captured. However, hatred arose in his heart. How could such an astounding strength reside in a boy barely 10 years old, who could snuff out Sage Kings with a snap of his fingers? If he fell into that youth's hands, his fate would be dire indeed. Just thinking about that adorable amorous falling into the boy's grasp so easily. And the gorilla, almost unconscious and on the verge of collapsing. If that young prodigy hadn't shown up, Spike would have been the hero rescuing the damsel in distress, capturing the rabbit's heart easily while getting the chance to obtain the blood inside the gorilla to research its incomplete divine beast lineage and acquire various mystical powers. He had everything planned meticulously, except for this unforeseen variable. This kid has already signed his own death warrant. Spike raged internally, placing Irvin on his hit list. As an assassin with the Arsenal Classic, no one he targeted ever escaped unscathed. This youth possessed supreme treasures and could fight across realms with unimaginable power, absolutely aided by divine artifacts. At the very least, his lightning technique was flawless, killing Sage Kings instantly, leaving an indelible mark on Spike's mind. If he could master such a mysterious thunder technique, he could certainly dominate among peers, unmatched and unseen by anyone. Lost in these thoughts, Spike sneered and prepared to head towards the nearby heavenly mountain city to rest. Meanwhile, Irvin stood at the original spot, his eyes narrowing slightly, a flash of divine light flickering within them. This chosen one truly is a two-faced traitor. After lurking in the shadows for so long, he fled the moment he was called to face reality. If not guilty, why would he run? This man's intentions are impure, and he possesses the Arsenal Classic. With the blessings of destiny, he poses a significant threat and must not be allowed to remain. To protect his eternal heaven court and the position of the Emmanuel, he must be eliminated. Just as he thought this, the system's voice chimed in. Ring, ring, ring. Due to a system error, some untrustworthy individuals were given opportunities, creating potential hazards. These individuals are seizing destinies, embarking on rebellious paths. Therefore, as the future ruler of all heavens, you should eliminate these rebellious chosen ones. Naturally, there's a difference between rebellious and chosen ones, and the system will upgrade to assist you. Ring, ring, ring. System upgrade beginning. System upgrading. Upgrade successful awakened. Villain of Destiny mode. Villain of Destiny mode. With this mode, you can quickly locate rebellious chosen ones in each world. Eliminating them will expand your eternal heaven court. The destiny obtained from eliminating them will randomly enhance the chosen ones you've recruited, strengthening your forces to become heavenly generals, unmatched. Listening to the voice in his mind, Irvin's pupils trembled. This dog of a system really knows how to clean up messes. It causes trouble, then expects me to solve it, all the while claiming it's for its awakening. The system is quite adept at deflecting blame. Irvin resolved to beat the system senseless once it showed itself. He holds grudges deeply, especially since it insulted him right after birth. That score needs settling. As he contemplated this, the system either ignored him or didn't dare face his wrath. Instead, it stayed low, knowing he was the ultimate authority. Then, the system's voice resumed. Villain of Destiny mode activated. Detected rebellious chosen one. Spike, possessor of the Arsenal Classic, talented but arrogant, known for saying you are on your path to death. System tip, don't eliminate him immediately, extract his value first. Removing his protection will yield unexpected benefits. Try it. Of course, immediate elimination works too, but you might miss out on some surprises. Irvin frowned. How familiar this plot and character seemed. Spike indeed fit the profile of a certain legendary figure. Deciding what to do was challenging. Eliminate him instantly or extract his value. Curiosity piqued by the system's unexpected benefits, he chose the latter. I choose to drain his value before killing him. Looking into the distance, his eyes blazed like the sun, radiating immense power. He then unleashed a palm strike, suppressing the heavens and earth. He intended to capture Spike, study him, extract his value, and then kill him, reaping the so-called unexpected benefits. Far away, Spike believed himself safe until suddenly, the sky cracked. Behind him, a large hand appeared in the void, like a black hole swallowing the universe, pulling strongly. He felt like a helpless ant, unable to escape. His eyes widened in panic. What kind of power could breach space to catch him? They had no prior connection, just latent hostility. Did someone notice his plans? Before he could react, the massive hand enveloped him completely. Chapter 296. Oscar-worthy performance, fortunes plunging. The colossal hand descended from the sky, overwhelming everything beneath. The void seemed unable to bear its weight and slowly fragmented, resembling shattering glass. Such power was terrifying. It didn't seem like that of a mere child barely in his teens. No wonder he could wipe out 3 Saint Kings with just a flick of his finger. He had absolute strength on his side. Even so, I must still try my luck. If I'm caught, who knows what will happen. My clothes had already been torn apart by the overpowering aura, replaced by a black robe that I obtained by chance, a garment capable of reducing harm. Then, I unleashed an overwhelming aura, brandishing a short sword and striking upwards. That formidable power appeared capable of sweeping away everything, clashing directly with the vast palm print descending upon me. But that palm print was far too fearsome, crushing everything in its path. Even the sword aura wielded by Spike was obliterated into nothingness. Then it pressed down relentlessly, as if choking the throat of destiny. Spike found himself immobilized. His entire body unable to move as space itself was sealed, making him pitifully helpless. Ah! Spike screamed in pain. He could feel the pressure of the palm imprint, as if it sought to crush all his bones. In reality, this was Irvin's deliberate doing. He employed the shadow body technique, attempting to escape. This shadow body technique was another divine skill hidden within the Assassin's Codex. On the Xianxia continent, no one had ever been able to stop him before. Yoink! This time, it seemed ineffective. He couldn't resist at all. Even though he utilized the shadow body technique, he found himself trapped within the palm imprint, unable to break free. Like Sun Wukong falling into the Buddha's palm, he was at the mercy of others. Irvin smiled faintly. Is this what you call a world-defying son? Even with the partial fortune bestowed by the system and the support of heavenly luck, he is no different from a weakling, a mere ant under my hand, easily crushed. If not for my desire to explore this system's hidden rewards, I would have flattened him long ago. Huh, why go through such trouble? What hidden rewards? All irrelevant, just a minor gimmick, merely satisfying my curiosity. Thinking this, Irvin pulled back sharply, causing Spike to feel the surrounding space twist and distort, threatening to tear him apart. Blood marks covered his skin from the spatial turbulence. In an instant, Spike dropped before Irvin, utterly disheveled. Looking up at Irvin, he initially wore a fierce expression, his eyes flashing with a blood-red light as if he wished to devour the person before him. But after raising his head completely, his face turned bewildered, childishly innocent, as if unaware of how he ended up here. Irvin inwardly marveled. Dude, don't tell me you deserved an Oscar all along. If you were on Earth, you'd be crowned the best actor without any doubt. How can someone act so convincingly? Irvin felt speechless. If he didn't know Spike's true nature, he might have believed he was genuinely wronged. Wilson brother, who is this? Why did he suddenly appear here? The little jade rabbit, her small feet hovering slightly off the ground, hopped over to Irvin's side. At first, Irvin was confused. Wilson brother, who is that? Then he noticed the bright, star-filled eyes of the amorous gazing at him, like she was looking at her idol. Inside, Irvin groaned. The couple attraction mode and historical best romance bestowed by this damn system made him a natural charm magnet. No one could resist him. The Anya's thoughts were simple. This person saved her, like a god sent from heaven. Gratitude welled up within her, and from then on, she recognized this big brother, even though he was about her age. By Anya's standards, she was around 12 human years old. Seeing Spike's miserable state, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. She hadn't seen him before, and he was covered in wounds, seemingly slashed by some weapon. Haha, he was watching you all get ambushed, Irvin said gently. He clearly had valuable treasures that could have stopped it earlier, yet he watched silently. When I passed by earlier, seeing the injustice, I intervened and killed those 3 Saint Kings. But then this kid ran away. I just used my magic to catch him again, wanting to ask him some questions. Of course, there was some truth and some falsehoods. But the Amorous chose to believe him. Wilson Brothers saved her life. Why doubt him? Her gaze toward Spike became increasingly unfriendly. If what Irvin said was true, this man was truly detestable, hiding in the shadows, letting both sides fight until they weakened, then stepping in for easy victory, expecting gratitude and possibly precious rewards. Such deceitful tactics were loathed even among vicious beasts. Thinking this, Anya's eyes burned with hostility towards Spike, wishing to kick him twice. Himph, what should we do with him, Wilson brother? Bad guy. So bad. Anya sulked, stepping back to watch how Wilson brother handled the situation. As Anya began disliking Spike, Irvin noticed his fortunes plummet, transferring unexpectedly to the system. So that's why the system likes to drain these world-defying individuals. It benefits from their misfortune. Could this actually help the system somehow? It felt like he was working for it. Damn system, what are you up to? Making me work for you? Irvin angrily cursed in his mind, deeply dissatisfied with the system. Host, please don't misunderstand, the system replied. That's actually the fate antagonist mode, just reclaiming the fortune of world defiers. Ultimately, you're the beneficiary, trust me. Irvin nodded, feeling reassured. The fortune absorbed by the fate antagonist mode should eventually fall to him. Otherwise, there were countless ways he could deal with the system if he felt exploited. Chapter 297. Cat playing with a mouse, feeling envious. Looking at the rabbit girl's annoyed gaze and indifferent attitude towards him, Spike felt his heart breaking. His cute and obedient Amorous was now slipping away from him like this, and in such a manner, discovered for his despicable actions, now looked down upon by her. Thereafter, Spike lowered his head, unable to meet the eyes of Irvin and the others. Deep inside, his eyes turned red as waves of resentment brewed within him. He clenched his fists tightly, grinding them against the ground. However, he neither vented nor dared to vent. This person was still young but possessed terrifying power far beyond his own reach, equipped with various divine techniques and treasures that left one dazzled. Especially that spatial ring in his hand. Almost anything he wanted could be fetched. With a single motion, he produced a life force-imbued treasure that healed the heavily injured gorilla instantly. Spike didn't dare to resist. Otherwise, he would surely be crushed into powder. But it did not mean he had given up resistance. If only he could find an opportunity, he would tear this person to shreds. How detestable. If not for his appearance, his plan wouldn't have failed. He would have naturally won the rabbit girl's favor and gained the gorilla's approval, reaping numerous benefits. He could also have looted the spatial rings from the 3 Saint Elders, which contained countless treasures unimaginable. Spike was greedy, wanting everything and unwilling to miss out on anything. It all belonged to him. Moreover, if this person hadn't captured him back, the rabbit girl's impression of him wouldn't be so poor, and they might not even know each other yet. He hated Irvin with deep-seated fury beyond description. Simultaneously, his desire grew. If he could secretly kill this young man and get his spatial ring, gaining so many divine weapons and treasures, along with his concealed weapon manual and unparalleled forging skills, aiding his cultivation, he believed it wouldn't take long before he soared like a great rock to dizzying heights. Who would dare challenge him? Sooner or later, he would break through the boundaries of this world, head to higher worlds, and achieve supreme dominion. Just then, the voice of the mysterious strong figure in his mind echoed again. It was none other than the same person who had granted him the concealed weapon manual. Spike, you are the outstanding seed of the eternal heavenly court, and the person before you is the supreme ruler of the eternal heavenly court, the Atom. You dare to hate the Atom. Have you forgotten the grace of the Atom? That mysterious voice caused Spike incomprehensible panic, making him kneel and kowtow repeatedly. His pupils first trembled. He never imagined that this teenager before him was the supreme ruler of the eternal heavenly court. That mysterious person who once gave him the concealed weapon manual had said he was just a promising seed of the eternal heavenly court. Had he ever reached their standards, he would officially become a member of the eternal heavenly court, receiving cultivation resources. He never thought he would meet the supreme ruler of the eternal heavenly court today, the incomparably supreme Atom. In the past, he had often fantasized about the grandeur of the highest ruler of the heavenly court, someone towering over all realms, an unrivaled existence. He never expected it to be just a child. All sense of reverence vanished from his heart. He no longer took this child seriously. He darkly thought the concealed weapon manual must have been sent by the Atom via a mysterious strongman. Didn't that imply the Atom had even better treasures? Thinking thus, the greed in Spike's heart grew even more intense. Lifting his head slightly, he gazed at Irvin's spatial ring, captivated by its unique material and flowing runes, occasionally emitting chaotic light. It was undoubtedly a rare treasure containing unimaginable wonders. As for where the Atom came from, it must be a higher world. Otherwise, how could he possess such secrets and bestow such treasures like the concealed weapon manual? If he could slay this boy and loot the spatial ring, wouldn't all those treasures belong to him? I am willing to sincerely serve you. I dare not harbor any rebellious thoughts. I wish to become part of the eternal heavenly court. Listening to Spike's sincere response and pledge of loyalty, Irvin nodded on the surface but inwardly sneered. With his mind-reading ability, Spike held no secrets before him. He had read every thought just now. What a greedy kid. Not content with just the concealed weapon manual, he actually covets my spatial ring? Not only stealing treasures, but thinking of killing me to eliminate potential threats. Fortunately, Irvin found amusement in playing with mice. Otherwise, he would have already slapped this guy dead. At this moment, both parties appeared harmonious on the surface, each harboring ulterior motives, thinking themselves as cats while viewing the other as a mouse, scheming to play tricks on each other, getting what they desired. However, Irvin was the real angler. These extraordinary children were fish in his pond, always under his control. Whether and when to catch them depended on his mood. Right then, the gorilla fully recovered. Irvin waved, and they boarded the spaceship. The rabbit girl and the gorilla gazed at the majestic ship, covered in ancient inscriptions and adorned with fierce beast totems, exuding an overwhelming aura that made one tremble. They realized their understanding was shallow and looked at Irvin with newfound curiosity. No force on the sky continent could create such a ship. Doesn't this suggest the person before us might be a noble from a higher world? Divine brother, are you from a higher world? The rabbit girl asked curiously, but Irvin just patted her head without answering. At that moment, Marjorie and Una appeared, seeing their young master, and hurriedly assisted him to sit down and rest. Both knew their duties well, massaging and tending to Irvin's comfort. Witnessing this scene, Spike was dumbfounded. Marjorie and Una were absolutely unmatched beauties on the sky continent, incomparable to any sacred maidens or royal princesses. Yoinked, such beautiful women were merely attendants for this young man. Truly enviable and hateful. Spike burned with envy. Why couldn't he enjoy such luxury? As for the Korra, she remained in a cabin, solidifying her foundation and adapting to the powers of the divine realm. Let's go. The sky is getting dark. Let's rest in the nearby heavenly mountain city. Chapter 298. The Lunar Anya Bloodline. Spike's killing intent. The spacecraft soared through the sky, breaking through the heavens. In the distant sky, it rapidly approached, moving as swiftly as a meteor. However, aboard the spacecraft, there was a peaceful scene. People like Axel and Marjorie were all immersed in their cultivation practices, with spiritual energy swirling around and runes enveloping them, exuding an extraordinary power. As for Irvin, he stood proudly at the bow of the ship, gazing calmly into the distance, his hands behind his back, like an incomparable sovereign, surveying the vastness of the universe. The little Anya girl crouched beside him, watching the sky gradually darken. Recalling the events of the day, everything seemed unbelievable, almost dreamlike. She had never encountered such a young man. His talents were unmatched, astonishingly gifted, and incredibly powerful, capable of extinguishing gods with a snap of his fingers. And yet, he was roughly her age. By comparison, she felt like nothing, not even reaching the divine mansion realm. Feeling a bit inferior momentarily, she quietly played with her fingers, drawing circles. Irvin knew this little rabbit was overthinking again. He reached out and gently patted her head. "Wilson, brother, did you come from the heavens?" The amorous asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with starlight, filled with longing and anticipation. In her understanding, no such prodigy could exist on the Sky Continent. Even those inheritors from secluded sects could not match this level. And by heaven, she meant the higher worlds. Whether it was the middle world or the greater world, she didn't know. But she was aware that although the Sky Continent was vast, it wasn't even considered a ripple in the boundless multiverse. Irvin looked at the cute little rabbit and silently nodded, choosing to tell the truth. Wilson brother, can you take me to a higher level world? I've been on the Sky Continent for too long. It's boring. And I can vaguely sense that the Sky Continent suppresses my bloodline, though I don't know why. The amorous said gloomily, pouting. Irvin immediately used his twin pupil power to scan her, discovering that her body contained Lunar Anya bloodline. The Lunar Anya, an ancient fearsome beast, but unlike the supreme ancient beasts like the dragon and Kirin, the Lunar Anya symbolized auspiciousness, not excelling in combat strength within its realm. But if one accompanied a Lunar Anya, they would gain good fortune, receiving blessings that subtly improve matters. Moreover, the Lunar Anya loved devouring celestial treasures to enhance itself, resulting in rapid advancement, akin to riding a rocket. Lunar Anyas were actually quite rare in the eternal immortal realm. Due to their unique traits, countless great clans sought to obtain Lunar Anyas, raising them to boost their own fortunes. Amidst the conflicts among these great clans, the territory of the Lunar Anyas continually shrank until they finally vanished from the eternal immortal realm. The remaining Lunar Anyas migrated to various worlds within the multiverse, spreading widely, but unfortunately, their bloodline powers weakened, and their numbers diminished. Irvin hadn't expected such good luck to encounter a Lunar Anya while on the Sky Continent. If things followed the usual plot, this Lunar Anya would have become one of Spike's assets. As night fell and the stars shone brightly, the Anya seemed drowsy, transforming into a tiny fluffy rabbit, hopping onto Irvin's palms. Her bright eyes blinked before lying down and falling asleep. Irvin stroked her gently, a slight smile curling his lips. This little rabbit was truly adorable. Nearby, Spike watched this scene, fury raging in his eyes, fists clenched tightly, yet he remained outwardly calm. He cursed inwardly, it should have been mine. Such a cute amorous, without Irvin's interference, would have rightfully been rescued by him, Spike. All because of Irvin. Everything was because of Irvin. His hatred was almost overshadowing his reason as the twilight deepened, the starlight flickering. Bloodshot light flashed in Spike's eyes. Tonight was the time to act. He would slay this so-called Emmanuel, and seize his divine arts and spatial ring. After obtaining such powerful assistance, he would leap forward, soaring high and dominating the Sky Continent before advancing to the higher worlds. He had already mastered the secrets of the hidden weapons and their associated divine arts, making the killing of a 10-year-old child as easy as snapping a finger. Meanwhile, the Korra in the cabin gradually adapted to the energies of the divine path domain, radiating faint light like a deity, with runes imprinted on her body, exuding holiness. Her skin gleamed like jade, smooth and tender, water-like. Opening her eyes suddenly, she sensed the surging energy within her, feeling profoundly moved. Never would she have thought that a 10-year-old child could change the fate of the Snake Deity clan and grant them direct access to the eternal immortal realm. Though he was the son of a god emperor, being chosen by him was the ultimate honor for the Snake Deity clan. Her body possessed the ancient swallowing sky python bloodline, bestowed upon her. She made a silent vow to serve her master faithfully for life, paving the way for him and suppressing all enemies to repay such immense kindness. Yoinked, seeing Irvin caress the little rabbit in his arms, she felt a twinge of emptiness. If only she could be similarly cherished by her master once transformed. She quickly shook off these thoughts, urging herself to strive harder, believing that if she fulfilled her worth, her master would value her more and pay closer attention. Soon, they arrived above the Xianxia city, which stretched for thousands of miles, vast and magnificent, home to many powerful clans. Irvin swung his leg casually as Alicia appeared beside him, bowing slightly. Everything has been arranged. Irvin nodded, acknowledging Alicia's efficiency. He had instructed Alicia earlier on the spacecraft to arrange a place to stay in Xianxia city for everyone to rest. How quickly it had been accomplished. As the scene shifted, the spacecraft soared through the void, catching the attention of many cultivators from powerful clans within Xianxia city. What kind of spacecraft is this? Its runes emit such a formidable aura that it feels like the sky is collapsing, causing fear. Indeed, even the strongest forces on the Sky Continent might not craft such a vessel despite having numerous heavenly treasures. Even the fierce beast totems etched outside seem alive, and one glance sends chills down my spine, as if about to be devoured. Among the great cultivators in Xianxia city were sages, holy kings, and even some clan leaders, who now trembled in fear. They ordered their subordinates to maintain a low profile recently, avoiding provoking any superior beings. Otherwise, misfortune would descend, leaving no one unscathed. Chapter 299. Annihilating the rebellious prodigy. In a vast courtyard, Irvin and his companions descended. This place was extraordinarily wide, fully equipped, and spotlessly clean, clearly having been recently swept. Without hesitation, Irvin moved in immediately. Tonight, he would deal with the situation at hand, contemplating how to extract the remaining luck of the rebellious prodigy before obtaining the so-called mysterious reward from the system. Tomorrow, they would deliberate on other matters, ways to enhance Axel's and the Core's combat power. Both had boundless potential, but their growth was stifled by the rules of this lesser world, resulting in slow progress. Once in the eternal immortal realm, they must be cultivated with abundant resources to become supreme enforcers for the eternal heavenly court, serving both the court and himself. Additionally, that adorable little Anya seemed subtly inclined to serve him, wanting to accompany him to the higher realms. However, her bloodline was too diluted and required awakening. Otherwise, it might take an indefinite amount of time for her to become a true moon goddess rabbit. After returning to the ancient Ewing family, he would go to the Ewing family divine mountain, find some blood awakening hot springs, toss the amorous into one, and have her bloodline revert to its original form, becoming a genuine moon goddess rabbit. Irvin casually arranged for Sherry, Una, the Cora, and the Anya. None of them needed sleep. Most of their nighttime hours were spent cultivating. He couldn't manage that. He was still growing and needed plenty of sleep. Cultivation? What was that about? With his perfect chaos body and the system, he could advance just by lying down. At only 12 years old, he had already reached the peak of the spirit platform realm, leaving his peers in the dust. If he continued advancing, he would become a nightmare to all his contemporaries, something unimaginable. Returning to the eternal immortal realm, he would surely shock all heavens, unmatched among the younger generation. He then entered his room and lay down on the soft bed, eyes half closed, thoroughly enjoying the comfort. The past few days had been exhausting, and this sky continent offered too few attractions. Even the beast forest contained nothing more than vicious beasts and no real entertainment. After much deliberation, Irvin decided to have Axel guide him again tomorrow, determined to find enjoyable places in the sky continent to indulge in leisure. Night deepened as the moon shone brightly and crows flew south under the dark night sky. A shadow zipped through space, clad in a black cloak. His eyes were piercing, sharp as a blade, filled with lethal intent. In his hand was a dagger, shimmering with a black glow, undoubtedly laced with poison. This dagger was his exclusive weapon. If anyone without extraordinary cultivation touched it, even a hair's breadth contact would lead to certain death. Even a holy king would suffer injuries, affecting their path to enlightenment. Such was the potency of the dark weapon manual, containing countless methods of killing. This black-clad figure was Spike. Arriving outside Irvin's room, he chanted incantations, rendering himself nearly invisible, passing through walls effortlessly. Looking at the sleeping Irvin, he inwardly sneered. Haha, daring to disrupt my plans, to oppose me, and to snatch my amorous. Today, you'll pay with your life. He raised the dagger, channeling mana, which emitted black light, striking down with a force that split the void, nearly severing space. Hee, die. Daring to defy me, even death is an act of grace. Spike grinned maniacally, utterly pleased. Taking a step forward, he intended to search Irvin's spatial ring and divine techniques. He was confident in his strike, needing only to ensure his target's death, not minding if the body remained intact to preserve the spatial ring and techniques. But the next moment froze him in shock. Where was he? He was definitely here and struck. Spike's pupils dilated. As an assassin, he was extremely sensitive to his surroundings. Failure meant this person was well prepared. Sensing danger, Spike tried to flee, but the surrounding space felt like mud, trapping him firmly. Not good. Spike panicked, trying a final defense. Light flared around him as the dark weapon manual hovered above, radiating faint light. Yoinked, his last trump card did not obey, refusing to unleash its formidable power or aid his escape. Instead, it suppressed him upon manifestation. Spike felt despair. How could this be? This was his dark weapon manual. It had been a great help in his journey. Without it, he wouldn't be where he was today. Usually kept as a last resort, it always saved him in crises. Why was it acting out now, suppressing him instead? It made no sense. Ha ha ha. A loud laughter echoed. Cold sweat poured down Spike's face, fear gripping his heart, trembling violently. It was Irvin's voice. Could it be? Everything was a setup by Irvin, with him merely a puppet? Wasn't it enough to make you part of my eternal heavenly court? With your aptitude, you could become a formidable genius. What a pity. Your greed led you to defy me. Irvin appeared before Spike. Using mind-reading mode, he knew Spike planned to attack him at night using a poison dagger. But with Alicia around, he was invincible. Alicia was always the ultimate god. Staring at Spike's bewildered and malevolent gaze, Irvin felt like a cat catching a mouse. I know you wonder why your usual trump card, the dark weapon manual, now suppresses you. Because I granted it to you as a gift, and now you're attempting to assassinate the Emperor. This is a grave crime. Today, I sentence you to death, with no rebirth. As Irvin spoke, the dark weapon manual unleashed awe-inspiring power, turning Spike into ashes without a scream. His soul was also utterly extinguished, unable to enter the cycle of rebirth. Ping ping ping, villainous destiny mode activated. Ping ping ping, detected host's first successful assassination of a rebellious prodigy, extracting his fortune. Chapter 300, triggering a system bug, the Forbidden Zone Hunter. Ding, ding, ding. The host has achieved perfect extermination, triggering a mysterious reward. The system decides to reward expansion of the 10,000 ancient heavenly court. Simultaneously, there will be a fortune transfer. The fortunes and various opportunities of the heaven-defying sons will be replicated and transferred to both the host and Axel. Expansion rule for the 10,000 ancient heavenly court. With each heaven-defying son eliminated, the court will be upgraded and expanded using the power of fortune. Its future glory will undoubtedly be at the peak of all worlds. In the depths of his consciousness, a wave of fortune once again enveloped him as if he were being watched over by a deity, making him feel incomparably comfortable and mentally clear. The hidden weapon manual and all the hidden weapons created by Spike in his lifetime vanished into the void, arriving at Axel's side. Irvin nodded in satisfaction, glancing around the surrounding space, feeling completely secure. Since Miss Alicia had begun accompanying him, his sleep had become incredibly peaceful, because, even when he was sleeping, Miss Alicia would never stray more than 3 feet away from him. She was truly a personal bodyguard, giving him an overwhelming sense of security. Moreover, with her supreme cultivation level, even if celestial demons from the outer chaos or dark powers from the life forbidden zones descended, they absolutely couldn't touch him. It felt like he was clinging to a powerful ally. Subsequently, he lay back down on the soft bed, about to fall asleep. However, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, 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 detected that the host gifted Axel the hidden weapon manual and numerous assassination divine weapons, activating the tenfold return mode. Reward this time, based on quality grade, granting the host the Assassin God Codex. Assassin God Codex, used to cultivate world-class assassins, it contains numerous divine techniques and cultivation methods. Following these methods guarantees significant achievements. Becoming the king of assassins is also highly possible. Hearing this, Irvin froze slightly. Did he hear that right? This tenfold return mode hadn't been triggered for quite some time, yet it suddenly activated today. Great host, this is your problem. You're like a miser who seldom gives anything to others. If you were more generous, wouldn't the tenfold return mode activate frequently? The system could barely hold back its impatience and quickly stepped out to explain. Irvin gave an awkward smile, scratching his head. He had been too focused on playing and having fun without paying attention to gifting treasures to those around him. And anyone who followed him had plenty to eat. Did they need gifts? The Assassin God Codex naturally found its place in the system space. Once his 10,000 ancient heavenly court fully expanded, he would indeed need to cultivate a batch of assassins to handle matters that couldn't be addressed openly. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, ding, ding. Detected that the host gained fortune, activating the tenfold return mode. Reward for the host, 10 times the fortune. Irvin was bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't his fortune taken from the heaven-defying suns? Why was it returning now? Moreover, 10 times the amount of fortune. Spike's original fortune was already substantial, giving Irvin a significant boost. Now, multiplied by 10, Irvin felt somewhat elated. Reporting to the host, this might be a system bug. Just now, there was a fortune transfer, with part of the fortune being shifted to Axel, allowing him to grow into a heavenly court general serving you. The tenfold return mode mistakenly considered this as a gift from the host and therefore provided a return. Upon hearing this explanation, Irvin understood. So are you going to fix this bug? Not necessarily, host. Any bug beneficial to you will be corrected to normal procedure for your convenience. After all, our system's principle is that the host comes first, always serving the host. Listening to the system's explanation, Irvin was touched. The system really did seem reliable and consistent. Of course, that didn't stop him from continuing to call it a dog system, ready to reprimand it if it made mistakes again. With this settled, Irvin lay comfortably on the large bed, ready to fall asleep. Alicia, hidden in the void, looked at the snoring Irvin with affectionate amusement. This kid, his mindset was truly excellent. Just after experiencing an assassination attempt, he could still sleep so soundly. Then she realized something amiss. Since when had she started caring so much? She practiced the supreme emotionless path, which meant she should be indifferent and emotionless. How could a mere youth disrupt her mental clarity? The next day, on the spaceship, Irvin and his companions returned to the spacecraft. However, unlike yesterday, Spike was nowhere to be seen, and no one dared to ask. Everything that happened last night was blocked by space. Only Irvin knew what transpired. Among everyone, Axel was the most confused. He had been fast asleep when a treasure book fell from the sky, seemingly called the Hidden Weapon Manual, containing many methods for creating hidden weapons and various assassination techniques. Several hidden weapons also dropped alongside it. This was truly manna from heaven. He immediately reported to Irvin, who merely replied calmly, "That's your unique opportunity. Cultivate well and don't waste it." At that moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding, fortune compass successfully triggered. Detected a new fortune-blessed prodigy emerging on this continent. His strength and character are both top-notch. The host can consider early recruitment. A translucent screen visible only to Irvin appeared, displaying information about this fortune-blessed prodigy. Irvin was puzzled. This small sky continent had produced so many fortunate individuals. Could there really be some great secret? On the screen, another extraordinary genius appeared, surrounded by black mist. Surprisingly, this person was comparable to the fortune-blessed prodigy, even suppressing him. That's the aura of the life forbidden zone. Please let me know if you have any specific requirements or further edits needed. Chapter 301. The Hunter instantly slays the indigenous genius. Through the system's light, Irvin astonishingly sensed that the black-robed genius was emanating a dense aura of death, like an end-of-the-world ruler, incredibly terrifying and powerful. An almost imperceptible dark energy exuded from him, unique to Life Gene Shear S and possessed only by beings within those regions. Without doubt, this individual came from a Life Gene Shear and appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, the same age as Irvin. Irvin's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately sensed the complexity of the situation. Life Gene Shear S have always been adversaries to all realms. They are the pawns of the outer chaos embedded within the universes, situated in the remote borderlands of myriad worlds, with profound backgrounds and extraordinary power. The 9 major Life Gene Shear S can be considered plagues to the myriad worlds. Of course, now only 8 remain. As long as they do not offend the ancient Ewing family, Life Gene Shear S can survive peacefully in the borderlands of myriad worlds. However, they have also been restricted to these borderlands, having been expelled from the inner territories by the Ewing family in the past. Life Gene Shear S have always targeted the eternal immortal realm and myriad worlds. Alongside the outer chaos, they have consistently set their sights on the myriad worlds, attempting to plunge them into darkness and despair. However, they look down upon the smaller realms. In the past, even if they had targets, they would only send subordinates to invade. If there were no eternal immortal realm to intervene, those realms would most likely fall into darkness. But they would never target a remote land like Sky Continent. Irvin couldn't find a reason for this, no matter how much he thought about it. Ewing, seeing the system-chosen elite struggling against this opponent infuriated him. The Life Gene Shear genius was clearly aiming to kill, every move filled with lethal intent and immense power. Glyphs shimmered and dark energy surged, seemingly capable of annihilating everything. Irvin made up his mind to intervene. This was a system-chosen seed, possibly destined to join his eternal heavenly court. He could not let such potential be extinguished here. The spaceship launched, tearing through space like a meteor, arriving at a plane in an instant. Irvin saw 2 geniuses confronting each other in the center of the plane. One in a green robe, wielding a cloud sword, strong and spirited, but now visibly weakened and unstable. His sword was cracked, on the verge of breaking. The other was a supreme genius in a blood-black robe, wielding a scythe enveloped in shadow, radiating an aura of darkness, like a harbinger of death. Black flames danced in his eyes, slicing through space effortlessly. Even in a minor realm, there exists such a genius who can match me at 1/10 strength. Impressive indeed, he remarked arrogantly, mocking the myriad worlds for cultivating weak elites. Just then, the dark genius, named Fagin, with a soul-swallowing demon body, stepped forward like a specter, impossibly fast. Before the other genius could react, Fagin appeared behind him, scythe raised high, and sliced downward, decapitating him. The body split in two, blood splattering the sky. Not satisfied, Fagin stripped the soul away and devoured it, savoring it. Ha ha, the souls of the myriad worlds geniuses are truly delicious, he gloated, repositioning his scythe and preparing to hunt more renowned elites on Sky Continent. He belonged to the 10th rank among the 10 life Xianxia hunters. Although weakest among them, he found himself unrivaled in this lower realm, slaughtering without resistance. Their main mission, assigned by the 8 life Xianxia, was to hunt and eliminate all elite seeds across the myriad worlds. Even geniuses from minor, intermediate, and major realms, along with the eternal immortal realm, were not spared. Their goal was to sever the lineage of talents in the myriad worlds, ensuring no successors to carry on the legacy. Fagin, feeling the threat of danger suddenly, paused. From afar, Irvin watched, anger rising. This was a system-chosen elite he had planned to cultivate for his heavenly court. Yuinked, he witnessed his decapitation and soul-devouring, a true extermination. Sherry and Una were stunned. They couldn't fathom why a life Xianxia genius would target a minor realm. Axel, sensing the alien aura, instantly recognized the invasion and prepared to confront the enemy, but Irvin stopped him. You're not his match yet. He was the same age as Irvin. Irvin's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately realized that matters were not simple. Life-prohibited zones have always been formidable adversaries to all worlds. They are the vanguards of the outer chaos realms embedded in various worlds, located in remote wilderness areas, with profound strength and formidable power. Note, Life Xianxia should be consistently translated as life-prohibited zones, for terminological consistency. The 9 great Life Xianxia can be considered a calamity to all worlds. Of course, now only 8 of them remain. Note, Xianxia seems out of context in English. If this is a specific term or name that must be kept, please clarify. Otherwise, it might be better translated as the 9 great life-restricted zones, or another fitting translation based on the full context. For better flow and clarity, it could also be the 9 great life-restricted zones are a calamity to all worlds. Now, only 8 of them remain. As long as they do not offend the ancient Yuing family, the Life Xianxia can remain in the borderlands of the myriad worlds, surviving quietly. However, they had once been expelled by the Yuing family and are unable to penetrate deeper inland. However, the targets of the Life Xianxia have always been the eternal immortal realm and the myriad worlds. Note, Life Xianxia seems to be a term that doesn't translate smoothly into English. For better fluency, it might be beneficial to use an established term or provide an explanatory phrase. For now, I will assume this is a specific term that should remain as is for consistency. However, the targets of the Life Xianxia have always been the eternal immortal realm and the myriad worlds. Improved. However, the targets of the Life Xianxia have always been the eternal immortal realm and the vast realms. If Life Xianxia refers to a specific concept, please provide the correct terminology or explanation for better context. For optimal fluency and context. However, the targets of the life-prohibited zones have always been the eternal immortal realm and the vast realms. Please confirm or provide further details on terminology. Just like the outer chaos realms, they constantly fixate on the myriad worlds, attempting to cover them in darkness, suppress them, and plunge the world into total abyss. However, the Great World, Middle World, and numerous small worlds never attracted their attention much. In the past, even when they had goals, they only dispatched subordinates for invasion. If there were no eternal immortal realms, most of these worlds would likely have succumbed long ago. Yuing, it made no sense for this desolate, heavenly canopy continent to draw their attention. After careful thought, Irvin couldn't find any reason. But watching the system-chosen genius fall behind in battle against this person, he could not help but act. Moreover, the life-prohibited zone's genius was clearly using lethal force, each move filled with killing intent and unimaginable power. Runes flowed, emitting an overwhelming dark aura, as if capable of destroying everything in its path. Note, I've maintained consistency by translating Sungming Jinqir to life-prohibited zone throughout the passage for uniformity. Irvin decisively decided to go to this place. This was the chosen seed, possibly a future member of his eternal heavenly court. How could he let this happen? As the spacecraft broke through the void at meteoric speed, it arrived at a plane in mere moments. Irvin saw 2 geniuses facing off in the center of the plane. One wore a green robe, wielding a sharp Qingyun sword, radiating immense strength. But now his aura was somewhat weakened, blood circulation unstable, his arm trembling, and the sword riddled with cracks, as if about to shatter. The other absolute genius held a scythe, emitting shadowy energy, cloaked in darkness like a grim reaper. His dark blood-black robe covered his body, casually swinging the scythe to cut through space with unimaginable power. Black flames danced in his eyes, wielding supreme authority, slicing relentlessly, making resistance futile. In such a minor small world, there is still such a genius who can match a fraction of my strength. It's enough to be proud. The myriad worlds are indeed prosperous and rich in spirit energy. Unfortunately, the geniuses cultivated here are nothing but trash. So boring, might as well die early. At this moment, coldness flickered in the eyes of the black-robed genius, dark aura growing stronger. Black flames danced on the scythe. With a step, he moved like a ghost, incomprehensibly fast. By the time the other genius reacted, the Dark One was already behind him, lifting the scythe high and bringing it down swiftly like lightning, unseen to the naked eye. With a flash of light, the head of the Heavenly Canopy Continent's genius was severed, his body splitting into two segments, blood spraying into the sky, crimson droplets falling. Still unsatisfied, the Dark Genius waved his right hand, extracting the other soul directly into his mouth and began chewing it. Ha ha ha, I must admit, the souls of the Myriad Worlds geniuses are truly delicious. The Myriad Worlds, truly outstanding, with supreme resources, not to mention the eternal immortal realm, which sits at the center, absolutely superior. Pity, with such abundant resources but cultivating inadequately, breeding nothing but free woo. If the Myriad Worlds were occupied by us from the life Xianxia and the outer chaos realms, we would absolutely flourish. Note, Xianxia and Fei Wu are not properly translated in this context. The correct terms should be used as follows. Pity, with such abundant resources but cultivating inadequately, breeding nothing but free woo. If the Myriad Worlds were occupied by us from the life Xianxia and the outer chaos realms, we would absolutely flourish. Please replace Fei Wu with waste and Xianxia with prohibited zones or restricted areas based on the previous narrative consistency. Pity, with such abundant resources but cultivating inadequately, breeding nothing but waste. If the Myriad Worlds were occupied by us from the life prohibited zones and the outer chaos realms, we would absolutely flourish. For a more natural and fluent read, here's the revised translation. Pity, despite having such abundant resources, the cultivation is inadequate, producing nothing but useless individuals. If the Myriad Worlds were occupied by us from the life prohibited zones and the outer chaos realms, we would truly flourish. The Dark Genius, named Fagin, possessed the soul-devouring devil body and was the 10th ranked among the 10 hunters of the life prohibited zones. Though ranked last among the 10, he found himself unstoppable in this Myriad Worlds, capable of killing freely without encountering any match. His main mission from the 8 life prohibited zones was to hunt and kill all potential geniuses across all minor, medium, and major worlds, including the eternal immortal realm. By severing the lineage of talents, he aimed to leave no successors to continue the traditions, inevitably leading to the decline of the Myriad Worlds. Among the top 3 rankings, they headed for the eternal immortal realm. The 4th and 5th went a major great worlds for the task. The 6th and 7th penetrated major middle worlds. The 8th, 9th, and 10th, like Fagin, targeted smaller worlds, erasing prominent geniuses. Their goal was to eliminate all talented potentials of the Myriad Worlds, ensuring no seeds remained. Certainly, those who had risen to prominence with notable names. Eliminating all seeds was impractical. The Myriad Worlds' laws of vitality continuously regenerate unless completely eradicated. Fagin raised his scythe again, preparing to hunt more renowned geniuses of the Heavenly Canopy Continent. But suddenly, he felt a wave of danger, as if being targeted by a primal beast. Meanwhile, far away, Irvin watched this unfold, anger rising within. These were the geniuses his system had found to cultivate for his heavenly court. Unfathomably, they met such a cruel end. Their souls devoured entirely, denying even rebirth. A true extermination. Sarah and Una were stunned, unable to comprehend why a life-Xianxia genius would come to wreak havoc in a small world. Axel, sensing the foreign aura from the opponent, immediately recognized it as an invasion. Stepping forward, he prepared to confront the dark genius, but was stopped by Irvin. Ni, haibushirtada doiso, should be translated as, you're not yet his match. However, considering the flow and naturalness in English, you're not ready to face him yet. So, the final edited translation would be, Sarah and Una were stunned, unable to comprehend why a life-Xianxia genius would come to wreak havoc in a small world. Axel, sensing the foreign aura from the opponent, immediately recognized it as an invasion. Stepping forward, he prepared to confront the dark genius, but was stopped by Irvin. You're not ready to face him yet. You're not his match yet. Note, to maintain coherence with previous content, some context adjustments have been made. Chapter 302, Boldly Striking, the Dark Series astonishes. Irvin spoke lightly, but his tone was unequivocal. In just a glance, he discerned the cultivation level of the Dark Prodigy, now at the Divine Platform realm. Though not quite matching his own prowess, it far surpassed that of any peer. Within the eternal immortal domain, this was unquestionably someone among the outstanding young elite, immensely powerful and unmatched in the world. Moreover, to achieve such strength at the same age as himself meant he had received significant Xianxia resource allocation from an entire life forbidden zone, cultivated with great effort. Otherwise, such rapid advancement would be impossible. At this moment, even 3 Axels combined wouldn't stand a chance against him. Note, I have replaced Life Xianxia with Life Forbidden Zone, for consistency and clarity, and adjusted Resource Xianxia to Resource Allocation, for more natural English phrasing. But Irvin wasn't about to let him off easily. Just now, he had activated the mind-reading mode and instantly read through the Dark Prodigy's thoughts and future plans. Turns out, they were the hunters jointly dispatched by the 8 major Dark Forbidden Zones, the Dark Series, specifically targeting prodigies from various realms. This operation was meticulously planned, considering every detail, even including the Great Thousand Worlds, Middle Thousand Worlds, and remote Lesser Thousand Worlds. Any rising star within these worlds was deemed a threat and marked for elimination. The previous Son of Destiny had been chosen by the system, bestowed with divine weapons and talismans, achieving great fame across the Sky Continent before being targeted by the 10th sequence of the Dark Series. Surprisingly, even with celestial luck and divine armaments, he was utterly crushed without any resistance. It seemed the Dark Series was not to be underestimated, capable of effortlessly slaying those blessed with great fortune. But, since they dared to touch his people, they must pay the price. With one step, Irvin entered the void and reappeared, raising a hand from which chaos energy overflowed. The immense power condensed into a palm print, like an ancient god mountain descending, radiating tremendous pressure, hurling directly toward the front. Instantly, it seemed as if a blazing sun was flashing, a chaotic energy emanated, and the unparalleled palm imprint pierced the space. Enveloped in divine chi and runes engraved on its surface, it surged forward. The dark prodigy was startled and immediately took down the scythe from his back, channeling boundless mana into it, slashing directly at the palm imprint. Upon collision, the void trembled, space fractured, splintering outward. However, the palm print appeared unaffected, its formidable power erupting like a volcano, unstoppable. Under this attack, Cody flew backward like a broken kite. His chest caved in, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a clear sign of severe injury. But dark mysterious energy quickly repaired the wounds, restoring him. He gazed at the distance, inwardly shocked. At his level, especially within a lesser thousand world, even elders of major sects or some holy emperors could do nothing to him. For someone to seriously wound him with just one strike must be an extraordinary expert. At this moment, Irvin also came into Cody's view. Seeing a youth of the same age, Cody's eyes widened in disbelief. In this lesser thousand world, there could hardly be anyone who could seriously wound a member of the Dark Series at 12 years old. No, it was simply impossible. Due to the world's restrictive rules, sparse spiritual energy, and incomplete laws, no prodigy like this should exist here, capable of seriously wounding him. This person likely hailed from a higher world. To match him, it had to be a prodigy from the eternal, immortal domain. Could it be that an unrivaled prodigy from the immortal domain descended here, coincidentally encountered? Was his luck so good? Who are you? At only 12 years old, to possess such divine power is rare even in the eternal, immortal domain. Cody narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura, strands of killing intent spreading out as he interrogated coldly, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees. He needed to ascertain this person's background before deciding whether to act. If it were an ordinary immortal realm family heir, executing him would be a great deed, freeing him from boring missions limited to lesser thousand worlds. I am Irvin, the young master of the ancient Ewing family, son of the present D, and top of the ancient body list. Irvin said truthfully, hands clasped behind his back, completely confident and unafraid, battle fervor swelling as he couldn't wait for a confrontation. Upon hearing the youth claim to be the young master of the Ewing family and recalling his earlier display of power, Cody confirmed it must be Irvin. Dangerous killing intent welled up in Cody's eyes like a hungry wolf eyeing a fat piece of meat, unable to resist devouring it. This was the son of a D, a major concern for both the life-forbidden zones and the outer chaotic realm. Slaying him would undoubtedly count as a significant achievement, bringing peace to the outer chaotic realm. In this true era of contention, besides hidden ancient prodigies and taboo elites, no one could obstruct their path. Destiny's throne was within reach in the immortal domain. The forbidden zones could vie for it too. Ewing, thinking colder thoughts restrained him, recalling what the overlords of the forbidden zones had warned. They could attack any prodigy from any realm, even ancient monsters, except absolutely not confront Irvin, never make a move against him, for the timing was not ripe yet. Any action now would provoke the wrath of the D, risking the destruction of the life-forbidden zones, as seen with the Blood Sea forbidden zone. A D's son represented the Emperor's bottom line, an untouchable entity. Feeling aggrieved, Cody stifled the opportunity to establish merit for the life-forbidden zone, watching helplessly as the chance slipped away. After much consideration, Cody sighed. He stared at Irvin and sneered cruelly, "Humph, just a mortal body. If given the chance, I will surely eliminate you." Irvin was speechless. This was the cliché villain escape dialogue, but seeing Cody turn to tear through space and flee, Irvin wouldn't allow it. About to strike, he suddenly thought. This time all 10 hunters were fully mobilized, division of labor clearly defined. They were a major threat to all realms and could not be allowed to grow, slaughtering other prodigies. Otherwise, during the upcoming golden era, on the divine ancient path, lacking prodigies from the immortal domain, the chance to seize destiny might fall into the hands of the dark forbidden zones. Humph, don't think you can escape? Chapter 303. Cat playing with a mouse, escape to the great world, astonishing sword beam. Irvin raised his palm. He was confident that with the full activation of his great chaos body, he could instantly kill this so-called 10th Dark Sequence member. But if he were to simply kill him, he wouldn't gain any useful information, and it would take time to find and eliminate the other 9 Dark Sequences one by one. If he could use this 10th Dark Sequence to flesh out the others, then things would be much simpler. Therefore, Irvin manipulated the hand seals. Light gathered in his palm, intertwining into a dazzling brilliance, as if capable of cleaving through the skies. With a single thrust forward, he unleashed a seemingly simple yet overwhelmingly powerful sword beam. Irvin carefully controlled the power and speed, aiming to severely wound rather than instantly kill. Xianxia felt fear creeping up inside him, immediately activating his space-transcending artifact. In an instant, he broke free from the world's confines, disappearing into an unknown part of the universe. Irvin had anticipated this, smirking slightly before flashing away onto the spaceship. Activate the ship, follow the coordinates. With a wave of his hand, the spaceship started automatically, controlled by Alicia hidden within the void. The sword strike he had just made completely locked onto Xianxia, ensuring he couldn't escape. Following him, Irvin transcended the boundaries of the world, starting a pursuit. He had left a coordinate mark on Xianxia during their first encounter for precisely such a situation, to trace him to other worlds and flesh out the rest of the Dark Series members, eliminating them all at once to prevent future harm. The boundaries were now broken, allowing the spaceship to enter the vast emptiness, truly traversing space with the river of laws flowing around. Korra observed everything in awe, recalling how the Naga clan had fled into the lower realms via spatial rifts long ago. She had thought it would take countless years to amass enough strength to break the boundary and return to the everlasting immortal realm. However, acknowledging Irvin as her master led to the Naga clan being transported straight into space, destined for the everlasting immortal realm, escaping the small thousand-world realm entirely. On the spaceship's deck, a very lively Anya hopped about. She never expected that what started as a joke yesterday would become reality. Wilson brother really intended to bring her to a higher realm. Unfortunately, the gorilla ape was left in the beast forest, along with Bai Long and Tionkin sisters. Determined to reunite with them once she grew stronger, Anya resolved to bring them all back to the high-level world. But for now, she needed to cling to big legs, namely Wilson brother, to acquire resources and grow. She jumped into Irvin's embrace, kicking playfully as if asking for affection. Irvin smiled lovingly, stroking her fur with one hand and gently rubbing her belly with the other, making Anya giggle incessantly. Axel watched the stars flicker and vanish, feeling reflective. He used to be just a rejected, worthless man. Gaining the celestial fire divine formula and successfully forging a myriad fire's body allowed him to avenge his family at Biyun divine sect. Then, the Emmanuel took notice of him, bringing him into the 10,000 Ian heavenly court to serve him. Now, they were heading towards a higher realm. It all seemed like a dream. Looking at Irvin's silhouette, Axel realized that this person had changed his destiny. From now on, he would face danger without hesitation and faithfully follow to repay this immense kindness. In the sky above Clintonancian continent, space ruptured, and someone emerged from deep space, looking disheveled. It was Xianxia, his soul-harvesting scythe slung over his shoulder. Coldness and killing intent filled his eyes as he sought vengeance against Irvin. Examining the new world, he scoffed coldly. This was also a large thousand-world continent called Clintonancian continent, located in the central area, rich in celestial energy and fortune. Since he had escaped the smaller thousand-world realm, he would reap benefits here to redeem himself. Among peers, no genius could rival him in this domain. Only Irvin was an exception, a freak beyond common reasoning. Even Wilson, a mere mortal body, wielded Dao powers, radiating chaos energies that made anyone feel powerless. Xianxia pulled out his scythe, scanning with his divine sense for renowned geniuses to confront and destroy their souls. Harvesting many souls would boost his power, leaving him less vulnerable to Irvin. But suddenly, sensing something ominous, he turned back. Indeed, a brilliant sword beam seemed to split heaven and earth, breaking through space and the world's barrier, striking from deep space. This single sword stroke pierced the infinite cosmos, shining so brightly it illuminated the entire sky of Clintonancian continent. Like white light connecting heaven and earth, it descended powerfully. Xianxia's eyes widened. Reflected in his pupils was the sword beam piercing through the universe. It was suffocating. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the heavens, cracking the void, sending tremors through the land. Wild beasts roared in terror, fleeing in massive waves. Translation provided while maintaining the original tone, style, and structure, using correct pinyin names and ensuring the translation is fluent and grammatically accurate. Chapter 304. A severely wounded body, the 9th sequence. The brilliant sword beam shone like sunlight from the heavens, piercing through space and time, illuminating everything. It radiated with a supreme brilliance, as if it could pierce through anything, unstoppable. Under this sword beam, all living things in the world seemed to tremble, and the universe's countless beings appeared as though they would be cut in half, stripped of life completely. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by thunderous rumbles, the void quivered. The sky lost its color, and all clouds above were swept away, leaving nothing but endless blue sky. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura spread out, resembling a deadly beast. Simply sensing such an aura caused many powerful figures in the Clintonancian world to emerge. What a terrifying sword beam. It can seem to pierce through the sun and moon. Heaven, what kind of divine power is this? Only someone at the peak of the human realm might possess such power. No, it's far beyond that. Even the emperors and sovereigns at the pinnacle of the human realm would fade under such a sword beam. Everyone was amazed, watching the blazing sword beam penetrate the sky. Indeed, Irvin's attack also utilized the system's tracking function, crossing the vast universe with the support of both temporal and spatial forces. The power of the sword beam amplified layer upon layer, transcending everything. With the flashing of the sword beam, the void shattered, and a figure fell from the sky, creating a deep pit on impact, causing everyone to tremble. In the pit lay Fagin, of the 10th sequence of darkness, his body battered and bloodied, trembling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were filled with fear. It was clear he had been severely wounded. Despite his dark power's regenerative capabilities, he could not fully avoid the impact. At this moment, he had a new, clear understanding of the young master of the eternal Ewing family. He cursed inwardly, damn it, who said this was an ordinary mortal body? How could any mortal exert such divine power? It seems like a force controlling all life, impossible to resist, too terrifying. Fagin's face was twisted in pain, holding his chest where blood flowed freely, especially his arms, which seemed about to break, losing sensation entirely. He now lay in the pit, moaning in agony, full of fear. Never had he imagined that, despite being the formidable 10th sequence of darkness, one of the sanctuary hunters among the 8 life prohibited zones, invincible among peers, he would meet his match in a minor world within the multiverse. Upon encountering Irvin from the eternal immortal domain, he was beaten down like a dog. But then, he turned his rage into motivation, vowing not to falter. Irvin, with just a mortal body, grew so strong only because of his background and his Joab miles. Without such a miles, he'd be nothing, unable to compare with true prodigies like himself. Others were bathed in the blood of fierce beasts and played with divine weapons since childhood, obtaining boundless power early on, even inheriting chaos godblood. Naturally, they became extraordinarily powerful. He believed that while he was currently no match for Irvin, through diligent cultivation, he could surpass him. However, what he didn't realize was that he could barely claim the title of an absolute genius. But Irvin was truly an overpowered character. While other geniuses cultivated and grew step by step, Irvin advanced rapidly through shortcuts. Humph. Fortunately, there is my Swallow Soul Heavenly Demon Clan in this Clintonancian continent. The first stronghold of the Swallow Soul Heavenly Demon Clan was established right here. By chance arriving in Clintonancian, receiving our clan's resources, I can quickly recover from my injuries. Irvin, wait for me. You're just like those worthless geniuses and will eventually be slain by me. Fagin stood up, his eyes filled with malevolent poison, terrifyingly dark. Dragging his mangled body, he looked towards the west, transforming into a streak of divine light, dashing forward. He vaguely remembered that the largest stronghold of the Swallow Soul demons was located in the west of Clintonancian. Each major life prohibited zone harbored different dark races, and as the deity son of the Swallow Soul prohibited zone, his primary race was the Swallow Soul demons. By devouring other souls, they continually upgraded, progressing on the great path infinitely. This was the true terror of the Swallow Soul demons. Moreover, by devouring souls, they directly acquired memories and cultivation techniques, mastering numerous supernatural skills, even those from various worlds. With this thought, Fagin wasted no time. His hatred for Irvin burned intensely. In that minor world, he had been undefeated, overpowering all geniuses. Even the renowned ones couldn't withstand more than 3 strikes before being suppressed easily. Now, he was reduced to a miserable state, returning to the Swallow Soul demons on Clintonancian with severe injuries, utterly disgraced. Clintonancian continent, Swallow Soul Demon Clan's base. Lord, how could you be in such a sorry state? Could someone actually rival you in that minor world? An elder at the base stared at Fagin, incredulous, his pupils wide with shock. They couldn't fathom how anyone in that minor world could injure their lord. Their lord was the 10th in the dark sequence, still formidable even at the bottom. In the eternal immortal domain, few geniuses could match him. Moreover, he could devour others' divine souls, constantly enhancing his power. Yoinked. Now he returned severely injured, which was unimaginable. Don't ask, I had terrible luck. In that minor world, I unexpectedly encountered the young master of the eternal Ewing family, Irvin. A child barely 10 years old, clearly my peer in age, yet incredibly powerful, capable of slaying sacred kings instantly. He's far beyond my league. I was utterly crushed. Though humiliating, he had to admit the unchangeable fact. Ha ha ha, is this our Dark 10 sequence? Defeated in a minor world. A mocking laugh echoed, surprising Fagin, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger. When did this guy come to their Swallow Soul Demon Clan's base and see his humiliation? He had assumed this person was also dominating in the minor world. Now, encountering this situation implied either that 1. The person had already slaughtered all geniuses in that minor world, or 2. They too faced a formidable enemy and fled back to the major world. Of course, not everyone had his bad luck. Chapter 305, The Herald, the Time-Space Constitution. Humph, that's because you don't know what freak I encountered? Even if you had met them, you would still have been obliterated into nothingness, turned to ashes. You might even be worse off than me, possibly being killed outright. Cody spoke with a cold smile. In front of him, a powerful figure in a black robe appeared intermittently, as if concealed within the void. His eyes emitted divine light, radiating immeasurable brilliance as though he controlled everything in the world. At first glance, Cody recognized this figure as the 9th-ranking member of the Dark Series chosen by the Life Forbidden Zone, the Herald, who possessed the Time-Space Constitution. He was extraordinarily powerful, with profound strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Even within the Time-Space Forbidden Zone, he could dominate a region, being unmatched among his peers. 放眼八大生命禁区，能够与其匹敌者，寥寥无几. Gazing across the 8 major life forbidden zones, there were few who could match him. 自己菜就菜，别不承认. Stop making excuses. Just admit it. 那万古叶家的神子与我们都是同龄之人，而且人家只是一介凡体罢了，又有何强大之处? The Herald sneered, dismissing Cody's concerns. That divine son of the eternal Ewing clan is our age and just an ordinary mortal. What could possibly be so impressive about him? 你在其余的小千世界之中又有何收获? Curious, Cody asked. What did you gain from the other small worlds? 这诸天万界实在是太过脆弱，真想不通诸天联盟为何要守护。那些小千世界之中的天骄，就仿佛弱小的蝼蚁一般，抬手之间就将其秒杀。The myriad worlds are too fragile. I can't understand why the Cosmic Alliance protects them. The prodigies in those small worlds are like weak ants, easily killed with a wave of my hand. 不知道中千世界以及大千世界的天骄，实力将会如何？ I wonder how strong the prodigies in the intermediate and great worlds are. 时空魔子一脸不屑。实在想不通这诸天万界上赫赫有名的绝世天骄，为何是这般弱小。The Herald looked disdainful, unable to fathom why the world-renowned prodigies of the myriad worlds were so weak. 但对于中千世界和大千世界的绝世天骄，好奇心也更重。However, his curiosity about the prodigies from the intermediate and great worlds grew. 尤其是那一道惊世的剑芒，竟然贯穿虚空，横穿宇宙，跨越空间。Especially that astonishing sword beam which pierced through space, traversed the universe, and crossed dimensions. 向着他斩杀而来，即便是他逃脱到了玄天世界，也依旧是难逃毒手，被一道惊世剑芒直接斩落而下，受到了重伤，险些殒命啊。It came slashing towards him, and even after escaping to the mystic heaven world, he still couldn't evade it, being struck down by the sword beam, suffering severe injuries and nearly losing his life. 时空魔子也选择沉默，
内心对于那神秘的叶家少主也更加好奇。
The herald fell silent, becoming increasingly curious about the mysterious young lord of the Ewing clan.
正如此想着，叶冷却盘坐了下来，直接在原地修炼，恢复伤势。
As if reading his thoughts, Cody sat down to meditate on the spot, focusing on healing his wounds.
而在玄天大陆的边缘之地，一座飞船横贯虚空，刺破苍穹，直接来到了这方大千世界之中，无边无际，广袤无垠，浩瀚无比。
On the outskirts of the mystic heaven continent, a spaceship pierced through the sky, arriving in this vast, boundless great world.
叶旭眸子之中光芒闪烁，掌心之上有一幅幽蓝色的地图在闪烁，那是有关于玄天大陆的地图汇总。
Irvin's eyes glinted as a deep blue map flickered in his palm, a comprehensive map of the mystic heaven continent.
毫无疑问，初次来到这方世界之中，十分重组的系统，绝对不会放过半点机会，直接就给予了叶旭全方位地图。
Without a doubt, upon entering this world for the first time, the highly attentive system provided Irvin with a comprehensive map.
其中还蕴含着各类神兵宝物的藏匿地点，可以说是十分贴心了。
It also included locations of various divine weapons and treasures, proving to be quite considerate.
然而叶旭却特别注意了其中一个红色的大点。
However, Irvin paid special attention to one large red dot.
那是他在叶冷身上留下的印记。
It was the mark he left on Cody.
只要根据这般印记，就可以寻找到叶冷的所在之地，前去捣毁了他的大本营。
Following this mark would lead him straight to Cody's base, allowing him to destroy it.
叶旭眼神闪烁，眸若朗星。
Irvin's gaze sparkled like stars.
至于身后的黄若曦和苏怡兰，在见到叶旭如此笑容之后，内心大感不妙。
Behind him, Marjorie and Una felt unease upon seeing Irvin's smile.
默默想到，小主人又要去搞破坏了。
They silently thought, Master is planning mischief again.
加速前进吧，我在这玄天大陆之上，检测到了生命禁区的气息。
Speed up. I've detected the presence of the life forbidden zone here on the mystic heaven continent.
走吧，不能沉寂太久了，否则生命禁区入侵我诸天万界，不断蚕食，那我诸天万界之后又有何处境地呢？
Let's go. We can't stay hidden for too long, or else the life forbidden zone will invade our myriad worlds, eroding them piece by piece. Where will we find peace then?
叶旭身怀大义，口齿伶俐，至于在甲板之上蹦蹦跳跳的玉兔，早就化身成了叶旭的忠实小迷妹。
Irvin spoke with righteous determination, while the jade rabbit on the deck had long become his devoted little fan.
但凡神仙哥哥所说的，那就一定是对的。
Anything Brother Immortal says is always right. Even within the time-space forbidden zone, he could govern a territory, unmatched among the younger generation. Among the 8 great life forbidden zones, only a few could match his strength. You're just bad at it, admit it. That godson from the Myriad Ages Ewing family is of our age and merely an ordinary mortal. What greatness does he have? The herald sneered, dismissing Cody's statement with disdain. He even suspected that Cody was holding back or lying. What did you gain in the other small thousand worlds? Cody asked out of curiosity. These myriad worlds are too fragile. I can't understand why the 10,000 Realms Alliance wants to protect them. The geniuses of those small thousand worlds are like insignificant ants, easily exterminated with a wave of my hand. I wonder what the geniuses from the medium thousand worlds and the large thousand worlds are like. The herald wore a look of contempt, finding it incomprehensible how these geniuses renowned across the myriad worlds could be so weak. Especially in that particular small thousand world, even the successors of major sects and forces were no match for him, easily dispatched with a snap of his fingers, fading away silently. However, he was more curious about the supreme geniuses of the medium thousand worlds and large thousand worlds. The supreme geniuses of small thousand worlds being weak was understandable, but he hoped that the ones from medium thousand worlds, large thousand worlds, and the eternal immortal domain would surprise him, alleviating his loneliness. After all, invincibility is also a kind of solitude. Coming from the life forbidden zone to the 10,000 realms felt like a dimensional assault, where no one could stand against him. Thus, upon learning that Cody had been humbled in a small thousand world, he nearly burst out laughing. A proud genius from the dark forbidden zone, the young lord of the soul-devouring celestial demon clan, being defeated by a genius in a small thousand world. If such news reached the life forbidden zone, it would be a laughingstock, causing endless ridicule. As he thought this, Cody sat down and began cultivating on the spot to recover from his injuries. He had no interest in explaining to the herald. Who would have thought that the young lord of the Myriad Ages Ewing family would come from the everlasting light immortal domain to that remote region, coincidentally encountering him? In the future, when he meets the young lord of the Myriad Ages Ewing family, he would understand just how monstrous and invincible that person is, an existence beyond comprehension. Especially that astonishing sword beam, piercing through space, traversing the universe, crossing realms. It struck him relentlessly even as he fled to the profound heaven world, leaving him severely injured, almost fatal. The herald fell silent, becoming increasingly curious about that mysterious young lord of the Ewing family. What kind of person could receive such high regard? Not only from the top brass of the life forbidden zone, but also from the chaotic realm outside. They repeatedly warned them not to offend Irvin, the divine son of the Myriad Ages Ewing family, lest they invite doom. Moreover, the 10th ranked Dark Series suffered at his hands, being utterly overwhelmed and crushed. He then sat down as well, striking palms with Cody. Dark energy flowed from their bodies, boundless killing and tense surging, almost breaking through the heavens as he helped Cody heal. During this process, he sensed the severity of Cody's injuries, nearly fatal, fortunately repaired by the dark essence energy within, sparing him death. On the edge of the profound heaven continent, a spaceship pierced through the sky, arriving at this vast and boundless large thousand world. Profound Heaven continent was the central landmass of this large thousand world, containing countless medium and small thousand worlds, along with numerous kingdoms and royal dynasties, as well as various sects and powers. Additionally, many of the 10,000 realms races intertwined and spread their influence here. Light flickered in Irvin's eyes as a blue map shimmered in his palm. A map of the Profound Heaven continent. Without a doubt, coming to this world for the first time, the system, ever attentive, provided Irvin with a comprehensive map. It included locations of various divine weapons and treasures, quite considerate indeed. But Irvin paid particular attention to a large red on the map. It was the mark he left on Cody. By following this mark, he could locate Cody and destroy his stronghold. Irvin learned through mental reading that Cody was just the lowest ranked of the 10 Dark series. The other 9 were far more powerful. If he could use this opportunity to go to Cody's location and eliminate the rest of the Dark series, he could restore clarity to the 10,000 realms. Irvin's eyes sparkled like bright stars. As for Sherry and Una behind him, upon seeing Irvin's smile, they sensed impending trouble. He's planning mischief again, they thought. Whenever they saw this smile, whether in the myriad ages Ewing family, the Jade Pool Holy Land, or elsewhere, it meant trouble was coming. Accelerate forward. I've detected traces of the life forbidden zone here on Profound Heaven continent. Let's move. We can't stay idle any longer. Otherwise, as the life forbidden zone continues to invade and devour the 10,000 realms, where will we find a safe haven? Irvin spoke with righteousness and sharpness. Meanwhile, the Jade Rabbit on the deck, now Irvin's loyal fan, bounced around. Whatever Fairy Brother said was right. Note: I've kept the translation as faithful as possible while ensuring it remains fluent and coherent in English. The names Cody and Irvin are preserved using pinyin. Chapter 306, Defying the Odds and Opposing Irvin. Behind Irvin stood the Korra of the Naga clan, clad in a crimson robe. Her eyes flashed with a piercing light. Outside her body, ancient runes emerged, radiating an aura of antiquity, enveloped by 7-colored light. Her skin was as lustrous as jade, resembling fine gemstones that seemed to exude moisture at the slightest touch. The mountains on her chest were firm like lofty peaks, yet alluring like ripe peaches, inviting admiration. She was the Korra of the Naga clan, the supreme ruler. Though the Naga clan had moved to a minor world during her succession, she still understood the magnitude of the life-prohibited zone from ancient texts, a dark entity beyond the reach of even the most powerful undying forces. Only the intervention of the eternal Ewing family could ensure its destruction. In history, the top undying forces once united to eradicate the life-prohibited zone but suffered immense losses, losing their lineage and formiless. Some were entirely swallowed by the darkness. The Naga clan had been forced into exile due to a coalition between the life-prohibited zone and extraterrestrial chaotic beings. Hearing that the young master planned to destroy the garrison of the life-prohibited zone within this grand world at merely 12 years old made her uneasy. "Master, isn't this unwise?" she cautioned. Irvin smiled lightly, shaking his head. With the accumulated power of the Eternaria Heavenly Court, annihilating a mere garrison was feasible. He ordered the colossal spaceship to fly toward the red spot in the distance. He had come to Clinton Anshan world. There was no point in leaving without action. This mission was to obliterate the dark forces within this domain. The Swallowing Soul Demon clan's base lay hidden within dark mountains, thick with lush trees and dense grass, emitting a sinister purple-black hue and blood-red mist, tainted by darkness. Even pure-blooded fierce beasts fought among themselves, influenced by the dark aura, driven to become the strongest leader. They ignored pain, tearing each other apart in combat, risking everything for supremacy. Deep within the divine mountain, a palace stood tall like a mountain range. Fagin had recovered, his wounds healed, his flesh clear and robust, brimming with vitality. Blood energy surged through him like a primordial beast, challenging the heavens. Many thanks to the Alicia, Fagin laughed, feeling the immense power flowing within him. He sensed he was nearing the threshold of time-space power. Previously, he had struggled immensely to comprehend it, visiting the time-space prohibited zone and seeking mentors, but always failed. His soul-swallowing power seemed to repel it. Ewing, after suffering grave injuries, receiving healing from the dark time-space force transformed him, advancing his cultivation. A wave of time-space runes appeared on his palm, time and space swirling around him, showcasing incredible power. As they conversed, a formidable pressure enveloped them, shrouding the sky. Fagin recognized this pressure. Irvin's presence. Invincible among peers, a single strike left me cornered. Alicia, isn't the young master of the eternal Ewing family what you wish to see? He has arrived, yes, the mysterious pressure in the sky. It is Irvin. The Alicia's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let's meet him then. I must witness the super genius who instills fear in both life-prohibited zone leaders and extraterrestrial chaos. Stepping forward, the Alicia turned into a dazzling purple beam shooting toward the sky. Are you Irvin of the Ewing family? A thunderous voice echoed, shaking the heavens, alarming all present. All members of the Swallowing Soul Demon clan looked up. The 9th Dark Sequence Alicia, infamous for slaughtering geniuses across realms, had arrived here for rest and recuperation. Then another black flash appeared next to him. The just-recovered Fagin, dressed in black robes, carrying a terrifying soul-reaping scythe. Standing opposite on the ship was Irvin, age 12, facing 2 others of similar age, Fagin, also 12, and the Alicia, 14. Their confrontation commanded respect, true world-shaking geniuses, representing a clash between eternal immortal territory and life-prohibited zones. The Alicia attacked first, unleashing devastating time-space powers. Space fractured, time froze. Ewing, Irvin responded with a single finger, invoking a celestial pillar wrapped in endless runes, bright like the sun, overwhelming all. The Alicia's heart pounded. His time-space power dissolved into nothingness, struck by the vast, heavenly might, fearing its force. At this moment, he truly comprehended Irvin's terror. Chapter 307. A single hand suppresses, sequence proves no match. The temporal and spatial forces wielded by the Dalton coalesced, shattering the void. The runes emitted an overwhelming aura, akin to falling celestial stars, incredibly terrifying. However, even so, under the finger imprint that resembled a blazing sun, everything was reduced to nothingness, dispersed by boundless light. The powerful divine energy felt like that of ancient gods descending upon the world. Time and space were utterly shattered, dissolving into non-existence. The colossal finger imprint unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, instilling fear. The Dalton's heart raced in shock. He felt incomparable malice in this strike, not just an ordinary duel. Facing this towering force, he felt like a feeble ant with no will to resist. His mind reeled as he once again deployed spatial power, attempting to evade by disappearing into the void. If it were any other prodigy hidden in space, they would be utterly helpless. Unfortunately, he faced Irvin. The massive finger imprint caused the void to collapse, piercing straight through. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as the Dalton spat out blood, flying backward like a broken kite, utterly devastated. His chest caved in, several ribs fractured, and his right arm bled profusely. With just one move, Irvin had suppressed the 9th sequence master of the Dark Zone, the young lord of the Temporal Sanctuary. The difference in power was stark. Irvin's true strength surpassed these super geniuses by an insurmountable margin. There was simply no comparison. It was like a majestic dragon looking down on ants. The Dalton struggled to stabilize himself, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. That single blow had severely injured him. If not for the protection of spatial power, he would already be unconscious. Seeing Cody trying hard not to laugh, the Dalton erupted in fury. Have you finished enjoying the show? Cody couldn't hold back anymore, bursting into laughter. Recalling how he had been mocked by the Dalton when he returned from the small world, feeling humiliated for being no match for Ewing family's young lord, he found it satisfying to see the tables turn now. Without a doubt, Irvin's true combat prowess was unmatched at his level, truly invincible. Even crossing realms, he fought effortlessly, almost becoming a symbol of youthful divinity in the small thousand world. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring demon clan members, both young and elder, remained dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what they witnessed. Wait, did I see that correctly? That young prodigy actually defeated the 9th Dark Sequence Hunter with just one move. Such terrifying power. He could rank among the top 3 of the 10 Dark Sequences. Too frightening. No wonder Lord Cody retreated, heavily wounded. Now it seems even surviving to escape is divine favor. They marveled repeatedly, observing the young prodigy standing proudly on the ship's prow, feeling profound awe. Accustomed to their arrogance within the life sanctuaries, they had come to the grand world and established themselves in Clintonancian continent, holding local forces in contempt, deeming them unworthy of notice. But they generally didn't provoke each other, maintaining peaceful coexistence. Life sanctuaries often existed in many major worlds with peak combatants, but conflicts with local forces were unnecessary. Major worlds' indigenous powers also lacked the depth and top-tier combatants to rival the life sanctuary forces. Mutually choosing peace, they avoided unnecessary troubles. Life sanctuaries only occupied certain regions, while resources remained under the control of local forces. Today, however, they witnessed this absurd scene. They had previously assessed major world geniuses, recognizing their notable talent and strength. Even in their life sanctuaries, such geniuses could gain significant reputations. However, compared to true sanctuary prodigies, they still fell short. This young genius, though, thoroughly crushed the dark sequence. How could the major world produce such remarkable talent? Just then, Cody stared straight at Ewing Tion and shouted loudly, "Leonardo Ewing family, we have no grievances with you. Why do you relentlessly pursue us? Even our sanctuary sovereign ordered us not to confront you, Irvin. Why do you chase us repeatedly, thinking we are easy targets?" Cody loudly questioned, puzzled over the unexplained feud. In the small world, they had no prior conflicts. Appearing in that space, Irvin suddenly attacked without provocation. The Dalton approached Cody, using temporal power to heal his injuries. Harnessing both time and space, he could reverse damage to peak condition, but at a great cost, reversing his bloodline. For some time, he couldn't hunt normally, only picking on the weak. But who knew if he'd live long enough for that to matter? Hearing Cody, the soul-devouring demon clan members exchanged looks, filled with disbelief. They heard that the young prodigy was none other than Leonardo of Myriad Ages Ewing family, the renowned Irvin who topped the physical prowess chart. How can it be the young lord of Myriad Ages Ewing family? But why does Leonardo Ewing family target our young lords? Ewings, as our young lords say, they never provoked Irvin. Elders furrowed their brows, struggling to understand. Irvin smiled faintly, eyes gleaming. Turning the question on the two sanctuary prodigies, he said, "If I didn't have formidable backing or self-protection, I'd still be your hunting target, listed among prey. Your life sanctuary geniuses hunt across my myriad worlds, clearing obstacles so in future battles, none can challenge you. The throne of destiny will fall into your dark zones and outer chaos hands. Don't think I don't know your schemes. As long as I, Irvin, exist and the Myriad Ages Ewing family stands tall in the myriad worlds, you'll remain blocked outside chaos." Chapter 308. 1 against 2, still overwhelming. Irvin stood proudly at the prow of the ship, his eyes sparkling brightly. The surrounding chaos energy swirled around him in a divine and extraordinary manner, making him resemble a youthful deity with a godly halo appearing behind him. His words were forceful and resonated deeply, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Facing Irvin's counter-question, Ulrich, spatio-temporal demon son, and Cody exchanged glances. Indeed, if there was no invincible background to rely on, Irvin would still fall within their hunting range, leaving no bones left, just like how they normally slay others. But his subsequent words directly revealed his stance. He, Irvin, intended to stop the dark sequence from hunting the prodigies across the universe. This declaration was an open challenge. Ulrich clenched his fists tightly, blood-red light flashing in his eyes. The surrounding space trembled, emitting powerful waves that made it seem he could not resist the urge to attack. However, the events that just transpired were still vivid in his memory. Irvin had easily subdued him with a mere gesture. Rushing in recklessly now might end unfavorably for him. Irvin, we don't want to be enemies. Retreat quickly. Even if you are unmatched and uniquely talented, we are also super sequence entities of the Forbidden Zones. If we fight, you will pay a heavy price. Cody spoke menacingly, the murderous intent flashing through his eyes. His blood-colored black robe billowed in the wind, while the soul-snatching scythe behind him flickered ominously, as if linking to the netherworld. Cody was fully prepared, not believing that on his own territory, he could still be bullied. Similarly, Ulrich summoned a spatiotemporal halo that spun behind him, radiating with powers of time and space, making him exceptionally formidable. There's no point talking more. Whether it's one or two, I'll deal with both of you together to save time. Irvin stretched out his hand, showing them the middle finger, inviting them forward, clearly disregarding the two dark sequence members. His eyes held utter disdain, as if looking down upon struggling ants. F***K, this is going too far. Do you really think you're invincible? Cody gripped his scythe tightly, its pitch-black blade releasing a deathly glow, chilling everyone around. The temperature dropped several degrees momentarily. Axel watched this scene aboard the spaceship, feeling profoundly stunned. On one hand, he marveled at Emmanuel's dominance, truly unbeatable, dismissing the world's best prodigies with ease. This was the true might of a powerhouse, exuding overbearing confidence. On the other hand, feeling the intense auras released by Cody and Ulrich, he was deeply shaken. Despite being only teenagers, their comprehensive strength rivaled those 20-year-old prodigies, even surpassing them. If Axel faced them, he would likely be defeated in under 10 moves, slain midair. The snake goddess Cora, Anya, and Axel all watched intently, fearing for Irvin's safety and whether he could stand up against these two dark prodigies. Especially the Cora, who had seen firsthand the power of the soul-swallowing heaven demons before, and the prodigy beside her, mastering the laws of time and space with a spatiotemporal body, clearly from the time-space forbidden zone, nurtured with immense resources and high status. She was concerned despite knowing her master's strength. Facing two famed prodigies from selected dark sequences still made her uneasy. Internally resolving, she thought if Irvin struggled, she would intervene using divine power to save him. Meanwhile, Marjorie and Una found a cozy spot to sit, bringing out snacks to watch the spectacle unfold. They knew no one of their age could match their young master. Brother Wilson, be careful. Anya tugged at Irvin's clothes, tears welling up in her eyes, visibly worried. Irvin smiled gently, patting Anya's head warmly. Be good, stay here. I'll be back soon. With those words, Irvin took a step into the void, bridging the distance instantly, confronting the two prodigies powerfully, resembling a god-wielding chaos. In an instant, he launched a punch, penetrating the sky without using any supernatural techniques, just sheer physical strength. The overwhelming surge of blood chi erupted terrifyingly, causing everyone to shudder. The formidable power vaguely transformed into a blood chi dragon. Like lightning, Irvin reached above Cody and delivered a crushing punch. Reacting swiftly, Cody swung his scythe upward, but Irvin's body was too fearsome, shaking Cody repeatedly, unable to stand firm. Lifting his gaze, Irvin appeared again before Cody, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Cody spat out blood, eyes wide with shock. Irvin gave no chance, pointing his finger which struck Cody like being hit by a primordial beast, sending him plummeting like a meteor, crashing into the ground, creating a deep pit. He was thoroughly overwhelmed, unable to react. This was Irvin's terror. Not stopping there, Ulrich sealed the space with spatiotemporal power, but Irvin laughed coldly, breaking through effortlessly like fragile glass. A punch followed, tearing through the spatial barrier Ulrich tried to erect, proving ineffective. Irvin chanted spells, invoking starlight and the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, summoning celestial energy to form 36 giant swords capable of cleaving through anything. Cut! Irvin commanded, the 36 giant swords suspended in the sky descending sharply, slicing through clouds and space. Rivers of stardust cascaded down, transforming into divine swords that obliterated everything. Buzz buzz buzz. Resounding sword sounds filled the air. The colossal swords forged from starlight were immensely powerful, representing the cosmos, shattering everything in their path. Ulrich sensed danger, activating his origin power to resist. Too frightening, far beyond human capability. Time and space powers were pushed to their limits, distorting space into a black hole just to block this single strike. Yoink! The descending celestial swords cut through the distorted space effortlessly. Even with control over time, nothing mattered. The celestial sword shattered and reformed instantly. Pooh! Instantly, Ulrich was pierced by the 36 giant swords, his once powerful body now a bloody mess. His eyes dimmed, the spatiotemporal halo behind him fading. Gaping, he clutched his chest, heavily injured, his body near collapse. Had he not used spatiotemporal power to protect his heart veins, he would already be dead. Before he could lift his head, a shadow appeared before him, delivering a final palm strike. #### Chapter 309. Local powers emerge. I have a background, unrivaled. This palm strike was infused with incomparable divine power, akin to an ancient divine mountain crashing down. The pupil of time-space demon's pupils constricted sharply. His entire body trembled as if crushed by stars, unable to even lift himself up. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest collapsing into a massive crater, and he plummeted downward. Irvin's figure gradually blurred. With a single wave of his hand, Irvin's gaze flashed, dominating all directions, invincible. Witnessing this scene, Everyone sucked in a breath sharply, finding it hard to believe. Even the elders stationed at the Swallow Soul Sky Demon's stronghold felt like they were dreaming upon seeing this. What on earth is happening? In their own territory, the young lord of the Swallow Soul Sky Demons and the Time-Space Demon, who possessed the Time-Space body, were suppressed, completely overwhelmed without any chance to retaliate. Is this the true strength of the Joab son? The Joab son, was he really just a mortal body as rumored? Perhaps they concealed something. Just a casual movement, and the great Tao force overflows. With such formidable power, you still believe he's only a mortal body? Some of the young geniuses whispered to each other, discussing incessantly. They sneered at the idea that the Joab son had a mortal body, refusing to believe it. Clearly, the myriad ancients Ewing family concealed information, simply to make the Joab son appear weak. Evidently, they had been deceived. At this moment, in a hidden void space, 3 robed figures exchanged glances. Heh, the Joab son walked right into our trap. Elder Cord, if we don't act now, when will we? Right. Though a few others followed him to the Black Heaven continent, they are all just youngsters. The strongest one in the open is merely that girl who has just entered the true god realm. Why not seize this opportunity to eliminate potential threats? The Joab son possesses such extraordinary talent. Keeping him alive is dangerous for both the life forbidden zone and the outer chaotic realms. The trio deliberated, a fierce determination flickering in their eyes, harboring lethal intentions toward Irvin. This was a rare and fleeting opportunity. In the eternal immortal realm, Irvin had the protection of the myriad ancients Ewing family, leaving the life forbidden zone powerless. Even the greatest beings from the outer chaotic realms would be walking to their deaths if they dared intervene. The myriad ancients Ewing family was like an imperishable mountain, standing eternal in the eternal immortal realm, unyielding through millennia and the collapse of worlds. Now, out here with no powerful backers, only a newly ascended true god, they could do nothing to help him. These 3 were the mightiest in their stronghold, reaching the limits of this world. Each one was a genuine god king. Together, they could easily ensure Irvin's death. We should act. Delay brings complications. There's no time to hesitate. For the greater good of the life forbidden zone and the outer chaotic realms, even if we must sacrifice ourselves and face the wrath of the Ewing family, so be it. What choice do we have but to die? Their words barely fading, these 3 robed god kings appeared in the void. At that very moment, 2 figures in white robes emerged, radiating immense power, exuding the aura of god kings. Clearly, they were the peak cultivators of this great world, supreme rulers. Upon appearing, they saw the 3 young geniuses still engaged in a fierce battle. Humph, whose children are these? Daring to cause trouble on our Black Heaven continent. Young brats, oblivious to their insignificance. What a commotion in the life forbidden zone's territory. So what? This is our Black Heaven continent. Arrest these 3 brats. Glancing at each other, they decided to target the strongest among the youths first. As for the 3 black-robed god kings, they were elated upon seeing the local powers emerge, deeming it a heaven-sent opportunity. The 2 local god kings displayed their might openly, clearly aiming to capture Irvin. Their intentions did not concern the black-robed ones. If these 2 could stall the people on the ship and any hidden protectors, the 3 god kings could simultaneously attack. Even if Irvin had 9 lives, they would claim them all. The 3 black-robed god kings vanished into the void, rushing toward Irvin. Irvin sensed the overwhelming divine aura, his expression turning cold. He had just suppressed the 2 dark sequences, about to slay them. Unbeknownst to him, the life forbidden zone already couldn't wait. It seemed they intended to assassinate him here. However, Irvin remained calm, unperturbed, calmly flicking his wrist. Glancing up, he saw the 2 local god kings rushing toward him as well. His actions had stirred too much noise, alerting the local god kings. Irvin sensed no murderous intent from them, but in the void, he felt a lethal resolve, clearly intent on eliminating him. A faint smile crept onto Irvin's lips as he snapped his fingers and called out effortlessly, "Guards!" In an instant, the surrounding void shattered, emitting an aura of supreme power, transcending the limits of the Black Heaven continent. A dimension-bending strike from true invincible ones. The space shook, unable to withstand such divine might. Before anyone could react, 5 figures in golden armor appeared abruptly, their gazes resolute, their bodies radiating divine light. Their golden armor shone brilliantly, resembling ancient war gods descending. The moment these 5 invincible ones appeared, the 2 local god kings realized the situation's gravity, screaming inwardly, "Oh no, we've hit iron." Just as they tried to flee, one invincible one unleashed a colossal palm, capturing both local god kings. Meanwhile, the 3 black-robed god kings hiding in the void, ready to ambush, were also captured by another invincible one who punched through space, trapping all 3 in his grip. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Chapter 310. Slaying the Divine Kings, spatial chaos unfolds. The 3 black-clothed Divine Kings were now like insignificant ants, held tightly in the palm of a massive hand from which there was no escape. Even if they exerted all their abilities and extraordinary strength, it made no difference. The Divinity Venerable's eyes sparkled, his golden armor radiating divine light as he looked at the 3 black-clothed Divine Kings, subtly increasing the pressure of his hand. In that void, the gigantic hand composed of great Tao power applied force as well, faint cracking sounds of bones becoming audible. It was the bones of these 3 black-clad powerhouses that seemed to be about to turn into powder. At this point, the 3 could no longer hold back. They let out cries of agony. "Aya!" One of them screamed, coughing up blood as if enduring intense torture. He still tried to utilize his king's law to mend himself, tracing back to heal his physical body. But it was more like struggling before death. In front of a Divinity Venerable, all was futile. The power of the Divinity Venerable was terrifying to this extent. With a snap of his fingers, so-called kings became mere jokes, struggling helplessly under his grasp without any means to resist. Irvin observed the three black-clothed divine kings, a gleam flashing in his eyes as runes shimmered, resembling sunlight and moonlight revealing everything. Through the dark aura emanating from them, it was evident that these three were divine kings from the life-restricted area, already eroded by darkness. Their eyes glowed red, emitting dense deathly and bizarre energy. Moreover, they could resonate with the local laws, clearly indicating they were likely the highest combat power of the Swallow Soul Demon race's residents in this world. Indeed, due to the limitations of a grand universe, divine kings would never appear beyond this level. As for the guards he brought along, they were variables. Supported by the eternal Ewing clan, such world limitations meant nothing to him. If this world's heavenly Tao disapproved, at worst, he'd pull them out for a scolding. After all, within his system space resided a once defiant world that now obeyed him faithfully. As for the two local divine kings, they were also writhing in the grasp of another divinity venerable's hand. The power of the divinity venerable was too terrifying. Even a casual strike unleashed great Tao rules. These two divine kings, the pinnacle of this grand universe's combat prowess, who had once lorded over this realm, now realized their insignificance and fragility. Under the oppressive might of the divinity venerable, their bodies shattered, blood splattering onto the ground, forming craters as if meteorites had fallen. Senior, we know our mistake. We beg Senior to spare us. This place's disturbance is too large. Not knowing what kind of transcendent figure was fighting here, we came to observe and hoped to prevent the battle, but didn't expect to anger the heavenly authority. One of the divine kings screamed in agony, looking immensely pained and savage. Jethro, how should we handle this? The divinity venerable guard directly ignored the two local divine kings' pleas for mercy and instead asked Irvin for instructions. I had no ill intentions, release them, Irvin said indifferently. The divinity venerable nodded, sweeping his hand out, releasing a surge of powerful law energy like a boiling sea wave, overwhelming and unstoppable. That extremely dense great Tao power condensed into substance, slapping the two local divine kings into oblivion until they vanished without a trace. Jethro only said to release them but left the method up to them. Meanwhile, another divinity venerable in golden armor squeezed tightly, the three black-clothed divine kings writhing in pain, their bones almost turning to powder, not to mention the spraying blood. Their physical bodies neared collapse, and even their divine souls wobbled. Nigel, what about these three? The divinity venerable guard softly inquired as one of the black-clothed divine kings begged loudly. We have no ill intent, just passing by. Ewings, yes, we three are part of the Swallow Soul Demon race, top-tier combat forces in this world. There was an external battle, and we just came to see the spectacle and admire Nigel's demeanor. Tears and snot streamed down their faces, looking pitiful like elderly men or wrongfully accused victims, desperately pleading for mercy. Irvin couldn't help but chuckle. These three were, after all, divine kings, sovereigns in the realm of divinity. Although they hadn't achieved true immortality, they had walked far on the path of longevity. Normally, they should possess royal pride. Now, however, tears flowed freely, noses running like dogs by the roadside. Are all the divine kings from the life-restricted areas like this? For a dog's life, they abandon the pride unique to divine kings. Where is the dignity of mighty warriors? Irvin jeered, arms crossed, gaze piercing through their very souls. He then sneered and lifted his hand, bringing it down. The divinity venerable understood, clenching his hand. The colossal palm imprint formed by endless great Tao laws followed suit, unleashing formidable energy capable of sweeping everything away. Within moments, those three black-clothed divine kings turned into minced flesh, bursting apart, blood flying everywhere. Even their divine king souls were extinguished in the void, disappearing from time itself, never to reincarnate again. The annihilation of their divine souls marked their true extinction. Below, members of the Swallow Soul Demon clan, whether elders or common disciples, trembled in fear, afraid to utter a word. Some wise ones attempted to flee, using spatial secrets, trying to escape. Irvin stretched lazily, suddenly remembering something. He nearly forgot. Those two dark sequence beings were merely gravely injured. He had come to eliminate future threats and must not let them escape. With a wave of his hand, runes flashed, filling the space with colorful patterns, 5 color lights swirling as if constructing a spatial seal. Irvin lunged forward abruptly, grabbing Bede and Cody from a void space. They both looked bewildered, gazing at each other. Wait, how did they come back? Fortunately, the appearance of the two local divine kings and the 3 black-clothed divine kings helped distract Irvin, allowing them a chance to flee. Bede even used the core power of his time-space body to hasten his escape. It felt like a cosmic-level joke. They thought they had escaped to safety, but amidst the chaos, they ended up back here. Irvin smiled coldly, watching them with interest. Irvin, do you have to exterminate us completely? As long as you let us go, we can swear on the Great Tao never to be your enemies. Chapter 311. Annihilating the sequence, obliterating the garrison. Nash squinted his eyes and spoke to Irvin. However, unlike before, he now seemed like an insignificant ant pleading to a celestial god, hoping for mercy. And Omar was trembling all over. Facing Irvin was like confronting an unparalleled killing deity, inducing indescribable fear. He couldn't fathom what sort of genius this could be, especially with such an invincible background, utterly surpassing reason. It was well known that this boundless world had its limits. The strongest cultivator's strength could absolutely not exceed that of a divine king. This was an unbreakable rule. Even their life prohibition zone garrisons planted in each major boundless world only had divine kings as their strongest members. Anyone above that rank could not enter. Ewing, Irvin carried 5 deity venerables as bodyguards, moving freely through myriad worlds. Even the boundless world's heavenly Tao or coil did not dare to say much. Was this the authority of the Ewing family? Moreover, damn it, you knew the strongest here is a divine king, Yet you brought a deity venerable, capable of crushing countless divine kings. And bringing 5 deity venerable guards at once, how insecure must you be? Not just the 2 of you. That so-called Xianxia hunter, the 10 dark sequences, I'll slay any I see from now on. Note, Xianxia means forbidden zone, or restricted area. For better fluency and context fitting, it can be translated as that so-called restricted zone hunter. Here's the improved version. That so-called restricted zone hunter, the 10 dark sequences, I'll slay any I see from now on. Killing the 2 of you first leaves only 8. They will meet their end sooner or later. In the afterlife, you will reunite in hell. Irvin coldly smiled, pointing out with one hand and slicing the air, tearing through the sky with ease as if it were a razor-sharp divine sword. He pierced straight through Nash's forehead. Another effortless swipe, and despite Omar frantically utilizing temporal power, even forcing his origin essence, it was futile. He was directly killed. In his last few seconds of life, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was the young master of a great clan within the temporal prohibited land, possessing the time-space body. The stage for showcasing his brilliance across the universe should have been set for him, yet he died prematurely without achieving anything. He refused to accept it. Why was fate so unjust? Without encountering Irvin, equipped with the time-space body, inherently mastering 2 supreme laws, he would have undoubtedly become a shining star in the universe. His era hadn't begun, and yet it ended. Irvin extended his hand, unleashing incomparable chaos power, enveloping both corpses with chaos divine light. Under the cover of runes, their bodies were broken down into energy particles and absorbed into Irvin's body. The perfect chaos body possessed the characteristic of assimilation. The essence of all things is chaos. Now, everything returned to its original primordial state, becoming Irvin's property and under his command. Whether it was the characteristics of the soul-devouring demon race or the powers of the time-space body, they were now assimilated into Irvin's own resources. Thus, Irvin successfully obtained the abilities to devour souls and harness the powers of the time-space body. In the future, he could activate these features, innately mastering time and space laws to wield their power and suppress all enemies. So this is the characteristic of the chaos body, truly deserving of being the top constitution in the infinite universe, unmatched by anyone. Irvin deeply comprehended its miraculous nature. Assimilation was far more terrifying than mere devouring, which always left some defects, unable to fully integrate for personal use. Only absorption enhanced strength. But assimilation encompassed devouring traits while allowing perfect fusion, making one fully adaptable, mastering other geniuses' traits and various abilities. However, the chaos body's characteristics went beyond mere assimilation. It included absolute invincibility of the flesh, sweeping through myriad worlds, suppressing all realms. And it came with 4 unique phenomena innately possessed by the chaos body, far surpassing other constitutions. A thought suddenly emerged in Irvin's mind. If he defeated immortals like Immortal Sage Body, Heaven Sage Body, Tide Song Tyrant Body, and assimilated them using the chaos body, could he replicate their unique phenomena into his chaos body? The system voice rang again. Host, your creative ideas amaze me. Host greatness, forever God. The host's idea is correct. After assimilating other constitutions, the chaos body can perfectly replicate their innate phenomena. At this moment, Irvin's chaos spirit sea began to boil, akin to boiling water. Spirit energy surged, causing massive waves. Above the celestial spirit, divine light burst forth. The supreme chaos Emmanuel technique automatically activated, guiding immense energy through specific pathways within his body according to the technique. After some contemplation, Irvin realized he could enhance his cultivation by devouring souls after assimilating the soul-devouring demon clan's soul-devouring trait. By assimilating the energies of Nash and Omar, their souls were also devoured, becoming his nourishment, helping him break through the shackles of the divine platform realm. Irvin silently marveled, truly good people, helping him even in death. He then said to the 5 deity venerable guards and Korra on the boat, the soul-devouring demon clan's base in Black Sky Continent is hereby obliterated. All darkness in myriad worlds will be cleansed. This is merely our first stop. Irvin calmly stated. Who would have thought such a calm tone could decide the complete annihilation of a prohibition garrison dominating a boundless world? Following Jethro's orders, the 5 deity venerable experts saluted Irvin respectfully. Then, one of them stepped forward, looking at the ancient garrison. Extending a hand, immeasurable energy gathered, supreme laws converging into a colossal palm print that descended like a mountain, exerting overwhelming pressure. Some garrison elders attempted to flee, using spatial techniques, but in vain. As if trapped in mire, they felt no resistance. They could only watch helplessly as the palm print fell. No! Under the cries of numerous beings, the grand palm print smashed down, covering the entire area like an ancient divine mountain. Smoke dissipated, the heavens cleared, revealing a deep pit devoid of any life. All living creatures within the garrison, whether elder or disciple, were annihilated. Chapter 312. Breaking through the Divine Palace, 10,000 Zhang Divine Palace, shattering records. Axel and the Korra on the ship's bow witnessed this scene with awe and shock, speechless from the sheer power displayed. Axel had only experienced the Chaz's energy, a colossal force that commanded awe in the great world. You inked, the Chaz could annihilate such a mighty presence with a mere word. Was this the true might of the Chaz? Even the great world trembled at his slightest whim. Even the strongest entities in this realm were dismissed with a single strike by one of the Emperor's guards. The forces opposing him were crushed into deep craters without a hint of life left. The Emperor's might was terrifyingly immense. Fortunately, Axel had the sense to cling to the Emperor's influence early on. As long as he followed the Chaz, he would have meat aplenty and endless wine to drink, with no one daring to look down on him across all the worlds. Perhaps everywhere he went, people would kneel in reverence. However, the most stunned was undoubtedly the Nagakora. Her Naga clan once held considerable influence among the celestial races, possessing significant clout in the myriad worlds. They understood the various powers well and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Life Taboo Zone. Still, the Life Taboo Zone's profound strength made even immortal-level factions hesitate to challenge it directly. Their stronghold in the Great World was far beyond what any other faction could dare approach. Their strongest members included God Kings limited only by world boundaries. As she witnessed Irvin's effortless annihilation of such a formidable force, it was the first time she encountered such a domineering young man. The charisma he exuded was extremely captivating. Lost in thought, the Cora's cheeks flushed slightly as she reminded herself not to daydream. After all, Irvin was the lofty divine son, the young master of the Ewing family. Even during the Naga clan's peak, they were unworthy to stand before him. What delusions was she entertaining? She truly needed to understand her place. Meanwhile, Marjorie and Una exchanged glances. Their crystalline eyes sparkled with understanding, as if they had anticipated this outcome. From childhood, no one who dared oppose their young master ever met a good end. How much more so for the Life Taboo Zone, a power that had always been at odds with the ancient Ewing family across the myriad worlds. They suspected that if their young master were powerful enough, he would likely wage war against the entire borderlands, sweeping through the Life Taboo Zone and venturing into the chaotic outer domains. Just then, a booming sound drew everyone's attention again. Irvin, standing proudly in the void, gradually closed his eyes. His body emitted brilliant divine light, encircled by divine rings, resembling an unparalleled deity. His hair shone like jade, spreading out gracefully. Ancient imprints appeared on his flesh, intricate and mysterious, defying even some of the oldest great beings to discern their nature. Threads of chaos energy radiated from him, with the sun and moon shining together. A beam of divine light pierced the heavens from his crown, as if he embodied the essence of the universe, the rightful protagonist of all creation. Chaos divine light intertwined around him. Boundless spiritual energy surged like a whirlwind, flooding into Irvin's body. Around him, it felt like an ocean of spiritual energy, so dense it seemed almost tangible, yet his chaos physique absorbed everything without resistance. The chaotic Emmanuel technique circulated within him, every cell glowing brilliantly, containing supreme power, terrifyingly surpassing everyone's imagination. The four heavenly beasts' mighty silhouettes rushed toward him, and boundless divine power formed a divine dragon around Irvin. A roar shook heaven and earth, signaling his imminent ascent to the Divine Palace realm. The Divine Palace realm is a pivotal transition. After it comes the Sage Dao, while the Divine Palace marks the final major stage of the foundational phase. Crossing this threshold brings true transformation. Now, he aimed to transform his seven-colored spirit platform into a personalized Divine Palace. The grander the palace, the greater the person's strength. Some exceptionally gifted youths with supreme constitutions could build palaces up to 5,000 feet tall. True geniuses nurtured by immortal factions with immense resources might reach 8,000 feet. Incredibly formidable. Suddenly, Irvin's eyes snapped open. The divine dragon circling him surged toward the 9 heavens. Its majestic figure blocked the sun and moon, like a world-ending divine dragon whose roar echoed like thunder Chunhan, shocking the void. Faintly, a divine figure slowly emerged, eyes opening to awe the 10,000 heavens, unmatched across the eternal ages. Above Irvin's crown, the 7-colored spirit platform emerged, transforming and evolving. Runes enveloped it, divine light shimmered, and a vast palace gradually came into view. It was enormous, with 4 divine beasts guarding its 4 corners: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Though just projections, they still possessed awe-inspiring power that shook countless universes. The massive divine palace rapidly expanded to 3,000 feet, then 5,000 feet. Everyone was astonished, but it was far from over. The palace continued growing until it reached 10,000 feet. No, not the limit. 30,000 feet. 50,000 feet. Still expanding. At this point, even Alicia, hidden in the void silently protecting Irvin, was speechless, eyes wide, in shock. This was the potential of a divine emperor's son? It surpassed any description or measure. Finally, the divine palace ceased expanding. At this moment, it stood at an astonishing 100,000 feet tall. Ewing Irvin showed no concern and annihilated them effortlessly. This was the first time she had encountered such a domineering young man. His charisma drew much attention, making her cheeks flush slightly. She reminded herself not to daydream. After all, he was a high-ranking divine son, the young master of the Ewing family. Even during the glorious days of the Naga clan, they wouldn't dare approach someone like him. Meanwhile, Catalina and Una exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling as if they had foreseen this. Anyone who dared oppose their young master since childhood never fared well. How much more so for the Life Taboo Zone, an entity fundamentally incompatible with the ancient Ewing family spanning myriad worlds. If their young master possessed enough power, he would likely lead a direct assault on the borders of myriad worlds to sweep away the Life Taboo Zone entirely, breach the cosmic barriers, and conquer the chaos beyond. As this thought crossed their minds, a loud rumbling drew everyone's attention again. Standing majestically in midair, Irvin slowly closed his eyes. His body emitted a dazzling divine light, encircled by divine halos, appearing as a supreme deity. His hair shimmered like jade, flowing freely. Ancient imprints appeared on his flesh, intricate and profound, imprints that even some ancient great beings couldn't decipher. Streams of chaotic energy emanated from him, with sunlight and moonlight merging, shooting divine beams from his crown, embodying the spirit of the cosmos itself, the undisputed protagonist of heaven and earth. Chaos-infused divine light intertwined around him, with symbols of the way weaving into countless runes that surged like dragons toward Irvin's body. Around him, the air became a sea of dense spiritual energy, thick enough to solidify. Ewing, his chaos body absorbed everything without hesitation. The Chaos Emmanuel technique circulated within him, each cell radiating incomparably, harboring unparalleled power that surpassed imagination. The four divine beasts of heaven approached, surrounding Irvin. Endless divine power formed a dragon encircling him, roaring to shake the heavens. He was about to transcend into the Divine Palace realm. The Divine Palace is a pivotal transition. After the Divine Palace comes the Sage realm. The Divine Palace realm represents the final major stage of the foundational period, marking a true transformation upon crossing it. Now, he aimed to forge his seven-colored spirit platform into his exclusive Divine Palace. A larger Divine Palace signifies greater strength. Super youths with exceptional physiques might create a palace 5,000 zhang tall. True geniuses nurtured by immortal forces and vast resources might achieve 8,000 zhang. At this moment, Irvin's eyes snapped open. The divine dragon beside him soared into the ninth heaven, its massive form eclipsing the sun and moon, roaring thunderously to stun the void. A faint shadow of a god emerged, opening its eyes to awe the 9 heavens and 10 lands, commanding invincibility through all eternity. On Irvin's crown, the 7-colored spirit platform emerged, gradually transforming and evolving. Enveloped in runes and emitting radiant light, a colossal palace began to take shape before everyone's eyes. This grand palace was guarded by the 4 great divine beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Though they were only shadows, they radiated a force powerful enough to awe thousands of universes. The palace rapidly expanded, starting at 3,000 zhang, then to 5,000 zhang. Everyone was astonished, but this was far from over. Light continued to flash, runes flowed, and the palace reached 10,000 zhang. No, it wasn't stopping yet. 30,000 zhang, 50,000 zhang. It kept growing. At this point, not only were those on the ship stunned, but also Alicia, the hidden supreme deity protecting Irvin, was utterly amazed. This was the potential of a D-Sun? It was far beyond words and descriptions. Finally, the palace ceased expanding. But now, the Divine Palace was an astounding 100,000 zhang tall. Hashtag chapter 313. The multiverse shaken, the entire world stunned. At this moment, Irvin stood proudly in the air, his gaze domineering as he surveyed all directions like an unparalleled king. His eyes emitted a powerful light, showcasing unmatched strength. Above his heavenly soul, a divine palace stood tall between heaven and earth, ancient and eternal, exuding an aura of immortality. Divine light surged and roiled through the heavens and earth, sweeping in torrents like a vast abyss. Around the divine palace, for spiritual beasts, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and others, stood guard, their formidable power transcending the ordinary and reaching supreme heights. Though they were mere projections, it felt as if their true forms had descended, sweeping away everything before them, revealing themselves in the starry sky. The nightingale hidden in the void was dumbfounded. At this moment, her cold, indifferent eyes revealed ripples of shock. Could it be? Was this real? Her master, Irvin, only 12 years old, had actually advanced to the Divine Palace realm. 4 peers of his age, even those with special constitutions who received resource cultivation, most would still be struggling at the deity skill level. But 10,000 zhang, Chinese measurement unit, of a divine palace? Even she, a peerless existence at the pinnacle of the D realm, standing at the peak of the cosmos, could scarcely believe it. Back when she was at the Divine Palace stage, despite abundant resources and fortuitous encounters, her Divine Palace only reached 30,000 zhang. Her achievement then caused quite a stir. Even the elders of the Jade Pond Holy Land personally appeared to prepare gifts and rewards for her. Now, she witnessed the birth of a miracle, a legend that seemed unbelievable, almost mythic. Is this what the world calls an ordinary body? Where is the ordinariness? Throughout history, which ordinary person has achieved such a level? Once, hearing about the legends of the son of the Joab, she doubted the tales, thinking they were exaggerated. Now, it seems the reality surpassed the stories. Looking at that towering, monumental structure, 100,000 zhang of Divine Palace, it seemed almost unbelievable. Rumor had it that even the current Joab Bogdan, back in his Divine Palace stage, only reached 70,000 zhang, earning him the title of Invincible. As for the Korra, her stern face was now moved beyond words. Even their Serpent God clan's ancestor couldn't reach this level. If Irvin grew up, his might would surpass even Bogdan. The fortune of the Ewing family would extend across countless eras, remaining prosperous in the multiverse. Perhaps not even the darkness from the chaotic outer realms could threaten them. Could this be the will of the heavens? Born to seize the mandate of heaven, born for cultivation, born to overcome calamities. At this moment, the sun in the sky shone brilliantly upon the Divine Palace, making it seem even more transcendent and holy. Irvin, enveloped in boundless chaos light, looked down upon the world like a deity, holding the power of the universe, unmatched. Having built a true Dao Divine Palace, he took another step toward becoming a sage. The path ahead would be even more difficult, but Irvin's gaze remained bright and fearless. Even under the burden of the Dao curse, what does it matter? He would still break through it. When he broke through to the Divine Palace stage, the Dao curse attempted to stop him but failed, instead honing his resolve. News of Irvin's breakthrough to the Divine Palace stage would quickly spread across the major worlds, even reaching the eternal immortal realm, causing a stir throughout the multiverse. Clinton Ancient Continent, Central China. What? An elder from the eternal immortal realm actually visited this world. Report to the Patriarch, it's not just a young elder from the eternal immortal realm, but a true top figure. He is Jethro Irvin of the 10,000 Ancient Ewing family, son of the Joab Bogdan, whose name resounds through the cosmos. The 10,000 Ancient Ewing family is universally recognized as the top power in the multiverse. Inside a splendid palace, a robed elder was stunned, his heart trembling as he heard reports from subordinates. The arrival of a young elder from the eternal immortal realm, the Jethro of the 10,000 ancient Ewing family, son of the current Joab, came to Clintonanchan continent, a major world. And, immediately after descending, he destroyed the Dark Forbidden Zone's outpost in this world. The soul-devouring heavenly demon clan's base was annihilated, turning into a deep pit. Though major worlds have cultivation limits, the strongest cultivators can't exceed the level of a divine king. But that outpost wasn't comparable to any local force in this world. They didn't provoke each other. Ewing Irvin obliterated it ruthlessly without hesitation or fear of consequences. This must be the benefit of having an unbeatable background. Elsewhere in central China, a large clan was in an uproar. Upon confirming the presence of the Ewing family's young master, they organized a welcoming party to try to get on good terms. Their patriarch was gathering people, sending out messages to locate the young master while hurriedly collecting treasures from their territory, hoping to gain favor by presenting valuable gifts. Suddenly, energy waves erupted from the rear mountain, connecting heaven and earth, releasing terrifying brilliance. Some young disciples saw an ancient coffin board, covered in complex runes and intertwined rules, shattering into pieces, ascending to the sky. Then a roar was heard. Damn it! You little bastards are still standing there? That's the Ewing family's young master. Aren't you preparing a grand welcome? If we lose the chance to meet the Ewing family's young master, I'll make you answer for it. These were several ancient ancestors of the clan, awakening after hearing accurate news. They rushed out, fearing any slowness or failure in courting the Ewing family. This was the 10,000 ancient Ewing family. Welcoming their young master was secondary. Serving them was paramount. If they could climb aboard the Ewing family's high branch, not only could they escape this major world, they might even elevate it to a higher dimensional universe. This was the divine power and supreme influence of the Ewing family in the multiverse. Even lowly ants would tremble at the mention of the Ewing family name. Central China, Su family. In a ramshackle hut, several horses neighed noisily, showing hunger and impatience towards the person feeding them. One magnificent horse emitted energy fluctuations, indicating its hunger. In front, a youth dressed in coarse clothes hurriedly prepared hay, muttering curses. I am a prodigy blessed by a mysterious powerhouse, destined to rule. Why am I still feeding horses? If it weren't for my sister Yu Clintonan, this Su family, I won't stay here either. Chapter 314. Furious in the Forbidden Zone, a promising alchemy seed, and a family's bastard daughter. One of the 8 great life prohibited zones, Soul-Wandering Mountain. Endless and vast, dark mountain ranges spread as far as the eye can see, occupying this area. Towering into the clouds, an eerie atmosphere pervades, as if it were a dwelling place for ghosts from the underworld. Located at the remote edges of the universe, it is terrifying, resembling an entrance to a sinister hell, with cries of despair and howls of wolves echoing occasionally. In the void, one can see wandering spirits everywhere, and there are powerful souls devouring each other to strengthen their spiritual bodies. This is Soul-Wandering Mountain, one of the 8 great life prohibited zones, and also the habitat of many dark races. At this moment, deep within Soul-Wandering Mountain, lies a major clan with strict order, devouring heavenly spirits and various forms of energy for cultivation. Inside a grand hall, ghostly wails intertwine, and a voice resounds through the heavens, terrifying and piercing, causing the eardrums to nearly burst. Master Ewing has insulted us too much. Do they really think our Swallow Soul Demon clan is so easy to manipulate? Just because he has an invincible background, does he think he can act without restraint? What have we done to offend him? Our young master, destined for greatness among the dark lineage, was killed for no reason. On the highest throne in the grand hall, a figure clad in blood-red black robes with sharp ears like those of a western vampire yelled in fury. Certainly, this was just impotent rage. He smashed objects around the hall, venting his anger on his subordinates. To become the leader of the Swallow Soul Demon clan, he must possess a steady temperament and unique qualities, not acting recklessly. His current fury must be due to the young Master Irvin from the myriad ancient Ewing family. It was indeed outrageous. The Swallow Soul Demon clan had never offended anyone, yet their young master was killed without any clear reason. Was it wrong for someone destined by fate in the dark lineage to go hunting geniuses across the cosmos? Unfortunately, the leader of the Swallow Soul Demon clan overlooked a crucial point. Their young master could indeed hunt other geniuses, but being hunted by others was also normal and justified. However, what astonished him was that Irvin was ruthless. Not only did he kill their young master, but he also wiped out their stronghold on mystical Sky Continent. With just one palm strike, countless lives vanished. Below the dais, the many elders of the Swallow Soul Demon clan trembled, daring not to speak. The clan leader was like a madman, terrifying and fearsome. No one dared utter another word. Irvin, I will make you pay. Linus, quickly awaken the ancient anomalies and forbidden geniuses of our Swallow Soul Demon clan. Let them revive in this era. I don't believe that an ancient king would be unable to deal with a mere 10-year-old boy. The leader roared furiously, eyes blazing with rage. If it were just the destruction of one stronghold, it might not be so serious, but with the loss of a significant foothold in the myriad universes, they were severely impacted. The Golden Age was about to dawn, and the life-prohibited zones and outer chaotic realms were actively establishing strongholds in eternal, immortal domain and the vast world, planning something significant. Their supreme ruler, the supreme evil god, was reviving. As the ultimate controller of the outer chaotic realms, surpassing all realms, his power was beyond imagination. Revival, however, was gradual. Even when initially revived with only fragments of his power, it far exceeded even the might of deities. After the Golden Age dawns, using the Great Tao rules as sustenance and the energy of the era as feed, they would fully awaken him. Even the current Joab Bogdan could no longer bind them, leaving them unafraid. As for Irvin, the son of the Divine Emperor, the clan leader was already driven mad and wanted immediate revival of their ancient anomalies and forbidden kings, all for Irvin's death. Clan leader, this may not be wise. The curtain of the Golden Age hasn't truly lifted yet. Awakening ancient anomalies and forbidden kings now might backfire and hinder their development in this era. Linus attempted to persuade but, seeing the blood-red eyes of the Woody, hastily retracted his words respectfully. I obey your command, clan leader. He hurried off to the ancient grounds of the Swallow Soul Demon clan to awaken the ancient anomalies and forbidden geniuses. Above mystical sky continent, the spaceship hovered in the void, unmoving. Irvin stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, appreciating the beautiful scenery. We've been out for some time. Perhaps it's time to return. Irvin smiled faintly, ready to order the spaceship back to eternal immortal domain. His journey to the small thousand worlds had been fruitful. He had subdued the Snake Deity clan, acquiring the powerful warrior Korra of the Snake Deity, and recruited Axel, a son of destiny, into their celestial court. There was also the potentially limitless Anya, who had the potential to evolve into the Een Anya. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Chime, chime, chime. Fortune compass activated. Chime, chime, chime. Detected a fortune daughter. Susanna, Elizabeth, an excellent alchemy seed with the purple extreme pill body, showing astonishing talent in alchemy, second only to the divine pill body. But limited by the world's restrictions, alchemy is underdeveloped on mystical sky continent. Elizabeth's abilities are suppressed, her constitution dormant, making her seem useless. She has made no progress in cultivation and holds a low status in the alchemy-focused Sioux family of Central Divine Land, unable to successfully refine pills. Irvin paused, taken aback. Just as he planned to return to eternal immortal domain, the dog system reminded him of a nearby fortune daughter. Whether or not to recruit her into the celestial court was up to Irvin. But why would he let a fat piece of meat go? Chapter 315. The Defiant Prodigy, the Stable Boy, and the Heritage. Unified Z, locate this alchemy prodigy's position. We'll go there and recruit this alchemy prodigy into the eternal heaven court. He can become our chief alchemist and provide elixirs for our court members in the future. With that thought, Irvin felt rather casual. It was indeed a good mission. Coming to extinguish a life-prohibited zone and picking up an alchemy prodigy along the way. What a fruitful trip. He is, after all, the purple extreme elixir body, an alchemical talent second only to the Tao of Elixir's god body. If his potential were unleashed, he would surely become a grandmaster in alchemy, possibly even rivaling his cousin. Speaking of his pesky cousin who always nagged him back in the family, insisting on teaching him the great Tao of alchemy despite his protests, maybe it would be better to bring this purple extreme elixir body under his wing now. After deterring back to the eternal Ewing family, he could hand her over to his cousin as a protege, letting him guide her in alchemy. That way, he could shift his cousin's attention away from himself, allowing him some peace. Once she becomes proficient, he can bring her back to serve in the eternal heaven court. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As for his cousin, well, he loves mentoring, doesn't he? Sending a disciple his way wouldn't hurt. The system interjected, speechless. Master, why not just be straightforward? You simply want your cousin to cultivate an alchemist for you for free. The system's words cut straight through, and Irvin's eyes sharpened. The system's voice abruptly stopped, no longer daring to speak further. But at that moment, the system's voice echoed again in his mind, now in anti-destiny villain mode. Ding, ding, ding. Anti-destiny villain mode auto-activated. Anti-destiny villain mode detected a stable boy within the Sioux clan, a famous alchemy family of Central Divine Continent. This boy is a child of destiny who once received a treasure from the system and is now gradually opening his wisdom and treading on the path of cultivation. Ding, by eliminating this child of destiny, you may gain a share of destiny power and expand the space of the eternal heaven court, making great strides forward with small steps. Irvin's eyes turned sharp, surprised by this turn of events. He hadn't expected two people with such great destinies to emerge simultaneously from one clan, both young geniuses. One is still hidden, a Cecilia under seal, while the other is showing signs of greatness, ready to soar with his destiny. If his guess is correct, these two must have a significant connection. Things are getting interesting. A single finger flicked out, sending a blue divine light into Axel's brow. It mapped out this world, scanned by the system, revealing everything. Instantly, Axel knew the heavenly abyss continent inside and out. Head to Central Divine Continent, the Sioux clan, and announce publicly that the Leonardo of Eternal Ewing family, Irvin, will personally visit the Sioux clan. Although puzzled by the need for so much fanfare and publicity, Axel did not question Irvin's order. Execution was enough. After all, Axel was once merely a divine ability user, but gained many resources and treasures following Irvin. Coupled with the 10,000 Fires body blessing, he had successfully advanced to the Divine Mansion realm, opening 8 divine mansions. Such progress was beyond his wildest dreams before. Following the Emperor's command. Soon, news spread across the heavenly abyss continent about Irvin's imminent arrival at the Sioux clan in Central Divine Continent. Many forces couldn't believe it. They had assumed Irvin would look down on local powers and visit only the strongest factions. Instead, he chose the Sioux clan, renowned for alchemy. The Ewing family's Leonardo heading to the Sioux clan? What does he intend? Shoo, tread carefully. He's the Leonardo of Eternal Ewing family. With a wave of his hand, countless alchemy families from the eternal immortal realm flock to offer their legacies. There's no ulterior motive. Ewings, perhaps he seeks a quiet place to rest. Many mighty deities pondered, unsure what game this divine son of Eternal Ewing family was playing. Did he genuinely seek tranquility, or something else entirely? Upon hearing the news, the Sioux clan erupted in joy and mobilized efforts for a grand welcome ceremony. The patriarch, Joa, busily adorned the estate, hoping to create an atmosphere worthy of the Ewing family's Leonardo. Otherwise, he feared Irvin might feel like visiting a rural area with inadequate reception. Lord, have you really considered this carefully? Is this truly our legacy? Are you willing to give it to the Ewing family's Leonardo? The Fremont scrutinized Joa, holding a glowing orb enveloped in restrictions. Despite its concealment, the Fremont recognized it instantly, the very essence of the Sioux clan's heritage. Our entire reputation rests on this heritage. Giving it away easily? To show sincerity, we must go this far. Fremont, you lack the right mindset. Reflect more deeply. As long as we please the Ewing family's Leonardo, we can regain any lost heritage. While they debated, a stable boy nearby sneered, disdainfully muttering, "Emph, he's just a pampered brat with a good background. What's there to fawn over?" Turning towards Suyu Clintonin, a diligent servant girl decorating the courtyard in simple attire, he sauntered over. "You Clintonin, why work so hard?" She lifted her head slightly, though covered in dirt. Her face revealed unparalleled beauty with clear, sparkling eyes and delicate features. "Oh, family elders ordered us to prepare well for a great figure from the eternal, immortal realm. We must greet them properly. But someone like us, mere servants, probably won't even meet him, right?" She lowered her head again, her voice meek and filled with self-doubt. She was just a servant's daughter, unable to refine even the simplest elixir, a luxury she could only dream of. Chapter 316. A humble servant visits the alchemy family. Upon hearing these words, the stable boy was momentarily stunned. He then regained his senses and approached Elizabeth, apparently intending to console her. However, as he reached out to touch her cheek, Elizabeth immediately sidestepped. Marcus felt utterly embarrassed, his hands suspended in midair, unsure of what to do. After a moment of discomfort, he awkwardly withdrew it. Anger welled up inside him. After all, he had received help from a mysterious strong figure, possessing a spatial ring that contained countless powerful techniques and treasures, which would undoubtedly help him achieve the status of a peerless genius. Ewing, at this moment, he found himself in such an awkward position, but he soon calmed down. Although Elizabeth was just the daughter of a servant and held the lowest rank within the family, she was incomparably kind-hearted and loved helping the weak. Once upon a time, while he was taking care of horses, some noble steeds grew furious due to inadequate care and attacked him, causing severe injuries. When he reported it to the family, they showed no mercy, blaming him for the horses' problems and their restlessness. The enforcers of the family's law enforcement hall whipped him 49 times before letting him off. This insult was etched deeply in Marcus's heart. Those whips were low-grade spirit items that emitted extremely high temperatures, burning like fire on his body, causing immense pain and discomfort. After receiving all 49 lashes, he could barely stand, with trembling legs and flesh torn apart, especially on his back where no skin remained. That day, he fainted after leaving the law enforcement hall and collapsed. Without doubt, if no one took care of him, he would have died. As for the so-called alchemy family, they wouldn't waste a single medicinal pill on this worthless person, but instead, throw him out like a dead dog. After all, although he belonged to the Sioux family and shared its bloodline, he, like Elizabeth, couldn't practice alchemy and couldn't even refine the lowest level medicinal pills. Therefore, in the family, Elizabeth was merely a maid responsible for cleaning, and he was just a stable boy, barely better off than her. Sharing the same fate, they empathized with each other profoundly. One day, Elizabeth happened to pass by and saved him. Though she had no medicinal pills to aid his recovery, she personally climbed the divine mountains within the family grounds to collect herbs for him. After returning to the dilapidated hut, she ground the herbs and applied them to his severely injured back. With extensive nursing, she barely managed to heal him. Because of this act of kindness, Marcus gradually developed feelings for her and saw her as his possession. Her gentle nature and ability to take care of others made her an ideal match for him. Moreover, compared to others who failed to recognize her potential, Marcus had noticed early on that Elizabeth, despite wearing tattered clothes, could surpass the beauty of any girl in the family, including Lord Reed's daughter, if properly dressed and groomed. "Yuxuan, there's no need to belittle yourself," Marcus comforted her. "That young master from the eternal immortal realm is only respected because of his unbeatable background. Without that or his miles being the current D, he's not much different from us, perhaps even a mere sweeper." Feeling more confident, Marcus began to despise the young master from the eternal immortal realm. "He's just a mortal body, isn't he? Most likely, those rumors aren't true. His family might just be hyping him up to save face. Probably just a good-for-nothing rich kid who couldn't get by in the eternal immortal realm and had to come here to seek recognition." Unlike Marcus, however, Elizabeth harbored great curiosity about this young master. According to the elders, he had an unparalleled background, relying on the vast Ewing family. Despite that, he strived harder, creating many miracles, breaking records, and gaining fame among the younger generation in the eternal immortal realm. Now, he had humbly visited this barren land of Clintonancian continent, choosing the Sioux family first rather than going straight to the most powerful force. This demonstrated his noble character. Unfortunately, considering her humble status as a servant and having lost both parents, Elizabeth doubted ever getting the chance to meet him. Comparing herself to him, she felt insignificant, like a tiny ant crawling in the cracks of the ground while he soared above as an exalted dragon. She sighed, feeling hopeless, telling herself that people must know their place. Laughing bitterly, she mused, "What am I thinking? Even the lowest grade medicinal pill eludes me. Imagining meeting a celestial master is pure delusion." With a gloomy expression, Elizabeth resumed sweeping. Witnessing this, Marcus's heart filled with envy towards the young master. Why should Yuxuan be so obsessed with a privileged brat? At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from the sky. "Welcome the Jethro of the Ewing family to our realm." The translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure, preserving the emotional depth and narrative flow while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 317. The family head welcomes with a show of power. "Welcome, Jethro Ewing, to this realm." The resounding voice reverberated through the air as several beams of light shot upwards from within the family's main hall. These were undoubtedly the elders of the Sioux family, elders of the main branch who were usually held in high esteem. Their alchemical skills were unparalleled. Even outside their domain, They commanded respect from major forces and sections. Ewing now, they rushed skyward one after another, each more eager than the last, for fear of missing out on the gaze of the Ewing family's young master. Reflecting on these elders' usual disdainful treatment of him, it made Marcus feel bitter and frustrated. Is this the difference in status? Why was he born just a mere servant, nothing but a cripple? And that pampered nobleman, the so-called immortal realm prince, a mere mortal, could still elicit homage from all directions. Wherever he went, everything bowed in submission. Marcus, he would prove himself. As for Elizabeth, upon hearing the echo from the heavens, she hurriedly looked up, trying desperately to catch sight of the legendary figure, the immortal prince, hoping to witness the visage of a godlike being. Even a fleeting glance would make her feel greatly honored, an ant glimpsing the true dragon's majesty. In the distant horizon, the void shattered and space collapsed as a colossal spacecraft loomed over the sky, encased in runes. Its hull seemed forged from divine metal, radiating ancient and formidable energy, akin to a primordial behemoth. Upon its deck stood a celestial pavilion. The sheer size of the ship could accommodate tens of thousands without difficulty. Divine light encircled the vessel, radiating incomparable might. Some of the younger members of the Su family, witnessing such a massive vessel, were left speechless, feeling as if they had encountered a miracle. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a thing exist? Could this really be the spaceship used for interdimensional travel? It defied all reason. In their understanding, whenever family members or elders needed to travel outside, due to the vast distances, they would use similar vessels to traverse space. Even in a vast world like this, which barely matched a single realm of the eternal immortal region, there was an unbridgeable gap. Ewing, despite their reputation as one of the famous alchemy families on Dark Heaven continent, providing most of the elixirs here, they never possessed such a spacecraft. Even the family head's transportation paled in comparison. It was like comparing a firefly to the moon, utterly insignificant. At this moment, a radiant light flashed, surpassing all the elders, and positioned itself centrally in the sky, bowing respectfully towards the distant ship. Reed, head of the Su family, pays respects to the Jethro of the Ewing family and to everyone present. Upon learning of the arrival of Jethro Ewing, we are deeply honored and have prepared gifts accordingly. His voice resonated through the void, not just heard by the Su family. He seemed to use magic and some magical artifacts to spread his words far and wide, reaching other major powers and factions. Irvin smiled faintly at the helm of the ship. This head of the Su family did have some cunning. By announcing Irvin's arrival publicly, it would enhance the Su family's influence on Dark Heaven continent. Even those sacred realms might come to pay tribute. Ewing, Irvin wasn't concerned. A little scheming didn't matter. If it served his purpose, rewarding them wouldn't hurt. Moreover, using the system, he had thoroughly investigated the Su family's situation. They were indeed a renowned alchemy clan supplying most of the elixirs on this continent. Unbelievably powerful, their ancestors must have held significant secrets. Perhaps this opportunity could turn the Su family into a dedicated elixir supplier for his Eternaria heavenly court. We have been awaiting you with great anticipation, welcoming Jethro Ewing with utmost sincerity. The honor of your presence graces our humble abode, enhancing our reputation immensely. Reed remained bowed, too humble to lift his head. The other elders mirrored his humility, not daring to relax. Seeing Irvin's lack of reaction, cold sweat dripped down their faces, fearing any displeasure from him. While Irvin could bring glory, a word from him could also mean their total annihilation. Witnessing his grand travel arrangements further shook their hearts. Even draining their resources, they couldn't craft such a vessel, both financially and materially. Irvin's silence maintained his dominance, showcasing his authority perfectly. You are not part of the everlasting Ewing family, so no need to address me as Jethro. Call me Lord will suffice. As you command, my lord. To welcome you properly, our higher-ups have decided to offer the Su family's core assets as a gesture of sincerity. These are our elixir cultivation methods, detailing various alchemy techniques, ancient divine flames, and many unique formulas. Thanks to our mastery, this vast world's elixirs are supplied by us. Chapter 318. Tenfold Return, Grand Reception Ceremony, Delicacies. As the words were spoken, the many Su family disciples below erupted into a flurry of discussion. What? The head of the family and the senior members actually decided to give the core secrets of our Su family to the young master from Immortal Domain? Did I hear that right? Our core secrets, the very foundation on which the Su family stands in this great universe, are being given away like this. But it makes sense. He is the young master of the first family of myriad realms, with a status equal to our family head, having everything he desires. If we could ally with him, the Su family could rise even further. Ewings, I suspect the young master of Ewing family won't accept it at all, just playing along for show. The young disciples were astonished, their discussions filled with shock and debate. Upon hearing these discussions, Marcus clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning red, feeling an intense jealousy toward Irvin who stood proudly at the bow of the boat. Seeing the fawning faces of the family head and elders made him feel nauseous. A bunch of lickspittles. If not for his unparalleled background, would you be so obsequious? And our family head, truly a fool. We have such prestige in this great universe solely because of our alchemy skills. The alchemical techniques within our family are our core secrets, never to be revealed outside under any circumstances. Now, they are offering them up just to flatter him. If I had those alchemical techniques and the assistance of the magical treasures within my ring, I could soar through the 9 heavens and become a heavenly genius. As for Elizabeth, she was practically stomping her feet in frustration. She was considered a cripple, unable to even produce the most basic of medicines, let alone cultivate. She was as good as a commoner. From a distance, she couldn't see Irvin's appearance at all. Even if her cultivation was sufficient, Irvin was surrounded by a faint aura of chaos, concealing him completely from ordinary sight. If only I could meet the young master of Immortal Domain. I regret my insufficient cultivation and weak talent. I cannot seize this opportunity before me. If I had enough strength, I could peer through the void and see the true face of the young master of a mortal domain. At this moment, Elizabeth resembled a starstruck fangirl, her gem-like eyes shimmering with light, longing for just a glimpse of Irvin. Ding, detected that the Su family head is the host, offering up the alchemical techniques, the true foundation of the Su family. The tenfold return mode, unsatisfied, automatically activates, returning tenfold to the host. Return successful, returning to the host, 10 volumes of alchemical techniques. When Irvin heard this, his eyes lit up. These 10 volumes contain numerous formulas and ancient divine flames, each one unique and non-repetitive. They were perfectly tailored for a major alchemical clan. With these 10 volumes of alchemical techniques, he could certainly create an excellent alchemical hall for the myriad ancient, heavenly court to provide elixirs. He glanced at the expectant eyes of the Su family members, as if receiving his acceptance was a great honor for them. Axel quickly stepped forward to collect the alchemical techniques for him. The Su family head and the other elders exchanged looks, puzzled by Irvin's actions. Though he had accepted, it wasn't personally but via someone else. Without much thought, they concluded that as long as the young master of Ewing family had taken it, it meant they had accepted their sincerity. We have prepared a grand banquet. Please be seated, young master, Stephen respectfully said, hurriedly ushering Irvin and his group into the main hall for the feast. Down below, Elizabeth was overjoyed. Her luck must be sky-high for this wonderful event to happen to her. Because of the family's arrangements, she had to go to the main hall for cleaning and maintenance. If lucky, hiding in a dark corner, she might catch a glimpse of the mysterious young master. At the thought, Elizabeth almost jumped for joy. She quickly tidied herself up and happily headed towards the main hall. Catalina and Una closely followed Irvin, not leaving his side for a moment. Axel and the Cora lagged behind by a few steps. Irvin, at the front, was treated like the center of attention. Family head Stephen and the other elders warmly greeted him, showing utmost concern. Holding the jade rabbit in his arms, Irvin felt somewhat out of place. In the myriad ancient Ewing family and the Jade Pool Holy Land, the elders used to be quite wary of him. After all, the title world-rousing Little Demon King was well-deserved, not self-proclaimed. But here in this great universe of Clintonancian continent, people were unexpectedly Rurochi. He had to be more cautious and absolutely could not cause any trouble. He was no longer a mischievous child. Note, the word Rurochi was left untranslated in the original response. For a natural English flow, it should be translated. Here's the corrected version. But here in this great universe of Clintonancian continent, people were unexpectedly Rurochi. He had to be more cautious and absolutely could not cause any trouble. He was no longer a mischievous child. Corrected for fluency. But here in this great universe of Clintonancian continent, people were unexpectedly Rurochi should be translated as enthusiastic or warm-hearted. He had to be more cautious and absolutely could not cause any trouble. He was no longer a mischievous child. Final polished version. But here in this great universe of Clintonancian continent, people were unexpectedly warm-hearted. He had to be more cautious and absolutely could not cause any trouble. He was no longer a mischievous child. Finally arriving at the main hall, the Su family had already prepared a sumptuous feast. Various spiritual fruits and meats rich in the essence of heaven and earth, the mystery of sun and moon, including pure-blooded fierce beast meat, high in purity, harboring incomparable divine power. Some elders gaped in astonishment. Such a lavish spread was even beyond what they would prepare when meeting other sect heads or Holy Land masters. Hidden in the shadows, Elizabeth watched the feast, drooling uncontrollably. For someone living humbly, eating plain rice porridge daily in a ramshackle hut, such delicacies were unimaginable in her everyday life. All this was thanks to the grace of the young master from Immortal Domain. Chapter 319. Self-important and ignorant of his place, Marcus. Then, he thought about his own identity, just a humble servant, his eyes turning gray, devoid of their usual brightness. To be able to see such delicious dishes in the family's main hall now was merely due to someone else's grace. She could only hide in a dark corner, looking from afar. As for going out into the main hall, forget it. It would be too humiliating. Moreover, without any valid reason, she was here just to clean. Yuxuan, why are you hiding here? A voice came, startling Elizabeth so much that her body trembled, cold sweat pouring down, almost losing her soul. Turning around quickly, she saw it was Marcus, and breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you scare me? Elizabeth frowned slightly displeased. She had been hiding in the shadows watching stealthily, not wanting to be noticed. But Marcus appeared so casually and scared her. I'm worried about you, so I came to check. What if those disdainful elders catch you? You'll likely be severely punished. Don't forget how they grovel to please that spoiled young master, even offering the family's treasures. If you offend that young master, there will be no good outcome. Marcus said this with no kindness, especially when mentioning the celestial domain young master. He felt hatred brewing, harboring secret animosity. This immediately made Elizabeth frown, feeling somewhat puzzled. That's not right, Marcus. The celestial domain young master hasn't wronged you, and you don't even know him. Why do you harbor hostility and spread rumors? Elizabeth spoke in dissatisfaction, finding Marcus seemed unfamiliar to her. Back then when she saved him, he was a modest and courteous youth. But lately, Marcus had changed, becoming more arrogant and self-important. He was resentful of the family, and held hostility towards people from the celestial domain he had never met. He even spread rumors, accusing them of being spoiled and worthless second generations. Could this be jealousy? Indeed, both Marcus and she were mere lowly servants and stable boys in a great thousand-world family, while Irvin was the young lord of one of the strongest forces across all realms. The gap between them was unbridgeable, making them seem like ants in dark corners compared to the true dragons living in light. Marcus, stop it. The celestial domain young master isn't some spoiled son. He is noble and righteous. Consider this. A high-ranking celestial genius lowering himself to visit our backward place. It brings glory to the family. On the contrary, you're using small-minded thoughts to slander the young master, generating hostility towards a celestial domain genius you haven't met. This is envy. Reflect on yourself. Let me remind you, we are not in the same world as the celestial domain young master. Don't provoke him. Elizabeth said coldly, intending to warn Marcus not to antagonize Lord Ewing due to petty emotions, leading to his downfall. After all, Marcus was saved by her hand, originally meaning no harm. If he acted recklessly due to some minor irritations, causing trouble, he wouldn't have a good outcome. But these words fell on Marcus's ears differently. It sounded like he was jealous and deliberately slandering Lord Ewing. And Elizabeth's advice to change seemed like protecting Lord Ewing. Fine. So I'm envious and deliberately slandering? Marcus's anger rose, his eyes flaring with fire, fists tightly clenched, his expression twisted grotesquely. Whether he felt wronged or exposed, it was unclear. He's just a privileged, spoiled son. What's there to be jealous of? I, Marcus, may have started lower, but given time, I'll show everyone my place in this vast world. Marcus said disdainfully, snorting. Elizabeth dared not stay beside Marcus anymore, hurriedly finding another corner to hide, preparing to witness Lord Ewing's demeanor. Marcus was too high profile and too arrogantly overconfident, far beyond his capabilities, having ambitions greater than reality. If something went wrong later, it would certainly involve her. Marcus clenched his fists tighter, feeling more animosity towards Lord Ewing. If not for Lord Ewing coming and stealing the spotlight, Elizabeth wouldn't be so distant. All this was Lord Ewing's fault. Inwardly, he wished to battle Lord Ewing, to crush him beneath his feet. Believing in himself, equipped with a ring gifted by a mysterious powerful figure, he was confident that he could defeat the mortal body Irvin, invincible. He then thought. He hadn't received this ring from the mysterious power just recently. Over the past days, he gathered many spirit stones, aiding in his cultivation advancement. From a previous nobody, he secretly progressed to the divine technique realm. Though still weak, such speed could be considered a miracle, possibly unmatched in their Great Thousand World. Given more time, he had absolute confidence to surpass every peer in the Great Thousand World, ruling above all. Unfortunately, his abilities remained unnoticed, for he always acted low-key. Here was a perfect chance to prove himself during this welcoming feast, battling the alleged Lord Ewing. If victorious, his fame would skyrocket. Thus, the Su family would recognize his talent and potential, perhaps investing resources to cultivate him. Marcus naively thought. Unaware he looked like a fool smiling foolishly. At that moment, a voice rang out. Welcome, honored sir, for deigning to visit our backward region. You didn't seek shelter in stronger forces, instead gracing our Su family. What an honor. Under the protection of many elders and the Su family head reed, Irvin slowly entered the main hall, adorned splendidly, radiating dazzling light. Crafted entirely from divine iron and gold, effort was clearly put into its construction. Especially the throne, carved with diamonds and inscribed with brilliant runes, was made from divine metal, gleaming under the lights, emitting a faint immortal aura. In fact, Reed felt immense pain parting with it but was willing to do so for Irvin. To earn Irvin's smile, whatever the cost was worth it. Irvin, amid bows and courtesies, was escorted to the throne. The banquet before him was abundant, with rich fruit wines and exquisite liquors. The intense aroma filled the air, intoxicating the senses. Young disciples stood obediently in the hall, daring not sit, for they were unworthy. Marcus paid no heed to his status and entered the group of young disciples, instantly drawing scorn. Ewing none dared speak up, because Irvin was seated above. Any unruly behavior would ruin the young master's mood, leading to disaster. For a mere stable boy, it wasn't worth it, so they endured. Hashtag chapter 320. Human relationships, mutual flattery, and an unparalleled Leonardo. To welcome you, Leonardo, we have specially prepared these exquisite dishes. We hope you will not be disappointed with our preparations, Reed said politely, clasping his hands. Irvin remained calm and waved his hand. No. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's truly an honor for me to be treated so generously by your noble family. His words were like a spring breeze, making everyone feel at ease and comfortable. The elders marveled internally. Indeed, he is a young genius from the eternal immortal realm, exceptional in strength and repeatedly creating miracles. Despite his prowess, he remains humble and warm towards others, making everyone around him feel appreciated. Even Reed felt apprehensive initially, assuming this visitor would be difficult to please. If he threw tantrums easily, they would just have to endure it, given their dependence on him. But unexpectedly, this was a young hero who was humble, kind, and considerate. Everything that one could ask for, with none of the arrogance expected from a young lord of a noble family. Rare is the man who can be compared to Jade. But you, Leonardo, are unparalleled. I've heard tales of your exploits numerous times in this great world. I've always admired you and wished for the day I could meet you. Now that dream has come true, it feels almost surreal. As the saying goes, 100 hearsays are not worth one sight. Today, my admiration for you is boundless, like an endless river. Reed's flattery left Irvin feeling quite lightheaded. Even the two little maidservants behind him were stifling giggles. Could their young master really be 12 and already adept at such social graces? No. I've heard much about your Su family being the alchemy powerhouse of Clintonanchan continent. Half of the elixirs on this continent come from your family. You are the backbone of alchemy in this world, with immense economic strength and profound lineage. Truly a major clan. Irvin returned the courtesy, bowing deeply while praising the foundations and strength of the Su family. Upon hearing Irvin's words, Reed felt even more admiration for this young lord who was only 10 years old. At this age, he already had such insight and mastered human relationships. Even for a family as insignificant as theirs, he showed respect, indicating what kind of remarkable genius this young master from the Ewing family must be. He was likely among the very top tier, even in the eternal immortal realm. Unfortunately, our Su family is limited by this world, and without any supreme experts leading us, we remain confined and thus narrow-minded. Unlike you, born in the eternal immortal realm, part of the greatest power across all worlds, commanding reverence from countless realms with just a snap of your fingers. May I ask, Leonardo, what makes the eternal immortal realm special compared to the great world? As mere frogs at the bottom of a well, we can only glean knowledge of the eternal immortal realm from ancient texts. Reed asked, and the other elders perked up, eager to hear Irvin's explanation. After all, those in the eternal immortal realm wielded immense power, breaking records time and again. His wisdom could greatly benefit them. In the grand hall, many young disciples gradually moved closer to listen to Irvin's words. Hidden in a dark corner, Elizabeth hesitated. Wearing ragged clothes, she felt too unworthy to join in. Although the young lord was courteous, he might still disdain her. Moreover, if the elders discovered her presence, a mere servant girl in the main hall, she would surely face severe punishment. She felt powerless and bitter. Irvin, noticing everyone's eager gazes, began to describe the eternal immortal realm. He spoke of its various power blocks, the renowned young geniuses, and legendary figures hidden in history. The eternal immortal realm is the center of all worlds, the most glorious place. It includes numerous ancient forbidden zones, starry skies, and 3,000 Dao regions. Numerous kingdoms and holy lands intertwine, with low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, and top-tier forces. Above the top-tier forces are the immortal level powers, though even these vary in strength, depth, and focus. As for the young geniuses in the eternal immortal realm, they are like countless shooting stars, too numerous to count. Many possess extraordinary physiques and are core or direct disciples of major powers, groomed with resources to prepare for the future great upheavals. As Irvin narrated, the listeners began to form a vivid image of the eternal immortal realm. Reed sat entranced, yearning, and dreaming. Their Clintonancian continent seemed trivial compared to the vast and powerful eternal immortal realm. The young disciples' eyes sparkled, wishing to reach there and vie for the mythical destiny positions. In this age of great turmoil, geniuses compete, countless races thrive, saints contend, and the heavens tremble. Who shall reign supreme? Though they grew up in a great world, they possessed remarkable talents, nurtured by myriad elixirs since childhood, and possessed outstanding strength. They should rise beyond insignificance with lofty ambitions. If they ever got a chance to enter the eternal immortal realm and strive for unknown destinies, they would have no regrets in life. Among the disciples, Marcus listened intently. He might have once dismissed Irvin as a pampered aristocrat, but now he understood the vastness of Irvin's background and insights. Today's lecture helped him better understand the eternal immortal realm. One day, he would break through the world's limits, ascend to the eternal immortal realm, and achieve invincible fame. Hidden in the shadows, Elizabeth also caught Irvin's speech. She thought he might have raised his voice intentionally so more disciples could hear. Satisfied with the effect, Irvin continued speaking. He aimed to use the allure of the eternal immortal realm to inspire everyone's yearning. This would facilitate his plans to cultivate the Su family into his elixir supply source. Chapter 321. Present the Edi, cultivate an alchemy prodigy. Half an hour passed. The crowd had listened intently, captivated and immersed in his words, unable to react for a long time. Some of the younger generations were now filled with fiery passion, feeling energized and eager for Irvin to lead them into the eternal immortal realm, ready to showcase their prowess. Especially those with remarkable talents and special physiques wished they could leave the profound heaven continent immediately. After hearing Irvin's teachings, they felt that the profound heaven continent was no longer worthy of them. People like them should vie with the prodigies from countless other races in the eternal immortal realm to realize their life's value. Otherwise, their journey through this world would be in vain. Even the elders who held high positions within the Su family exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement. Their perspective had been too narrow. Irvin's teachings were like a dimensional attack, completely reshaping their worldview. What they thought was the vast universe was merely a corner of this world, or less than even a fragment. Only the eternal immortal realm was the perfect place to fulfill grand ambitions. Reed already had different intentions. Earlier, he wanted to use Irvin's fame to intimidate other sects on the profound heaven continent, securing more resources for the Su family to establish a foothold. Now it seemed, if they could align themselves with Irvin, becoming an affiliate, they might directly enter the eternal immortal realm and become a prominent clan. As for the profound heaven continent, whoever wanted it could have it. It was just a desolate corner of the universe. He then said to Irvin, "Sir, your insights are profoundly enlightening. Sir, you are like a true dragon from the heavens, destined to soar in the 9 skies, unparalleled in the world. I believe the throne of destiny was surely prepared for you, without any doubt." Before Irvin could respond, Reed preemptively and firmly stated, "I have a daughter named Adelita, who possesses a unique physique and has made significant achievements in alchemy. She can serve as an attendant by your side. If my daughter can accompany you, it would be a delightful arrangement." Dark marks flashed across Irvin's forehead. He looked at the Cora behind him, then at the 2 young maids, Marjorie and Una, and his face darkened. Was this what Reed meant by no one serving by his side? The Cora was the leader of a major race in the universe, enchanting and mesmerizing, her ample chest resembling ripe peaches. Marjorie needed no introduction. She was previously the princess of the Phoenix ancient kingdom, exuding nobility and grace, her voluptuous figure with flowing crimson hair like a proud phoenix. Una, the Edi of Nidhogg sect, still bore a pure Yin constitution. Her slender waist could be encircled by delicate hands, and her pure and innocent beauty, coupled with lustrous white legs, was impeccable. With 3 such beauties by his side, did he really lack attendance? Irvin felt Reed was talking nonsense. Moreover, there was also Alicia, a peerless beauty hidden in the void. with supreme imperial cultivation, able to shatter worlds with a flick of her hand, adorned in tight black clothing and a veil, adding to her mystique. Reed, seemingly realizing his words were amiss, coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. But as long as he could send his daughter to Irvin's side, so what if he had thick skin? He then beckoned, and among the many young disciples, a strikingly beautiful Cecilia emerged, shining like the moon among stars, her captivating gaze and bright eyes drawing attention. She slowly approached Reed and Irvin. "Sir, this humble servant greets you." "Cassian, I greet you." Adelita bowed slightly, releasing a faint, enchanting fragrance that wafted into Irvin's senses. Part of it was the aroma of alchemy, while the rest resembled body scent, peculiarly refined to emanate from her skin. Heavens, Miss Shayna is the master's beloved gem, adored endlessly. To willingly offer her to serve Sir is truly astonishing. You ain't we harbor no envy. With Sir's talent and strength, it seems our Miss Shayna is marrying above her station. Indeed, look at the two maids following him. Each is a standout, talented and powerful yet merely serves him. The young disciples murmured among themselves. Previously, many sects and holy lands had proposed marriage to the Su family, wanting to marry Reed's beloved daughter. This would allow both families to forge good relations and provide Su family alchemy to other sects, mutually beneficial. Unfortunately, neither Reed nor Adelita saw eye to eye with those sect prodigies. Now, they were willing to offer their daughter as a maid. Marcus, hidden among the disciples, clenched his fists tightly. In truth, for someone like Adelita, with unmatched beauty and talent, he had desires of his own, wishing to include her in his harem. To give her to Irvin, this pampered young man, as a mere maid was a waste. Moreover, looking at the three women trailing behind him, each a stunning beauty not found anywhere on the profound heaven continent, only fueled his resentment. Irvin remained calm, waving his hand. "Your kindness is appreciated. As for Miss Shayna, I do not deserve such honor and cannot ask her to follow me. Furthermore, these ladies behind me might not agree either." Even in refusal, Irvin left no room for argument. Reed nodded disappointedly. If his daughter could gain favor and secure this connection, the Su family could rise quickly. The disciples were astonished. Their idol, Miss Shayna, was rejected, even as a maid? Adelita stood frozen, hardly believing she, the heavenly daughter, was deemed unfit to serve, making her wonder how lofty this young lord's standards must be. But then Irvin changed tone, his gaze fixed on a corner. "However, I wish to select a young alchemy prodigy to bring back to the 10,000 ancient Ewing family for cultivation. ###Chapter 322. Striving for the position of follower, past secrets." Irvin's words fell like a stone into still water, causing an inexplicable silence to settle over the grand hall. The only sound was the increasingly rapid breathing of those present. What had they just heard? The young master of the eternal immortal domain's myriad Ian Ewing clan actually wanted to take on a follower and cultivate them intensely, turning them into a brilliant alchemy prodigy. There was no doubt that once inside the myriad Ian Ewing clan, their future would be incomparably better than in this world. After all, the myriad Ian Ewing clan was the strongest lineage among the myriad worlds, and it included an alchemy hall. Even the most ordinary alchemy disciple, there would likely be far more formidable than the Su family's alchemy prodigies. Though Irvin didn't explicitly state his intentions, everyone could read between the lines. He wanted a dedicated alchemy follower who would serve him faithfully, facing any danger. But the conditions he offered were incredibly tempting. Even within the eternal immortal domain, countless alchemy prodigies would vie fiercely to be chosen as Irvin's follower. Just being taken back to the myriad Ian Ewing clan for cultivation was a deadly allure. If this news spread, not just in this vast world but across all the myriad worlds, it would send every prodigy into a frenzy. Those with talent in alchemy would fight tooth and nail for the chance to submit themselves to Irvin. The Su family was well aware of their position. While they were a renowned alchemy lineage on this dark heaven continent, with considerable strength and provided much of its alchemy resources, when compared to the entire myriad worlds, they barely ranked. Just within the eternal immortal realm, some imperishable forces that had built their everlasting prestige through alchemy were far superior to them, possibly by leaps and bounds. This tremendous stroke of luck had actually befallen them. It was simply an incomparable honor. Someone with alchemy talent from their Su family could meet Irvin's approval. If one person attained the Tao, even the humblest of creatures in their clan might ascend. The entire Su family might have the opportunity to step into the eternal immortal realm and establish themselves in that vast world. Thinking of this, many elders immediately began recommending their own disciples. "Report to young master, I have a young disciple with fairly good talent, who has made significant achievements in alchemy. He is barely qualified to become your follower." "Young master, don't listen to that old man's nonsense. His disciple is mediocre and can hardly achieve great things. One of my disciples awakened with an alchemy talent as a child, showing extreme sensitivity and dedication to alchemy, and is extremely sincere. As long as you accept him, he will absolutely be loyal to you and can swear a great vow of eternal allegiance." At this moment, numerous Su family elders turned against each other, revealing the faults of the others' disciples in hopes that Irvin would choose one of their own. If Irvin could see potential in their apprentices or descendants, they too could enjoy glory and wealth together. They might even receive resources for cultivation and have the chance to join the myriad Ewing family. Such a favorable outcome, how could it not make hearts flutter? Reed watched the numerous elders competing fiercely for this single position of follower, his face darkening. These elders, who usually flattered him greatly, had betrayed him at this critical juncture, all scrambling for their personal gain. He hurriedly signaled to Adelita, urging her to be more proactive rather than waiting to be chosen. After all, Irvin was a noble Jethro of the Ewing family, before whom even the greatest powerhouses yearned to bow down and lick his shoes. As just the daughter of a small lineage's patriarch, she should put aside her usual arrogance. Adelita, having been educated to serve the family since childhood, understood the need to sacrifice herself for the family when necessary. Besides, Clinging to the Jethro of the Ewing family would be like becoming a phoenix after perching high up. Stepping forward, her white legs peeked out beneath her skirt, catching the gaze of many young disciples whose eyes nearly bulged out. Adelita, usually so reserved, now appeared enchantingly seductive, devoid of her usual haughtiness. Her alluring charm left everyone mesmerized. Among the young disciples, Marcus's eyes nearly popped out as he watched her. Saliva almost dripped from his mouth as he thought such a bewitching Cecilia should be in his harem. But to vie for a follower position, she was willing to display such allure. Wasn't this a form of seduction? His anger deepened. Why should someone like Irvin, a mere pampered son relying on background, obtain everything he desired? Even the once aloof Miss Shayna was willing to become a servant for this person. Was this the allure of power? With absolute strength, one could ignore all worldly rules. Even divine maidens and holy virgins would become licking dogs. At this moment, Marcus yearned even more for supreme power. If he were among the top young geniuses, creating an invincible name, those divine maidens and holy virgins would still submit to him. Meanwhile, Elizabeth hid in a dark corner, her eyes dull as she squatted down, her tiny hands uncertain where to rest, filled with dejection. As a plain duckling, even if she appeared before Irvin, he probably wouldn't glance at her. She shouldn't daydream. The fleeting thought of becoming Irvin's follower was absurd. She often fantasized about being an alchemy genius, shining brightly across worlds and realms, revered wherever she went. Ewing, cold winds penetrating her dilapidated hut always woke her up to reality, shivering under her blanket. Each time she thought of this, deep self-loathing followed. Could it be that she wasn't even worthy of these dreams? Seeing Adelita, who seemed like a goddess to the young disciples, only fueled her anger. Adelita, as the chieftain's daughter, had always treated her harshly and bullied her, despite her efforts for the family. While she received a meager income each month to support her living expenses, people like Adelita and the main family members were exceptionally cruel, bullying her and deducting her scanty earnings. Even though she couldn't produce the lowest grade alchemy pills, she worked diligently, digging herbs near her small hut and following the methods from the family's alchemy books, but always failing. She refused to give up. She truly didn't want to. Tears welled up in her bright eyes. In truth, she had once been a girl adored by many. Once, she was the only offspring of Reed's elder brother, with greater talent and strength than the current Chief Reed. Had her Miles not died in battle, this chief position would have been hers. Sadly, the talented died young. An accident took her Miles's life, leaving Reed as the new patriarch. Because her Miles had offended several elders within the main family line, after Reed took over his head, his daughter harbored resentment towards her, and those elders began treating her without restraint. Some immortal powers in the eternal immortal domain, known for their alchemical prowess, were immensely stronger than them, unreachable by comparison. This kind of extraordinary luck landing on their heads was practically an unparalleled honor. For one of their alchemy prodigies to catch Irvins, I could elevate their entire clan into the eternal immortal domain, securing a place in that vast realm. At this thought, numerous elders began recommending their own disciples. Your Excellency, I have a young relative who is fairly talented and has achieved significantly in alchemy. He might be fit to be your follower, one elder said. Don't listen to that old fool, Your Excellency. His disciple is weak and can never achieve greatness. One of my disciples awakened to alchemy talent at a young age and is extremely sensitive and dedicated to it, with a loyal and humble nature, another countered. If you accept him, he will swear absolute loyalty, dedicating himself entirely to you. Now the Sioux family elders were openly disputing, revealing each other's disciples' flaws, all to have Irvin choose their protégés. If Irvin chose their disciples or descendants, they too could share in glory and fortune, possibly gaining resources and a chance to join the myriad Ian Ewing clan. Such a golden opportunity couldn't help but stir hearts. Stephen watched as the elders scrambled for the single follower position, his face growing darker. They should be pushing his precious daughter to follow Irvin, yet instead, they pushed their own. He felt betrayed. These elders usually praised him, but at crucial moments, they couldn't be relied upon. Now they fought for personal gain. He signaled urgently to Adelita, urging her to act first, not waiting to be chosen. After all, Irvin was a noble son of the Ewing clan. Wherever he went, myriad beings prostrated. Even top-tier experts wished to bow before him. She should put aside her pride. Educated since childhood to serve the family, Adelita understood the need for sacrifice. Moreover, marrying up to the Ewing clan could elevate her status. She stepped forward, her porcelain legs glimpsed through her skirt, drawing admiring gazes from the young men. They longed to get closer, captivated by her charm. Gone was her usual haughtiness, replaced by seductive allure that stirred hearts. Hidden among them, Marcus gazed at her, eyes wide, pupils gleaming, almost drooling. He inwardly mused that such a bewitching Cecilia should be in his harem. Ewing, for a mere follower position, she dared to use such charms. Wasn't this seduction? He grew resentful. Why did someone like Irvin, relying on background alone, get everything easily, including someone like Miss Shayna serving as a slave? Was this the allure of power? Possessing supreme strength allowed one to disregard all rules, turning divine maidens into followers. Marcus yearned for ultimate power. If he rose to prominence, even divine maidens would submit to him. Meanwhile, hiding in a dark corner, Elizabeth's eyes dimmed. Squatting down, hands fidgeting, she felt despondent. As an ugly duckling, Irvin probably wouldn't even glance at her. She shouldn't daydream. Wishing to become his follower was absurd, a delusion. Once, she dreamt of becoming an alchemy prodigy, shining in the great thousand worlds and eternal immortal domain, admired wherever she went. But reality struck hard. Living in a dilapidated wooden hut, she'd wake to bitter cold, wrapped in blankets, shivering. Each time, she sank deeper into self-doubt. Could she not even imagine greatness? Watching Adelita, treated like a goddess by others, angered her further. Miss Shayna, relying on her Miles's status, often bullied her mercilessly. Though merely a servant, She worked diligently for the family, earning modest coins to sustain herself. Even this meager income was often reduced by the unfeeling elders and the main branch. Though she couldn't even produce low-grade pills, she strived tirelessly, digging herbs in her small hut, following alchemy books, only to fail repeatedly. Thinking of this, tears blurred her vision. She had once been adored. Once, she was the only child of Stephen's elder brother, surpassing him in both talent and strength. Had fate not intervened tragically, she would have become clan leader. But alas, talent drew envy, leading to her untimely death. Stephen became leader. Because her miles had offended many elders, after Stephen took over, though he remained silent, his daughter bore deep resentment toward her. The elders took advantage, treating her cruelly without restraint. Despite this, she persevered, practicing diligently in secret, unwilling to give up her dreams. Chapter 323. Accepting Elizabeth, everyone is stunned. With these thoughts, Elizabeth could no longer hold back her emotions. Her voice choked with sobs as tears streamed down her face. The tears rolled down her delicate cheeks. But Elizabeth harbored no resentment toward anyone. Perhaps this was her fate. She was indeed a waste at alchemy. Even if her miles were still alive, she would have endured much humiliation. She might spend her entire life living in fantasy, going to eternal immortal domain and following the young master of the Ewing family, becoming renowned for her alchemy. These dreams were just bubbles and illusions, and she should stop dreaming so much. In the main hall of the Su family, compared to Adelita, all the other young geniuses were like fireflies competing against the bright moon, unable to match up. Whether it was talent, strength, or alchemy, none of the elders' disciples could compare to Adelita. This fact was unchangeable. Within the Su family, Adelita had always been regarded as a rising star in the world of alchemy. Following Irvin was almost certain. Reed saw the dissatisfaction on the faces of the elders and secretly gloated. Who could blame him for having an outstanding daughter? He stroked his short beard, waiting for Irvin's decision. Irvin stood from his throne, his lips curving into a faint smile. Looking around the magnificent hall, he announced loudly, "Everyone, there's no need to argue. I have made my decision. Since I've decided to choose an alchemy disciple to bring back to the 10,000 Ian's Ewing family for cultivation, I will consider all aspects comprehensively. So, I announce." Everyone was on edge, staring intently at Irvin, especially Reed and Adelita, whose palms were sweating. Their fates hung on one word from him. The other young disciples were equally eager, hoping that talent and strength didn't matter, and that perhaps he would choose someone by first impression. They weren't entirely without hope. "I choose Elizabeth as my disciple. I will take her back to the 10,000 Ian's Ewing family and cultivate her with all available resources, transforming her into a famous alchemy genius known throughout the realms. Since you're here, don't hide anymore. Come out. Now. You belong to me, and no one dares to touch you." As Irvin finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Reed and Adelita were even more stunned, unable to comprehend what they heard. What did they hear? Was this real? Elizabeth? Wasn't she just a servant? What alchemical talent or strength did she have? It was absurd, as she couldn't even make the lowest grade elixir. Other elders also found this unbelievable, as if hearing some grand joke. They didn't dare laugh in Irvin's presence, but thought he must have mistaken someone. "What's happening? Did you hear what Jethro said? Elizabeth is just a servant, formerly the daughter of the chief elder's brother. After he died, due to her defective body, her status plummeted, and we hardly see her anymore. Besides, only young geniuses were allowed into the main hall today for the welcoming ceremony." Confused, the young disciples exchanged looks, searching for Elizabeth in the hall. Hidden in a dark corner, Elizabeth stopped her tears and pinched her ears. What had she just heard? The young lord of the Ewing family, the gentleman who came from the eternal immortal domain, chose her as his disciple? Could this be a dream? Unbelievable. Elizabeth pinched herself hard. The sharp pain told her this was real. She had just gotten extremely lucky. Listening further to Irvin's words reassured her. Was this her chance to escape her servitude and finally earn respect? First came overwhelming joy, then calmness followed as she pondered deeply. Hearing Irvin call her out, she dared not disobey, eager to meet the young gentleman. However, looking at her tattered clothes and disheveled appearance, she hesitated. Would she soil his eyes if she appeared now? Still, she bravely stepped out of the shadows, slowly approaching Irvin. Seeing this, Irvin nodded in satisfaction. Standing beside him, Adelita looked furious and huffed coldly. She had always bullied this lowly servant based on her own superior status. How could such an incompetent girl, who couldn't even make the simplest elixirs, be chosen? She confronted Irvin. "Jethro, this is just a servant with no cultivation or talent, destined for mediocrity. Why did you choose her? Must you have called the wrong name?" Her words met with a chilling cold that enveloped her, making her break out in cold sweat. She felt as though death was staring her in the face. Irvin spoke coldly, eyes narrowed. "Are you questioning my decision?" Realizing her mistake, Adelita hurriedly knelt. What was she compared to him? Just the daughter of a minor clan chief. He was the true dragon soaring in the heavens, the dazzling protagonist of the Golden Age. If not for his visit, their paths might never have crossed. To question his decision was unthinkable. Lucky for her, he was generous. Otherwise, she would have been dead already. In that moment, she felt an intense killing intent. Turning away, Irvin ignored her, while Adelita lay prostrate, trembling with fear. A puddle appeared on the floor. "Drag this disgraceful thing out of here." Reed's face darkened, teeth gritted. He had given her the chance to become Irvin's disciple, and she dared to question. Who was the young master? Though gentle and refined, his thoughts were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Chapter 324. Elizabeth's heart moves, the heavenly sun challenges. Upon hearing that Irvin intended to take Elizabeth as his follower, Marcus, hidden among the many young geniuses, could no longer contain himself. His eyes blazed with fury, flames seemingly ready to consume everything around him. To him, Elizabeth was a treasure he considered already within his grasp, an untouchable object reserved solely for himself. Anyone crossing this line would meet his wrath. Clenching his fists tightly, Marcus wished nothing more than to challenge Irvin directly. After all, he saw Irvin merely as a privileged playboy, and doubted his abilities. With countless divine techniques from his ring and his own exceptional talent, Marcus believed he could easily crush this so-called young master, proving his potential to the Su family. However, seeing Elizabeth's conflicted expression, he chose to watch and wait. She likely wouldn't agree anyway. Such a spoiled brat should evoke nothing but disdain. As for the other young elders and prodigies, none dared voice any objections. Even Stephen's daughter had been terrified by just one glance from Irvin. If they dared question him, they would surely be suppressed by his overwhelming force. Behind Irvin stood two maidservants who were far from ordinary. They ranked among the top in their generation of young talents, undoubtedly famous geniuses from the eternal immortal realm. And then there was the Korra, whose cold, imperious demeanor exuded power, her gaze sharp as a blade. Clearly, she was a formidable figure who had transcended into the divine path. The Su family also had members who had entered the divine path, but they were kept as reserves. These individuals were merely Irvin's personal attendants. Stephen didn't dare imagine what other protectors Irvin might have hidden away in this vast emptiness. There could be unseen strong figures watching over them. Any rash move could result in immediate death. Then, Irvin softened his tone, speaking gently to Elizabeth. Miss Yuxuan, would you consider becoming my follower? If you agree, once we return to the eternal immortal realm, I can command the resources of the myriad ancient Ewing family to nurture your talents. Your potential will be fully developed, making you a renowned alchemy genius. From now on, you won't need to endure others' contempt or seek approval. Everything you desire can be achieved through your own efforts. Irvin's soothing voice carried immense allure. The system inwardly gave its host a thumbs up. This host really knew how to brainwash. Weren't those prodigies from the myriad heaven court also recruited this way? Drawing grand visions, one after another. Axel, standing behind Irvin, heard these words and felt a sense of familiarity. These words sounded familiar, like something he had heard before. Never mind, he decided. Such sweet promises couldn't be resisted. Meanwhile, Elizabeth stood nervously before Irvin, feeling incredibly inferior. She bowed her head, trembling all over, not daring to raise her eyes. Hearing Irvin's words filled her with anticipation and longing. Was this real? It felt like a dream. Just moments ago, she was the lowest servant. Now, she had been chosen by Irvin to become his follower, with future cultivation under the greatest force in the universe. An honor many would die for. Countless prodigies across the realms fought to enter this circle, yet here she was, chosen almost randomly. Miss Yuxuan, be confident. Lift your head, Irvin said, smiling gently as he approached her. He brushed her long hair behind her ears, causing her to tremble again, overwhelmed by self-doubt. She wore tattered clothes while he was dressed in magnificent attire. Did she deserve this? But still, she obeyed, slowly lifting her head to meet Irvin's gaze. In that instant, she felt her world brighten with endless possibilities. In front of her stood a god, a flawless being. His eyes shimmered, skin fair, features exquisitely chiseled as if sculpted by the gods themselves. His slender physique and refined mannerisms made him the most perfect man she had ever seen. Compared to the legendary super prodigies of their continent, they paled next to this gentleman. They did not even compare to one finger of his. But seeing herself in contrast made her feel unworthy of following such a deity. She softly whispered, can I ask for a few days to consider? Irvin smiled warmly, gently stroking her cheek, nodding. Of course. I'll wait until you're ready to respond. Hearing this, Elizabeth's heart pounded fiercely, her pupils widening. Her cheeks flushed red like ripe apples, swallowing hard. These words, why did they sound strange? Or was it intentional? Stephen was internally delighted. What had he heard? Such a great opportunity, and Elizabeth wanted more time to think? This was too good to pass up. He and his daughter Adelita must find Elizabeth and persuade her. Only someone from the main branch should seize this opportunity for the prosperity of the Su family. But at that moment, Marcus could no longer hold back. Flashing forward, he stood in the center of the hall, eyes red with anger, blood boiling. He shouted, Eternal immortal realm lord, you're forcing her. If Yuxuan doesn't want to, that's her choice. What does it matter to you? Marcus's outburst left the Su family present drenched in cold sweat. Who was he to judge the Jethro of the myriad ancient Ewing family? One wrong move, and not only the Su family but the entire Clinton Anshan continent would be wiped out. Stephen panicked, shouting loudly, Guards, remove this insolent boy. 20 lashes. Marcus ignored him, powerful aura emanating, showcasing his supernatural prowess. He challenged Irvin directly. Lord of the eternal immortal realm, dare you face me in battle? Chapter 325. The busiest in the circus, the highest and lowest in the cards. You Su family are unworthy of being an alchemy dynasty. You should be a righteous faction, but instead you have degenerated into sycophants, willing to do anything to flatter that so-called young lord from immortal domain. You show no regard for others' wishes. First, you tried to offer Miss Shayna to Irvin, and now you let Irvin choose one of your own prodigies as a follower without considering their feelings at all. How is such behavior any different from evil cults? Is a mere pampered brat worth all this trouble? Marcus stood in the central position in the grand hall, acting as if he were the main character of the world. He berated the crowd, denouncing the esteemed alchemy dynasty as a wicked sect. At that moment, he seemed to forget he was part of the Su family. With righteous indignation in his eyes, he had built up a grand internal drama, imagining himself as a towering figure standing up against power, probably becoming the idol of the young generation of the Su family. and daring to openly oppose a young lord from eternal, immortal domain. Such courage. No one could match him. Surely, Elizabeth would see him in a better light, possibly even falling for him. But soon, he heard murmurs from the many young disciples behind him. Where did this guy come from? Who is he, daring to oppose Lord Ewing? Do we have someone like him among our Su family's young talents? This is too foolish, truly overestimating oneself. He will pay for his rashness sooner or later. Opposing the young lord in public will doom our Su family. What a disaster. A complete disaster. Ewings, if the young lord gives an order, even the entire Clintonancian continent will be buried with us. Get rid of this fool quickly. Note, Shintan Da Lu is translated as Clintonancian continent to maintain consistency and readability in English. Marcus's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to look at the crowd behind him. What did he hear? They doubted him? Why couldn't they understand him? Didn't they see his efforts? He wanted to stand up against tyranny, to find a way for the Su family to live on. Fine, a bunch of bootlickers. I thought our Su family's young generation was clear-headed, able to distinguish right from wrong, and bring clarity back to our family. But it turns out you're all wolves in sheep's clothing, tainted by greed. This Su family has nothing left for me to hold on to. The higher-ups are small-minded people, and the disciples are bootlickers who look down on others. From today onward, I, Marcus, am no longer part of the Su family. Marcus threw his hand in the air, standing tall and confident. However, in everyone else's eyes, he looked like a clown performing a farce. In Irvin's mind, the system was laughing uncontrollably. My apologies, host. We are professionally trained not to laugh, except when we can't help it. Haha. Irvin held back his laughter, knowing his status required him to maintain composure, though he found amusement within. Looking at Marcus's performance, he almost wanted to say, "And you, my brother, are the real clown. The busiest in the circus, the highest and lowest in the cards, the wildest in Gotham, the best customer of Batman, and McDonald's mascot." Even Elizabeth closed her eyes, finding Marcus extremely embarrassing at this moment. Does he really think he's the protagonist? Does he think the world can't function without him? I recognize him. He's just a lowly horse groom in our Su family. One of the young geniuses spoke up, realizing something important, quickly clarifying. The rest of the crowd came to their senses, bursting into laughter at Marcus's expense. Mockery echoed through the grand hall, piercing and harsh. Seeing his tattered clothes, I thought he might be a hidden expert of our Su family. Haha, a mere horse groom, yet he dares to speak such nonsense. Afraid of ridicule, huh? Just a waste of space who tends horses. How dare he challenge Leonardo Ewing? Tired of living, is he? Marcus clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening. He memorized every face mocking him, planning to humiliate them shortly. In his mind he laughed. Laugh now, laugh while you can. When I crush Leonardo Ewing underfoot, you won't be laughing. I will show you what a true young genius looks like. Marcus, how dare you act this way? The family feeds and nurtures you, and you repay us by biting the hand that feeds? Without any alchemy or cultivation talent, making you tend horses was the most suitable position for you. But you repeatedly defame the family and now seek to doom us by insulting Leonardo Ewing, calling him a spoiled brat. Today, you cannot be spared. Since you've renounced the Su family, then very well. Break his limbs and throw him out. Let him fend for himself. An elder stepped forward, shouting loudly. He couldn't stand to watch and dared not risk Marcus's reckless actions anymore. Offending the Su family was one thing, but offending Irvin could spell the end for the entire Clintonancian continent. Two young geniuses exchanged glances and nodded, stepping forward toward Marcus. They saw an opportunity to leave a good impression with both the family elders and Leonardo Ewing. Marcus's audacity in opposing the elders and Leonardo Ewing could be seen as meritorious by putting him down. Marcus, surrender. Self-mutilate your hands and feet, and we may spare you some pain. I, Marcus, need not explain myself to anyone. Marcus sneered, sweeping his hand. A powerful aura radiated from him, overwhelming presence spreading out. In the grand universe, he might not have been among the top-tier young geniuses, but his transformation from a useless person in such a short time was bound to astonish the entire Clintonancian continent. Sky-shaking palm. Marcus slapped forward, releasing a torrent of formidable magic power like a blood sea surge. The two disciples hurriedly released their own magic to defend themselves, but were thrown backward as if struck by a divine mountain. So much for a genius, Marcus smirked disdainfully. His expression reminded Irvin of something. A crooked mouth, uncertain fate, earth-covering palm. As soon as he spoke, a massive palm imprint formed, descending upon the two young disciples with terrifying force, akin to meteors crashing down. Unprepared from their previous retreat, they were blasted away, landing injured. Is this all you've got? Are the Su family's young geniuses weaker than a mere horse groom? Now, Marcus felt elated, confidently pointing fingers. Absolute power made him invincible. Whatever he desired, he could achieve with his newfound strength. Meanwhile, Irvin watched silently as the chosen one acted cocky. Like an electronic pet he kept for amusement, these supposed prodigies carried great fortune but had received partial treasures from the system, often turning corrupt. Leaving them alive was a potential hazard. But Irvin enjoyed deriving entertainment from them. Why waste such opportunities? Life was dull enough. Instead of idling away, finding amusement in these chosen ones provided fun and could even harness their luck. Why not take advantage of it? Chapter 326. Let Elizabeth make her own choice. Sorry, you're a good person. However, the many elders present could not remain calm. Even the family head, Reed, showed a look of surprise, as if he had witnessed something utterly absurd and unbelievable. That's not right. He, Marcus, is just a horse groom in our Su family, previously an unrefined waste who couldn't even cultivate or produce the lowest grade of elixirs. How can this be explained now when Marcus has clearly reached the Shun Tong realm, immensely powerful, and no longer weak within our Su family? This is simply a miracle. Perhaps this horse groom was blessed with a great fortune. The elders murmured to each other, discussing amongst themselves. What was happening before their eyes was truly absurd. A mere waste of a horse groom actually defeating two of their family's outstanding young talents simultaneously. It was beyond belief. Marcus must have had some extraordinary encounter. With this thought, the eyes of the numerous elders and Reed all gleamed with excitement. An opportunity that could transform a useless individual into a cultivator within such a short time, achieving the Shantong realm and more, was certainly desirable. If such a chance were granted to them, these powerful figures would undoubtedly reap substantial benefits. Even if it were of no use to them personally, passing it down to their heirs would surely help them advance on the path of cultivation. Just as Reed was about to speak, Irvin waved his hand to stop him. Meanwhile, Marcus, brash and defiant, stomped his foot and gazed at Elizabeth affectionately. Yuxuan, come with me. With my current strength, I can ensure your safety and might even have hope to cure your constitution, allowing you to once again pursue the path of cultivation and possibly become an exceptional talent like myself. Elizabeth's face showed signs of annoyance. She was indeed startled by Marcus earlier. They both belonged to the most humble and lowly group within the family. Marcus had surpassed her, becoming a young prodigy and demonstrating immense power by fending off two of the family's leading talents with a single palm. Marcus, since you claim that I forcibly took Yuxuan from you, let's give Elizabeth the choice to decide whether she follows you or not. I will not interfere either way. Irvin sat on his throne, disdainful and scornful, as if looking down on an insignificant ant trying to defy him. Elizabeth bit her lip, revealing a conflicted expression. She lifted her bright eyes, glancing at the gentlemanly Irvin seated on the throne, then looked down at the arrogant and overbearing Marcus, who resembled a clown. The contrast was clear. Moreover, while Irvin appeared outwardly gentle and refined, in reality, he was the young master of the ancient Ewing family, supported by two of the most powerful immortal factions, one of the strongest second-generation descendants in all realms. No one dared to provoke him. Even seasoned cultivators bowed obediently before him without any sign of disrespect, let alone small fry like them. Disobedience meant extermination. Elizabeth had a premonition that if she followed Marcus, not only would the Sioux family, but also the entire Clintonanchan continent, face destruction. Such was the magnitude of the disparity between them. Then she said to Marcus, Marcus, sorry, you're a good person. You shouldn't stay for someone like me, a waste, nor should you offend Jethro Ewing. Kneel and apologize. Jethro Ewing is generous and will spare your life. Irvin struggled to suppress his laughter. He hadn't expected to witness such a melodramatic scene. A mighty figure destined for greatness, bestowed with fortune, received a rejection card. If following the usual plot, Elizabeth would likely be one of Marcus's harem members. But for the two of them to part ways so easily was too entertaining. Irvin loved gossip. It turns out, besides letting things go and lying flat, there were other amusing events. Seeing his electronic pet gradually go insane and mentally collapse, Irvin could only think, too powerful, too impressive. As for Marcus, after hearing Elizabeth's words, his mind nearly snapped. Wide-eyed, he refused to believe what he heard. He did not want to believe it. No, this couldn't happen. Absolutely not. His goddess Elizabeth, how could she treat him like this? Was she helping that spoiled son speak? Did that man brainwash her? Ewings, it must be. That degenerate came from the eternal immortal realm, possessing many skills and methods, possibly hypnotizing and brainwashing Elizabeth. Otherwise, his goddess Yuxuan would never be so heartless to him. Irvin, battle me. Let us determine victory or defeat, life or death. Do you dare? Marcus roared furiously, enraged to the point of madness, his eyes bloodshot, hair standing on end. He wanted to engage Irvin in a life and death duel. Irvin smiled lightly and shook his head, as if he had heard a joke. When had such insignificant characters dared to challenge him so freely? Did he really think being a heaven-defying son brought him protection from fate, making him invincible? Ha! With one command from him, the world's will or the heavenly Tao would cower before him, trembling and not daring to overstep even slightly. He merely wanted to cultivate a few electronic pets, indulge in games, and harvest luck to add a touch of fun to his mundane life. Those life-forbidden zones hunters and dark sequencers roaming the heavens were nothing more than specks that could be wiped out with a snap of his fingers, unworthy of his attention. Edited for clarity and fluency in English. The phrase, life-forbidden zones, is kept as it seems to be a specific term from the original context. If it needs further clarification or localization, please provide additional context. Irvin, are you afraid? If you don't dare to face me, then quickly get out of the Sioux family, out of this vast world, and return to your eternal immortal realm to be a nobody. Note, there are untranslated Chinese phrases intentionally left as they may represent names, terms, or titles unique to the story context. ##### Chapter 327. A single breath suppresses the heaven-defying sun. Irvin couldn't help but laugh as he sat majestically on the throne. The surrounding void warped, emitting icy strands of energy that seemed to shatter everything in an instant. In that moment, the spiritual energy fluctuated wildly, and the world trembled. But with a gesture from Irvin, it immediately stopped. His personal bodyguard, Alicia, had been provoked and was about to strike the person before them. But Irvin halted her. There's no need for that. Such a cute electronic pet needs some playtime first. Killing him now would be too merciful. Since you've shown such determination, I'll give you one chance. Whether or not you can seize it depends on your own abilities, Irvin said calmly, his slender fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his throne. Upon seeing this, Sherry and Una, two stunning beauties, exchanged glances, both showing a hint of helplessness in their eyes. The young master had grown up under their watchful eyes. They knew what was on his mind better than anyone else. From the moment he sat down, they knew he was about to put on a show. Although posturing wasn't a crime and the young master certainly had the strength to back it up, with age, he had become increasingly dominant, truly mesmerizing. Hearing these words, Marcus laughed out loud. Since Irvin dared to give him this opportunity, he, the spoiled son, was destined to be suppressed today. With the mysterious benefactor's gift and the many divine arts within the ring, Marcus could enhance his combat power significantly. Today was his day to gain fame, to erase his past humiliation as a stable boy. Once he suppressed Irvin and drove him out, then left the Su family, who wouldn't want to recruit a talented and powerful genius like himself on this Black Heaven continent. The vast world offers boundless opportunities. Anywhere can be home. With that, Marcus gathered his mana into his hands, which surged like waves, forming a colossal palm imprint that blasted forward with incredible speed and force, akin to lightning. Everyone present was caught off guard. Even some of the elders were secretly startled by Marcus's formidable strength, far beyond what they expected. Moreover, his cultivation improved at an astonishing rate, as if guided by divine assistance. On the Black Heaven continent, apart from the descendants of major sects and powers, ordinary disciples would have little chance against him. Heaven-inverting palm. Yoinked, as the massive palm imprint reached Irvin, it crumbled and disintegrated into fragments, as if it had never existed. This is all you've got? You disappoint me, Irvin remarked coolly, still sitting motionlessly on his throne. Marcus's eyes narrowed, realizing he had met his match. Wait, how could an ordinary mortal counter his power? This didn't make sense. Then, a light flashed in Marcus's eyes. Ewing's, it must be because of countless elixirs used by his family to forcibly elevate his cultivation. Otherwise, an ordinary mortal wouldn't be much stronger than a nobody like him. Buck-crushing, earth-shattering technique. Marcus stomped the ground and roared, unleashing his formidable cultivation. Even some lower-ranking elders felt chills run down their spines. They sighed inwardly, marveling at Marcus's unparalleled talent. No wonder Marcus was so arrogant and disdainful of others. With such talent, he could have received favorable treatment and resources within the Su family, leading to unlimited achievements. Even on the Black Heaven continent, he would have held a prominent place. Unfortunately, he offended the young master of the ancient Ewing family. Being dismembered and cast out from the Su family would likely be the least of his worries. And the Su family wouldn't dare voice any discontent, especially since Marcus had severed ties with them. To offend the powerful Ewing family for just one genius was simply not worth it. Vast torrents of mana surged as if piercing through the heavens, unstoppable and incomprehensible. It seemed as though Marcus was about to pierce through the very fabric of existence with his technique. Irvin sneered. The buck-crushing, earth-shattering technique. He recognized it instantly. It was probably one of the lesser spells from the system within the ring. How could Marcus have the audacity to challenge him with techniques inferior even to his system's most basic ones? Perhaps, ignorance breeds courage. Due to ignorance, there was no fear. Irvin remained seated on the throne, extending only a finger to gently flick. The spell Marcus unleashed with full might disintegrated into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. All in the blink of an eye. Marcus was dumbstruck, staring unblinkingly at Irvin, refusing to believe it. No, this can't be real. It must be your guardian acting in secret, blocking my attack. Otherwise, how could a mere pampered son do this? Marcus shook his head vigorously, laughing maniacally as if he'd discovered the truth. Irvin was weary. Watching a clown perform for too long was exhausting. Besides, it was getting late, and he needed rest. Despite maintaining a tradition of sleeping every night, two maids wouldn't let him alone and insisted on cuddling him. Standing up, Irvin gently lifted Elizabeth's chin, their clear eyes meeting. Elizabeth blushed, shyly averting her gaze. However, Irvin gazed intently at her and said softly, "Come to my chambers tonight. I'll help you unblock your meridians and restore your potential." Upon hearing this, Marcus seemed to lose control. What nonsense about unblocking meridians and restoring potential? What a boorish fellow this Ewing family's young master is, he shouted, visibly agitated. You're just a teenager. What are you trying to do? Irvin's eyes turned cold, and he slowly turned to stare at Marcus. A single breath exhaled, creating an overwhelming pressure akin to the collapse of the heavens. The sheer force swept down like a shattered planet, collapsing worlds, utterly terrifying. Under this pressure, Marcus couldn't even lift his head. Despite using all his strength to resist, it was futile. Enraged, Marcus gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. But it was all in vain. With a loud thud, he fell to his knees, his bones nearly snapping. After convulsing, he lay on the ground, vomiting blood, eyes rolling back, lifeless. Disable his cultivation as punishment. Clan leader Su, you handle the rest. Show mercy. Don't take his life. Joa nodded repeatedly, trembling after witnessing Irvin's terrifying strength. Such power far exceeded that of his peers. In the vast world, no young genius could withstand even a single move from Irvin. Just a single breath effortlessly suppressed the once prominent Marcus. Is this the true prowess of a genius from the eternal immortal realm? Chapter 328. Sir Ewing is truly a magnanimous person. Give him a kowtow. At this moment, the crowd in the grand hall looked at Marcus, who was sprawled on the ground like a discarded dog, and then at Irvin, who stood high above them, relaxed and serene. The contrast between the two was striking. Indeed, he was the young supreme of eternal immortal domain, the heir of the 10,000-year-old Ewing family. His power was unfathomable, like an endless deep sea, extremely terrifying. Someone like Marcus, who could easily fend off two major geniuses from their own clan, was absolutely formidable, easily ranking among the top in his generation. Ewing, he couldn't even withstand a single wisp of Irvin's aura. The gap between the two was indescribable, one heaven and one earth, impossible to bridge in this lifetime. Is this the divine might of Sir Ewing? Too terrifying. He's only a dozen years old. Even among the young elites of our great world, he would undoubtedly be considered invincible. Even those young geniuses in their 20s couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Sir Ewing seems like a celestial being descending from the heavens. He must be far ahead of all young elites in eternal immortal domain. Ewings, yes, indeed, far ahead. The elders sighed in admiration, inwardly astonished. They had never seen such a youth reach this level of strength. He was truly a remarkable person, a celestial dragon among humans. Joa hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply to Irvin as if pleading for forgiveness. Indeed, he spoke directly to Irvin. Please forgive us, sir. This dog disturbed your noble peace, daring to challenge you in public, disgracing your dignity. Fortunately, with your divine might and unparalleled talent, you subdued him effortlessly. Since you commanded, I will act accordingly. I shall spare his life but imprison him, letting him endure torment. We can decide on his fate later. Joa was trembling, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his heart pounding in fear. In that instant, he felt a destructive aura, as if the heavens were collapsing. He immediately guessed that Irvin's hidden protector was about to make a move. Although the highest cultivation in their world was Divine King, Irvin seemed to transcend these limits, existing beyond the rules. After all, their Dark Soul Heaven Demon Clan base, once flourishing and dark, was akin to a forbidden zone, avoided by major sects and powerful forces. Now, it was just a vast pit, devoid of life. The 3 Divine Kings residing there were crushed into dust, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, completely obliterated. Are you all blind? Drag this dead dog away and imprison him. Not knowing how to tend horses properly, causing trouble for me, arrogantly thinking himself the greatest genius in the world. Joa's words struck home, and 2 elders immediately dragged Marcus off to the dungeon, grabbing him like a dead dog. Marcus screamed in agony, his eyes blazing with hatred, bloodlust swirling as he glared at Irvin, seemingly wanting to tear him apart. Irvin, you dare cripple my cultivation. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. I will avenge myself. Marcus was in excruciating pain, spitting blood while glaring fiercely at Irvin, roaring loudly. At this moment, he could only vent his helpless rage, powerless against Irvin. Throughout all this, Irvin remained calm, observing it all like entertainment. As Marcus's curses gradually faded, Irvin sat serenely on his throne, enjoying the tranquility. The grand hall fell silent, and the elders trembled, fearing Marcus's reckless actions would anger Irvin, bringing retribution on the entire family. Suddenly, Irvin smiled. Everyone, please relax. I, Irvin, am a reasonable person and will not involve innocent people. With those words, the tension eased, and they continued their feast, enjoying fine cuisine and drinks. Joa's attitude towards Elizabeth changed drastically, seating her beside Irvin, closer to the center than his own seat, treating her with utmost respect. Elizabeth had never experienced such treatment, feeling flustered and restrained. She sat awkwardly, not daring to touch the abundant food before her. Seeing her discomfort, Irvin found the amorous quite endearing. He handed her utensils and personally picked up a piece of meat, placing it near her mouth. Elizabeth blushed, too shy to refuse. She opened her small, delicate mouth and nibbled slowly. Upon seeing this, Sarah's crimson eyes flickered with an unusual expression, her lips pouting in displeasure, as if she was jealous. Growing up, she had never seen the young master feed anyone else, yet he fed another girl now after feeding her since childhood. But Sarah was just a little servant, afraid to voice her discontent or say more. She could only pout, looking slightly sullen, lowering her head. Seemingly noticing something, Irvin smiled gently. He picked up another piece of meat and placed it near Sarah's mouth. Her face lit up like a child's, her mood turning sunny. Perhaps, this was what girls were like. Unlike the festive scene in the grand hall, the dungeon was dark, damp, and foul-smelling. Occasionally, rats scurried around, searching for decaying food, and cockroaches skittered in the shadows. It was like hell on earth, filled with cruel torture devices and utter darkness. Here, the seriously guilty members of the Su family, or enemies, were imprisoned. Marcus, powerless, was thrown into a dungeon cell, shackled and dressed in prison garb, chained to the wall. You, a mere horse tender, dare to pose Sir Ewing. You really don't know the meaning of death. You're almost dragging down the family. No matter how lucky you are, you'll remain a waste of space, destined for nothing. If not for Sir Ewing's kindness, you'd already be in hell. Just stay here until the higher-ups decide to end you. The guard spat on Marcus's face, then, still unsatisfied, kicked him in the abdomen. Marcus writhed in pain, hair disheveled, but his gaze was like a fiend's, glaring at the guard. What, still glaring? Fuck you for glaring. The guard slapped Marcus hard across the face, making him spit out more blood. His weakened body shattered a tooth upon impact. After this blow, Marcus became more docile, lowering his head and playing dead. The guard left, wanting to beat the insolent boy to death if not for the family's order not to kill him outright. When the area grew quiet again, Marcus suddenly opened his eyes, low growling, Irvin, I will tear you limb from limb. Hashtag chapter 329. Developing stealthily, escaping the dungeon, and spying on Irvin. Truly hateful. That spoiled brat. How could he possibly have such formidable strength? It's utterly preposterous. I simply refuse to believe it even if you beat me to death, Marcus muttered in the dim dungeon as he struggled against his shackles, pulling forcefully while cursing Irvin, convinced that the power wasn't Irvin's own. A mere fake nobleman's son, a spoiled brat, a complete waste of flesh. It must have been the guardian who secretly lent him a hand. Otherwise, how could he possibly suppress me with just a breath? Marcus was supremely confident in his abilities. He had used several powerful combat techniques and was exceptionally strong, though not overwhelmingly so compared to his peers. Among people his age, he was considered one of the best. His cultivation advanced at an unimaginable speed. Given enough time, along with the abilities contained in his ring, he would achieve great things and rise far. As he thought this, he glanced at the ancient bronze ring on his middle finger. This simple-looking ring exuded an ancient aura, radiating an imposing pressure. It was this very ring that had completely altered his fate and was his ultimate trump card. As long as he still possessed it, regaining his former glory was only a matter of time. Not much time either. Irvin, just wait for me. Summoning a guardian to help is no skill. Why don't you just hide in plain sight and release your aura? Marcus firmly believed his deduction was correct. Irvin must have stood up, pretending to emit an aura while the guardian secretly suppressed him, causing his current predicament. Thus, he decided to stay low, escape from the Su family, and develop stealthily for now without rash actions. Once he regained his full strength through the ring's power and became the standout young talent of the Clintonancian continent, he would find Irvin and exact his revenge, breaking all 4 limbs and feeding his flesh to dogs. As for Elizabeth, she must have been bewitched by Irvin's sorcery. Otherwise, why would she refuse his offer? Given his excellence, there was no reason for her to turn him down. Following him would lead to infinite possibilities and could help her break through cultivation barriers, allowing her to step onto the path of cultivation. At that moment, the ancient ring flashed with light, and Marcus focused his mind, rummaging through its contents until he found a spatial jump technique and a spatial leap talisman. The spatial jump technique allowed short-distance teleportation, enabling him to leave the dungeon and travel anywhere in this vast world. The spatial leap talisman was more suited for long distances, allowing him to leave the Su family's territory but with no control over where he would land. Sparing my life is definitely the biggest mistake you've ever made. Because the future me is destined to become revered, and those so-called young noblemen of the immortal realm will merely be stepping stones for me to crush easily. Marcus was extraordinarily confident, grinning widely with a sinister smile. Unbeknownst to him, Irvin spared him because life was too dull. He wanted to watch this electronic pet continue to make mistakes. As for Marcus's fate, it was only to serve as a jester, adding some amusement to Irvin's boring life. Deciding to act immediately, Marcus burned his own life essence, which caused backlash and led to him spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. However, his cultivation rapidly increased, temporarily restoring him to the level beyond the divine abilities stage. This power came at the cost of burning his life essence and would only last half a day. Afterward, he would be extremely weak, even passing out. Hurry up! Marcus immediately snapped the chains and used the spatial jump technique to twist the space in front of him, creating a spatial rift into which he jumped. However, he wouldn't run away yet. Instead, he planned to find Elizabeth first. A kind-hearted person like Yuxuan would never abandon him. Irvin must have confused her with some trickery, making her unwilling to follow him. If he could persuade her gently and make grand promises, she would surely come with him. This way, they could escape the clutches of that spoiled brat. Upon arriving at the small wooden hut, he found it empty, containing only a few tattered clothes and drafty windows. Just then, dark clouds gathered overhead, and drizzling rain began to fall, pattering softly on the ground. Marcus felt an overwhelming sense of unease, unable to understand where his beloved Yuxuan could have gone. Night was approaching, and this small hut was her only home. Why wouldn't she return? Unless, his mind raced, recalling what happened earlier in the grand hall. The spoiled brat had asked Tracy to visit his palace at night to assist in channeling her meridians and guiding her onto the path of cultivation. It was clearly a ruse. That bastard probably intended to deceive the innocent and pure Yuxuan into his palace, planning who knows what nefarious acts. Though only in his early teens, cultivators grow quickly. Surely, he was ready too. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. He absolutely couldn't allow such a tragedy to happen. Yuxuan should remain kind and pure, especially since he had long considered her his prize. He couldn't let her fall into anyone else's hands, or his reputation would be ruined. Thus, he hastened to boost his cultivation and rushed towards Irvin's palace. After Irvin's arrival, the Su family patriarch had brought out the Xianxia palace, a treasure usually kept in the treasure vault and continuously venerated. The palace could both suppress enemies and serve as a resting place. Even among their alchemy-focused family, no other large palace could match its opulence and splendor. Compared to it, even the patriarch Reed's palace seemed like a humble cottage. Clearly, the Su family highly valued Irvin. However, Marcus dismissed this, thinking it was merely flattering power. True strength lay within oneself. Arriving outside the palace, he was genuinely stunned. It looked as if it were crafted from divine gold, gleaming under the moonlight, akin to a celestial realm. Rain continued to patter softly, easing his nervousness somewhat. But thinking of a lone man and Cecilia sharing a room stirred intense anger. He clenched his right hand tightly, the nails cutting into his flesh, blood seeping out. Wait, they weren't exactly alone. Irvin had 2 stunning maidservants, and even a cold and domineering empress following him. Damn, this spoiled brat sure has good fortune. He found a window, reached out, and tore the paper apart. He had to see what Irvin intended to do to his Yuxuan. Chapter 330. A complete transformation, an unmatched beauty, and the earth immortal elixir. Inside the palace chamber, Irvin had long sensed everything. It seemed that his pet electronic companion had escaped from the dungeon. This heaven-defying brat truly had good fortune on his side. It was astonishing how quickly he managed to escape the dungeon and was now full of life and energy. Compared to his earlier ragged state, it was as if he were a completely different person. Irvin remembered how Marcus was dragged away by the elder like a dead dog, screaming and cursing. Yoink, in such a short time, he had already regained his strength. And now, this brat dared to peek at him from atop the palace chamber. He certainly had guts. However, with the inner thought reading mode Irvin possessed, he could easily read Marcus's thoughts even at this distance. Sensing his host's intentions, the system promptly responded, ding ding ding, initiating inner thought reading mode to read Marcus's mind. A smile curled at the corner of Irvin's lips. No doubt System Z could be relied upon during critical moments. Undoubtedly, after activating the inner thought reading mode, Irvin heard a steady stream of curses, all of which were Marcus's inner thoughts. If words could kill, Irvin would have died countless times over. This electronic pet was somewhat interesting. He hadn't gone berserk, but retained some sense of reason, choosing to spy rather than rush down and fight. Since this was the case, it was time to give him a couple more doses of medicine. Irvin then glanced at Elizabeth standing in the palace chamber, looking bewildered and uncertain, incredibly tense with her hands fidgeting together, her head bowed down as she felt particularly inferior. Irvin was very satisfied with this new Elizabeth. She was utterly transformed. Now, Elizabeth wore the celestial gown prepared by the system for her, and Marjorie had applied exquisite makeup, making her resemble a celestial maiden. The transformation was so profound that Irvin almost couldn't believe it was the same person. Her legs were long and straight like bamboo, with skin as smooth and white as jade, appearing incredibly tender under the flickering light. Her figure was remarkable, though not quite as abundant as Cora Xiaomei's, yet powerful and captivating. Most striking was her clear and innocent face, with eyes that seemed to hide Narcissus within them. Even Marcus, peeking from outside the window, was momentarily stunned, his pupils trembling. Earlier, he had imagined that his little sister Yuxuan, after being carefully dressed up, would be a celestial beauty, but he never expected her to be so stunningly beautiful, her charm unforgettable at just one glance. Such a beauty must belong to him, Marcus, and absolutely should not fall into the hands of this rogue. The rogue didn't deserve her. Without question, with the inner thought reading mode activated, Irvin could read Marcus's every thought. Marcus believed himself superior, thinking Irvin's every move was within his sight. However, what he didn't know was that Irvin's counter-surveillance abilities were far beyond his imagination. As an electronic pet, Marcus was only fit to be toyed with. Irvin chuckled inwardly. His high and mighty goddess was now standing before him, docile and compliant. As for Marcus, he was nothing more than a fool, a jumping clown. Touch his nose, and it would probably turn bright red. Sir, this is too precious. I cannot accept it, Elizabeth shyly said, feeling uneasy, lowering her head and speaking in a barely audible voice. Irvin took a few steps forward, stopping in front of Elizabeth. Extending a single hand, he caressed her cheek, which was incredibly soft and smooth, almost dripping with moisture. Inside, she felt even shyer, her lips blushing. Sir treated her so gently. He was only in his early teens, yet his skill at courting girls was remarkably strong. Who knew what kind of powerhouse he would become in the future? Moreover, he was a small handsome lad, so adorable but already physically imposing. In 2 more years, who knew what heights he would reach? Seeing this scene, Marcus, hiding outside the window, felt like going mad. He felt betrayed. Clearly, Elizabeth was his exclusive possession, yet now she blushed shyly in front of Irvin, showing no resistance. Thinking back to earlier, when he tried to touch her, she dodged instantly. The contrast was stark. At this moment, Marcus not only hated Irvin for ruining his bright future. If Irvin hadn't appeared, with his innate talent showcased in the family, he would have been nurtured as a prodigy, lavished with resources, sweeping through the world, defeating all rivals effortlessly. As for the chief's daughter or any enchanting beauties, they would naturally all fall into his arms. But with Irvin's arrival, everything changed. He had become like a stray dog, fleeing here and there, now only able to spy on others from a window. Worse, Elizabeth, whom he wanted to touch, would dodge immediately, while for Irvin, she showed no resistance, instead blushing deeply, playing hard to get. Marcus, out of past kindness, still considered helping her by taking her into his harem, unblocking her meridians, and finding ways to awaken her body type. That would be a great honor for her. As for the small favors Irvin gave, how could they compare to what Marcus planned to offer her in the future? You ain't. She was icy and indifferent in front of him, but acted like a meek, adorable kitten in front of Irvin. Too biased. Anger nearly clouded Marcus's judgment, wanting to burst into the hall and confront him. But reason restrained him, waiting for the right moment. Just then, Irvin spread his palm, revealing a pill the size of a dragon eye. Yuxuan, this is the Earth Immortal Elixir I prepared for you. It can help you establish your Tao foundation, allow the absorption of spirit chi, unblock your meridians, and preliminarily awaken your body type, allowing you to embark on the path of cultivation. Chapter 331. Can you seize the future? As Irvin's voice trailed off, the pill the size of a longan fruit in his palm emitted a fragrant aroma that instantly permeated the entire grand hall. The scent swirled around them. On the surface of the pill, runes flickered and divine light radiated out, exuding an exceptionally noble and holy presence, with a purple glow faintly visible. Sir, is this the legendary Earth Immortal Elixir? This, it's too precious, I dare not accept it, Elizabeth said as she took several steps back, her hand covering her nose and mouth in astonishment. She was no ordinary Cecilia. She was deeply passionate about studying ancient texts and had extensive knowledge of various Tao cultivation methods. The Su family was originally a renowned alchemy lineage, and she often immersed herself in the study of alchemy, hoping to one day be able to refine even the simplest of pills. Unfortunately, due to her lack of talent, she had never managed to refine even the lowest grade pill. However, her extensive reading meant she was familiar with countless elixir recipes, including some from the eternal immortal realm, as well as their respective efficacies. The Earth Immortal Elixir was particularly revered, and none in the vast world could refine it. It was a primordial rank medicinal pill, exceedingly precious, and even in the Clintonancian continent, the necessary ingredients were hard to gather completely. Furthermore, only the most accomplished alchemists could refine such a pure pill without any external distractions. The power of the Earth Immortal Elixir was extraordinarily potent. It could improve one's constitution, unblock meridians, and activate spiritual chi. Even an ordinary person who consumed it would gain various unique abilities, though the exact effects varied by individual. Despite its rarity, Sir Irvin offered this priceless elixir to her. Outside the window, Marcus's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. Admitting it to himself, he felt jealous. He had heard about the Earth Immortal Elixir before. It was known for enhancing one's physique. For young prodigies with exceptional talent, obtaining such a pill would greatly enhance their already formidable powers. They could become dominant figures within their realms. And Marcus, through cultivation techniques and treasures, had already improved his own cultivation, but his physical constitution still needed enhancement. If he could take the Earth Immortal Elixir, his innate talent would undoubtedly be elevated further. But the fact that Irvin gave this precious pill to Elizabeth made him feel it was a waste of a great resource. While he wanted Elizabeth to become stronger, the thought of her receiving such a valuable gift stirred immense jealousy within him. He wished he could snatch the pill for himself. Do not refuse. To you, the Earth Immortal Elixir may seem incomparably precious, something you might never acquire regardless of the cost. But to me, this is just an ordinary pill. I have plenty more. Pills are created to be used, to serve their purpose. This pill suits you perfectly. Believe me, if you consume and assimilate it, you will gain the qualifications for alchemy, and your talent will rise to new heights. Irvin's words were full of temptation, like a siren's call, echoing repeatedly in Elizabeth's ears. He was assuring her that this pill could change her life entirely. Elizabeth's eyes wavered, filled with mist. The pill seemed so far out of reach, perhaps forever beyond her grasp. She was just a humble servant, working tirelessly just to sustain herself. At this moment, her breathing grew more rapid, her chest heaving as she battled internally. If she could assimilate this pill, there was no doubt she would gain immeasurable benefits. It could alter her constitution and open up the path to cultivation, enabling her to begin refining pills. Missing this opportunity might mean never having such a chance again. Elizabeth understood her position all too well. A complex mix of emotions tumbled inside her. But accepting the pill would bind her to Sir Irvin. Wasn't that akin to being ungrateful or a deceitful Cecilia? Ewing she could no longer endure the wretched life she had led. Waking earlier than chickens, sleeping later than dogs, working harder than oxen, yet barely filling her belly, constantly enduring humiliation and abuse without the ability to fight back. The pill in front of her wasn't merely a pill. It was the best chance to change her fate. Can you seize the opportunity? Can you seize the future? Irvin's deep, magnetic voice reverberated in Elizabeth's ears. After intense inner turmoil, Elizabeth lifted her head, her gaze firm, eyes shining with resolve. I want to seize the future. I refuse to endure any more abuse. Hearing Elizabeth's determination, Irvin nodded approvingly. Everything was going according to plan. When he explained the vastness of the eternal immortal realm to the Sioux family earlier, it wasn't for them alone, but to rouse Elizabeth's longing for the realm. It worked beautifully. Elizabeth now yearned for power, for supreme alchemy skills, and to become an extraordinary figure. With effort and a natural talent for alchemy, she could become famous across the cosmos. Joining Sir Irvin would give her the chance to enter the eternal immortal realm, where the myriad ancient Ewing family cultivated numerous master alchemists. If she entered their alchemy hall, she might even become a grandmaster alchemist. Take and assimilate it. Irvin flicked his finger, sending the Earth Immortal Elixir toward Elizabeth. She picked up the pill, marveling at what seemed like an impossible dream now realized. Reflecting on her circumstances, she realized how unequal the starting lines were between people of different backgrounds. Those who others struggled their whole lives to reach could barely match what she started with in front of Sir Irvin. It felt insurmountable, making one simply marvel at the gap and watch from afar. Without another thought, Elizabeth swallowed the pill, then sat cross-legged. Her body emitted a soft silver glow, surrounded by divine light and immortal mists, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Chapter 332. Unblocking Meridians, Initial Awakening of the Purple Extreme Alchemy Body. Seated cross-legged on the ground, threads of purple light intertwined with silver divine radiance. The power of the great Tao nurtured her flesh, making her skin increasingly translucent like fine jade. Hudson saw this scene and nodded in satisfaction. This celestial immortal spirit pill had, of course, been taken from the system space. He wasn't sure when he signed in to receive it. It had simply been stored in the system's warehouse. When he had just asked the system about a pill that could awaken the purple extreme alchemy body, the system located the celestial immortal spirit pill and directly took it out. Now it seemed the damn system was indeed reliable. Marcus, who was lying outside the window, gritted his teeth at this sight. It was truly detestable. The celestial immortal spirit pill. If such an excellent medicinal pill fell into his hands, he could absolutely unleash its greater effects, helping him to dominate the world, achieve the rank of venerated one, and become unbeatable by any. Moreover, if Elizabeth could cultivate after consuming and refining the pill, especially if the efficacy of the pill was powerful, it might allow her to step onto the path of cultivation and refine medicinal pills. By then, Elizabeth would look down on him even more, having seen a broader horizon and wanting to explore further, soaring in the vast skies. Most likely, she would go to the eternal immortal realm with Hudson. Bitch, this celestial immortal spirit pill should be mine. Talking about considering carefully, yet she ends up at that wastrel's palace at night. What is there to consider? She couldn't be more eager. The eternal immortal realm spoken of by that wastrel, could it really be so good? Marcus suppressed his anger and continued watching. He wanted to see what kind of wonderful effect this celestial immortal spirit pill would have after refinement. If the effect was poor, it would be a waste. At this moment, Marcus was much calmer and wiser compared to his reckless self from earlier. Unfortunately, his strength had greatly declined, his cultivation wasted. Nowadays, he only briefly restored his cultivation by burning his essence, and also relied on the mystical treasures within the ring to escape from that dark dungeon. Elizabeth's face contorted in pain as she couldn't help but groan. The efficacy of the celestial immortal spirit pill was too powerful, the spiritual energy formed by the pill nurturing her meridians, unblocking previously blocked acupoints throughout her limbs and organs, flowing with incredible might. But this process was also incredibly painful, akin to unblocking the conception and governor vessels, enduring pain beyond human endurance to achieve extraordinary greatness beyond human reach. Sure enough, not long after, Elizabeth's skin became increasingly translucent and lustrous, smooth and flawless, her waist slender. Enduring the pain, she was drenched in sweet sweat, even wetting her clothes, which made Hudson feel somewhat lost in thought, as if she were a captivating beauty, occasionally emitting soft moans. Hudson was stunned, never expecting this ugly duckling, needing only a bit of makeup, to turn into a beautiful swan, surpassing countless other women with her extraordinary beauty. Even some young female prodigies in the eternal immortal realm might not match her. Her beauty was stunning, her figure alluring, not falling short even compared to Marjorie and Una. Marjorie and Una stood behind Hudson, slightly speechless. Marjorie, in her red dress, looked extremely enchanting with her fiery red hair cascading down. Her eyes, like garnets, rolled involuntarily. Wasn't Little Master being a bit too wicked, nearly tripping over himself at the sight of such unparalleled beauty? Una smiled faintly, appearing saintly and ethereal, used to such scenes. After all, Little Master was so outstanding that countless holy maidens in the entire eternal immortal realm vied to be his followers. Xianxia ignored them all without giving them a second glance. Instead, he bestowed gifts on this Cecilia with ordinary constitution, who couldn't even refine low-grade medicinal pills. There was a high likelihood that he sensed she harbored great secrets, far beyond what appeared on the surface, and was crucial to him. Therefore, he chose to lend a hand, improving her constitution. Despite looking pure and innocent like a newbie, Hudson was actually quite cunning, acting only in his own interest and never wasting time on trivial people. Meanwhile, Marcus, lying outside the window, was also witnessing this scene, his eyes almost popping out. Seeing Elizabeth seated cross-legged, diligently smoothing her meridians while in obvious pain and covered in sweat, he couldn't help but fantasize. He never expected Elizabeth to become so breathtakingly beautiful after dressing up, her cries of pain filled with allure. In terms of beauty alone, even clan leader's daughter Adelita couldn't compare, falling far behind on many counts. Marcus deeply regretted not securing Elizabeth earlier. Now, she was about to fall into Hudson's clutches. In the grand hall, seeing Elizabeth's growing distress, Hudson felt somewhat heartache. He moved behind Elizabeth, sat down cross-legged, and gently placed his palms on her back, feeling the smoothness and softness of her skin. Shaking his head, Hudson quickly dismissed these thoughts. He was here to alleviate her pain and help her channel her spiritual energy. How could he behave like a lecherous wastrel, taking liberties? Am I wrong for laughing? You know yourself best, the system remarked. Hudson gritted his teeth. This damn system. He would definitely bring it to its true form one day and thrash it, teaching it a lesson for exposing him. Focusing fully, eyes half closed, he guided warm currents of energy along specific paths into Elizabeth's body, circulating within her, guiding the spiritual energy formed by the celestial immortal spirit pill, preventing it from causing harm and focusing on breaking through major acupoints, awakening the initial stage of the purple extreme alchemy body. Thank you, sir. Elizabeth's breaths were weak, speaking with difficulty but still managed to turn around, forcing a smile, thanking Hudson. Focus your mind, channel your spiritual energy, break through the major acupoints, and initially awaken your body. I can sense it. You possess a hidden powerful physique that was previously suppressed by the world's rules. Now, using the celestial immortal spirit pill, you can achieve breakthroughs, transcending boundaries to become a true prodigy. Elizabeth took this seriously, guiding the energy Hudson infused into her body to break through the various acupoints, thus advancing. Indeed, her former fantasy wasn't wrong. She truly possessed a peerless physique, merely sealed due to external conditions. Had Hudson not come, she would probably die with unfulfilled potential, but now, the gears of fate began to turn. Chapter 333. Hugging together, Marcus's fury surges. Crouching outside the window, Marcus watched as the two engaged in such intimate actions, immediately bursting into uncontrollable rage. He felt as if he had a green pasture growing on his head, even imagining a few sheep grazing atop it. Marcus's mental state was unraveling. His eyes flashed with fury as he coughed up a mouthful of blood from overwhelming anger. The brief recovery of his cultivation, destabilized by his turbulent emotions and heartache, began to rapidly decline. Hastily, Marcus activated a secret technique, accelerating the burning of his life essence to stabilize his cultivation temporarily. However, this also drastically shortened his lifespan, causing several strands of white hair to appear. His heart filled with hatred for Irvin and Elizabeth, harboring murderous intentions towards them. He wished to strip their skin, break their bones, and cast them into the eternal hellfire to be torn apart by infernal spirits. Irvin, Elizabeth, you will not have a good end. I will make your lives unbearable, Marcus vowed silently, determined to regroup and rise again, aiming to dominate all realms and achieve the status of a celestial genius, ultimately humiliating Irvin. As for Elizabeth, he vowed not to show any mercy when she would beg for his forgiveness in the future. Yoinked, Marcus's inner thoughts were fully captured by the mind-reading mode without missing a single detail. Irvin could barely contain his laughter, stifling it to avoid raising suspicion among his two little attendants. As for the system, it laughed raucously inside Irvin's mind, so amused by Marcus that it forgot its professionalism. The host can't hold back anymore. You've created a truly hilarious electronic pet, with complex layers, providing endless entertainment. So, that was just their fantasy time? Irvin inwardly reprimanded the system to behave, wondering what other unexpected actions might follow. Even though Marcus was a clownish son of heaven, Irvin couldn't bear to eliminate him yet, and wanted to continue playing with him. He planned to observe how this rebellious son of heaven would innovate next. If no further amusement came, then elimination would be necessary. It was time to return to the immortal domain after being away for a while. He wondered how his parents were faring, despite knowing they were at the pinnacle of all heavens. Missing them deeply, he longed to see them more often. As for his bet, who had transformed into a primordial demon fetus and achieved the pinnacle of God Emperor, he wondered if she remained in the family or returned to the borderlands of the myriad worlds. The intersection between the myriad worlds and outer chaos grew increasingly unstable, wars frequently erupting, causing rifts in the universe that devastated countless small worlds. Irvin sensed that turmoil would soon engulf the myriad worlds, making it imperative to accelerate the establishment of his eternal, heavenly court to ensure peace and stability over all creation. With his miles around, everything seemed manageable. After a while, Elizabeth abruptly opened her eyes, now radiating an aura of divinity. Her previously pitch-black eyes sparkled brilliantly, now turned purple like dazzling gemstones. Her entire demeanor had undergone a radical transformation, contrasting sharply with her former meek servant self. The initial signs of the purple apex elixir body resurfaced, unlocking her potential in alchemy, although not fully restored, still demonstrating formidable power unparalleled by others. Alongside these changes, Elizabeth's mindset shifted from deep-seated inferiority to confidence and excitement, marveling at her hands. I have cultivation powers. And I feel countless alchemy essences swirling around me, as if I were born for alchemy. Can I actually practice alchemy? Seeing Elizabeth's childlike excitement, Irvin approached her, gently stroking her cheeks before saying earnestly, "From now on, you won't endure others' disdain. You are a celestial genius too, destined to dominate an era, transcending this dark heaven continent. It isn't worthy to confine you." Reflecting on her pitiful past, emotions surged through Elizabeth, tears streaming down like pearls. Overwhelmed, she impulsively threw herself into Irvin's arms, sobbing audibly. Irvin, taken aback, froze momentarily, unsure how to react, his hands hovering in the air. Did this little one plan this? Who can handle such a move? Unaware that challenges were Irvin's weak spot, but hearing Su Yujun cry in his embrace, he realized she must have endured much suffering and humiliation. Now, awakened to her potential and about to start her cultivation journey, she was undoubtedly moved. Irvin softly embraced her, soothing her with words, "It's all right, it's all over now. Your life is just beginning. In no time, I'll take you back to the eternal, immortal domain, where the grandmasters of the family alchemy hall will teach you true alchemical arts, turning you into a master known across the myriad worlds." A girl's resistance to promises is nearly zero. Elizabeth clung tightly to Irvin, feeling the warmth of having a protector. To her, Irvin was like a safe harbor in this cold world, giving her hope and meaning. Catalina pouted, feeling jealous, wishing for the same embrace from her young master. Meanwhile, Marcus, still crouching outside the window, felt as if struck by lightning. Stunned, he spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by the darkness of despair. He had only come to bring his younger sister Elizabeth far away, living freely together. Instead, he witnessed her awaken with an extraordinary constitution, embarking on her cultivation journey, grateful to Irvin, and hugging him. Anger surged within him, blinding him as he lost balance, falling from the palace window with a loud crash. Who's there? Hashtag chapter 334, Disciples Interruption, reveal the final card, sever the right arm. As a rumbling sound echoed outside the palace, Irvin fiercely shouted. The two maidservants, Marjorie and Una, sensed something was amiss. Their clear eyes flashed with divine light, and they immediately became alert, guarding beside Irvin. Let's go, check it out. Elizabeth had been completely bewildered throughout this time. She had only just awakened her constitution but hadn't expected anyone else to be outside the grand hall. Could it be? Everything that happened inside the hall was spied on? Before she could react, Irvin grabbed her hand and rushed toward the entrance of the palace. Outside the palace, Marcus was barely suppressing the intense pain within his heart, trying to escape as quickly as possible, transforming into a streak of light. However, he touched the boundary of the palace's protective barrier. Just then, several patrolling disciples of the Su family happened to pass by. They saw Marcus attempting to escape as a flash of light. In the dim night with little light, they hadn't recognized him yet and mistook him for a black-clothed assassin, appearing outside the palace of the Conrad, surely up to no good. One of the patrolling disciples held a silver spear, runes glowing on its tip, radiating silvery light like a lightning bolt slicing through the sky. Purple lightning dragon spear. This was an excellent technique and ranked among the top in the Su family. Young disciples were taught this skill, which could unleash considerable power unexpectedly during combat, catching enemies off guard. A streak of silvery light pierced the sky like a wave of energy. Marcus, caught off guard while fleeing, received a blow without preparation. Immediately, he spat out blood, falling like a kite cut loose, landing hard and creating a large crater, continuously coughing up blood. He looked wretched, his clothes torn and flesh bruised. His cultivation had been ruined earlier, and he hadn't had time to recover before burning his life essence to briefly restore his strength, using spatial leap techniques to escape from the death cell. However, his fury clouded his judgment, causing him to lose balance and fall directly out of the hall window. Get out of my way. Marcus stood up, glaring at the three patrolling disciples with sharp eyes, resembling a fierce tiger. Time was running short. He couldn't afford any delays. The commotion he caused would certainly be noticed by Irvin and the others. They might already be chasing after him. If he didn't act now and got caught by Irvin, to prevent future trouble, Irvin might kill him outright, leaving no chance for a comeback. Bold scoundrel, who are you to dare intrude upon the residence of the Conrad? Even if you're a powerhouse from the Divine Palace, encountering us three will not allow you to escape. Surrender. The three patrolling disciples yelled, sounding menacing though inwardly fearful. Two of them wielded swords, while the leader held a silver spear. Clearly, they weren't ordinary. In fact, these three patrolling disciples were carefully selected by the upper echelons of the Su family, the cream of the crop among the younger generation. They were placed outside Irvin's palace to become familiar with him, hoping he might leave a good impression and grant favors. Such opportunities were once-in-a-lifetime chances for these young elites. After all, Even a single leg hair from Irvin was thicker than their thighs combined. Hurry, follow us back to see Master Irvin. Youthful generosity may spare your life. The leading disciple's silver spear glowed brightly, like a radiant star in the night sky. The three felt excited and relieved. Finally, they had an opportunity. Bringing this sneaky intruder to Master Irvin would be a significant achievement. If Irvin was in a good mood, he might bestow treasures or skills, allowing them to rise instantly to true elites. Whoever blocks me dies. Marcus couldn't tolerate any more delays. His life essence was depleting rapidly. He would collapse soon if not for his forced support. More silver strands appeared in his hair. He absolutely couldn't fail here. He must escape quickly. Heaven-turning palm. Vast mana surged forth, coalescing into a massive palm print that struck forward like a mountain collision. The three disciples displayed their prowess. Silvery light flared and runes shimmered, their power overwhelming, tearing apart the heaven-turning palm imprint into nothingness. Marcus suffered backlash, spitting out another mouthful of blood, sustaining internal injuries. He was fighting with his life on the line. He couldn't delay any longer. But these three obviously had skills, being top-ranked among the Su family's younger generation and strategically placed as patrolling disciples. Die now. Starfall Fist. Starfall Fist was another technique recorded in the ring, harnessing stellar power to condense within his body and unleash tremendous force. Each punch multiplied the previous one's power. Marcus darted like a leopard, flashing through the void, emitting silver radiance and sprinkling stardust, arriving swiftly before the three disciples. Punches flew, accompanied by crackling air as his physical strength seemed to sweep across the three. The disciples hurriedly defended. The clash of fists produced sounds piercing the air. Marcus vanished again, appearing behind the three, using stellar power to form sword-like rays, forcing them back. With feet seemingly propelled by jets, he fled within an instant. Goodbye, losers. 3 waste of space, unable to stop an injured man like me. Go drink milk for another couple of years. Despite his injuries, Marcus couldn't help gloating after escaping from the grasp of 3 elite geniuses. Their silence burned with indignation, standing rooted to the spot, flames of rage blazing in their eyes, yearning to catch up and decapitate the intruder. Ewing Marcus's speed was unmatched. He was already far away in the blink of an eye. Frustrating, let him escape like this? Watch our potential glory slip away? One disciple was unwilling to give up. But at that moment, a boom broke the air. A divine light appeared, invisible to the naked eye, speeding after Marcus. The Conrad has acted. The leading disciple exclaimed upon catching a glimpse of Irvin. With the Conrad intervening, the rogue wouldn't stand a chance. Even if he managed to escape, he'd likely pay a heavy price. Sure enough, sensing someone chasing him, Marcus glanced back, nearly losing his soul. Irvin! It's Irvin! Why won't you let me go? Marcus roared, enraged but having no choice. Summoning stellar power in his hand, he slashed backward, cutting through space with a terrifying beam of light. However, Irvin merely narrowed his eyes, shattering the beam with the piercing gaze from his eyes. During this, Marcus pulled out a spatial leap talisman. Not revealing his final card today would mean certain capture by Irvin. A spatial rift appeared suddenly before him, unknown destination, spatial storms raging, but Marcus didn't care. He stepped right in. At the last moment, Irvin extended his fingers into a blade, displaying blinding light that illuminated the dark night before vanishing. Accompanied by a horrific scream, blood spattered the sky as Marcus's right arm fell. My right arm. But Marcus himself also fell into the spatial rift, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 335. Keeping them for entertainment, bestowing divine techniques, and showing gratitude. Looking up at the empty night sky, Irvin smiled wryly, his lips curling upward. He stood relaxed and composed, his hands folded across his chest, exuding an air of utmost confidence as if everything was going according to plan. Just now, severing that right arm was merely a form of amusement with an electronic pet. Letting him escape unscathed would be too boring. Cutting off an arm first made more sense, and he deliberately allowed him to flee. Otherwise, that single slash would have torn apart the spatial rifts, not to mention the clown who would have been left without a trace. This trip to Clintonanchan continent has proven far more interesting than expected. First, by destroying the Soul Devourer Tianma clan's base and slaying 3 Forbidden Zone God Kings. Then, finding such a talented alchemy prodigy who has begun to awaken the purple apex alchemy body. Most importantly, having an electronic pet to amuse him, watching clowns perform, certainly adds much-needed color to his mundane life. A sudden thought struck Irvin. These heaven-defying brats could become his source of entertainment, essentially electronic pets raised by him. After finding more of them, he could occasionally bring them out to torment, as if watching a spectacle, teasing them endlessly before killing them when they no longer entertain him, seeking new victims. The system couldn't help but comment within Irvin's mind, "Hey, host, I didn't know you had such a sinister side. What, Amir, do you think it's not fun?" No, who doesn't like entertainment? Besides, these heaven-defying brats grew up under my blessings. Torturing them now, and then will maximize their value while entertaining you. As for Marcus who escaped earlier, he still has my ring. No matter where he runs, this system can track him. Hearing the cunning voice of the system, Irvin realized how devious Amir was, just like himself. The heaven-defying brats had become mere playthings in their hands. Apart from Marcus, there were many others scattered across the myriad worlds and eternal immortal domain, ensuring future days would never be dull. Irvin silently mourned for these heaven-defying brats, now reduced to his playthings. If Marcus knew his situation, he would surely commit suicide on the spot. He thought escaping into the temporal rift meant never seeing Irvin again, only to find himself like Sun Wukong, unable to escape Buddha's palm, jumping around helplessly. With a flick of his sleeve, Irvin instantly returned outside the palace. The storm clouds had dispersed, the rain ceased, and the moonlight shone brightly on the land, creating a serene scene. "Are you all right, master?" Molly, her crimson hair flowing, stared intently at Irvin with her ruby-like eyes, worry evident on her face, fearing he might have been harmed. Irvin gently hugged her, patting her back reassuringly. It's fine. Just a minor troublemaker. I cut off his right arm, and he used spatial arts to escape. However, Molly paid no attention, continuing to cling tightly to Irvin, whom she failed to notice grinning mischievously. She thought privately, so, little master's self-defense is so weak. If I knew touching him would be this easy, I would have started long ago, rather than letting others take advantage. She watched him grow up alongside Una and wasn't about to let outsiders get a chance. She must take more liberties with him in the future, leaving none for others. When little master grows older, she hadn't realized Irvin's mind-reading mode was still active, revealing all her thoughts. Irvin inwardly gasped, realizing Molly's deviousness. Her supposed concern was merely a pretext to touch him. Quickly pushing her away, he maintained his restraint and composure. Just then, the 3 patrol disciples appeared outside the grand hall, kneeling down with clasped hands upon seeing Irvin. We greet Jethro. Failing to stop the sneaky intruder, we've embarrassed you, even forcing you to act personally. Irvin waved a hand dismissively, rising the trio to their feet. You did well. Blocking that mysterious figure and preventing a quick escape was indeed commendable. These 3 Thunder Divine techniques are for you to study. If mastered, you'll be invincible among the younger generation here, achieving greatness even if you don't conquer an entire realm. Irvin casually tossed 3 ancient scriptures into the hands of the 3 patrol disciples. Each emitted powerful, menacing energy with lightning flashes and runes intertwining under the night sky. Upon receiving the Thunder Divine techniques, the 3 patrol disciples were stunned, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. They initially hoped the young master might grant them divine techniques or treasures after capturing the intruder, aiding their growth. But they never imagined that Irvin would bestow them without any effort, just delaying the intruder's escape. These techniques being different meant they could exchange practice after mastering one. Noticing their silence, Irvin asked, unsatisfied? True, they're just heavenly grade techniques, not very remarkable. To the patrol disciples, however, this meant something entirely different. Heavenly grade techniques considered insignificant by the young master. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they bowed deeply, heads nearly touching the ground until Irvin lifted them up. Go back and train diligently. You'll see significant improvement. Thank you, Jethro. Your kindness shall never be forgotten. Should there ever be an opportunity, we'd give our lives to repay you. Chapter 336, Mysterious Individual, 7th Sequence of Darkness. The night was silent. Irvin returned to the palace and prepared to retire. As for Elizabeth, she did not return to her dilapidated grass hut. Instead, she stayed in a courtyard arranged by her family. After all, Elizabeth had caught the eye of the Immortal Domain's young master, who planned to take her back to the Eternal Immortal Domain's Wangu Yuing clan for cultivation. With limitless potential ahead, it was wise for them to attach themselves now, so that Elizabeth could help the Su family in the future. Irvin lay on the opulent bed, staring at the gilded ceiling, lost in thought. These past few days had been exhausting. He had traveled through countless worlds, first conquering the Korra and Axel on the Xianxia continent. Then he joined the Dark Sequence and exterminated the 8th and 9th sequences on the Clintonancian continent. His chaos body had assimilated characteristics of the time-space body and the soul-swallowing race, significantly aiding his growth. Along the way, he met this son of defiance, adding no small amount of amusement to his otherwise dull life, like a clown endlessly entertaining him. But fun was dwindling. He missed the Eternal Immortal Domain too, and soon he would slay Marcus, reaping his fortune to fuel the growth of the Wangu Heavenly Court. The era of great contention was about to begin, with myriad realms and outer chaos growing restive. Many ancient clans were awakening from their dormant states. Among the myriad races, several top-tier clans emerged prominently. Once these ancient powerhouses awakened, the present structure of immortality within the Eternal Immortal Domain would change drastically. Each of these leading clans surpassed even the strongest immortality factions with deep roots and superior abilities. Races like the True Dragons, Phoenixes, Chilants, Clintonanwu, Joyo Dogs, Thunder Emperors, and others possessed their own legendary techniques, innate skills that became more potent as they grew, overpowering even the strongest humans. Furthermore, based on the information he had extracted, the 10 Dark Sequence hunters dispatched by the Life Forbidden Zone included only the 2 weakest members he had eliminated earlier. According to their souls records, each of these 10 Dark Sequences was an exceptional genius from the Life Forbidden Zone, especially the top 3, who knew secrets related to the zone itself. They hunted the prodigies from the 30,000 realms of the Eternal Immortal Domain and beyond, preventing their growth to avoid any becoming formidable threats to the Life Forbidden Zone. When the era of great contention truly began, many prodigies from the Eternal Immortal Domain would be hunted down. By then, the prodigies from the Life Forbidden Zone and Outer Chaos would dominate the divine ancient roads, a cunning and calculated move indeed. For himself, if he wanted to suppress all under heaven, strengthen the Wangu Heavenly Court, and achieve peak greatness, he needed to eliminate all hidden dangers. The Life Forbidden Zone and Outer Chaos would inevitably become his major adversaries. Though he was still young, with ample time to prepare, he must start laying the groundwork now. Looks like returning to the Immortal Domain should be prioritized, Irvin thought. Just then, the lights in his bedroom dimmed almost instantly. Before he could react, a soft hand touched his skin, pulling him into a warm embrace. The scent of milk wafted toward him. He was bewildered. What was happening? As he envisioned a bright future, he found himself enveloped by smooth, delicate skin. Little master, we haven't slept together in such a long time. Won't you let me cuddle with you tonight? Her breath was sweet and fiery. Instantly, Irvin recognized Sherry's voice. Calm down, calm down. Little master, what could I possibly do to you? I just want to cuddle and sleep. Besides, you're still young. I'll devour you when you grow a bit older. Irvin felt utterly helpless. Was it now so blatant? To be devoured without even warning? He never knew Sherry could be so aggressive. She used to obey every word he said. Was she afraid someone else might get to him first? In a dark forest, space twisted and fractured like glass. A figure was thrown out and collapsed onto the ground, gasping in pain, looking half dead. He clutched his severed right arm, blood oozing out steadily. Lying flat, he roared at the night sky. Irvin, I will not rest until I have my revenge, even if I turn into a ghost. His once shiny black hair was now mostly silver, and his face was stubbly, making him look disheveled. Having burned away too much of his essence, his lifespan drastically shortened. The cost of battling prodigies, losing his right arm to Irvin, and being grievously wounded had already made him a miracle survivor. At the last moment, before emerging from the spatial rift, his cultivation dissipated entirely, leaving him powerless, like a beggar. He couldn't let go of his desire for vengeance, dreaming of tearing Irvin apart and sending him to eternal torment. At this moment, a shadowy figure darted through the forest like a specter, stopping beside Marcus. Looking down at the man lying there like a dead dog, the figure smiled sinisterly. A low, chilling voice, neither distinctly male nor female but haunting, echoed out, sending shivers down one's spine. Do you crave power? Chapter 337. The Hunter, a great cultivator of the Gu path. Young man, I feel your despair. Your boundless hatred and greed have drawn me here. In the embrace of darkness, you will gain incomparable power, capable of destroying anyone you wish, making those who bullied you pay the price. Voices echoed repeatedly, resounding in Marcus's ears. Marcus was grievously injured, having consumed too much of his life essence. His consciousness was hazy, only able to see an indistinct shadow before him, floating like a ghost from the netherworld. Who are you? Marcus endured the excruciating pain, trying to rise but unable to do so because of his injuries and the secret technique he used, which had burned away his essence. He lay helplessly on the ground, evoking pity. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I can help you take revenge. And not just that. I will let you take revenge with your own hands, possessing powers beyond the ordinary, overwhelming all enemies. The voice of the dark shadow was too eerie, indistinguishable as male or female, highly seductive, almost hypnotizing. At this moment, even though Marcus harbored doubts, thinking about the scene when Irvin severed his right arm, he immediately felt intense hatred, hair bristling in rage, eyes red and teary. He now regarded Irvin as his lifelong enemy. If he could kill Irvin, he would be willing to pay any price. A severed arm is an irreconcilable feud. I agree. As long as you can help me destroy Irvin, no matter what the cost, I am willing. Marcus gritted his teeth, speaking through clenched jaws, his expression filled with agony. Blood flowed profusely from his severed arm, threatening to turn into a river of blood. The shadow's eyes flashed crimson, revealing a hint of satisfaction, as if its prey had taken the bait. With a light tap on Marcus's forehead, a blood-red glow flashed. Marcus's severed arm began to regenerate with fleshy buds. Soon, the arm grew back, emitting a sinister dark aura, full of corrosive power, extremely evil, like a demon's limb. Marcus himself was also affected by his right arm, emitting decaying dark energy, black fog swirling in his eyes. Black rays flickered around him, terrifying, turning his previously silver and black hair entirely white. One eye turned blood red, the other pitch black, looking like a demon returned from hell, standing up with his original strength restored. His powerful aura caused ripples in the surrounding void, making it unstable. Vast amounts of heavenly chi gathered around Marcus, forming a vortex. At the center, the chi was so dense it seemed tangible, all being absorbed by Marcus. Roar! Marcus emitted a roar, more like a beast's cry, savage and horrifying, filling the area with murderous intent, turning it into a sea of blood. His tattered clothes transformed into a black robe, as if he had become a different person, standing firm and commanding, as immovable as Mount Tai. Truly a perfect masterpiece. The shadow covered in black mist kept a distance from Marcus, but clearly felt the overwhelming killing intent and deep-seated hatred radiating from him, finding it frightening even for itself. But mostly, it was pleased that its creation had turned out so well. Unexpectedly, this young man matched perfectly with the goo insect he crafted, integrating without any resistance. With a wave of air sweeping out, the void trembled like waves. Marcus had fully integrated with the goo insect, his eyes opening like a devil's. Left eye blood red, right eye pitch black, clad in a black robe, white hair flowing down, forming a stark contrast with his previous disheveled appearance, unimaginably the same person. Congratulations, congratulations. Baptized by fire, reborn from ashes, your cultivation has reached new heights. Even among your peers in this vast world, few can match you. The dark figure's shadowy voice approached Marcus, drifting like a wandering wraith. Irvin must die. Just a spoiled child, despite some talent, limited by his mortal body, he can never be our match. The previous suppression must have been due to hidden protectors intervening. Marcus said resentfully, his eyes flashing with gray mist, terrifying. But looking at his newly grown arm, he squeezed his hand slightly, releasing infinite dark power, strange and ominous. But so what? As long as he could kill Irvin, paying a small price was worth it. He would make that vile Cecilia understand the consequences of her choices. Elizabeth, whom he had pursued fervently but ignored, went directly to Irvin's palace, spending intimate time alone with him. One could easily guess what might happen next. Go, trample your enemies underfoot. Now, you are truly invincible among your peers. This is the power of darkness, fearless against all, subduing supreme geniuses with ease. The dark shadow's voice was incredibly seductive, unsettling, making Marcus's eyes darken as he took a step forward, shattering space, entering the spatial tunnel. Now, focused solely on revenge, he paid no heed to anything else. As for the Dark Shadow, he had no interest in investigating further. The truth would never be revealed to him, better left unspoken to avoid trouble. Watching Marcus vanish, the Dark Shadow emitted an evil laugh, eerily piercing yet full of triumph. Hee, the fish has taken the bait. So, it was just a fool, destined for such an end. He was the 7th in the dark series of hunters sealed in the life prohibition zone. Named Floyd, he was a great cultivator of the goo path. Among the 10 dark sequences, although ranked low, he was crafty and skilled in plotting. His personal strength was also formidable, but he had never truly shown it. In the life prohibition zone, a true oddity, the prodigies of the life prohibition zone adhered to the principle of resolving disputes by force. Once conflicts arose, they settled them through action, wanting to tear their opponents apart. Thus, the overall strength of these prodigies was significantly stronger than those in the immortal realms. They were the true ones who walked out of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, outstanding and tyrannical, taking whatever they desired by force. But Floyd was different, always hiding in shadows, concealing his true face, and being a great cultivator of the goo path unlike other prodigies. He was listed as the 7th in the dark sequence and became a hunter in the life prohibition zone, hunting other prodigies, not only because of his hunting skills and cunning but also because he had once subdued a peer-level genius with just a finger. And then, he turned their corpse and soul into a goo insect. Chapter 338. The insect charm destroyed, intent to turn Irvin into a charm. But, that Irvin is truly detestable. All the hard work I put into cultivating my sacrificial insect charm was about to succeed. I was just waiting for the harvest to aid me in achieving supreme talent, entering the forbidden realm, unrivaled by anyone. But now, he has slain it like this, truly infuriating. The dark figure's tone was sinister, and he was now filled with rage, his eyes glowing crimson. Thinking of Irvin brought genuine hatred from deep within his heart. All thanks to Irvin, his grand plans were ruined. Otherwise, would he still be merely at Sequence 7? He, Innes, had been plotting on a global scale, using the Forbidden Zone geniuses as pawns. Even the top 10 Dark Sequence individuals were part of his plan. In reality, the Spatial Magic Child, 8th Sequence, and Cody, 9th Sequence, were merely bait for him. Before officially entering the Myriad Realms, he had implanted sacrificial insects in the 8th, 9th, and 10th Dark Sequences. This insect, painstakingly cultivated, wouldn't be detected by its host, not even causing the slightest anomaly. As their cultivation improved, their achievements would gradually transfer to Innes. Furthermore, whenever Innes wished, he could sacrifice these 3 sequences directly, absorbing their essence, whether it be their physical bodies, souls, or unique constitutions, enhancing himself further. Innes planned to sacrifice them after hunting down various geniuses, when all sequences would have grown significantly. Then, he'd absorb their powers into his body. Combining his strength with the results of 3 dark geniuses, he couldn't imagine how strong he'd become. At minimum, he believed he could enter the top 3 of the dark sequence. If the outcome was significant and with other cultivation-enhancing insect charms, he might even challenge the top dark sequence individual. Of course, this was only hope. The leader of the dark sequence was an unspeakable existence from the strongest forbidden zone, possessing unparalleled dark constitution and rumored to have obtained forbidden inheritance from the chaos outside the domain. Even the 3rd-ranked honor might not survive 3 moves against him. But now all plans were foiled. His efforts vanished like dreams. It was all because of Irvin, who killed the 8th and 9th sequences, whose sacrificial insects disappeared along with them. Fortunately, the insects dissipated immediately upon the host's death, evading detection by Irvin. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, none knew of his underhanded deeds, not even the higher-ranking dark sequences, nor should they ever know. Otherwise, they'd unite against him. No one would tolerate a grandmaster who raised insect charms in others. So, his hatred towards Irvin was profound. Irvin indirectly doomed his future. Ignoring the Forbidden Zone rules, Innes decided the best way to make up for it was to implant a charm in Irvin, continuously absorbing his vast cultivation. Rumors in the Myriad Realms suggested Irvin's strength had reached a terrifying level. Moreover, his Miles, Joab, likely bestowed many treasures to enhance his constitution and cultivation. If he could implant a sacrificial insect in Irvin, following the growth of the Joab son, his own cultivation would soar, possibly reaching the Forbidden Realm in the future. Once Irvin achieved great progress on the path of Tao, he would fully activate the charm, sacrificing Irvin and transforming him into bait. Capable of ranking first on the immortal physical body list and breaking countless records, what kind of genius was he? If Irvin could be used, what else would Innes fear in the life forbidden zone? In the coming age of contention, the ancient divine path opening, he would be the most brilliant star. Irvin alone was worth dozens of supreme geniuses. Earlier, what he gave Marcus wasn't power or opportunity but a blood-sealing insect charm. Implanting this in someone changes their aptitude and rapidly elevates their cultivation close to the Sage King realm. But this charm also turns the host into a human bomb, controllable by Innes. With a snap of his fingers, Marcus would explode, flattening everything around him. Undoubtedly, even Irvin would suffer serious injury in such an environment. Killing Irvin was unrealistic due to the presence of guardians accompanying the Joab's son, all-powerful. However, during the chaos, planting a sacrificial insect in Irvin was feasible. Enjoying this thought, Innes transformed back into shadow, hiding in nothingness, following Marcus. That fool would surely seek Irvin out to settle scores once he acquired power, providing plenty of opportunities. Next day, after washing up, Irvin looked at the rising sun, full of vitality, though black circles under his eyes revealed sleepless nights. Sherry didn't let him sleep at all. Despite being a princess and now a servant, she lacked nobility, often sneaking to undress him and pinch him, ruining his night's rest. Just then, System's voice interrupted, seemingly tired of Irvin's pretense. "Host, if you're unwilling, I can take over." System scram. Chapter 339. the demon returned from hell. Irvin spat inwardly, cursing this accursed system that always interrupted his good moods. Clearly it's because you don't appreciate your blessings, host. Too extravagant. Don't you know this system is still single? The system's voice sounded a bit pitiful, remembering how Irvin had brushed off the hint he'd given once before. It's okay, Xianxia, Systemzi, try a little harder. Ewing hours have passed, think about whether you've truly made efforts to be a good system and served your host wholeheartedly. There's much room for improvement. Xianxia, I believe in you. Work hard, and I'll find you a sister-in-law later. Another round of verbal manipulation left the system feeling self-doubt. Was it really his fault? Had he not done enough, thus failing to earn the host's full recognition? Without doubt, the system felt as if its CPU was on fire, sensing something was amiss but couldn't pinpoint what. But it only responded meekly to the host. Thank you, great host, you're right. I need to work harder. A smile tugged at the corners of Irvin's lips. This little system, with its fragile ego, now thoroughly bamboozled. Suddenly, he felt rather underhanded, usually teasing Tianzi, now even fooling the system. Just then, Irvin felt someone lifting him up. He turned around to see Una, who had been waiting. Little master, how was your experience last night? Did Sister Ruashi take the initiative, or did you? Speechless, Irvin thought. Can we talk more civilly? We are respectable people. Must we behave so indecently? Wait, why are you here? Una looked somewhat uneasy, coughed softly, blushing but dared not lie to Irvin. Actually, well, we decided not to let outsiders get involved, so Ruashi and I agreed that one of us would accompany you every night. Irvin's lips twitched, not letting outsiders get involved, so they wanted to monopolize him. Wait, Alicia was his personal bodyguard, never straying more than 3 feet away at night. So when Sherry touched him, Alicia had been watching nearby. Stunned like a statue, Irvin stood there. This was mortifying. Suddenly, a black flash tore through the sky, landing on the Su family plaza. Cloaked in black, long silver hair flowing, the figure exuded an eerie presence. His pupils widened, one eye blood red, the other pitch black, the impact creating a deep crater in the plaza floor. House of Su, I have returned. A voice like a demon god resonated, followed by the spreading of a pair of black wings, releasing powerful energy waves, pushing young geniuses training on the plaza several meters back. Who dares invade our alchemy family? Do you know the sanctity of House Su? To brazenly intrude invites our elders' wrath. I advise you leave now, or face dire consequences. Several young disciples shouted at the figure, urging him to leave and not provoke the Su family. Hemph, today's matter is none of Su's business. I'm here for Irvin and that bitch Elizabeth. Their heads will be mine. Marcus's words stunned the crowd. Even some elders arrived, dismissing him as a lunatic, delusional beyond reason. Do you know who Irvin is? Young lord of the strongest power across the cosmos, son of a divine emperor. Thinking you could destroy him is laughable. This guy must be stupid, maybe looking to get killed? Many disciples scoffed at him sarcastically. You ain't Marcus reveled in it. Laugh all you want, soon your laughter will turn to screams. Confident as a peak saint, enhanced by dark power, his true combat strength could suppress even a saint king. As for Irvin, despite immense resources from the ancient Ewing family, he lacked a solid foundation, making him weak. In front of Marcus, he'd be helpless as a chick. May I ask who you are? An elder cautiously inquired, sensing this person's formidable cultivation, far exceeding ordinary beings, even intimidating to some saints. I, a demon returned from hell. Marcus, also the one who will cut off Irvin's head today. Marcus laughed arrogantly, seeming delirious, corrupted by dark power, mad and irrational. Brother of the clan, capturing Marcus would be a great feat. Let's crush him and bring him to the master for sure rewards. Right? He's a clan fugitive, appearing now as like a lamb to slaughter. Hearing tales of patrol disciples getting just minor praise serving Lord Irvin earned them rare thunder doctrines, allowing effortless success. Hee, don't miss out on easy resources. 5 young disciples, eyes greedy, moved to capture the fugitive. In an instant, colorful lights and powerful auras erupted. True to form, sycophants seeking approval. Today, you'll pay for your servility. Marcus's eyes grew cold, blood red, focusing power into a bloody blade, launching forward like lightning. Before reacting, the 5 were struck, falling to the ground, chest wounds oozing black blood. Is that all? Get Irvin out here, stop being a coward. Translation provided while maintaining the structure, tone, and style of the original text. Hashtag chapter 340. The defiant son who invites death, both a chess player and a pawn. Marcus stood in the square with an overwhelmingly arrogant demeanor. At this moment, he exuded boundless confidence, dark and mysterious powers flowing from his every movement, as if he were an ancient demon god. The 5 young geniuses who had tried to challenge him earlier now lay on the ground, groaning in agony, their chests bearing deep wounds from which black blood flowed, seemingly eroded by something sinister. Even some of the low-ranking elders dared not act rashly, utterly astonished. How is this possible? Isn't Marcus a fugitive from our family? He challenged Jethro Ewing and was crippled, his foundation severely damaged. How can he be so powerful now, capable of subduing the 5 great geniuses with just a gesture and injuring them? Ewing's, and when he fled from the Su family, Jethro Ewing cut off his right arm. Ewing now it has completely healed. Such medical skill is extremely rare and highly effective. The elders were bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. They couldn't fathom how Marcus had undergone such a transformation, now brimming with power far exceeding their expectations. Dark and eerie forces surged around him, intertwined with a profound aura of the sacred Tao. From this, it could be inferred that Marcus had at least reached the realm of a sage. With such strength, even within the Su family, he wouldn't be considered weak. He might even qualify to become one of the low-ranking elders. That dense dark force carries a murderous aura. Could it be that Marcus has joined the dark side, becoming a lackey of the life-prohibited zone? An elder with flashing eyes speculated, and the others quickly came to the same conclusion. Even the many young disciples retreated hastily, putting more distance between themselves and Marcus. To join the dark side meant he might have ventured into the life-prohibited zone or the outer chaotic realms, obtained dark power, and become a monstrous being like a god or demon. Throughout the entire universe, only the life-prohibited zone and the mysterious outer chaotic realms were filled with enigma and ill omen, harboring countless secrets. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to even enter the life-prohibited zone, let alone obtain dark power. A sharp-eyed elder conjectured, and the others gradually came to the same conclusion. Even the many young disciples hastily retreated, putting more distance between themselves and Marcus. Aligning with the dark side would mean joining forces with the Life Xianxia or the chaotic outer regions, obtaining dark power, and becoming a monstrous, deity-like entity. In the entire multiverse, only the Life Xianxia and the mysterious chaotic outer regions were filled with enigmatic and ominous elements, harboring countless secrets. Note, Life Xianxia seems to be a term not properly translated in your text. Based on context, it might refer to Life Forbidden Zone, or similar. If this is a specific term in your story, please ensure it's consistently used or translated as appropriate. For a more natural read, joining the dark side would mean aligning with the Life Forbidden Zone or the chaotic outer regions, gaining dark power and transforming into a monstrous, godlike entity. In the entire multiverse, only the Life Forbidden Zone and the mysterious chaotic outer regions were saturated with enigmatic and ominous forces, concealing countless secrets. Ordinary people found it exceedingly difficult to enter the Life Prohibited Zone, let alone obtain dark power. Note, Xianxia is translated as Prohibited Zone to better convey the meaning in English and maintain fluency. The present me is no longer the stable boy you could bully at will. Hee. Is this the ecstasy that comes from wielding power? It feels like standing above all, capable of extinguishing all life in the world, unmatched by anyone. Marcus indulged in his own world, gazing at his palm, especially his newly regenerated right arm, covered in blood patterns and intersecting runes, emitting threads of dark mist, extremely mysterious, akin to both a deity and a demon, as if baptized in the abyss. Previously, as a stable boy, he had been somewhat repelled by the legendary dark forces, believing them to be heretical and unsustainable in the long run. Now, however, his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. What difference was there between heresy and righteousness? Any path that enhanced his strength and cultivation was the true supreme path. Darkness had granted him supreme power, and thus he would embrace it, becoming a king within the darkness, dominating and achieving supremacy. Moreover, he possessed a mysterious ring bestowed by a powerful being, containing countless spells and techniques of immense power. Among these were several killing moves rarely found even in the vast world of Clintonancian continent, immensely potent, lethal upon use. He even suspected that the mysterious benefactor might come from the eternal immortal realm, where they were renowned and highly esteemed. With the mysterious shadow aiding him again, he felt he was someone blessed with immense fortune, naturally attracting opportunities for his benefit. Don't let Irvin cower like a turtle. Why, are you afraid after seeing me return? For someone touted as a young supreme in the eternal immortal realm, this truly disgraces the name of a genius. Make him kowtow 3 times to me, and I'll grant him a full corpse. Marcus laughed maniacally, addressing the crowd in the square, his lips curled in a sinister smile. The many disciples and low-ranking elders didn't dare say much. Young disciples, lacking sufficient strength, would be crushed if they dared speak out. And the weaker low-ranking elders dared not confront Marcus, this madman tainted by dark, sinister evil. But at this moment, a streak of light flashed, accompanied by starlight filling the sky, forming myriad sharp swords falling from the ancient heavens, piercing through the void and shattering everything in their path. Marcus reacted swiftly, noticing the hidden attack in the blink of his blood-red eyes. A strange blade formed from dark energy shot from his right eye, blocking the descending star swords. His blood-red pupils emitted a wave of light, stirring the void, even causing cracks in space as it pierced towards the sky. There's only this much small trick. Before he could finish speaking, a colossal handprint appeared before him, vast and swirling with chaotic energy, slamming into his chest like a mountain crashing down,